It was polarizing in the beginning. Then you went on to law and order. Then you tried to, what many would say, go back where the Congress manifesto was. If you had a cohesive campaign, the numbers could be very, very different, where you completely pulling it away from the Congress.
And if I may add, Project Vasundhara
I could hear you very well, but whatever I can make of your question, you know, Preeti, just look at the numbers. Even in Chhattisgarh, imagine what the predictions were, and we are way ahead by 24 seats. Even Telangana, I mean, where we're just making our base, you just see how we're doing. We're doing extremely well there, plus 10. I'm not saying our gain is as much as that of Congress. They have made huge strides. But everywhere, I feel we are very close to making our government. I mean, you know, even in those two states,
nobody's talking about the other states. I'm just talking about Rajasthan was your election to win. History gave you an edge.
But they're still winning.
No, winning, I'm just saying, with a huge margin. That's what I was saying.
I can show that. Actually, I can plot that on a line graph, Preeti. Shazia, see this. This is interesting. You just see this for a moment, the point that Preeti is making. I want to build on that. Each time the Congress is typically lost under Ashok Gehlot, they get hammered, like come down to the 50s, right? So it happened in 2003. It happened again in 2013. The Congress, each time they get hammered, they just crash. They win, they barely win. When the BJP wins, it wins big. When the Congress wins, it barely wins. 2008, it barely won. 2018, just slightly ahead. This time, the BJP is ahead, but just marginally. So the point that you're making is absolutely correct. That is very different, Shazia, from the trend that Rajasthan has shown for the last several elections. Okay, so let's now look at the national overall card. Just at this moment, the overall picture that's emerging from the 638 seats for which we have trends at this moment. The Congress is leading in 302 of those. The BJP is leading in 273.
You know what my sense from these numbers at the moment suggests is that the BJP has much to feel confident about leading up to 2024. 100%. Because you've got a situation where you had anti-incumbency against your government in Madhya Pradesh, but you seem to have been able to arrest it to a large extent. I think in Chhattisgarh, you've shown the capacity to make a comeback in an election that was being written off a few months ago. I do concede, and I do believe that the BJP should concede that they got their Rajasthan strategy wrong. That somewhere they took the election for granted 6 months ago, thought we don't need Vasundhara Raje, we will fight this election. At the moment, they're struggling to reach the halfway mark, and they may well be dependent on others. And I think they've made a dent, if T.S. Sudhir agrees with me, in Telangana by getting 10 seats, building on what they got in Lok Sabha 2019, 4 seats. So far when I look at the numbers, good news everywhere for the BJP. The Congress therefore needs a turnaround in Rajasthan to be able to feel that this could be a better day for them. Their best news is clearly coming from Telangana, where they ran their most cohesive campaign.
Two quick points here. One, the BJP strategy of fielding their MPs seems to have worked. And I am looking at the bellwether seat of Andol, which is their reserved constituency. It was a BRS seat. And this time, it is the BJP candidate who is winning, who is a former comedian in Telugu cinema, Babu Mohan. He's the one who is leading. And up against him was the former Deputy Chief Minister of United Andhra Pradesh, Damodar Raj Narasimha.
Yes, go ahead. Please go ahead.
In Telangana, what seems to be happening that the Congress is doing much better in North Telangana, where they were BRS was expected to give them a fight. And in the southern Telangana, they are not doing as well to be able to basically...
The other thing that's happening 70. On the ground in Telangana is that the police has started to arrive at Revant Reddy's house, and security is really being pumped up over there because it's quite clear, as far as the police is concerned, and their political sourcing is usually very good, that Revant Reddy is the odds-on favorite. So the police walas all showing up to salute the new boss. 64 leads at this moment for Rahul, the Congress. Nagarjun Dwarkanath joins us. Nagarjun, Revant Reddy said he will not take flowers and cakes till he saw the India Today exit poll numbers. He thought he was winning, but just to be sure, he wanted to see the exit poll numbers. It seems the poll numbers were bang on.
Well, that's true. In fact, our numbers are going as we predicted. People have already come here with flowers, bouquets as well. But what is interesting is the state police and the Hyderabad city police have come here to increase the security. You see, this is the entrance of Revanth Reddy's house, and police have already come in numbers to make sure that there's no untoward incident and to beef up the security. So there is a sense of messaging also that the numbers, as we see that Congress has crossed the 60 mark, people have come in to pour wishes to Mr. Revanth Reddy and the Congress leaders here with flags, flowers, sweets, shawls. But the interesting fact is that the state police and the city police have turned up at Revanth Reddy's house this morning. Just an hour back at 8 a.m. when we started to do the early trends, the police were not here except for his personal gunmen. But now the city police have turned up at Revanth Reddy's house to make sure that they give him enough security, which is a clear sign that the way the wind is blowing this morning.
You know, the other thing is, look at the South-North divide. And I wonder whether someone on the panel wants to talk about that. Look at how South India is voting and the Hindi heartland is voting. BJP very competitive across the Hindi heartland, and the Congress is unable to even capitalize fully on anti-incumbency as the Madhya Pradesh numbers are showing. On the other hand, when there's anti-incumbency south of the Vindhyas, we saw in Karnataka 6 months ago, and now we are seeing it in Telangana, the Congress is the natural contender for power. We've seen Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra go 12 days through Telangana, go almost a fortnight through Karnataka. Congress doing well. But in the same areas where he went in Rajasthan, went in parts of Madhya Pradesh, Congress not doing well. It makes my point that Rahul Gandhi and the Congress's appeal far greater in south of the Vindhyas than it is in the Hindi heartland.
Definitely, they do have more appeal, but I would say this to give an objective assessment. You know, in Karnataka also Congress won because the JDS declined. Here also BRS declined. I think we're not discussing this whole TRS to BRS thing. When you are a regional party, you have come to create a state, and then and I've seen senior leaders of BRS in conferences, they're saying we want to be national, we want to contest in Maharashtra elections. I mean, what are people going to think?
I just want to put a note of caution for Telangana, just to add to the excitement. Congress at 62. Remember, the 6 others are AIMIM. Add them, they are in an informal understanding with the BRS, becomes 47. BJP is 9. Add that, that becomes 56. I keep repeating, Congress has to be 65 plus, which they well may be in Telangana, to feel some southern comfort. But, you know, Shazia Ilmi, that's a point. While you're making impressive strides once again in the Hindi heartland, in south of the Vindhyas, the Congress remains the major national party. We saw it in Karnataka, we saw it now, we are seeing it now in Telangana. South remains BJP mukt except for Puducherry.
No, I would concede that because we have lost Karnataka, and just like my Congress colleague was talking about, democracy wins every time. We are not sore losers. We do not blame the EVMs. We do not blame the Election Commission. And you make a point there. But you just look, even in Telangana, you just see, I mean, we are gaining by almost 8 seats. It's close to 10, and you look across the board and you see that, you know, there's a gain and again and again for BJP from where we were last Vidhan Sabha results to now.
I want to give you some, I want to give you some breaking news at the moment, ma'am. Sorry.
Situation.
I want to give you some breaking news at the moment, because at the moment, and this is good news which will make you smile a bit more, Shazia, because in Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel is trailing to Vijay Baghel's nephew. Vijay Baghel is leading over Bhupesh Baghel in Patan. And Amit Jogi was the third candidate put up there, seemed to be used to split the vote. At the moment, in the battle of the Baghels in Patan, Bhupesh Baghel is trailing to Vijay Baghel. On the other hand, T.S. Singh Deo, the other contender for a Congress chief minister, is winning at the moment. So who knows? This is politics and anything can happen. I keep saying, you know, even within a state, there are all kinds of battles being played out.
Patan was tricky.
Okay, so let's look at some of the VIP candidates in Rajasthan. In Sardarpura, Ashok Gehlot is currently leading. Vasundhara Raje in Jhalra is currently leading. Sachin Pilot at this moment. Remember, these are very initial trends, so don't panic just yet if you're a Sachin Pilot fan, or don't get too excited if you're on the other side. He's currently trailing in Tonk. CP Joshi in Nathwada is trailing. Rajyavardhan Rathore, who was with India Today this morning, currently leading in Jotwara. In Taranagar, Rajendra Rathore of the BJP is leading. Gaurav Vallabh, famous Congress spokesperson, you'd see him on TV, is trailing. Satish Pune of the BJP is trailing. Pratap Khacharyavas of the Congress in Civil Lines is leading. Vishwaraj Mewad is leading interestingly against CP Joshi in Nathwada. Hanuman Beniwal is leading. And Kirodilal Meena in Savai Madhupur is leading. Diya Kumari of the erstwhile Principality of Jaipur is leading. Mahant Balaknath is leading. And Bhagirath Chaudhary of the BJP is leading in Kishangarh as well.
One of the interesting ones is Satish Punia, because he was the party president till about 8 months ago. He is seen as a Jat face of the BJP, and he's trailing in Amer, tough constituency for the BJP just outside Jaipur. So he could be one name if he loses, struck off that chief minister list. But Piyush Mishra is joining us from outside the residence of one of the men of the moment. Shivraj Singh Chouhan could be creating history, become the first chief minister to win be sworn in 5 times north of the Vindhyas of the BJP. Piyush Mishra, what's the mood? Is Shivraj Mamaji already celebrating? Have the laddus begun there, Piyush?
Well, Rajdeep, right now as we are speaking, Shivraj Singh Chouhan is holding a crucial meeting with Jyotirajya Scindia. He woke up today early in the morning at around 6 o'clock, and since then he's keeping a close watch on all the developments. As we are speaking, Jyotirajya Scindia has entered inside the residence of Shivraj Singh Chouhan, and now there's a one-on-one meeting between both the two leaders. Remember that Jyotirajya Scindia played an important role as far as the campaign for BJP is concerned. And right now as we are speaking, the meeting taking place. After this, we can expect more leaders to arrive here at Shivraj Singh Chouhan's residence. Let me also try to show you visuals from right outside this very place. It's the residence of Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. This is Chief Minister House, Bhopal, and here you can see the nameplate also. A board is also, signboard also, where it is written Chief Minister House, Bhopal. The big question here is that after the final tally is out, after the results are announced completely, it remains to be seen if Shivraj Singh Chouhan is going to retain this house or if some other person from BJP itself will be becoming Chief Minister, because right now, according to tally, BJP has already crossed the halfway mark. But as the BJP crosses halfway mark, the meetings have started taking place.
Okay.
Jyotirajya Scindia, one of the topmost leaders of the state, has now reached here at Shivraj Singh Chouhan's residence. We'll have to see who all are going to take part in this meeting, which is right now underway.
Why don't you give us the key candidates? Because the one name that is striking out to me, and you can give us more, Rahul, is Prahlad Patel. Union Minister is leading. He's also an OBC face, potentially seen as a next generation leader for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh.
So let's zip through all the key candidates in Madhya Pradesh. Shivraj Singh Chouhan in Budni is currently leading. Kamal Nath at this moment is trailing in Chhindwara. He's never lost Chhindwara as an assembly. Once his family, his wife lost in Chhindwara, but this is his pocket borough. Narottam Mishra is now leading. Previously when we checked, he was trailing in Datia. Narinder Singh Tomar in Dimni is actually trailing at this moment. Kailash Vijayvargiya on the seat of Indore 1 is leading. Fagan Singh Khulaste in Nivas is leading. Prahlad Patel in Narsinghpur, that's the seat that Rajdeep was speaking about. The buzz in political circles, if you want to believe that, is if they're looking beyond Shivraj Singh Chouhan, he could be one of the faces. He's up against Lakhan Singh Patel of the Congress and Mahesh Chaudhary of the BSP. Prahlad Patel currently leading in Narsinghpur. Apart from him, Jayavardhan Singh, the son of Digvijay Singh, is at this moment trailing in Raghugarh. Deepak Joshi, former Chief Minister Kailash Joshi's son, now fighting on a Congress ticket, is leading on his seat. Lakshman Singh, the brother of Digvijay Singh, is trailing at this moment. Interestingly, Jitu Patwari, one of the strongmen around Rahul Gandhi, is at this moment trailing in Rao. And apart from this, if you look at Arif Akil,
one more interesting name. वो भी हमेशा कहता है मुझे कब बनेंगे मुख्यमंत्री, कैलाश विजयवर्गीय. Son lost his ticket. Father is given the ticket. Son is dropped. Son was seen with a cricket bat threatening people a few years ago. Good old Kailash ji, who sings very well, by the way. Beautiful singing. So if you wanted a singing contest among MLAs, Kailash Vijayvargiya would be right there at the top. और सुबह 8 बजे वो true Indori style में वो गाना आपको सुनाते हैं.
There's something interesting I can show you in terms of how the women candidates put up by the BJP are doing. There were 27 women candidates. 11 of them are winning. Amongst the male candidates of the BJP, out of 203, 117 are winning. If I do the same for the Congress, this is for Madhya Pradesh. 12 out of 30 female candidates of the Congress are currently leading. 87 of 200 male candidates are leading. Rajasthan 99-83, the BJP thinks they've got this under control. The data at this moment suggests it's close. everywhere else, the India Today exact poll told you already what the numbers were going to be like.
What is also very clear is the BRS is not being wiped out. You know, I think when you see a political party, still, you know, it's not a party which is going to, and this is true of regional parties. I repeat what a political...
They were 88, they are 41.
No, but not being wiped out. My point is, you know, when you're wiped out, you're at 20 or 25. We've seen in Tamil Nadu in the past parties...
There is no silver medal in politics.
Agreed.
There's a winner and there's a loser.
No, all I'm saying is that...
No, but I don't agree with what you're saying. No. See, if it's AIDMK versus DMK, two virtually equal forces, then there can be a wipeout. You're at 88. Congress is at 19, they've lost most of them in the course of the 5 years.
Sure.
This is what a wipeout in Telangana looks like. You've been hammered at the hustings.
No, you've been...
And it will get worse in the Lok Sabha elections.
No, what is clear is the BRS is going to face a serious challenge. KCR is not getting any younger.
Exactly.
He's going to have to find a new level leadership. Obviously, KTR and Kavita, we don't know whether there's a, Harish Rao, whether there's a next generation leader there. But do you really believe that
KCR from the fast of December 2009, 14 years ago, he served a 14-year period as, as an embodiment of Telangana. That it's run its course now.
Do you believe that this is the end of the road for KCR if these numbers hold, or do you believe KCR is good enough for another fight?
No, he will put up a fight, but yes, the next generation of KTR and Harish Rao would take over. The biggest challenge for them would be now the Congress would want to do to KCR what KCR did to them. That is, poach their MLAs, especially in Hyderabad. And I am told, I can tell you, that talks have already started with possible winning candidates in Hyderabad.
Not just that. When I listen to Congress leaders, they say when you're fighting a regional party, it's war. You will have FIRs being filed against the BRS leaders like they filed against you. I mean, people don't know this story, Rahul. One of the reasons why Revanth Reddy is determined to take on KCR, it was his daughter's wedding. And he was in jail. And he had to struggle
this is 2015, the cash.
That's right. He had to struggle to get bail to attend his daughter's wedding. And I'm told he told someone, "Ek din main aisa sabak sikhaunga isko, wo zindagi bhar yaad rakhega."
But there's another...
So it's a very personal fight.
No, but there's another... There's another
Hindi film dialogue.
There's another lesson there, whether it's the likes of, say, Bhupesh Baghel or now Revanth Reddy. Leaders can emerge in democracy if you're willing to look beyond Dinesh and the most obvious candidates who are lazy and not wanting to work so hard. Society, politics, the state, people just throw up a leader like you found in Revanth.
And we are seeing within the Congress, this regional satraps once again coming.
Wherever Congress does something fresh, it works.
Can I make a point?
But still, in many places, it doesn't do fresh things.
Yes.
Just a point about Telangana. I think what the regions we were looking is slightly different. If you slice Telangana in east versus west, so don't do, like, just look at the map. Just look at the map you have there, Rahul. Don't slice the regions. Actually, we were thinking in terms of north, central, south kind of.
This is what it looks like, Rahul. You want to explain this? This is the last map of Telangana. It's called the power map, right? So it tells you where the power is coming from. Look at how strong green is all over. This is the new map of Telangana at this moment.
But if you slice it differently, what seems to be emerging, that on the sort of like western side, you still have BRS presence. But on the eastern side, which is Khammam, Mehboob district, it's
towards
complete.
Andhra.
Yes, towards Andhra. It's a complete sort of like...
Does it have a spillover effect in Andhra Pradesh?
But that's only in Khammam district and to an extent in
No,
Nalgonda.
but could it impact what happens in Andhra Pradesh
Yes, it will
going forward?
definitely impact what happens in
those
Andhra.
districts are more similar to Andhra Pradesh than the way we were looking at, right? So it could have
No, but in terms of development, I can tell you Telangana districts much better than the Andhra districts.
Absolutely. Telangana actually is a success state in many ways. Look at their per capita income. Look at them on most welfare indices. Look at their paddy cultivation. It's a growing state. It is corruption at the local level, cornering of benefits by a few at the cost of many. The inaccessibility, the farmhouse chief minister, the arrogance, the charges that you had to tie up with BJP, all of them have worked against. But an interesting one line on WhatsApp from a Congress neta on Telangana, where they are having their biggest, their best day. They said Telangana Rashtra Samiti called itself BRS. Now it should call itself NRS, Nowhere Rashtra Samiti. Nowhere Rashtra Samiti. So you see, you've got Telangana is the big success story. Sunil Kanogulu, election analyst taken in by Rahul Gandhi into the AICC, spent a lot of time and personal
But look at the difference. Kamal Nath didn't listen to him.
Which Kamal Nath didn't listen?
Because he's coming from a more old school of political management, Kamal Nath and Sunil didn't get along. Sunil got frustrated with him, came back to Telangana. You have to change the way you fight elections, Rashid Saab.
Absolutely. I think aggression helps. In case of Bhupesh Baghel and Revanth Reddy, it has helped. Way back, you know, when Shivraj Singh Chouhan was nobody, he fought against Chief Minister Digvijay Singh in 2003. And as you know, Arvind Kejriwal had contested against Sheila Dikshit. So it always helps. I think in the entire Madhya Pradesh campaign, the Congress lacked aggression. They were
No, but the question that will be asked now is, should Rajdeep, the Congress have thrown up somebody else instead of a Kamal Nath? If they had gone with a fresh face, would they have done better?
I think I'll make the point that taking off from what Rahul Verma said, look, this is a BJP dominant state. The BJP hasn't lost a major election here except 2018. No, 1 minute, sir, 1 minute.
Till 6 months ago, in the fourth revolution.
No, you must allow me to respond. You make a fine point that Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh have dominated the politics of Madhya Pradesh in the Congress. There was a time when Madhya Pradesh had a lot of Congress leaders. There were the likes of Arjun Singh, there were the likes of Madhav Rao Scindia. Then you tried the likes of Kantilal Bhuria, you tried a tribal face, you tried Arun Yadav, OBC face, it didn't work. The point is, I think we've got to accept Madhya Pradesh is a BJP dominant.
No,
becoming.
I'm making a different point. Just to make one point. See, you can't choose just a face from anywhere. When you are a party which is sitting in the opposition, you also need a face who can finance the election. You can't just pick a person and say,
no,
okay,
but can I make a different point? Rajdeep, the point is that you throw up a fresh face like a Bhupesh Baghel or Revanth Reddy, because with no disrespect to Kamal Nath, and I know odds on chances are he's watching us at this time because he watches us very carefully, chances are that with a younger face, you would have got some traction. People look at Shivraj Singh Chouhan, Kamal Nath doesn't look like a mass leader.
No, just to finish, and Preeti, I'll get you in. The fact is they've tried and they've failed. They've tried in the past Kantilal Bhuria. They did not give Jyotiraditya Scindia possibility of being made into this star pan Madhya Pradesh face. He went to the BJP. I think you're right to the extent that
Congress in Madhya Pradesh would be nowhere without Digvijay Singh and Kamal Nath putting together a campaign.
Yeah, you see, they're not, and just to add, and Preeti, I'll get you in. Just to add, contrast it with Chhattisgarh. Bhupesh Baghel is a product of what happened in 2013. Sadly, the entire Congress leadership there was wiped out in a terrible Maoist attack. They needed a new leader. Along comes Mr. Baghel and transforms the party. Now, Preeti, go ahead,
just 2 points.
Sorry, because otherwise I'm accused of stopping you. Please go ahead.
No, Rajdeep, just
please
2 points. The 2 points I want to make. One, where Kamal Nath's politics was concerned, you can't be a bigger Hindu than a state which is steeped in Hindutva, where the BJP comes into question. Number two, I think the Congress will also need to go back to their drawing board, especially Rahul Gandhi. OBC, caste census, every rally, right? Look at our own numbers in terms of our exit poll numbers. The OBC has gone en masse with the Bharatiya Janata Party, right? 56%. What he also did in the bargain is, in a state which is got a decent amount of, general and upper caste, you've totally alienated it. A loss of 13% for the Congress. Every rally, as per our poll, every rally that I went to on ground, I heard that this is not going to work. He needs to change his stand. So now you have to go back to the drawing board on that card.
To take off from what Preeti says, this whole Congress narrative of an OBC census, which they're going to make a narrative for 2024. Without a strong OBC leadership on the ground, it's not going to work. Where is your OBC leadership on the ground, Rahul, to take the thing, to take the idea that you want a caste census, you're an OBC-friendly party?
It's not even worked. You have an OBC, like Gehlot, you have an OBC in Rajasthan, but it's not worked in Rajasthan as well.
Rajasthan, I will hold my horses before we make any broader comments on.
I'm saying as per our exit polls.
But as per Madhya Pradesh, the fact is, it's a 50% OBC-dominated state. You went to the people saying caste census, it's not worked. On the other hand, the OBCs south of the Vindhyas in Telangana have come to you, even though the BJP there pitched itself as a party that will have a backward caste chief minister. One size doesn't fit all, Rahul, in Indian politics. It's time national leaders realized it. State elections are won on local narratives. Shivraj Singh Chouhan is a more credible, trusted leader than anyone that the Congress had to offer. Simple.
Yeah. See, Rahul Gandhi's obsession with the OBCization of the Congress, going back to the Uttar Pradesh election, where, Beni Prasad Verma at one point was his chief ministerial candidate. It made no sense. The Congress has not had an OBC sort of bastion, strong constituency since the 70s.
The other thing that's emerging from this data so far
is that repeatedly.
About 10 lakh votes have been counted in Madhya Pradesh. That's a pretty robust sample size. 49% of those votes are for the BJP, 41% are for the Congress. This is going to be a one-way sweep for the BJP. And just imagine what is at play. even the BJP in its own polls and all their feedback mechanisms couldn't pick up that they were winning this big. Every single journalist, reporter who traveled to the ground couldn't pick up that this was a wave. There was a wave under everybody's nose. The only thing that picked it up was the India Today post-poll study that was done, which actually showed the quantum of the victory. That, Rajdeep, is quite special when it comes to data mining.
No, Preeti and I are going to say this, and she will hopefully confirm.
You will say
nobody said sweep.
We said BJP ahead. We came back saying BJP
ahead is different from sweep. You never said sweep.
But okay,
No, I didn't say sweep.
Okay, I said BJP ahead.
My number was 125 to 130.
It's a big number. If it's, once again, it's looking at 130 right now, but if the vote share gap is 49 versus 41, and if that holds, that 130 is going to go up.
As of now, Kamal Nath, the incredibly durable Kamal Nath is trailing as of now in Chhindwara. There's a Congress election person who's saying, no, he's leading as per ECI. As per our numbers, Kamal Nath is trailing in Chhindwara. Someone who's won 9 Lok Sabha elections there, won the last by-election from Chhindwara. His son is the MP from there. The only time he's lost from Chhindwara is when his wife once contested in 1996. So you've got Kamal Nath at the moment trailing in Chhindwara. So clearly, Congress at the moment on the back foot in Madhya Pradesh, and the BJP also building some kind of a lead in Rajasthan. Once it crosses 100 with a 24 seat lead, but remember it's only 10
but with 15 others, the moment it crosses 93, 94, the BJP is through. The Congress needs to be 100 plus to be comfortable or very close to 100. BJP, even if it's
slightly 95. Whoever's in 95 has a chance.
There is one Mr. Durable in Indian politics, and that's Shivraj Singh Chouhan. He's Rahul Dravid now, the wall, whatever you might want to call him.
No, but I think Chetan makes a good point.
I think it's too early to say.
And can I also add a little bit of masala to it? Look at Chhattisgarh. It's tightening. 40 is playing 50 in Chhattisgarh. So you're just 5 ahead of the halfway mark. 5 more switch sides at 10 a.m. in the morning. And you can look at your margin calculator now for Chhattisgarh, Rahul, and tell us. I won't be surprised if Chhattisgarh could also go down to the wire if these numbers hold at the moment. 40 is playing 50 there. That's the closest fight out of the 4 states. If you look at the moment purely in terms of numbers, there's only a gap of 5. You're only 5 above the halfway mark. Small shift in Chhattisgarh could change the way the state is at the moment.
If we look at the national picture, if I aggregate all the leads that are coming in from the different states and throw up an overall picture, in the 638 seats where counting is on at the moment, it's tightening. It's 289 versus 280. Earlier, the Congress they won 320 last time. So it's 289 this time versus 280. The national contest, this is just a talking point. This is just bragging rights. But that contest is tightening as well. 289 versus 280 and 69, Rajdeep, for the others.
I think what the picture that, as I said, it will be interesting to see Chhattisgarh is because Chhattisgarh margins are notoriously small. So we could see a shift there, which could make it a cliffhanger. I think Madhya Pradesh and Telangana are settling down. I'm not yet saying Rajasthan is fully settling down because, again, there's a 10-seat shift required that could change the picture dramatically. But the other states, the Congress's best news, Telangana, the BJP's best news is in Madhya Pradesh. And look at how it's changing within the state. Okay. Tribal areas of Madhya Pradesh, if you go to the belt by belt in Madhya Pradesh, you will see the tribal areas, it's the BJP which is dominating. These were areas which the Congress won last time. Just take a look at a region like Malwa Nimad, which was last time very much with the BJP. This time on the other hand, with the Congress, this time BJP is leading in 12, Congress in 6. So you've changed the complete dynamics of Madhya Pradesh by winning tribal belt. Even in Mahakaushal, 23 to BJP, 21 to INC, and GGP, the Gondwana Ganatantra Party, is leading in 3.
So one of the questions that people will have in their minds, and spend a moment with me as I take you through this on the election intelligence dashboard, and this is where the magic and the true prowess of the EI comes in. These kind of insights, I guarantee to you, even top party leaders at this second will find difficult to process in the speed at which I can. So we'll go through it one by one. And in Chhattisgarh, if you're wondering from where things stand, 52 versus 38, what could change? So here it is, for the first time this morning, a margin calculator. How many seats are being won and lost at this moment with a margin of less than 500 between the winner and the runner-up? At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, there are 87 seats where the margin is less than 500, which means that just the initial rounds of counting have happened. Anything can change. The Congress is leading on 51, the BJP on 36. 87 seats, margin is less than 500, anything can change on these seats. Let's look at those seats where the margin is less than 1,000. 88 such seats, 52 versus 36. So these are very initial trends. That's the point that Rajdeep was making. Very initial trends in Chhattisgarh. So the situation in a tight contest could change unless it starts opening up in some direction. Should I just do the same in Rajasthan as well? Because people are thinking it's settling. Has it really settled? In Rajasthan, if I bring out my margin calculator, let's look at the seats where the gap is less than 500 at this moment. Remember, these are initial leads. On 196 such seats, the BJP leading on 103, the Congress leading on 77. Again in Rajasthan, the trend could potentially change. From there, let's now come to Madhya Pradesh. I'll pull out the margin calculator for Madhya Pradesh. In Madhya Pradesh, on seats where the margin is less than 500, there are 226 such seats at this moment. The BJP leading on 128, the Congress leading on 93. So if you're a supporter, Rajdeep, of any party amongst our viewers, don't eat your laddus just yet. The game has only just got started.
Absolutely. And, therefore, I would say in all the states except for Madhya Pradesh, I think you can still say, I know that 65 out of 119 appears that the Congress is safe in Telangana. I just only put the caveat that when you add the BRS, BJP and others, and T.S. Sudhir, is there any possibility at all of an alliance, of a Mahakutumi of BRS, AIMIM and the BJP?
Well, that would be a bit of too much of a wishful thinking. But one interesting part about that others category, 6 of them are from MIM, 1 from BSP, and in Nampally seats, which is the area abutting the Hyderabad railway station, the MIM is trailing. The Congress is leading in that was a seat where the Congress thought they would upset Owaisi.
In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, since 2009, MIM has won its 7 seats. This time they could be losing one, and there was a buzz in Hyderabad that Nampally was the one that they could
vulnerable
lose.
seat. Firoz Khan of the Congress is leading.
And I have a particular reason to remember Nampally. I used to go to a court there every few months for a defamation case, and therefore I have memories of Nampally very stuck in my mind. Nampally court Janai. Correct me, Sudhir.
Absolutely.
There's the Nampally court.
The Metropolitan Magistrates courts are there.
My God, don't ask me what used to go on in the Nampally court, but go on.
I think, Rajdeep, this Mahakutumbi you're talking about is possible if we include, the central agencies, Office of Governor, etc. Then possibly it's feasible.
I know you're saying that, but the truth of the matter is
you can't have MIM and BJP
together. In the past, the BRS has shown a great ability to capture the opposition in some form or the other. You can do that when you're in power. Once the Congress has crossed 60, they'll do what Sudhir said. They will capture the BRS.
Should I run the margin calculator for Telangana? There's phenomenal interest. I mean, the level of interest in Telangana and amongst people from Telangana in India Today's coverage is just phenomenal. So I'll show you the margin calculator for Telangana and give you a sense of how many seats are being won and lost with very wafer-thin margins at this moment. Of the 119 seats, in 40 seats, the margin is less than 500. The BRS is leading those. Congress is leading on 66 seats. So in the initial rounds of counting, nobody is really leapt into a very big lead just at this moment. If I show you a very quick breakup of where the BRS's losses are coming from and where the Congress's gains are coming from. The BRS getting hammered in the north, getting beaten in central, losing less ground in Hyderabad and getting quite badly beaten in south as well. The Congress's gains, if you look at where the Congress's gains are coming from, the Congress is gaining 18 seats in the north, 14 in central, 3 in Hyderabad, 13.
Congress could win entire 12 out of 12 or at least 11 out of 12 in Nalgonda district. So that would be something which would worry the Congress because this was the best bet for the Congress party.
No, but I think North is a huge surprise.
Yes.
I mean,
North is a surprise.
The fact is the Congress is actually winning on the back of the North.
Yeah.
You see, they thought they would sweep South and Central. What's happening instead is the North. And this is where KCR refused to change his candidates.
Yeah.
This is where he decided he will keep in the candidates who had won a couple of elections 2014 and 18, didn't change his candidates and is paying a heavy price. And the BJP, which won 3 Lok Sabha seats in the north, is actually only leading in 2. So the anti-incumbency vote has crystallized around the Congress in the north. It's the north that is propelling the Congress to a possible win in Telangana.
Most of the ministers came from
That's
the
right.
northern part.
All the major ministers in his government came from North Telangana. Akshita Nandgopal is joining me at the moment from Hyderabad. Akshita, it appears all roads at the moment are leading to Revant Anna's house. Revant Reddy is about to take revenge for the fact that he was almost denied bail to attend his daughter's wedding.
Very much so, Rajdeep. पीछे 88 लिखा है, 88 तो नहीं पहुंचा अब तक.
सही बात बोल. हेलो, मैं बात कर दूं. मेरा केसीआर आना, केसीआर नहीं आना बहन.
केसीआर आना.
मैडम डेफिनेटली वो भी है. मैडम सिंह आपको आपके जगह हमारे नेता जो ठहरे हुए हैं कई लोगों से.
ठीक है. हाँ, आप बताइए.
मैडम डेफिनेटली वी विल सिंगल लार्जेस्ट मेजॉरिटी 80 सीट्स मैडम. लास्ट 1 मंथ से 100% कांग्रेस लीडर्स को पूरा कंफर्म हो गया.
So you're saying 86?
मैडम
Okay, everyone's very high-spirited here. High-spirited. They all want to have a word, but they're all saying 80 plus even now, Rajdeep. It's what? It's at about, I can't see from here, but I can see that it's going up further, about 67. 67 plus. They're saying 80 plus.
So there you can see Revant Reddy's supporters celebrating at the moment. There are stories within a story though that are taking place. Let's look at some of the VIPs in Telangana at the moment. K. Chandrasekhar Rao, this is a huge story building up, is trailing at the moment in Kamareddy to Revant Reddy. Remember, KCR is contesting in 2 constituencies. Gajwel is his bastion. In Gajwel at the moment, KCR is leading. So he's leading in Gajwel, but when it comes to the other constituency, the other key constituency of KCR, which is in Kamareddy, which is the real battle that's taking place, Sudhir, in Telangana. K. Chandrasekhar Rao, Revant Reddy, K.V. Ramareddy, he's trailing.
One of the reasons why Revant Reddy decided to take on KCR in Kamareddy is because he wanted to send across the message that among the entire lot of Congress aspirants for chief ministership, I am number 1. And that's why he took on KCR. Otherwise, we don't see in Andhra and Telangana politics the big heavyweights taking on each other.
And here's a huge story. Mohammad Azharuddin is leading at the moment in Jubilee Hills in a seat which is dominated by the BRS, where Owaisi has put up a candidate against him. Mohammad Azharuddin at the moment is leading in against Magatti Gopinath, who's a very strong leader in that area of Jubilee Hills. T. Raja Singh in Ghosha Mahal leading. Not surprising, he, remember, was charged once with hate speech, but he is a dominant strongman figure there. Akbaruddin Owaisi, controversial figure, is leading at the moment also in the old city of Hyderabad. It's a seat which the AIMIM has held. Harish Rao, Siddipet, right-hand man of KCR, nephew of KCR and also finance minister, is leading at the moment there from Siddipet. Etala Rajendra, the BJP strongman, contesting also 2 seats, is trailing at the moment in Gajwel. So that's a bit of a setback for the BJP, but BJP expected not to win that seat from, let's see if there is any other seat that's significant at the moment. Bandi Sanjay Kumar of the BJP, its former president, its OBC face, is trailing at the moment. So the BJP is taking a bit of a hit in Telangana with some of its strongmen. Madhu Yaksha Gaud is former MP, is hoping to become a minister in Telangana. In a tough seat is the ex-Nizamabad MP, is leading at the moment in Lal Bahadur Nagar. Yes.
Within the Congress, Gaud was thought to be the urban counterpoint to KT Ramarao as far as the Hyderabad space was concerned. Now, whether he will be able to do so in Hyderabad, build up the party in Hyderabad, that will be a tall order. But Madhu Yaksha Gaud would be the person to look out for.
You know, if we look at the region map of one last time of Telangana, because of that huge interest there, the BRS is leading in 9 but down 3 in Hyderabad. The Congress making some gains at the moment in Hyderabad. So is the BJP at the moment in Hyderabad. If you go down south at the moment in Telangana, the Congress is leading but in a tough fight. BRS down 14. They had swept this region. Congress leading in 19. The real story of Telangana remains the north, because here the Congress is leading in 23, BRS in 7, BJP in 2, areas of Adilabad, Nizamabad. This is where the Congress is making its big leap forward in the state. And in central Telangana at the moment, it is the Congress all the way 21-9 areas like Khammam, among others. So you've got the Congress in Telangana clearly in the lead at the moment.
Rajdeep,
The best news for the Congress coming from Telangana.
About North Telangana, these include the tribal areas. This includes the coal belt, where again the Congress had made huge inroads. There was a lot of resentment against the BRS among the coal belt areas.
And correct me if I'm wrong, large Muslim population here. So the Muslim OBC, ST, SC combined in Telangana, traditional Congress base areas like Medak, which Indira Gandhi famously won in 80, are coming back to the Congress. The best news for the Congress in Telangana. It's a tough fight though. Chhattisgarh, Rahul has been waiting for one super over. We thought the super over will be Rajasthan. As of now, who knows, that super over could be in Chhattisgarh.
It is tightening in Chhattisgarh. Let's look at the numbers from Chhattisgarh just at this moment, because initially it seemed the Congress was quite comfortably placed in Chhattisgarh. That no longer seems to be the case. The data at this moment suggests the Congress is leading on 47, the BJP is leading on 43, 46 is the halfway mark. So the Congress only one seat above the halfway mark. That cannot be good news from the Congress. Let's look at what's happening in the different regions. Remember, the path to power in Chhattisgarh usually comes from the Bastar region. The Congress leading in 8 of those 12 seats, the BJP leading on 4. They were hammered in Bastar last time round. In the rest of Chhattisgarh,
it's 45 all round. It's a tie at the moment. The super over is coming as of now from Chhattisgarh. 45 each in
and Rajasthan seems from the moment, from the data, to be settling in favor of the BJP, at least at this moment. Our poll went up to 100. There's 7 more than where our poll ended. But Chhattisgarh is indeed going down to the super over.
See, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, they were one state until year 2000.
Yes.
And since then, all elections, the voting pattern has been similar. If you look at the 2003 election, 2008 election, 2013 election, 2018 election, it was the same, on same lines.
For the first time, Rashid Saab, since counting started in the morning, the BJP has overtaken the Congress.
I'm not surprised.
Overtaken the Congress in Chhattisgarh. It's now 47 versus 43. Chhattisgarh is getting exciting. If they're able to win Chhattisgarh, along with sweeping Madhya Pradesh and winning Rajasthan, the BJP will be dancing. They would have swept the heartland.
And it will be huge, because look at what happened in 2018. In 2018, all these 3 states were won by the Congress. The Congress won a near 3/4 majority in Chhattisgarh. That is being overturned, Rahul, by the Congress actually now declining sharply, and the BJP now leading by 4 in Chhattisgarh. So you've got the distinct possibility of a 3-1 verdict in favor of the BJP. As we stand today, it's the BJP leading in 3 states, the Congress just in 1, which suggests that the Congress, and remember, the BJP won 62 out of 65 Lok Sabha seats in these 3 states. So these results will give the BJP a huge boost. When you lost 2018 in the Vidhan Sabha and still won Lok Sabha, imagine when you win the Vidhan Sabha, you could, you will only feel even more confident of 2024.
Just trends. Things could still change. But at this moment, the BJP in Chhattisgarh has a 52% strike rate. In a bipolar fight, 52 is good because the Congress's strike rate is only 48. Let's just try and get into Chhattisgarh for a moment, because there's been a twist in the tail in Chhattisgarh. The BJP leading for the first time, 46 versus 44. Dr. Raman Singh, the former chief minister of the BJP, on his seat in Rajnandgaon, is trailing. Bhupesh Baghel in Patan at this moment seems to be trailing. Amit Jogi, Ajit Jogi's son, is trailing in Patan. It's Vijay Baghel, who is the MP from that area. He currently is leading in Patan. T.S. Singh Deo in Ambikapur, the Congress party deputy chief minister, is trailing as well. Arun Sahu, who's the new face of the BJP coming from the Sahu community, is currently leading in Lormi. Brij Mohan Agarwal, one of the businessman faces, he doesn't like to be called a businessman, but a trader face of the BJP, he's leading in his Raipur city south seat. So this is a big twist. It could be 3-0. If it is 3-0, bragging rights, they'll say, okay, Congress is relegated to the south. In the heartland, sir.
There are 4 states going to the polls.
I said Congress will be relegated to the south.
There's a possibility here of 4 first-time chief ministers.
Yeah, Arun Sahu would be, to me, my mind, be the front runner, because again he fits in with what the BJP wants: create a clear OBC build OBC faces across the Hindi heartland. If the BJP wins Chhattisgarh, and it's still a big if because it's very close, Arun Sahu could be a potential.
If they want to take a more controversial decision, former IAS officer O.P. Chaudhary could be considered as well.
And he's younger as well.
He's younger. The BJP top brass loves him.
You could have 4 first-time chief ministers.
And Rahul, you see this fellow, this Vijay Baghel, he's not only a Lok Sabha MP, he is a giant killer. In 2008 also he had defeated Bhupesh Baghel.
And you know what the BJP did very successfully in Chhattisgarh, Rahul, is they got a strong candidate against Bhupesh Baghel, so he was, virtually signaling that we are taking the battle into the enemy camp. Also put up a lot of smaller parties and independent candidates sponsored by the BJP. We'll have to see your margin calculator to look at, the margin. But my sense is these others are playing a crucial role at the moment in Chhattisgarh. In the past, it used to be the BSP and the Gondwana Ganatantra Party which would play that role. Now you've got Amit Jogi's party, the Congress Janta, the JCC, the Janta Chhattisgarh Congress, and you've got a lot of independents who are denied tickets who are playing a role. So Chhattisgarh is the state, Rahul, that could go down to the wire. And if the BJP wins Chhattisgarh, wow, 3-1, Narendra Modi, Amit Shah will have reason to celebrate today.
So I just want to explain before I show the margin calculator that the caveat to keep in mind when you look at the margin calculator is that these are very initial rounds of polling. So a lot of seats will look like they're in the margin. That could change as more votes get counted. So in the margin calculator, there are 80 seats out of 90 in Chhattisgarh, which are being won and lost by margins of less than 500 votes. And it's a dead heat, 40 versus 40. 40 for the BJP, 40 for the Congress. When the margin is less than 500, the ball can swing in either camp, Rajdeep.
It can swing in either camp, but Chhattisgarh clearly, once it's to the wire, you've got a state where there could be the potential resort politics. There is a lot of pressure on individual MLAs, particularly if the others get a couple. One side is 42, other is 44. At 45 each, it's still anyone's game in Chhattisgarh. So I think if there is one state which is going to the wire at the moment, it is Chhattisgarh, smaller constituency. Are you surprised, Rahul Verma, by some of these Chhattisgarh numbers? A party which gets 68 seats last time is now struggling to cross the halfway mark. Bad news for the Congress.
See, some surprise because everyone was expecting Chhattisgarh to go in Congress way. But after the Access My India poll, which actually indicated that it could be a very, very close fight, what we are seeing today is something we were forewarned of. What is much more sort of like interesting about Chhattisgarh is that BJP picking up not just among OBCs but also doing well in ST seats.
There is
an interesting... Look at the swing, and you could show us that. Look at the swing compared to last time. You will have a 7 to 8% swing for the BJP already there.
What this shows is where the duel is BJP versus Congress. 12%. At this moment, the BJP is pounding the Congress. Where it's Congress versus the BRS, the Congress is beating the BRS. For the first time since I started tracking this data, the BJP has now overtaken the Congress in the national tally. So if I add the seats and the trends from each of the 4 states where counting is on at the moment, the BJP out of those 638 currently leading in 287, the Congress leading in 283. Last time they had 320. So the Congress has come down significantly from 2018. The BJP is up at 287 for the first time in the aggregate. This aggregate means nothing. It's just bragging rights. Bragging rights in politics are very important though. 287 leads for the BJP. Congress now at 283. They won't like this.
And I'll tell you a small story within Chhattisgarh that's developing. In Bastar, Congress leading in 7, BJP in 5. Remember last time Congress won 11 out of 12 and eventually won the 12th in a by-election. The Adivasi Samaj formed a party called Hamar Adivasi, and I went to some areas. They were objecting to the fact that when religious conversion was taking place, and the Christian tribals wanted protection, the Baghel government didn't give it to them. That the Baghel government didn't stand by them in their hour of need. Baghel government didn't give them some of the forest rights that they wanted. And they said, we are forming our own party. I won't be surprised if HMR, the Hamar Adivasi party, which has been set up by the likes of the old Congress leader Arvind Netam, who left the Congress in August this year, are actually denting the Congress in Bastar. And we are seeing with Sarguja also, where the Congress had swept, T.S. Singh, Dev kind of leader losing, someone who's won with 50% plus of the vote. So that is making a difference.
Shivraj Singh Chouhan is speaking at this moment. He'd be delighted. I spoke to him after the poll. Let's listen to him. And this is the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister speaking at this moment.
गैस के रिसाव के कारण हजारों भाई बहन जिनमें हमारे छोटे छोटे बच्चे शामिल थे उन्होंने अपनी जिंदगी खो दी, असमय काल के गाल में समा गए। भोपाल का वो दृश्य भूलता नहीं है जब सड़कों पर अपनी जान बचाने अपने बच्चों को लेकर भाई और बहन दौड़ रहे थे और वो भयानक दृश्य ऐसा है कि कई मवेशी भैंसें ऐसी थी जिनके पेट फट गए थे। दौड़ते दौड़ते कई लोग गिरे और हमेशा के लिए दुनिया छोड़ के चले गए। मैं हम सब भाई बहनों के चरणों में श्रद्धा के सुमन अर्पित करता हूं, लेकिन इस संकल्प के साथ कि फिर कोई शहर भोपाल ना बने। ऐसी गैस ट्रेजेडी फिर ना दोहराई जाए। हमें सबको सोचना पड़ेगा। केवल मध्य प्रदेश और देश की बात नहीं करता, दुनिया को भी, कि भौतिक प्रगति की अंधी चाह में हम प्रकृति के साथ ऐसा खिलवाड़ ना करें कि प्रकृति हमको ही निगल ले। और इसलिए विकास और पर्यावरण में हमको संतुलन स्थापित करना पड़ेगा। ये धरती सबके लिए है, मनुष्यों के साथ साथ कीट पतंगे, जीव जंतु, पशु पक्षियों के लिए भी है। तो सबके लिए धरती सुरक्षित बने और आने वाली पीढ़ियों के रहने के लायक भी बनी रहे। ऐसे सारे प्रयास न केवल हमको मध्य प्रदेश में बल्कि देश में और दुनिया में सबको करने पड़ेंगे। अभी दुबई में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने धरती को बचाने के लिए जो आवश्यक कदम उठाने हैं उनका जिक्र किया था। भारत उस रास्ते पर चलेगा। मध्य प्रदेश भी हर संभव प्रयत्न करेगा कि पर्यावरण के साथ छेड़छाड़ ना हो और आगे हम विकास को ऐसा संतुलित करें कि वो विकास हमारे लिए जानलेवा ना बने। मैं एक बार फिर गैस पीड़ित भाई और बहनों के जो नहीं रहे उनके चरणों में श्रद्धा के सुमन अर्पित करता हूं। जो हैं उनके कल्याण के काम हम करते रहेंगे और आगे फिर कोई ऐसी ट्रेजेडी ना हो, इसके लिए हर संभव प्रबंध करेंगे।
Remember, of course, today is December 3rd and 1984, December 2nd night, 3rd morning was when the horrific Bhopal gas tragedy took place, killing thousands of people. Shivraj Singh Chouhan remembering that day.
But it's also a show of confidence, Rajdeep. The fact that he's emerging, he's also staking claim.
That's right.
Because I've done it. No matter how much the BJP in different quarters in Madhya Pradesh tried to undermine him, at 138 with 21 leads from the last time, Shivraj Singh Chouhan, like Yogi Adityanath in Uttar Pradesh, emerging as a force in his own right. No matter what you think, you know, people even in the BJP were saying, bore ho gaye, ubasi aa gaye, thak gaye, he's sounding repetitive. If he's been able to lead the BJP to 138 leads at this moment with 29 trends over the last elections, Shivraj Singh Chouhan is one of the biggest winners today. Make absolutely no mistake about that. That's the verdict. And his Ladli Bahina scheme turning out to be a game changer. Our poll was showing a 10% vote share gap between the BJP and the Congress amongst the women. This, like Yogi, in Uttar Pradesh, where the BJP thought 220, 230, they actually ended up with more than 300. This is a big victory for the man of the moment, Shivraj Singh Chouhan.
And, you know, after our poll, when we conducted it, he spoke to us on the phone. He was, in fact, while the poll was on, his secretary was sending messages. And one of the things that he mentioned, which I thought is an important word in politics, it's the word called bharosa. It means trust. You see, Shivraj Singh Chouhan put 1,250 rupees in the pockets of women through the Ladli Bahina scheme. The Congress promised it. But when I'm getting it already from one person, I tend to trust him. I got a sense, Preeti, when we traveled, and you traveled a lot there as well, that women trusted Shivraj Singh Chouhan to deliver on that promise. Yes, there were other serious problems. There are paper leak problems. There was the Patwari recruitment scam. There is a sense that, you know, there are very few jobs that the government has created. But purely on the gender factor, it appeared that Shivraj Singh Chouhan, and not just Ladli Bahina, before that there's Ladli Lakshmi. In fact, he told me that I've had a series of schemes for
Since
30 years. Don't just focus on this. Do you agree that there is gender which cut across caste in Madhya Pradesh?
Well, you're right there, and it comes from with what you pointed out right in the beginning, Rajdeep, Bharosa. So there is a sense of affinity that the women of Madhya Pradesh, you know, the fact is we can talk ad nauseum, but the fact he's called Mamaji hasn't come overnight, right? It's been coined, it's been fueled, and it's been fueled over generations per se, where the women of Madhya Pradesh are concerned. So you'll speak to somebody who's just the first time voter, and you speak to the grandmother of that voter and 3 generations of that, you know, in the same family. They have that affinity where they believe that he will deliver on, you know, on these grounds. While in this case, the Congress was offering 1,500 rupees, but for them, 1,000 rupees raised to 1,250 rupees was a lot more than the promise of a 1,500 rupees in case the Congress government came to power. And this is what cut across regions. It cut across the Chambal region to the Mahakoshal region, and it also cut across, you know, to the other Bundelkhand and Bagelkhand.
So we can show that, Preeti. On the election intelligence dashboard, I can show you where the BJP's leads are actually coming from. The BJP is down 3 in the Bagelkhand region. Bagelkhand, I just got somebody saying Bagelkhand, Bagelkhand is not sounding right. Okay, so Bagelkhand. In Bundelkhand, they're up 7. In Chambal, the BJP is up 11. That's good news for Jyotiradittya Scindia. In Mahakoshal, the BJP is up 6. In Malwa, the BJP is up 4. In Nimar, the BJP is up 5 seats. If I look at the Congress's gains and losses, the Congress is losing 6 seats in Bundelkhand, 10 in Chambal, 7 in Mahakoshal, 4 in Malwa and 3 in Nimar. Pooja Shali joins us from right outside Shivraj Singh Chouhan's residence. There is a question that's been asked within BJP circles in particular, whether there will be a generational change, whether the top brass in Delhi will want to change the chief minister. Given that the BJP currently leads at 139, are Shivraj Singh Chouhan supporters confident that it will be Mama Ji once more?
Let's ask that question then, because for now, Rahul, what a moment this is turning out here in Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh. Just for the starters, I'm at the Chief Minister's residence. This is where Shivraj Singh Chouhan, 4-time Chief Minister, 2005, when he took over, 2008 to 2013, then returning in 2020 after the Congress government had collapsed. These workers are all set. And like you heard, Shivraj Singh Chouhan's confidence. He's gone ahead as per schedule for the Bhopal gas tragedy, where he's paid the tribute, says we'll continue to work. Let's ask the question. अच्छा, एक बात बताइए, आप आइए, कितने सालों से आपने शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी को देखा है मुख्यमंत्री? अब क्या शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी ही आने चाहिए, मामा ही आने चाहिए, या कोई और आना चाहिए, बदल जाना चाहिए?
नहीं, शिवराज सिंह चौहान। शिवराज भैया राज करो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। शिवराज भैया राज करो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं।
मुख्यमंत्री, ये बदलाव नहीं चाहिए, जो कह रहे थे कि इतने सालों से है, अब तो बदल जाना चाहिए, कांग्रेस आ जाएगी, तो ये जो अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं 130 से 140 की तरफ, ये क्या दर्शाता है?
शिवराज भैया को जनता चाहती है, क्योंकि उन्होंने इतने अच्छे काम किए हैं कि अभी तक मध्य प्रदेश में किसी भी मुख्यमंत्री ने नहीं किए। और विकास बोलता है।
हाँ बोली, शिवराज जी का काम बोलता है, जो फालतू गप्पे छप्पे नहीं, कुछ नहीं चलेंगे कांग्रेस के।
लाडली बहना चली आप?
अरे लाडली बहना नहीं,
दौड़ के चली।
अब लाडली बहनों ज्यादा काम रहा पुरुषों का, पुरुषों का। अरे मैं आप बताऊं, तन मन और धन।
All right, so these are the supporters, and I must add here, of course, there is Ladli Behna scheme for the young women, for girls, but remember, there's also the tribal section here, 47 seats that BJP had lost earlier in 2018. It had gone to the Congress party. Is it going to get that back? Because it's the tribal belt, it's the women, it's the young girls. And now this gentleman says also the men have voted, and they are saying it has to be Shivraj Singh Chouhan. We are not ready for any change. Bharatiya Janata Party.
आज तक की जो रिपोर्टिंग बता रहे थे 149 गलत बता रहे थे कि ये ऐसा बोल दिया कांग्रेस, जबकि 101 इससे ऊपर आएगी।
क्योंकि बिल्कुल सही बैठा है हमारा रुझान, बिल्कुल। See, so the people here, Rahul, Rajdeep, they are watching Aaj Tak India Today's Access My India polls, and they are saying it's actually there. Where what we were suggesting, 140 to 162, that is what is happening presently, and it's only trending. So back to you in the studio. Here I can tell you preparations are on. Shivraj Singh Chouhan and Jyotiradittya Scindia have gone as per schedule to pay tribute over the anniversary of Bhopal gas tragedy, but they'll be returning here at the Chief Minister's house. Laddus are ready. I can tell you that they're just waiting for an official confirmation.
I hope you get some of those laddus as well. The good thing about being a reporter on the ground is you can eat a laddu no matter who wins, right? Especially if you're India today, we can have laddus. We can have laddus in both hands, and if the poll has done as well as it has, then we can have double the laddus. Here is the retained ratio of Telangana. What this suggests is just gives you the sense of anti-incumbency against K. Chandrasekhar Rao. Out of the 88 seats that the BRS had won last time, they are currently trailing on 61% of those seats, retaining only 34 of those 88. And the big wins are coming for the Congress, which has bagged 50 seats, which the BRS had last time. The BJP has picked up 2 seats the BRS had last time. Others have picked up 2. For the Congress, it had 19 seats that it won last time. They're retaining 74% of those. They've lost 5. 4 of those are going to the BRS, none to the BJP, none to the AIMIM. So the BJP had only 1 seat, so that doesn't really make much of a difference. Let's look at the BRS's gains and losses and where these are coming from. In the northern part of Telangana, the BRS is currently trailing on 20 seats they had last time. In the central part of Telangana, the BRS is down 12 from the last time. In Hyderabad, the BRS is down 3. In the southern region of Telangana, the BRS is down 15. Where are the Congress's gains and losses? As I said, and this is the magic and the power of the election intelligence dashboard, which we've worked so hard with the India Today Data Intelligence Unit to power live for you. 19 of the leads for the Congress coming from the north, 14 of the leads for the Congress coming from central, 3 interestingly from Hyderabad. The Congress was supposed to be a wipeout in Hyderabad. That doesn't seem to be the case. 14 of those leads, T.S. Sudhir, coming from the south. And interestingly, even in Chhattisgarh, the Congress is now back in the lead. So our poll, I mean, beyond a point, we don't really care who wins, but we want our poll to be correct. Congress again in the lead in Chhattisgarh.
Our poll is also 3-1. Our poll as of now is 3-1. We are completely spot on in Madhya Pradesh. We are completely spot on in Telangana. We are completely spot on in Chhattisgarh. It's in Rajasthan.
No, but we were at 100.
But there we will say Rajdeep won, Pradeep Gupta.
But our poll was 100 in Rajasthan.
If I could add here,
our poll was 100 in Rajasthan.
In Chhattisgarh, the Congress is ahead, but both Singh and Baghel are trailing.
But by a very narrow margin. So Vijay Baghel is leading by just about 1,000 votes against Bhupesh Baghel in Patan. So that's not a very big
Rahul
lead.
Kanwal, 9 p.m. on your News Today group. I have given my number 2 plays 2. As of now, 2 is playing 2.
Rajdeep,
right?
I must tell our viewers, it's very slippery. Very slippery. One second. The numbers we have to stick. The numbers, Rajdeep, we have to stick with are our post-poll numbers. If the post-poll numbers are right, then we are.
As of now, 3 of our post-poll numbers are spot on. In Rajasthan, we had given the edge to the Congress in a tight race. All I'm saying, please see my number if you can.
But Rajdeep, you know, it might be too premature, like Raman Singh from the BJP in Chhattisgarh, who's already tweeted that Suraj gaya hai for the BJP. So
you see the problem. No, the problem for the BJP in Chhattisgarh at the moment is that the rural seats still the Congress is leading 41 to 31. It's in urban and semi-urban that the BJP is leading the Congress. So, in fact, in urban it's 6-3, in semi-urban 5-4. They will need to make up that gap in the rural seats.
Okay.
The tribal areas could still be critical, but it could go down to the wire.
Okay, so
Chhattisgarh could go to the wire.
Let's spend a moment in Chhattisgarh to try and see if and what can change. So let me look at the margin calculator for Chhattisgarh, which will give you a sense of how many seats are currently being won and lost with a margin of less than 1,000 votes. So here it is on your screen. There's 72 seats where the margin at this moment is less than 1,000. And if it's less than 1,000, as the votes get counted, the situation could change. The Congress is leading on 38 of those the BJP is leading on 34. So there are only 18 seats where the margin is more than 1,000. In the others, there's still a tight contest going on. So Chhattisgarh will keep us busy and engaged for a while. You were talking about how the Congress is doing on the tribal seats, how the BJP is doing on the tribal seats in Chhattisgarh. There are 47 seats where the tribal population is more than 20%. The Congress is leading on 27 such seats. The BJP is leading on 20 such seats. Amongst the Dalit-dominated seats of Chhattisgarh, there are 16 seats where the Dalit population is more than 16%. The BJP is leading on 8. The Congress is leading on 8. In the Sahu-dominated seats, 26 such seats where the Sahu community population is more than 20%. The Congress is leading on 12. The BJP is leading on 14. In the Banya-dominated seats of Chhattisgarh, the Congress is leading on 2, the BJP on 1. In the Thakur-dominated seats, 6 seats where the Thakur population is more than 20%. The Congress leading on 2, the BJP Rajdeep on 4. So Chhattisgarh still very much in the fray. The super over could possibly come in Chhattisgarh.
And the reason why Chhattisgarh becomes important is there's huge difference, I think, between 2-2 and 3-1. At 3-1, the BJP is balle all the way. At 2-2, the Congress will clutch on to its straws and say, look, we retained 1 and we've gained 1. So I think that's how important it is now in Chhattisgarh. Charan Singh Sapra, spokesperson Congress, and Tuhin Sinha, spokesperson of the BJP, joining us. Charan Singh Sapra, to you first. Not looking good for the Congress at the moment, I'm afraid, Mr. Sapra. As of now, you are only comfortable in Telangana, south of the Vindhyas. North India is either rejecting you or clearly putting the BJP in a fight with you, as in Chhattisgarh. Mr. Sapra. Okay, we're having a problem with his line. Let's go to Tuhin Sinha. Tuhin, you've dressed in the appropriate colors. You obviously knew which way the wind was blowing this morning.
Well, the country is increasingly going to get saffronized from here, and this is going to mark the end of the Indie alliance. You know, Rajdeep, two things are very clear. Number one, when it comes to Madhya Pradesh, the combined credibility of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji and Shivraj Singh Chouhan ji is very clear on the ground. And in the other states, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan, look at the hatred that people today have against the Congress hypocrisy. It is very important to know that, you know, when you travel on the ground, I have heard you mention in one of your programs, when it came to Madhya Pradesh, there was no anger against the existing government. But the anger is against the Congress despite them not being in power. Why? Because number one, they presided over all the Sanatan attacks which was happening in the last 3 months. They are the hub of corruption in all the 3 states which they managed to retain, which they managed to win in the last 2 years or so, Karnataka or Himachal. They have presided over a financial anarchy with their fake promises. So I think, you know, there is a sense of disgruntlement in the people against the Congress party, including in Congress allies. And Akhilesh Yadav has been the most vocal against the Congress party. So I think this is going to mark the end of the Indie alliance. And for the first time, there is a pro-incumbency factor. Even after 10 years, BJP will go into the 2024 with a very clear pro-incumbency sentiment for the central government.
Okay, Rajdeep, we have over here now the national big picture that emerges. For what it's worth, if you add up all the leads which you have across the states, I want to take you through on the election intelligence dashboard the overall national big picture that emerges. Remember, the Congress had 320 wins the last time out of these 638. Right now, they're at 270. The BJP is at 298. So the BJP with a 28-seat lead across these 4 states, despite the fact that in Telangana they're doing far worse than the Congress. Despite that, in the overall big picture, as far as bragging rights are concerned, the BJP, Ashok Malik, would like this number, 298 versus 270.
See, if you look at where the seats are coming from, if the BJP, as I said earlier, has to repeat its majority in 2024, it has to win big in its bastions in Western India and Northern India. And of course, get some incremental seats in Eastern India and Southern India. But West and North are crucial for the BJP. And these results, if these results bear out till the evening, show us that the BJP is well on course to repeating its performance in 2024 in Western India and Northern India.
And look at the historical timeline of Madhya Pradesh. If you look at this graph on your screen, the BJP has typically won Madhya Pradesh big. The saffron line is that of the BJP, the blue line is that of the Congress, The BJP won big, 173 versus 38 in 2003, 143 versus 71 in 2008, 165 versus 58 in 2013. If you're looking for insights into what might happen in 2024, remember that's when Prime Minister Modi is on the ticket. If even without having Prime Minister Modi himself on the ticket, the BJP is sitting at 148 versus 79. Those in the stock market, those in corporate India, those watching for what this might mean for the Lok Sabha elections, 148 versus 79 means in the Hindi heartland, the BJP looking very strong. Only in Chhattisgarh, the BJP losing at this moment, but that also not by very much.
They're still gaining from last time.
Oh, they got hammered last time, so they're up on a low base. But Rajdeep, they're coming back, and this looks now like the outlier. This is where the trend has been in the last 5 elections. We're going back to that trend.
I think both, therefore, when you contrast it to 2018 is significant, because in 2018, the Congress wins these states and yet is demolished in the Lok Sabha. Now imagine when you actually have governments in those states and then Mr. Modi comes on the ticket. You know, this whole double engine argument that has been made. The double engine argument, for whatever reason, didn't work in Karnataka. I think in states where the BJP's organization doesn't match up to the power or the appeal of the Prime Minister, the BJP struggles.
But Rahul,
we saw a bit of that in Himachal Pradesh as well, where in Himachal Pradesh, the BJP's organization had got enfeebled. But where the BJP's organization is rock solid, we talk of Madhya Pradesh as a BJP-ruled state, it's also where the RSS is so powerful. Go to any village in Madhya Pradesh, you will see that the RSS has its shakas, the Vanvasi Kalyan Kendras. That adds then to the power of the BJP. 28 out of 29 last time in the Lok Sabha. Obviously, with these numbers, the BJP will feel confident of Madhya Pradesh. They'll feel reasonably confident of Rajasthan as well. The question now comes in Rajasthan, do you go with a new generational change or stick to a Vasundhara Raje? That's a question the BJP will have to answer. But with 151 in Madhya Pradesh, I know Ashok Malik has been saying the BJP may look beyond Shivraj Singh Chouhan. I actually think this is Shivraj Singh Chauhan's biggest moment. Look, I don't think you can deny him right away his moment in the sun.
All I'm saying is if you need to do a transition there, then 150 gives you more opportunity to do it than 120.
But where would that leave? You know, why would I do a transition? Why would I break something?
That's okay. The party leadership.
Shivraj Singh Chauhan is 64-year-old and there is no, as such, there is no successor there. It's not that age is not on his side. And Rajdeep, what you were saying about the, the BJP, RSS, Sangh Parivar imprints in Madhya Pradesh, they were very much visible in Chhindwara. When I went to see there was more, the saffron than, the green number of green trees there. And mind you, it's largely forest area. So there was so much of sadhus and sons and all over the country had come to, defeat Kamal Nath.
But you tell me, did Kamal Nath make a mistake by saying, I am the Hanuman Bhakt? I am more Hindu than the BJP. What was the alternative? You see, Rahul Gandhi comes to Madhya Pradesh and talks of caste census. Kamal Nath speaks of Hindutva. Where is that one consistent narrative that you need to defeat the BJP in a state? The Congress didn't have it in Madhya Pradesh.
You are within your rights to run down Kamal Nath, but what Kamal Nath did was he did not allow some kind of communal polarization that I saw in Rajasthan taking place in Madhya Pradesh. So that was there, but it didn't work.
But seemingly has worked more in Madhya Pradesh than it's worked in Rajasthan.
But my sense is the Congress did well in local corporation elections in March this year. And they thought it was a done deal. Then they won Karnataka, got even more overconfident. I get a sense the Congress has paid a huge price for overconfidence in Madhya Pradesh. And the BJP, on the other hand,
let's listen to Shivraj Singh Chauhan. He's out there.
असीम श्रद्धा और अगाध विश्वास है उन्होंने जो यहाँ सभाएं की जनता से अपील की वो जनता के दिल को छू गई और उसी के कारण ये परिणाम जो अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं ये प्रमुख कारण है डबल इंजन की सरकार दिल्ली में प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में केंद्र सरकार ने जो काम किया उसको यहाँ ठीक से हमने इम्प्लीमेंट किया और जो यहाँ योजनाएं बनी लाडली लक्ष्मी से लेकर लाडली बहना तक का एक अद्भुत सफर जो मध्य प्रदेश ने तय किया गरीबों के लिए किसानों के लिए भांजे भांजियों के लिए जो काम हुए वो भी जनता के दिल को छू गए और एक परिवार मध्य प्रदेश बन गया। अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, उनका जिस ढंग से यहाँ साथ मिला, और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, हमारे संगठन के नेतृत्व में कार्यकर्ताओं ने अनथक परिश्रम किया। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, संगठन महामंत्री, उनके साथ टीम जुटी रही, और जैसा भूपेंद्र यादव जी ने, शिव प्रकाश जी ने, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने जो मार्गदर्शन किया, उससे चुनाव के अभियान को सही गति और दिशा मिली। और इसलिए मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हम बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी, शानदार मेजॉरिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आएगी, क्योंकि जनता का प्रेम हर कहीं दिखाई देता था।
सभी कांटे निकाल दिए, आप कह चुके थे पहले भी, अभी भी आप।
मैंने पहले भी कहा कि
wondering if this is accidental. I promise you it's not. No person who's in the fray to be chief minister shows up that early in the morning on counting day unless he's taking claim. What Shivraj Singh Chouhan has done from those two public appearances this morning, Rajdeep, is signal to voters in Madhya Pradesh, to all those watching in Delhi, or to all those watching on TV and everybody in Delhi at the BJP headquarters, that this is my victory.
And you know,
that's the underlying message. He's not saying it, but if he had any, he's not staying at home. He's out there staking claim.
And you know, Rahul, Jo Jeeta Wo Sikandar, BJP has every reason to celebrate Madhya Pradesh. But look at what they did. In September this year, go anywhere across Madhya Pradesh, the posters would have Mr. Modi on the top and 12 leaders at the bottom, including Shivraj Singh Chouhan, Narendra Singh Tomar, Rakesh Singh. They were all of the Jyotiraditya Scindia. It wasn't as if Shivraj was even first among equals. By October end is when the BJP changed and realized that, yeah, Shivraj Singh Chouhan may be a little bit more popular. This is where the BJP's tracker polls, I think, helped it. They recognized that Shivraj Singh Chouhan does have a trust, a sense of identity that the other leaders don't have, and slowly but surely projected him. I don't think now they can turn back. Yes, there are people like Prahlad Patel, also from the backward caste community, who will be seen as potential rivals for the future. But at least till 2024 Lok Sabha, Mr. Modi's aim is 300 seat, 300 par Lok Sabha. Till then, I think they will stick with Shivraj Singh Chouhan. Rajasthan will be more interesting, because you are not as dependent possibly on Vasundhara Raje once you've crossed 100 seats. There you may look for an alternative.
You've not dependent at all. You didn't use her for the election. Why would you need her now?
That's right. So I think if you are going to see a chief minister election, you agree with that, Chetan, that you know, maybe you want a generational change in Rajasthan.
Whether it's, I don't know which generation they'll be, but they clearly didn't want to project her as the face, whatever may be the internal reasons for that. They wanted to keep control on the state, and now it's just without a face, they won that state. That is a bigger victory for BJP center than a victory with a local face.
In the dying hours of
what's your sense, Preeti? Will they go with Vasundhara Raje or will they look for an alternative?
Rajdeep, in the dying hours of the campaign, Vasundhara did find favour back in branding, back in posters, right next to Modi in the last two rallies. But having said that, if this number stays at about 100, then yes, Vasundhara Raje will be somebody who will be in. If
so
it
what's
goes,
the number
if they pull it away, over 110. 110, if they pull it away, then I do see that they might think of somebody else. Our own poll suggests somebody like a Baba Balaknath, who's a sitting MP of Alwar and now contesting from Tijara.
Ashok, do you think they'll stick with Vasundhara Raje at 105?
104, 105, yes. 110, no.
You know, it's very interesting what's happening in Rajasthan. There are very few states of North India, and Rahul, you please come in on this, where independents get 20 plus. You've got independents, and we look at their vote percentage, but I have little doubt that independents will be 20% plus. In a two-horse race, you have a large space for a third front. I wonder if Sachin Pilot could have taken that gamble 6 or 9 months ago and tried to create a third front, which was Hanuman Beniwal, Sachin Pilot, Aam Aadmi Party coming together. How do you see this role of independence in a state like Rajasthan?
So one, in last 5 elections, independent, like basically non-Congress, non-BJP vote share has always been around 20% and seat share has been around 15%.
Yes.
And that's what we are going to see even now. especially for the Congress, what was happening, that the independents used to tilt the balance in favor of one chief ministerial candidate. Right? Last time, I think because Congress fell short and Gehlot could have his day, because he also had people who became independents. And I think something Vasundhara Raje might be trying this time, that if BJP falls short of number or close to 100, she might rely on some of those independents.
Rajdeep, what one needs to look at, one needs to look at is who are these independents. These are, these are parties which is the BSP, it's the RLD. There is one, I think, which is leading, which is the RLD. Then the RLP, which is Hanuman Beniwal's party. Then you have the tribal party, BAM now. And then you have certain independents like Yunus Khan and the others who have not been given a ticket by the BJP or the Congress who've gone rogue.
Okay, and importantly, Vasundhara Raje herself is leading at the moment in Jhalrapatan, a seat that she's dominated for the last 20 years. So she is comfortably leading in another potential candidate, Satish Punia, Jat face of the BJP, former party president, is leading now in Amer. You've got Rajyavardhan Rathod on the other hand, who's at the moment trailing. We're told, let's look at the VIPs again. Rajyavardhan Rathod at the moment from Jotwara is trailing at the moment. But that's, remember, only at the moment. So all of the candidates, anybody else?
CP Joshi, Rajdeep.
CP Joshi
Vishwaraj of Mewar, Vishwaraj Singh of the Mewar royal family up against him. CP Joshi, Nathdwara. There, Rajdeep, first up.
CP Joshi, remember, once lost an election by one vote. Speaker in the last assembly, he's trailing. Ashok Gehlot is leading in Sardarpura at the moment. That's been his bastion in Jodhpur. Where is Sachin Pilot at the moment?
Finally leading.
Mr. Pilot is leading in Tonk. Remember, this has a large Gujjar Muslim population, expected therefore to win eventually in the end at the moment. Vishwaraj Mewar is the one who's leading in Nathwara.
Shanti Dhariwal is trailing. He was one of the who orchestrated a rogue CLP in last year.
In fact, I want to tell you, when Shanti Dhariwal was being given a ticket, apparently at the Congress meeting, there was Shanti. Because Sonia Gandhi said, who is this Shanti Dhariwal? Is he the same person who tried to rebel? He was not given a ticket initially, but eventually got one.
Rajdeep, the leader of opposition, Rajendra Rathore, is trailing from Taranagar.
That's right. So the good news for Vasundhara is that a lot of the potential chief ministerial candidates who could be chief minister, Rajendra Rathore being one name, he could eventually win, are trailing at the moment. So Vasundhara Raje looks like potentially at 104 seats for the BJP, virtually in the same situation that Ashok Gehlot was last time. 99 seats for the Congress when they formed the government in 2018. Gehlot was seen as the person who could bring independence together. I am told out of the others 23, 7 to 8 are those who owe allegiance to Vasundhara Raje in Rajasthan.
Let's go across to Aishwarya Paliwal. She's in Jaipur, and Aishwarya, the BJP in a tight contest as far as vote share is concerned seems to be poised to win. It seems the BJP at this moment is likely to cross the halfway mark in Rajasthan. They're already singing and dancing at the BJP office there. Those are images from the BJP headquarters in Jaipur. The dholwalas are out. The balloons are up, so they were obviously expecting this. The balloons are nicely set, so they clearly thought that they were likely to win. Aishwarya, can you hear me? Aishwarya, I think the dole is so loud that she can't hear us. Aishwarya, go for it. Just go for it. Tell us what's happening there.
So Rahul, we just straight cut to the visuals here. The women, in fact, in large numbers present here. क्या आप लोगों को लग रहा था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी इतनी भारी बहुमत से जीतेगी? आप लोग काफी भारी संख्या में आए हैं। हमें क्या लगता है? आप लोगों को लग रहा था कि बीजेपी जीतेगी?
बिल्कुल, ये जीत प्रत्याशित थी। इस जीत की तस्वीर 2 साल पहले लिख गई थी। गहलोत सरकार के कुशासन से तंग आ गई। जनता ने जो बहुमत दिया है, इस गहलोत सरकार कहना चाहूंगी मैं, इसके कुशासन से निजात पाई है। और आज नारी शक्ति बहुत खुश है, बहुत खुश है।
Nari Shakti, Rahul, is something that everyone here is talking about. The women, Rahul, let me tell you, are turning up in large numbers. The dhol here that you can see right outside the BJP office in Jaipur, the dhol taking place here, everyone is dancing, everyone is in a celebratory mode, and they all believe, Rahul, that numbers will go up. As the counting proceeds, they believe that this actually will be a prachand bahut for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
From there, let's cut across to Revant Reddy's residence, Nagarjun, Dwarkanath. joins us from Hyderabad. 70 leads for the Congress, up 51 from the last time. The BRS down 51 from the last time. Revant Reddy, from what we can see, at least his supporters are expecting Nagarjun that he's going to be Chief Minister. The party hasn't announced just yet, but he has that confidence that he's the man who's led them to power. It's his turn to rule Hyderabad and rule Telangana. Nagarjun. Okay, give us a moment as we try and
But I think Rahul, what we can do, and we can ask our producers to do this, call two elections very clearly. BJP is going to form the next government in Madhya Pradesh. Bhopal is going the BJP way in a massive, potentially 2/3 victory. The India Today Axis My India polls spot on in Madhya Pradesh. All the criticism, all the anger that we had to face in the last 48 hours, getting messages at 5 a.m. in the morning saying your poll is wrong. I'm sorry, the poll is spot on. Well done, Pradeep Gupta in Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh, we are calling Shivraj Singh Chouhan-led BJP is set to form the government in Madhya Pradesh. We are also calling Telangana, that Telangana, barring a last-minute surprise, the Congress is set to form the government in Hyderabad, displacing 10 years of TRS.
No, what surprise can there be? With 51 leads.
70, I'm just saying 60 is the halfway mark. So I'm not saying that they're... Yes.
It's bad news for BRS. It's also bad news for the AIMIM. It's leading only in 4 seats.
That's right, very interesting.
Down 3. And I'm told Karwan, Nampally and Yakutpura, these are the 3 constituencies where it is trailing right now.
Huge! That's huge.
So I can show that
for Asaduddin Owaisi,
Yes.
this is a huge setback.
Yeah.
He takes this area as his fortress. And aligning with the BRS, it would suggest, Sudhir, that the minorities have consolidated behind the Congress.
No, the narrative of the Congress that the MIM has some kind of a deal with the BJP seems to have found some traction.
Absolutely.
In spots. But of course, these are small leads right now for the Congress. But yes, the fact that he is trailing, because Yakutpura kind of thing, it had only 39% polling. Most of the old city constituencies have had less than 45% polling in a state which has seen 71% polling. So in that sense, the old city, the Congress seems to have breached it if these early leads hold.
Excellent point, Sudhir.
So AIMIM is currently leading only on 3 seats, down from 7 for the last time. The Congress is on 70, up 51 from the last time. If I look at how the minority-dominated seats of Telangana have voted, there are 17 seats where the Muslim population is more than 20%. The BRS is half of where they were last time. Others are at 3. They were at 7 last time. Congress is at 5. It's up 4. So there has been a move of the minority vote from the BRS AIMM tango to the Congress in Telangana.
And one of the shifts that took place in Telangana was when by early part of this year, I would say mid part of the year, rumors were spread or speculation that the BRS had some deal with the BJP. When K. Kavita, who was once accused in the Delhi liquor scam, suddenly it appears that the agencies are going soft on it. The Congress sent coins and digital messages saying BRS and BJP bhai.
Even the PM said that in one of his campaign speeches.
In fact, the PM went to the extent of saying BRS, K. Chandrasekhar Rao wanted to join the NDA. Yes. All of that went against the NDA, and Sudhir makes a great point. It resulted in a minority consolidation. Muslims, OBCs and Dalits have come together to back the Congress there.
And one of the reasons why they are doing so well in the north, Kaleshwaram irrigation project, the Congress went to town talking about the Kaleshwaram ATM, that it has been the cash cow for the BRS. That seems to have found some traction if these results are
Nagarjun Dwarkanath is now live with us right outside Revant Reddy's residence. Nagarjun, power, police and politicians seem to sense that that's the man who will be the next chief minister.
Well, that's true. In fact, the followers at Revant Reddy's house also are chanting the slogans that CM, Revant Anna CM. That's the slogans that we are hearing now. And all the recipes to celebrate are already here. The ingredients to celebrate the win. We can show you the crackers, the flowers, and the dole is already here. They started just celebrating now, but a message came from inside saying, wait for one more hour, don't start celebrating right away. And you can see the followers already on the other end in front of Revant Reddy's house that people are chanting slogans of him becoming the next chief minister of Telangana. But what is good news for him is he's leading in both the seats. He's a Jain slayer at this point of time because he took on the Chief Minister Kama Reddy head on, and he knew that it's a tough battle because it was not his typical conventional seat, but he did go there after Kodangal and contested there. Even on the polling day, he finished his voting in Kodangal and went back to Kama Reddy to make sure that he goes around the booths talking to people and looking at all the preparations being necessarily done there and meet the Karyakartas as well. So all credit to him is what the Congress is saying. And also the message that I'm picking up is DK Shivkumar, who is in a private hotel in Hyderabad, is closely monitoring the issue and the numbers now. He's saying that 65 below, we take a flight to Bengaluru, 65 and above, all the MLAs come to Taj Krishna for celebrations with sweets and also some good food in the night.
Okay, so K. Chandrasekhar Rao, the Chief Minister, is trailing in Kama Reddy at this moment. He's leading in Gajwel, but in Kama Reddy at this moment, Revanth Reddy is leading. That would be a very big win. I want to go across to Akshita Nandgopal. She's at the Congress headquarters in Hyderabad. Akshita, I see the dole is out. The Congress supporters out to celebrate. There's a massive political tsunami in Telangana. The Congress is romping home in style.
Rahul, I can't hear a word of what you're saying because the music is non-stop here. But what you see on your screens is a milk abhishekam. First of Sonia Gandhi, then of Rahul and Revanth Reddy. Perhaps indicative of really who's going to be in charge here of Telangana. With the numbers now coming in, safe to say that the Congress is not prematurely celebrating anymore. They're going ahead and celebrating the numbers that they're receiving. I just spoke to the war room in charge who says that it's going to be 75 plus for the Congress. That, of course, we'll have to wait and see. But
in a lead. Remember, if the BJP is able to win Chhattisgarh, it would be a clean sweep. What a win it would be for the BJP in the Hindi heartland. The BJP at this moment leading on 49 seats in Chhattisgarh. Their leads, as you can see, are coming from across the state. They're not concentrated in any one pocket. The Congress is down to 39. That's a loss of 29 seats from the last time. Chhattisgarh is the big story at this moment because Madhya Pradesh is a sweep for the BJP. In Rajasthan, they've been in the lead for a long time. It is Chhattisgarh which seemed to be slipping out of the saffron party's hand. Now the BJP is dancing in Chhattisgarh as well. At this moment, 49 leads, Rajdeep, for the BJP in Chhattisgarh.
And the turnaround is taking place in the tribal belt. Remember last time, 29 seats, the BJP won, the Congress won 25. Now in Bastar alone, the BJP leading in 8, the Congress in just 3, the CPI in 1. And the smaller party, the Amar party, is damaging the Congress. The the sense is that the Congress in the tribal belts is where they are taking the hit this time. And once you take a hit in the tribal belt, that's where that pivoted the Congress into victory last time. Now you're finding the Congress struggling, which is why even the likes of T.S. Singh Deo are trailing despite having 50% of the vote. I won't be surprised now if the BJP wins Chhattisgarh. It is 3-1 possibly.
And that would be a big victory because they were never really in the race in Telangana. So if your BJP is able to win all the 3 states in the Hindi heartland,
just a repeat of 2018.
2-0, what could have happened?
Reversal of 2018.
Reverse of 2018.
But the interesting thing could be that this could make 2024 that much simple and clear. There's been unpredictability around the verdict today. But if this is the way it shapes up, 2024 becomes that much more settled from a BJP point of view.
It also affects intra-India alliance dynamics.
India alliance is in trouble.
No, the dynamics within the alliance also change.
The Congress will be chastened. The other allies will say, we told you you can't beat the BJP in a head-on-head fight, so please back off and give us some space.
Well, as per sources, already an India alliance meeting has been called on the 6th.
What's the point of this alliance?
This morning.
What is the entire
Ajay
point?
Alok of the Bharatiya Janata Party now joins us. Ajay, 50 leads at this moment for the BJP in Chhattisgarh. Not just is the BJP sweeping Madhya Pradesh, winning Rajasthan. If you end up winning Chhattisgarh, you would have swept the heartland.
Well, Rahul, the trends are very encouraging and we always knew it right from the beginning. Though the whole media in the country was not ready to believe that we are doing good in Chhattisgarh or we'll sweep Madhya Pradesh. Everybody was saying Rajasthan, okay, but Madhya Pradesh is tough, Chhattisgarh, no way. Everybody was saying. But we on the ground always knew that yes, we are going to come. Because people understood this matchbox concept of Congress government, what they were operating in Chhattisgarh. the whole matchbox theory. Congress, corruption. Corruption, money. Money going to Naxals and money going for conversion. This whole thing happened in Bastar, and that was the reason that today Bastar has replied them. And that's what we were saying, that this complete matchbox concept of the Congress governance is going to cost them, and it has costed Chhattisgarh a lot. Like I've always said, Chhattisgarh pe 36 war kiye Congress ne. It will take time for them to heal. So
what you're talking about is the Bastar region. It's often said that the power to Raipur goes from Bastar. 12 seats in Bastar. At this moment, the BJP is leading on 8 of those. It had only won the last time. The Congress is leading only on 3, down 8. And if Chhattisgarh is also in the BJP's kitty, do you think it makes Ajay Alok the path to 2024 that much clearer from the BJP's perspective?
Well, see, Bastar has a lot of importance because Bastar is essentially all the 12 seats except for one. Everything is ST seat. But in Chhattisgarh, if you look overall in totality, the 90 Vidhan Sabha seats, every seat of 90 Vidhan Sabha has around 15 to 25,000 of ST population. So the voice from Bastar, it resonates in whole Chhattisgarh. This is the truth. And that's what has happened. And let's wait for one more hour, and I think the picture will be much more clearer.
Is an interesting case study when you squeeze other leaders, like some Arvind Netam, veteran Congress leader, left the party, formed his own Adivasi group. And Bhupesh Baghel was convinced, overconfidence, was convinced 3 months ago he's winning the election. So he didn't make any attempt to accommodate these leaders. They accommodated T.S. Singh, there was Deputy Chief Minister in July this year. He felt resentful, or his supporters felt resentful. There was supposed to be a rotational chief ministership. And he spoke in Chhattisgarh, and if these numbers hold, that Mr. Baghel was a concentration of power. Everything was rooted, all his own bureaucrats, his principal, one of his key secretaries is behind bars for the last 1 year in the coal levy scam. So there was corruption allegation, then the Madhev betting scam happens just on the eve of the elections. And I think somewhere the sense went that Mr. Baghel is not inclusive enough. You have to be that. Shivraj Singh Chouhan, for all his other failings, has never given the impression ki main hi hu. He's always given the impression ki, I'm one of many. So I think Mr. Baghel, if these numbers hold, serious doubts over the way the Congress has run the campaign, and all full marks to the BJP for the way they've transformed their fortunes in both Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Rajasthan, they were expected to win, but these two states are the two states that will give them lots of satisfaction if these numbers hold. And I think Bastar is where the Congress, the tribal belt, made huge mistakes. You didn't take a stand on religious conversion. You didn't take a stand on Tendu leave pickers. You didn't take a stand when your leaders were leaving you. You paid the price for it.
Can I make a point? Like now, if you look at these 4 states,
yes,
in 3 states, incumbents are losing. Only in MP, the incumbent is likely to come back to power, which basically tells you something about the whole sort of like thing we make about welfare schemes as if that's the only way they work. Welfare schemes also get offset by how incumbents perform on what issues, some things that you are mentioning about Chhattisgarh. Similarly, in Rajasthan, there were issues about scam students, like paper leak, all those kind of things. In Telangana, there were similar issues. So welfare schemes can only work if your performance on other metrics is also doing well.
And I may be wrong here.
In Madhya Pradesh also, I think there are a lot of things. There are a lot of sort of undercurrent was there. It's a BJP organization, this thing, influence of the, so to say, the Sangh Parivar, religious polarization. All these things also play a very big role.
And I'll tell you a game changer that the BJP did in Chhattisgarh. 1 month ago, they announced a scheme of 12,000 rupees for women. This, and our numbers of Pradeep were showing it. Women voters, I keep maintaining, Rahul, there will never be a state which you will win without the woman voter anymore in India. And the BJP closed the gap, and actually in Pradeep's poll is leading among women voters.
And Rajdeep did not announce a farm loan waiver because the Congress
announced one.
For the second time around knew they were in trouble, announced a farm loan waiver like they did in 2018. The BJP didn't do that but came back with a 12,000 rupees for married women.
That's right. They've come for that. They've also given, of course, let's be honest, the BJP has also announced a slew of promises in Chhattisgarh, especially for the farmers. When it comes to MSP, they say we will double it. So all of that is there. But if your delivery systems work, even basic delivery systems, you have half a chance. But without that, simply announcing freebies is not going to work.
Because welfare is now
like Ashok Gehlot did.
Minimum expectations of citizens. You don't do anything for 5 years. If you are not going to provide welfare, you are not even in the race. But that, like, this is just to stand in the race. After that, you have to get other things also right to be able to win elections.
And I just wonder, if it remains 3-1, what happens to the India Alliance and the Congress leading into 2024?
Congress should have crushed it today to have any chance. Because anyway, you're going to have the Modi factor playing much more in the Lok Sabha. Congress should have not just won, it should have crushed it to have any chance. And this is, we'll analyze why this happened, but you let a pilot, Sachin Pilot, not be happy. You let Scindia go. All these mistakes will add up or not. But
come on, Rashid, why does this lead to one minute?
Yeah.
The Congress is calling, I'm told, on the 6th, once an India Alliance meeting. Does it go much weakened? Now they can't dictate terms. Otherwise, there was a feeling if the Congress wins 3 states, they'll dictate terms to the India Alliance. Now the Congress has to introspect if these are the numbers.
See, I think we must have one set of rules. I mean, if there is no correlation between state elections and central elections, suddenly when Congress loses, it becomes there is a direct correlation. Key part is that out of the 65 seats from these 3 states of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, the BJP is already sitting on 62 seats. So it cannot, improve upon it unless it gets all 65 seats. The key point there, of course, India Alliance is they're co-partners, they're co-equals. It's a media narrative that the Congress wants to play Big Brother.
Rajdeep, if I could,
please do.
The internal, whatever Rashid Bhai may say, the internal dynamics of the India Alliance do change. If the Congress had won Madhya Pradesh, let's say, won Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, then the pressure on, let's say, an Arvind Kejriwal to do a deal with the Congress in Delhi would have been much stronger.
Yes.
Now that pressure has been relieved.
No, and where does it leave Preeti Rahul Gandhi? We spoke about Rahul Gandhi, his Bharat Jodo Yatra and the impact it has. We spoke about how he's been pushing for a caste census. If these numbers hold, Rahul Gandhi in the Hindi heartland just doesn't, or the Congress organization.
But he's admitted it himself that he doesn't really get the Hindi heartland. He said it in so many words. But having said that,
win?
But Rajdeep, exactly.
Having said that, then, right?
No. 1 second. Let me finish. Let me finish. Having said that, I would think where Telangana is concerned, as Rahul Gandhi's failed miserably to connect with the voters in a state like Madhya Pradesh, going on and harking about the caste census and the OBC, similarly in Rajasthan, what he's done well, and you must give him credit, Rajdeep, as we tell him, as we say that he's done badly in the Hindi heartland, is that the Telangana election, he is on the ticket on that election as well. It's Revanth Reddy's and his jointly. This is possibly the first election that Rahul Gandhi has won on his name. He didn't do it in Karnataka. He's possibly done it here.
I'm sorry, folks.
Possibly.
I'm sorry, folks. Today, the Congress can clutch on to Telangana and it's an important win. But today is BJP's day out if these numbers hold. Let's be very clear. It is BJP's day out if these numbers hold. Now that they are leading even in Chhattisgarh, we don't know. Chhattisgarh could still go down to the wire. It could still be a super over. 48 is playing 41, lots of small. But as of now, clearly in the Hindi heartland, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress messaging not working.
Where you talk about the India Alliance, where the Congress completely got it wrong. For example, even in the state like Madhya Pradesh, the Samajwadi Party is not a big player, but influences at least 6 to 8 seats in the Bundelkhand region. What they could have done was tie up when the Samajwadi Party wanted a tie up there. Because in the
would have made any material difference?
Rashid Kadbai, I'll give you an example. In the last election, if you look at it, there were 6 seats where the Samajwadi Party polled in more than the winning margin. This time around, we don't know what the margin is. But look at the numbers. Look at the numbers right now. BJP is at 146. If they had tied in...
That is my point. See, Preeti, if you look at that map of Rajasthan, you look at, Madhya Pradesh, and you look at region-wise, the Congress is nowhere. Nowhere means nowhere. So I don't think this, Samajwadi Party would have mattered.
That's the dharma of an alliance, no?
Can I just make a point here? The fact is, if these numbers hold, Himachal Pradesh will be the only state, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, north of the Vindhyas where the Congress is in power. It's in alliance in Jharkhand, but that's the nature of the map of India. North India is completely Congress mukt. Similarly, South India is BJP mukt. Now, what does that mean, particularly with delimitation coming a couple of years down the line? We don't know. Raman Singh of Chhattisgarh, Dr. Raman Singh, and Dr. Saab, I remember meeting him and he said, मैं आपको पेड़े खिलाऊंगा, मैं 12 बजे आपके प्रोग्राम पे आऊंगा 3 तारीख को. Dr. Saab, if you are watching, you had said 12 बजे आप आओगे, आप 50 तक पहुंच गए हो. You're 5 above the halfway mark. Raman Singh ji is talking to the media. Listen in.
पार्टी जब जब जो जवाबदारी दी है उसका क्रियान्वयन मैं करता रहा हूँ. आगे क्या जवाबदारी देगी ये पार्टी के नेता तय करेंगे. ये 9 मंत्री पीछे चल रहे हैं अभी. ये पूरी सरकार पीछे चल रही है. जब मुख्यमंत्री 2 राउंड में पीछे हो गया, इसका मतलब ये बता दिया कि जनमत उनके खिलाफ।
दावे कर रहे थे, कई तरह के दावे थे, 75 पार तो आपने अभी भी कहा है।
75 की बात कर रहे थे और मैं कल भी आपको कहा था, मैंने आंकड़े भी बताए थे कि कांग्रेस कहां तक जाएगी और वो 40 भी क्रॉस नहीं कर पाएगी।
सर, रिसेंट ट्रेंड में बीजेपी आगे बढ़ती दिख रही है, करीबन 42 से 43 सीट पे, क्या कारण है?
निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में शहरी और ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में स्पष्ट रुझान है और ये वोटों में जनता की आक्रोश परिलक्षित हुआ है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो आज रुझान दिख रहा है वो निश्चित रूप से आगे बढ़ के सरकार बनाने में सफल होगी।
एमपी और राजस्थान में भी काफी बढ़त दिख रही है।
तीनों राज्यों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनाएगी। मुद्दे स्पष्ट रूप से 3 मुद्दों पे हमने बात किया था। कांग्रेस के वादे खिलाफी जन घोषणा पत्र का क्रियान्वयन नहीं कर पाए, पहला सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा था। भूपेश का भ्रष्टाचार दूसरा बड़ा मुद्दा था और तीसरा बड़ा मुद्दा था विकास के सारे काम ठप पड़ गए थे। इन 3 मुद्दों को लेकर और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो घोषणा पत्र जारी किया, मोदी जी की गारंटी एक सबसे बड़ा विश्वास था।
सर, महिलाओं का वोटिंग परसेंटेज काफी ज्यादा रहा, क्या लीकर बैंक का जो उनका मुद्दा था, जो वो प्रॉमिस किए थे, वो
महिलाओं के 12,000 रुपया मासिक देने की योजना और महिलाओं को सम्मान के साथ 500 रुपया गैस सिलेंडर में देने की बात और 18 लाख आवास देने की बात, इन मुद्दों को लेकर उनके अंदर बात आई।
Former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, and the interesting thing is, when he comes out in this fashion, he is in some ways staking claim. He was never really projected. The likes of Arun Sahu or maybe even an O.P. Chaudhary, Braj Mohan Agarwal, those are the kind of faces the BJP put out. But Shivraj Singh Chouhan and Raman Singh both coming out and staking claim. And it's very clear from these numbers at this moment that it could be 3-0 in the Hindi heartland. Bad news. Somebody sent Rashid Kidwai a message, the laddus are leaving the Congress office, it seems.
Yeah, वो कह रहे उसकी मिठास चली गई.
मिठास चली गई कि लड्डू भी गए?
But the message to the Congress, again and again you celebrate prematurely at 7 in the morning, who brings laddus to the party office? And let me tell you this, 2 months ago, the BJP looked in trouble in both Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Look at how they worked there. In Chhattisgarh, they concentrated on the Sahu Samaj. They concentrated on bringing back Raman Singh into the fold. So you had an older leadership as well, which was being looked after. They targeted the woman voter consciously. They targeted Bhupesh Baghel on corruption, put up a strong candidate against Bhupesh Baghel. A lot of micromanagement, Rahul. The difference I maintain between the Congress and the BJP, especially in the Hindi heartland, organizationally and micromanagement, is much better. The Congress, on the other hand, thought Chhattisgarh is a done deal, and the Congress thought, or so thought Kamal Nath, that Madhya Pradesh is a done deal. You paid for your overconfidence. And the BJP is just too strong an election machine to be ever, thought that you can pummel them into submission. Karnataka...
And Kamal Nath rebuffed SP for even 4 or 5 seats.
Kaun hai ye Akhilesh Vakilesh? I mean, you can't talk like this. Kaun hai ye Akhilesh Vakilesh?
During the recent Diwali Milan, and then once again over dinner recently, I had a long conversation with Home Minister Amit Shah around his level of confidence for Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. And I said that the polls seem to suggest a much tighter fight. What gives you this confidence? And what Amit Shah said, I think, is very important for viewers to understand what seems to have happened in these states. He says, if the poll shows that 100 people are voting for the Congress, listen carefully to what I'm saying, it's not wrong. That could really be what the poll shows. Maybe 80 people are voting for the BJP in that poll, and that poll is correct. He says the limitation with the poll is that the poll doesn't account for how many people the party can bring out on polling day to the booth and get them to vote. So if 100 said they were voting for the Congress, but only 70 showed up, 30 who said they wanted to vote for Congress didn't go to the polling booth, did not vote, the Congress gets only 70. But if 80 said they wanted to vote for the BJP, but if the BJP is able to pull out, say, 75 of them, you are still 75 versus 70 on counting day. He says that's the one thing the pollsters cannot account for. My ability, the party's ability to bring voters to the polling booth on polling day. That is the big difference. If the Congress is losing Chhattisgarh at this moment, it is the micromanagement of the BJP that's helped them. If they're winning that big in Madhya Pradesh, it's their ability to manage this election. The Congress in Telangana is doing well, but in the Hindi heartland, the direct power versus the BJP, the Congress has been bested at the hustings.
Except for the 2018 election, show me one election in the Hindi heartland, and now I'm going back to a decade and more, where the Congress has bested the BJP. Where is it? In the Hindi heartland, where the Congress has bested the BJP. You've seen what's happened in Uttar Pradesh over the years. The Congress is a completely fringe figure. In Rajasthan, they won last time and they lost this time. They'll say it's rotational chief minister. Chalo, we'll give you that every 5 years the government changes. Madhya Pradesh, how can you go, you believed that you had the state for the grabs, you lose it. Chhattisgarh, you are overconfident thinking Bhupesh Baghel won by a 2/3 majority last time. Jitna bhi kam hoga, 15-20 kam ho jayenge. I spoke to a congressman 3 days ago. I said, Chhattisgarh mein kya hai? Nahi, 50-55 to aane hi hai, uske upar aayenge to acha. How? Nahi, last time thoda kam hua hai, lekin itna nahi. That means you have not done your micro level management. You should have accommodated an Arvind Netam. You should have accommodated local leaders. Unless you do your local level management, as you said, Rahul, the last time, correct me if I'm wrong, the Congress has won 2 consecutive governments. 2 consecutive governments, been re-elected, is Tarun Gogoi.
In a big state, Tarun Gogoi, 2011.
In 2011.
Mukul Sangma
when was the last time the Congress has defeated anti-incumbency and won? Only Tarun Gogoi last in 2011. That means for the last 12 years, whenever you win also, you know how to grab defeat from the jaws of victory.
Just as far as trivia is concerned, there was also
in 98.
Mukul Sangma in 2013 and Ibobi Singh was at that time in the Congress in 2012.
Then you go back to Digvijay Singh in 98.
No, so there is a problem.
No. Before that, there was Sheila Dikshit.
Here.
No, but isn't there but Rahul,
I love election trivia, so don't mess with
but Rahul Kanwal, isn't there a question to be asked? That if you cannot, the BJP is able every now and then to get its governments re-elected. They did it in Uttar Pradesh.
Every now and then, they're doing it again and again. Every now and then is not the right way to put it.
Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana are all examples where the BJP has shown the power to get their governments re-elected. So they are able to best anti-incumbency by a mix of welfareism, decent governance in some instances, and the micromanagement that you spoke about. On the other hand, the Congress party has not been able to do it for the last 10 years. Yeah. And then therefore the charge will be, Sarkar banti hai, and then you are arrogant in power. Sarkar to ban gayi, ab rahegi.
No, Rajdeep, but you look at this way. You see, if you trust, regional leadership of Kamal Nath, Bhupesh Baghel and Ashok Gehlot, you are accused of, not doing anything. If you take everything in control, you say there is over-centralization. And there are a lot of factors. It's not simple. Look at welfareism. Ashok Gehlot did try to do that. Bhupesh Baghel tried. It failed. Maybe there is a lot of undercurrent for Ram Temple and all. I mean, we do not know why the BJP is winning with such a big margin. Is
it undercurrent for Ram Temple, Rahul Verma, or is it that the Congress simply is unable to handle power? Once they are in power, the accusation is they become ATM machines. I mean, their governments are used to simply finance other governments.
If you look at Rajasthan, to be fair to Ashok Gehlot, he's been chief minister 3 times. He's run reasonable governments.
Yeah.
But it is the nature of he's run reasonable governments, to be fair to him.
He's run reasonable governments. There are paper leaks
the nature of a bipolar polity that he loses.
No, I'll tell you what happened. And Preeti, you'll remember this. The youth of Rajasthan, any young man I met said, "Dekhiye paper leak kaisa hota hai." Koi
but Rajdeep, can I be honest? I've travelled all across Gujarat as well. Rajdeep. And at that time, paper leaks was a huge issue. Did they vote on it? No. To be honest, I don't think the vote has really come on paper leak. And to give Gehlot at 72, Gehlot has lost miserably the last time he was 21.
Rajdeep,
but
first point. In Indian politics, you are always going to see more people unhappy with any government than you are going to see happy. It's just the nature of politics. That's why it's called as cost of ruling. I think we were all thinking that BJP has a state problem and Modi has to come every time to pull up the state. In fact, these elections are showing that BJP is a very agile and a very, very adaptive
It's more
party,
cohesive,
right?
Rajdeep.
And they basically change what you call micromanage or micro-detailing. They plan much more like perhaps as Australia planned against India in the World Cup finals. They not just outplayed, but they had outthought about what the soil is going to look like, what the how
You're equating India with
No, but
Congress.
the central leadership in the Congress doesn't really work with the state leadership. It's happened at various levels. You had, in Madhya Pradesh, I remember 3 or 4 of Rahul Gandhi's rallies were cancelled because he just wasn't popular enough. You had murmurs within the Congress local unit that Kamal Nath wasn't listening to the central leadership. When you look at Rajasthan, Gehlot ran this campaign practically on his own. Could Sachin Pilot have been better accommodated? Definitely. You could see all was not well, even though Rahul Gandhi was going to Rajasthan. You could see that all's not well in that unit.
Okay, so the big story at this moment, a BJP wave in the heartland. 152 out of 300, 230 in Madhya Pradesh, 106 out of 199 in Rajasthan, and now a convincing 52 out of 90. The Bharatiya Janata Party is taking claim to 2024 already, with a very sound performance in the Hindi heartland. Jaivir Singh joins us now from the BJP. Jaivir, a big victory for the BJP in the Hindi heartland. Chhattisgarh initially seemed a bit tricky, but now as the rounds get counted, settling in quite comfortably in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Rahul, good morning. It is going to be balle for the Bharatiya Janata Party in all the 3 states. The dhol and the laddu celebration is going to come into the BJP's camp. The question is what will happen to all the laddus which the Congress party ordered. Number 2, the clear message is that Mr. Rahul Gandhi's politics of abusing the Prime Minister, appeasement and betraying the voter has been outrightly rejected. Let's not forget, he conducted the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. The Bharat Jodo Yatra has proven to be voter Todo Yatra for the Congress party as far as these 2 states are concerned. Chhattisgarh, it is not surprising. The voter was feeling upset. The Mr. Baghel has only filled the coffers of the AICC High Command rather than putting something in the jholi of the voter, and the result is in front of you. Another message is clear that for 2024, Ye Dil Mange More, Modi Sarkar once more. In 2018, BJP did not open an account. The score was 5-0 and the result was in front of you in 2019. Now imagine what will happen when BJP has 3 states in 2024. Will the Congress be only relegated to a regional party? I think the day is not far.
Can I ask you this, Jaivir, because you are well placed to answer this question. What's the difference between the Congress and the BJP? You worked in the Congress, you worked in the BJP. What's the single biggest difference, according to you, between the 2 parties?
Rajdeep, allow me 2 differences. Number 1, BJP knows the art how to win a losing battle. Congress knows the art how to lose a winning battle. Congress fights the elections on Twitter. Congress fights the election on the feedback of sycophants. Congress fights the election on the feedback of secretaries and OSDs. BJP and Prime Minister fight the election by putting their ear on the ground, by real-time ground pulse, and never taking anything for granted. In Congress, even before the election is announced, there is a fight about post of Chief Minister, who will get the cabinet ministership, which PN secretary, which accommodate which individual, who will go for the swearing-in ceremony. In Bharatiya Janata Party, we take each day as it comes. We fight the same election from Panchayat to Parliament in the same passion. And last difference, Rajdeep, and I must say that because I spent a considerable time in the Congress party. In BJP, the respect of the worker is paramount. And that respect is the reason their blood and sweat that today the BJP's Vijay Rath is entering all the 3 states. In Congress, the respect of worker is not in Congress's lexicon. It is only a one-way traffic.
You know, all your arguments are well taken, but with one caveat that 5 years ago, all these 3 states were won by the Congress. So we could have said the reverse then about the Congress party. I'm just saying that in politics, the point we were making, once the Congress comes to power, it's unable to retain power. The BJP is able to make comebacks in these states. Why do you think the Congress struggles to retain power?
I think, Rajdeep, in politics, I'm very well aware, someday you're the pigeon and someday you're the statue. The issue is, the minute Congress wins an election, they take the next win for granted, and it's a hands-up approach. It's a complete surrender approach. Congress कि भाग्य भरोसे और भगवान भरोसे चुनाव लड़ना शुरू कर देती है और मेहनत करनी छोड़ देती है. Look what is happening in Karnataka. They have won with a decisive mandate. There are allegations, stink of corruption coming from that state already. Infighting in that state has started already. Congress focuses more on their internal fiscal management and fixing management rather than delivering to the voters. BJP does not take any win for granted. One win does not ensure us a win in the second. That is the mantra we go in. We fight every election with the same sarfaroshi and shiddat from panchayat to parliament. You saw Mr. Amit Shah putting up posters in municipal elections in Hyderabad. I have never seen that culture in Congress party. And that is the major difference.
So two things have changed from the last time. One, the Congress's lead in Telangana, which had reached 73, is now down to 67. In Rajasthan, the lead of the BJP, which was 104, 105, is now up to 110. Chhattisgarh is 47 versus 42. And I want to take the margin calculator to see if Chhattisgarh is settled or is Chhattisgarh still tight. So, again, as I said, this level of analytics, nobody can do anywhere on national television. 63 seats in Chhattisgarh at this time, where the margin is less than 500 votes, ladies and gentlemen. Less than 500, 63 such seats. The BJP leading on 30, the Congress leading on 32. So at this moment, if anybody is dancing in Chhattisgarh, I'd say just give it some more time, at least 1 or 2 more hours for these leads to settle. How many seats have a margin of less than 1,000? 68 such seats. 34 of those for the BJP, 33 of those for the Congress. Chhattisgarh is on a knife's edge at this moment. Very, very tight. In Rajasthan, though, the BJP's lead is increasing. The one place where one party or one platform is winning without any contest is the live concurrent data, where India Today's lead continues to increase over all our competition. India Today now almost thrice the viewership of our next rival, which is Times Now, Republic at third, NDTV, CNN, beyond, they're like way low. Nowhere in any polling that's happening at this time is the lead quite as much. Remember, this also in some ways is live counting data, and this counting data, Chetan, clearly shows that India Today's lead is almost thrice. You could add up Times Now and Republic, they still wouldn't get to anywhere near India.
Before Chetan comes in, can I crack a
80.
joke?
No, Rajdeep, I think you can add all of them and they still won't come to India Today.
You see, since you have advertised this program as double engine, right? अब बीजेपी का डबल इंजन क्लियर है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी और अमित शाह. हमारा डबल इंजन कौन है? Who is Narendra Modi? Who is Amit Shah? Chetan,
who do you want to be?
Who do I want to be in my next life?
No, if you had to choose between the roles between the both of you.
If I had to, Rahul, you go first. You want to be Amit Shah or Narendra Modi? Come on. Come on.
I refuse to. This is like somebody's laying out a banana peel.
That's a trap.
You're saying walk over the banana. Why will I walk over the banana?
You want to be Amit Shah or Narendra Modi?
I refuse to. That's like a swinging ball.
No, you just say, I'm a humble worker of the party. That's the answer.
संगठन का कार्यकर्ता. मैं संगठन का कार्यकर्ता. No such delusion.
And you know, BJP has done, I know it is Congress's Telangana, let's give it to them fair and square, but they have, people said BJP will be nowhere in Telangana. They are at 7 seats, they were 1 last time. The vote share must have increased. They're probably going to increase their Lok Sabha tally there. They are doing really well in the Hindi heartland. I mean, whatever it is, the Congress has, like the gentleman before was saying, taken their success for granted.
No, but look at that. They erased the Lok Sabha tally the last time. I doubt if they can increase the vote share in the Hindi heartland. They were 7% nearly.
I actually thought
Telangana a lot happening. Telangana, only 5 out of the 15 ministers are leading. The 10 of them are trailing, including KCR, who is in 3rd position in Kamareddy.
That's very embarrassing for him. So let me go across to Telangana.
He's trailing by,
and show that to our viewers for a moment.
Ravens lead is 2,000 votes.
The candidates of Telangana, the chief minister, how the mighty have fallen in Telangana. K. Chandrasekhar Rao in Kamareddy is trailing. He's leading in Gajwel. His son K.T. Rama Rao is leading. Bandi Sanjay Kumar, who used to head the BJP, is leading in Karimnagar. Revant Reddy is leading against the chief. Now, just imagine, Revant Reddy is up against Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao in Kamareddy. I asked him, you're taking a panga, why are you doing this? He currently is leading, and that is quite
and Rahul,
a big
there's a story there. Because KCR's strength is Gajwel. That's where he dominates. Why did he choose a second constituency? The first sign of weakness is when you choose a second constituency. And the first sign of strength is when the opposition leader is ready to say, okay, you're contesting the second place, I'll come and take you
There are two reasons why he chose Kamareddy. One, of course, he says that's the constituency where I was born, number one. Number two, he wanted to influence Nizamabad, where his daughter is going to stand for election in 2024. It's the adjoining constituency.
But when you start contesting 2 seats, it's the first sign of some weakness. And when your opposition is willing to take you on there, it gives a sense to the rest of the cadre.
Because the local Kamareddy MLA was not a strong candidate. There's another interesting development happening. BJP, 7 seats leading. Now, where are they leading? Apart from their usual places where they could have led, Nizamabad urban and Armoor. Now, both these constituencies have a sizable Muslim population. So, what is happening in Nizamabad district is interesting.
So, we can show the 7 BJP leads. They're leading in Adilabad, Alampur, Armoor, Gosha Mahal, Karimnagar and Maheshwaram, and Achampet, which is a reserved Dalit seat. Those are the 7 BJP leads. The Congress is leading on 69. That's up 50. And if you see, the Congress has leads in the north, the Congress has leads, except in the south, where the Congress doesn't seem to have done quite as well. In central, which is a bit surprising, frankly.
Because Mehboob Nagar is where Revanth Reddy is contesting from, district.
So we can come once again to some of the VIP seats of Telangana. Madhu God Yashki is leading in Lal Bahadur Nagar. Revanth Reddy is winning on his second seat as well. Itla Rajendran training in Gajwel to K. Chandrasekhar Rao. The nephew of Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, Harish Rao, is leading in Siddipet. Itla Rajendran is trailing in Huzurabad as well.
Both his seats.
On both his seats he's trailing. Uttam Kumar Reddy is winning in Hazura Nagar. And let's now just look at the overall picture. If I look at how the map would be had this been a Lok Sabha election. So if you just added all the seats, the BJP currently leading on 325, the Congress on 243. The BJP frankly has hit this ball out of the park. If this is a semi-final, at this moment, 325 leads for the BJP.
Okay, we are predicting one more state. We can say now with some comfort that the BJP will form the government in Jaipur. Rajasthan's reverse of governments changing every 5 years will be maintained. The BJP now a comfortable 40, almost 50 seats ahead of the Congress. We can say with some comfort that the BJP will form the next government in Jaipur. So BJP forming a government in Jaipur, BJP forming a government in Bhopal, Congress set to form a government in Hyderabad. It is Chhattisgarh where the issue, as Rahul showed with that margin calculator, is still up in the air. Lots of seats still under 500 and the margin between the two leaders in single digits. Let's go to Nagarjun Dwarkanath, who's joining us from Hyderabad. Nagarjun, as always, knew where the winner was, and he's been at Revanth Reddy's house over the last few days. Nagarjun, you seem to pick the winner, whether it's in Karnataka or in Hyderabad. You know where the winner is. Where is Revanth Kadu?
Rajdeep, could you please repeat the question? It's too loud. We are unable to hear you. Can you please repeat the question?
My question is very simple. What is it that, how is it that you managed to find yourself always with the winner? I remember about 6 months ago, you were outside Siddharamaia's residence. This time you're outside Revanth Reddy. Is it a done deal that only Revanth will now be the Chief Minister? And did you have some inkling right from the beginning?
It helps to be a pilot.
Rajdeep, in fact, when I moved to Hyderabad in September, it was clear-cut the cadres were behind Revanth Reddy, and also when you have off-record chat with him, you know the way leader is thinking, you know the confidence, that where the confidence is coming from and the strategy they are doing. In fact, I've met all the 3 parties here, but it was Revanth Reddy who had all the confidence within the Congress party that I kept asking him, how do you manage to get 19 to 60? It's impossible because it should be a tsunami, and on ground when we go to people, they are still undecided. What Revanth Reddy used to, you have to look at it as a fresh elections. Everyone starts from 0 and not from 19. KCR is at 0, we are at 0. Both are starting afresh, and this is a fresh election. You can't carry forward the previous seat, is what he used to say. But look at the celebrations already. They have decided that he's going to be the Chief Minister, at least his followers. They're celebrating. They're celebrating with crackers. They're celebrating with doles, flags at Revanth Reddy's house. And of course, India Today is also here to cover all the color. And I'll try my best to get his interview first, like how we got Sidramaiah, like how we got Mr. Basuraj Bommai.
So, Raman Singh is speaking to our correspondent in Raipur. I want to go across and see if we can catch that interview. Here it is.
पीएससी की भर्ती और महिलाओं के साथ जिस प्रकार का काम हुआ, जिस प्रकार घोषणा करके शराबबंदी की महिला को छल किया, ये उसका नतीजा है।
क्या लगता है आपको कौन कौन से इश्यूज, करप्शन को आप पूरे 5 सालों तक उठाते रहे, बेरोजगारी को आप उठाते रहे, लेकिन गांवों में जैसा कहा जा रहा था कि कांग्रेस पार्टी अच्छा करेगी, ऐसा भी होता हुआ नहीं दिख रहा है, तो क्या लगता है आपको कौन से इश्यूज हैं जो आपके फेवर में जिन्होंने काम किया?
गांव में और शहर में जबरदस्त रूप से भूपेश के खिलाफ आक्रोश था, उनकी नीतियों के खिलाफ आक्रोश था, उनके कार्य पद्धति के खिलाफ आक्रोश था, और उसको आज जो रुझान दिख रहा है वही उसका नतीजा है।
आपके पड़ोसी राज्य में भी जो भाजपा है वो अच्छा कर रही है, लगातार आप 5वीं बार मुख्यमंत्री बनने की तैयारी में है। शिवराज जी को
भी बधाई दूंगा, राजस्थान को भी सारे कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई दूंगा। राजस्थान में, मध्य प्रदेश में, छत्तीसगढ़ में तीनों जगह भारतीय जनता पार्टी का परचम लहरा रहा है। इसका यदि क्रेडिट एक लाइन में दूं तो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की योजनाएं, प्रधानमंत्री जी की गारंटी और नरेंद्र मोदी जी और माननीय अमित शाह जी ने, माननीय प्रदेश राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने, जिस प्रकार नड्डा जी ने मेहनत किया, उसका नतीजा तीनों राज्यों का रिजल्ट है।
सस्ता सिलेंडर देना और जो मैदारी योजना है, आपको लगता है कि ये सब चीजें भी लोगों में गई और इनका फायदा मिला आपको?
निश्चित रूप से महिलाओं के लिए 12,000 के देने की योजना का असर हुआ और किसानों को 31 रुपये में धान खरीदी का वादा और 2 साल का बोनस।
मेरे सामने मिठाई रखी हुई है, मैं जाऊंगा, मेरे कैमरा पर्सन दिखाएं। आपको खिलाएगा आला कमान और दोबारा से मुख्यमंत्री पद पर आसीन करेगा? 15 साल आप रहे।
मुख्यमंत्री बीजेपी का बनेगा ये तय हो चुका है, कौन बनेगा ये चेहरा विधायक दल तय करेगा।
कब होगी बैठक?
आज हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता आएंगे शाम को और एक बार बैठ के चर्चा करेंगे।
धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। ये थे डॉक्टर रमन सिंह।
You have to.
That's Chief Minister Raman Singh. 47 leads for the BJP, 41 for the Congress. I want to walk across to the election intelligence dashboard and give our viewers a sense of whether Chhattisgarh is settling in or could there be a twist in the tail. If BJP wins Chhattisgarh, it's 3-1. In the heartland, it's 3-0. That's a big win for the BJP. So it's Chhattisgarh which will determine whether the match ends in a 2-2 draw or it ends in a big victory. And the margin calculator is very important in determining where things stand at this moment. In the live data feed that we are getting, there are 63 seats at this moment where the margin between the winner and the runner-up is less than 500 votes. The BJP is leading on 31 of those. The Congress is leading on 31. So unless you're a betting man, you keep your money in your pocket, because at this moment, Chhattisgarh is a very closely fought race, Rajdeep.
Rahul, we want one super over. You and I want one super over, given the way the other 3 elections have gone, where we predicted who's forming a government in Hyderabad, in Bhopal, and in Jaipur. But in Raipur, I think all bets are off. And remember, others are now 2. One of them is Hamar, I'm told. That's the Adivasi party, which is leading in 1. The other one is BSP. So what you have possibly in Chhattisgarh is, we've been talking about resorts and post-poll politics. I don't think many people expected that Chhattisgarh would throw it. Most people thought Rajasthan. I think that's where the polls have gone wrong. But Chhattisgarh is a tightly contested fight, except for 2018. Go back to 2003. Every election in Chhattisgarh, vote shares between parties have been within the margin of error of 3%. So you could see either of these 2 sides emerging victorious at the moment. The BJP looks in pole position, and I still think that you could have an election that goes to a super over. But it again shows the sharp rise in BJP's fortunes.
You can see that on the map.
Look at where the Congress from 68, Congress is down to 40.
Rajdeep,
and the BJP's come up from 50
instead
to
48. Of words, it's best illustrated through this data visualization. Look at this map from 2018 of Chhattisgarh. Look at how blue dominates all the way from the south to the north. Come now to 2023, where there's been a saffron surge in Chhattisgarh, a big pushback against the kind of dominance the Congress had. The Congress clearly took their position for granted, thought Chhattisgarh was in the bag. The BJP in Chhattisgarh at this moment seems to have snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. 49 versus 39. the BJP is engineering an election marvel at this moment in Chhattisgarh. This is election magic from a BJP perspective, Rajdeep.
No, I think, Rahul, it's a complete wave in that region. Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh. It's a complete wave, and I don't see Congress forming government unless they have 48, 49, 50 in Chhattisgarh, because the others are not going to back Bhupesh Baghel at all. This is the thing, and I think there is a very strong it's a pro-Modi, pro-Hindutva, pro-Ram Mandir kind of wave, because it was not visible at the ground as such.
No, I think it is actually a belief that the BJP is a better organized party than the Congress.
Yeah.
You know, elections are increasingly about last mile organization and your micromanagement.
Who played better cricket? It's like, sometimes, you know, it's like they just played better cricket.
That's right. No, and Rahul used the Australia analogy. The Australia analogy, when they played the final, they prepared for all conditions. They chose, you know, they had the right people at the right moment. Pat Cummins knew when to slow down the game. You put Travis Head at the top. I think the BJP is a part. One thing we don't. No, 1 minute. No, one thing you don't realize about the BJP, and this is the problem with a lot of people. There is an election machine that works right down. I think Jaivir put it well. They are willing to be flexible. They realized that perhaps things were not going so well in Chhattisgarh a few months ago. They made those course corrections.
You know, I'm willing to bet that somewhere in the BJP office, in the top echelons, this week they will have a meeting on Telangana 2024.
And you know, they will hope with these numbers. A police officer just sent me a message saying, look, BJP will hope with BRS out of the picture seemingly, they will start occupying that space. Because the moment the Congress is in power, the Congress will now see Telangana as an ATM. And then you will, the BJP will try and capitalize on that.
Because the BJP always finds it easier to take on the Congress rather than a regional party.
That's right.
I want to argue with Rajdeep about one point. Yes. No, he talks about Ram Mandir. With due respect, where was Ram Mandir an issue in this election in Madhya Pradesh?
Mr. Ashok Malik, in every public meeting, Prime Minister spoke about it.
No, but where was it a contested issue?
And there are a lot of Katha. No. Look at the ground. You see, as reporters, we don't like to. I'm just telling you.
No, I'm not suggesting Ram Mandir.
A lot of Katha watchers were out on the ground, and they were all kind of this campaign was very much there.
In Rajasthan, yes, Mr. Malik, not in Madhya Pradesh. But in Rajasthan, yes. Not in Madhya Pradesh.
You know, there were some pundits in our studio, some of them outside, who when the initial trends were coming were talking about how great a day today is going to be for Rahul Gandhi and how this is the comeback of Rahul Gandhi in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. I mean, if this is the data that holds, it doesn't really show Rahul Gandhi, Rajdeep in very good light. I mean, because initially all the because everybody was making it Rahul Gandhi ne aisa kar diya, waisa kar diya. Now what?
Because Rahul, there is a wave.
No, 1 minute.
The welfareism was bashed by Ashok Gehlot and Bhupesh Baghel. So welfareism is not a a kind
now
of.
Now if it goes earlier, all of you were saying, "Oh, Rahul Gandhi has done this, done that. His credibility is much higher post the Bharat Jodo Yatra." Now what's happened?
No, 1 minute. Can I just make this point that Rahul Gandhi, Bharat Jodo Yatra, is working south of the Vindhyas, where the Congress organization is already well established, and the Congress is the principal challenger either to the regional party or the BJP. He has not offered any narrative. Let me finish. He has not offered any narrative which can shake up the Hindi heartland, where clearly Mr. Modi is Neta number one.
No, but 2 hours ago the narrative in this studio was different.
No,
everybody was talking about how great a job Rahul Gandhi has done. Now it's a big victory for Rahul Gandhi.
You see, Rahul, I'm saying that Rahul Gandhi is this thing of Mohabbat ki dukaan has not clicked. वो दुकान बंद हो गई.
आप तो सुबह बोल रहे थे click कर गई.
No, the results have proved otherwise.
That's what I'm saying. That's the problem with pop panditry.
No, it's not panditry. It's, you see, the thing was not when Prime Minister Modi was talking about, Ram temple issue, people thought it's not an issue, it's not finding traction. It shows that it has found traction. When Katha watchers were going town to town, city to city, village to village.
You can't say Madhya Pradesh.
I don't think this election has anything to do with Ram Mandir or Hindutva. State elections are fought distinctively on local issues, based on the quality sometimes of your local leadership, your organization of elections, your last mile connectivity. I have been saying this for the longest time, that the Congress on all these fronts is weak in the Hindi heartland.
And
it's not just doing one Bharat Jodo Yatra is not going to repair the damage organizationally that you've had over 20 years in the Hindi heartland. On the other hand, just a minute, sir. Because let's be fair, In the southern part, we make sweeping statements either way. There are nuanced statements to be made. In the Hindi heartland, for the last 20 years, the BJP has been the dominant party. The Congress is organizationally weak. You can't recover it with one yatra. On the other hand, in South India, the Congress is organizationally more robust.
Come on, in Telangana they hardly had an organization before Karnataka. A lot of it they put together now.
No, you can't.
The point I'm making, because
Rahul,
Rajdeep,
you can't have it both ways and say South India, I will give no credit to the Congress, but I will give all the credit to the BJP in the Hindi heartland. I am giving all the credit to the BJP in the Hindi heartland. I am giving credit to the Congress.
You are misrepresenting what I'm saying. The point I'm making is that if they won in Telangana, it's because there was massive anti-incumbency against the state government.
It was not a pro-Congress vote.
It's not as if our pundits sitting on one side were making it seem as if Rahul Gandhi has led the party to power in Telangana. Here's what's happening at the BJP headquarters. Let's take a look at the images over there. In Bhopal, Ashwini Vaishnav, the Union Telecom and IT Minister, he played a big role. This was one of his big Sangathan responsibilities.
He and Bhupendra Yadav.
He's been in Madhya Pradesh for a very long while. It's a big victory. 157 leads. Make no mistake, the biggest victory of all today is in Madhya Pradesh. And the reason for that is you are up against 4 terms of anti-incumbency. From there, for the Bharatiya Janata Party to pick up 157 seats is a phenomenal achievement that you simply cannot take away. The BJP, they're celebrating at its office. Ashwini Vaishnav, he's seen largely as a technocrat, suave minister. He's really been put out there in an attempt to try and up his organizational skills as well, given a tough challenge. This is Jyotiraditya Scindia. Lots was being said again about problems in integration. You can see the relief writ large on his face in Gwalior Chambal. I'll take you through those numbers. In Gwalior Chambal, the Bharatiya Janata Party has done very well, and that would give a lot of hope and a lot of respite to Jyotiraditya Scindia, who really was up against it if the party had not done well in Gwalior Chambal. In Gwalior Chambal, the BJP, in fact, 19 seats up from the last elections. In Bagelkhand, down 2, Bhopal up 1, Bundelkhand up 4. The biggest gains are coming from that Gwalior Chambal belt of Jyotiraditya Scindia, where the BJP is up 19. In Mahakaushal, they're up 15. In Malwa, they're up 17. In Nimar, they're up 4. The BJP really, Rajdeep, hitting it out of the park and making electoral history in Madhya Pradesh. So many terms of anti-incumbency when you're up against this, to get this verdict is a phenomenal achievement.
It shows that after Gujarat, possibly after Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh is going to be the next BJP dominant state, because you're going back to 2013 where the BJP had swept the state, and after the comeback that the Congress made in 2018 to be back to square one in a two-party state suggests to me BJP on the march in Madhya Pradesh. And remember, there are 29 seats in Madhya Pradesh Lok Sabha, 11 seats in Chhattisgarh. Add the 2 with these numbers and what you've had in Gujarat.
Let's listen to Ashwini Vaishnav.
BJP all the way.
सरकार ने काम किया है डबल इंजन सरकार के प्रति जो जन जन का विश्वास है, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के प्रति जो जन जन का विश्वास है, और जिस तरह से शिवराज जी की परफॉर्मेंस रही, काम हुआ है, उसके आज परिणाम सबके सामने है। संगठन ने जो काम किया उसके परिणाम सबके सामने है। बहुत अच्छी जीत है। मध्य प्रदेश के जनता को सबको बधाई।
सर, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी लीड मिल रही है सर उसको लेकर। Okay, that's Ashwini Vaishnav. His talk in the internal BJP circles, Ashok Malik will also go up because he's largely seen as a technocrat kind of guy to now help the BJP.
He's held the organizational reins for an election and delivered.
It's also interesting how they upskill their own resources. So you don't want to present him only as a technocrat.
Sitting in Delhi, you send him out there and he's had to work hard, he's delivered. There's one point I'd like to make. We talk about Rahul Gandhi, Narendra Modi, individuals. And of course, individuals do matter, I'm not denying that. But there is something to be said about the party organization as well. In Chhattisgarh, the Congress is finding it difficult to defend a one-term government. In Madhya Pradesh, the BJP has defended a 20-year government and reinvented itself in a sense, because this election campaign in Madhya Pradesh has been very different from the last one.
I think, and particularly let's look at the last 5 years. You've had 2 years of COVID, When Shivraj Singh Chouhan took office, COVID had just, a lockdown had been declared. So they had 2 very difficult years. You come out of those 2 very difficult years and you're virtually facing a fresh election. So I think all credit to Shivraj Singh Chouhan.
And Chhattisgarh is also settling. Chhattisgarh, which for a while seemed tight. Ladies and gentlemen, Chhattisgarh seems to be settling in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Let me take you through the numbers for Chhattisgarh. In Chhattisgarh, the BJP now has 51 leads, the Congress has 36. Let me take you through what the seat share numbers in Chhattisgarh are looking like and what the new assembly in Chhattisgarh could look like. From a Congress wave in 2018, the BJP now coming back very strong, 36 seats up from the last time. If we look at some of the regions of Chhattisgarh and take you through how the party has done, it's often said the power map of Chhattisgarh really comes through Bastar, where the BJP is leading on 8, up 7 from the last time, the Congress only on 3. These were the seats where elections were held in the first phase. If I look only at the first phase, just for what it's worth, if I look only at the first phase of Chhattisgarh and show you the seat share in the first wave in Chhattisgarh, 11 wins, leads for the BJP, 8 for the Congress in Chhattisgarh. And if I look at the overall picture, if all these 638 seats are added up, the BJP 328, the Congress only 239, the BJP really hitting it out of the park in the semi-finals in a head-on-head fight against the Congress.
No, I think what you've got therefore is now a scenario where you've got 3 fault lines. One, old versus new electioneering. The BJP does new age electioneering. The Congress does old age electioneering.
In some places, they're also doing new age.
Where they're doing it, like they did in Telangana, they've been reasonably successful. You've got the BJP more willing to effect a generational change. The Congress less willing to effect a generational change. And in my view, you've got a clear north-south divide in this country. North of the Vindhyas, the BJP today is a real machine. You can call it a wave, you can use whatever terminology, it's a machine. South of the Vindhyas, I would say the Congress, on the other hand, is recovering some of its lost ground. So I think you've got to see this in the larger context. But remember, India has only 135 seats south of the Vindhyas. It has more than 200 seats north of the Vindhyas.
I just like to take one point you made about the generational change. My sense is we may be looking at a situation where the BJP gets 3 first-time chief ministers and builds a team for the 2030. The 2030 milestone, rather than for now.
So who do you think could be?
I don't know. I don't have names.
But Mr. Malik,
I just please call me Ashok. I don't think the BJP would want to repeat the mistake that the Congress made in 2018 when it went back in time for chief ministers rather than empowered Scindia and Rajesh and Sachin Pilot, which would have given it at least talking points for the Lok Sabha election.
But Alok, if you look at
this is the Pilot Scindia. Your point is very valid, but they did appoint, Bhupesh Baghel, relatively younger face,
and they did relatively better.
With no results. That's what I'm saying. This is a wave election.
This is not a wave. This is
a wave.
I don't think this is a wave, but Congress relies a lot on unforced errors. They feel like BJP will make a mistake and will somehow win, and the BJP rarely.
No, but BJP doesn't make mistakes.
They don't make mistakes.
They're
usually.
trying.
Sometimes it can happen.
No, if you think of it as cricket, you really have to play much better than the BJP to win.
Yeah.
If you're counting on the BJP making mistakes, you'll find very few of them.
Preeti.
Yes,
Preeti.
I remember, where the Chambal area was in Gwalior, I spent an evening with the cadre of the Congress. And one thing they said really struck home on what even Jaivir said, on how they treat their own. And it's interesting because what they pointed out was, agar Congress chahati, to wo ek Rajya Sabha seat, दिग्विजय सिंह के चाहते विवेक तनखा को नहीं अगर ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया को दे देती, आज हमको ये नहीं देखना पड़ता ग्वालियर में. So on that account, and even if you heard Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav there, Alok, he did say that it is under the leadership of Shivraj Singh Chouhan. You had Jyotiraditya Scindia, who I spoke to, the eve of election, and he said, I'm fighting this election under Shivraj.
The fact is, to create a pro-incumbency wave is what the BJP has learned. And that's a challenge.
That's not a joke.
You're in power and you're asking people to vote for you again. So I think
they cannot be a pro-incumbency wave. It's just performance.
Yeah, so
how can it be a pro-incumbency wave?
No, you're able to ensure that
if Shivraj Singh Chouhan gives 1,250 rupees to women, he clicks. If, the same thing Ashok Gehlot was doing or same thing Bhupesh Baghel was doing, a series of welfareism. It doesn't work.
No, because Mr. Ashok Gehlot woke up 6 months
Shivraj
ago.
has been doing it
for
for 15
2 years, Ashok Gehlot versus Sachin Pilot was the running theme of Rajasthan. I mean, you can't wake up. I'll give you an
Can we go to Pooja Shali?
Yeah,
She's
sure.
at the residence of Shivraj Singh Chouhan in Bhopal. He has led the BJP in Madhya Pradesh to a historic victory. In governments ruled by the Congress, they're getting voted out after one term. To come back 4 times over is nothing less than a massive electoral performance. Pooja Shali is on the ground. Pooja, is Shivraj Singh Chouhan expecting to be Chief Minister once again?
Well, that's what here I can tell you maximum support for him is. And there are 2 reasons, Rahul, that people here are telling us in Bhopal. The reason for this thumping victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party. One, of course, Shivraj Singh Chouhan's welfare scheme on the ground, specifically for women and young girls. But 2, aggressive campaigning by the Bharatiya Janata Party, by Prime Minister Modi, by Home Minister Amit Shah till the last days when Congress likely could have become slightly light in their campaigning. The BJP was in full-on mode till the last day. Let's talk and get a quick check because I'm expecting the Chief Minister to likely address in some time. We're waiting for that confirmation now. I want to also add here quickly, Rahul. I spoke to Sardesai Singh Chouhan, the wife of Shivraj Singh Chouhan, who's of course now going to become now the wife of the Chief Minister, likely for the 5th time. And she told me why she cannot speak on camera, but the joy knows no bound today for the Sardesai Singh as well, because she's watched her husband constantly fight it out and fight even when he was wanting to come back, retain the government. That's the perspective around. Let's get a quick word from the supporters here. क्या आपको लगता है क्यों रीजन है कि शिवराज सिंह चौहान और भारतीय जनता पार्टी इतने मार्जिन से फिर वापस आ रही है?
देखिए, क्या लाडली बहना, आज तक के देश के इतिहास में किसी भी भाई ने अपनी सगी बहन को भी रक्षाबंधन पे 100 रुपए से लेकर के 1000 रुपए दिए होंगे, लेकिन शिवराज सिंह चौहान देश के ऐसे पहले व्यक्ति हैं जिनने 1250 रुपए हर लाडली बहना के खाते में डाले हैं।
More than the usual Rakhi gift that is given to women.
ये आगे भी 1250 तक नहीं रुकने वाले, ये 3000 तक जाएंगे। ये मामा का कहना है हमारे।
लाडली बहना की स्कीम है और भी कोई, आपको क्या लगता है, बताइए क्या रीजन है?
लाडली बहना योजना चलाई, बहनों को पैसा दिलवावे और सारे निष्ठावान कार्यकर्ताओं का इसमें निरंतर सेवा दे करके ये इनको फतेह किया है।
ये चीज बताइए कि सिर्फ शिवराज सिंह चौहान का चेहरा है, अब बात अटकलें चल रही है, कोई और चेहरा भी आ सकता है। For now, Rahul, the support is for Mama Ji, who's also the brother, who's also in the many words a father. He's become that figure, a figure who you can connect to as a local resident. Sir, आखिरी word.
युवाओं को जितना प्रभावित शिवराज जी ने किया है, क्योंकि स्वामी विवेकानंद जी कहते थे संगीनों के साए में असली आजादी।
Let's just go straight to our correspondent Piyush, who's with Ashwini Vaishnav at the moment. Also in Bhopal. Listen in.
क्या
मध्य प्रदेश में डबल इंजन की सरकार पर जन जन का विश्वास है, की गारंटी पर जन जन का विश्वास।
एक ही राज्य में, कई राज्यों में इस बार बीजेपी ने जो दावे किए थे वो पूरे होते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल जोरदार। पूरे भारत में आज मोदी जी की गारंटी पर जन जन को विश्वास।
सर, आपने ये बेहद ही करीब से देखा है, क्या वजह रही जो इतनी लेकर आ
मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान और कई जगह पर खास तौर पे
मध्य प्रदेश में, छत्तीसगढ़ में, राजस्थान में, पूरे देश में आज मोदी जी की गारंटी पर भारत का भरोसा है, जन जन का भरोसा है, जन जन का विश्वास है कि इस देश को मोदी जी ही विकसित भारत में ले जा सकते हैं, विकसित भारत बना सकते हैं। इसी गारंटी का आज ये रिजल्ट है और आप देखिएगा मोदी जी जितनी पिछली बार लोकसभा में सीटें थी उससे भी अधिक सीटों से वापस आई।
बाकी राज्यों में भी
Let's go straight across to Supriya Srinath, the Congress's national spokesperson, head of its social media cell, who joins us. Supriya Srinath, It's been a bad day in the office for the Congress. You are jubilant in Telangana, but you're being swept out across the Hindi heartland. You're even losing now Chhattisgarh. So it's clear it's 3-1. Srinath.
Thank you very much for having me on the show. And I will first begin with Telangana. It's important to talk about the positive news first. And I think wresting a state from a regional party 10 years after Telangana was formed is pretty historic for us. And the way we are winning Telangana, I think that's very, very encouraging. The fact that we are trouncing a regional party is big. That's a trend that one doesn't see very often. That's point number one. My own numbers and the numbers that I'm constantly seeing that we're getting internally tell us the tide will turn in Chhattisgarh, and I'm very reasonably confident about forming the government in Chhattisgarh. The margins could have been better, yes, but I think
the tide is not turning. If anything, it's going towards the BJP in Chhattisgarh. The BJP is pulling ahead.
So I am coming to exactly the question you asked me. Have the patience to hear me out. Once I'm done, you can of course counter question me. The numbers will turn around in Chhattisgarh. You wait and watch. Yes, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, and particularly Madhya Pradesh, is deeply shocking, if I may, because I think the way we read the election and the kind of feedback that we're getting from the ground was very different from how Madhya Pradesh has turned around. So yes, Madhya Pradesh has been very disappointing. Rajasthan, I see a little bit of glimmer of hope, even though the numbers are not going to put us back in governance. I think the hope in Rajasthan is that each time we had contested an election as an incumbent, we were trounced to the low 20s or the 30s. I mean, here we are standing at about 66. That's not too bad, and I think that gives us some room for solace as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Clutching at straws.
We have traditionally been trounced.
Ma'am, with due regard, ma'am, you're clutching at straws. I had Jaivir Shergill, your former colleague, on the show, and he made an interesting point. He says the problem is the Congress takes victory in elections for granted. It doesn't contest elections except for Telangana in a new way. Micromanagement, last mile connectivity. You missed that. You took Madhya Pradesh for granted. You took Chhattisgarh for granted.
No. No. I don't think anybody in their right mind in any party, whether it's us or the BJP, can ever take an election for granted. I don't think anybody can put their feet up and say that the election is long over before it's over. And when you lose, there are multiple reasons that will be attributed to it. I think there was a spirited campaign that was put up in almost all the states that we contested election in. Yes, we haven't won in some of the states that you've mentioned, whether it's Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan. I continue to be very hopeful about things turning around in Chhattisgarh. Could things have been better? Absolutely. Do we need to learn our lessons? Absolutely. But clutching at straws and things like that, I think it's headlines.
What are the lessons? What are the lessons and who's accountable? You see, the Congress, ma'am, with due regard, is full of platitudes. What are the lessons? What are the lessons? Who is accountable? You keep going back to the same figures. You don't effect generational change and you pay the price.
No, I don't think so. I think, all of you said regional leadership should be empowered. They were hugely empowered. Now, what should we do? We should hang them upside down because they haven't been able to deliver. I think, we read the mood wrong perhaps in Madhya Pradesh. And I think in Madhya Pradesh, maybe the regional schemes of Shivraj Singh Chouhan has put him back in the driver's seat. Maybe we underestimated the power of something like a Ladli Yojana, which was an ongoing scheme. What we were promising
to them. But you didn't misread the mood only in Madhya Pradesh. I'm sorry. If the BJP wins in Chhattisgarh, 53 leads at this moment, up 38 from the last time, you've massively misread the mood in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. In any fight where it's BJP versus Congress, you're being pounded.
No.
This is not, when you're saying you hope to turn it around, ma'am, you're not clutching at straws, you're clutching at thin air.
But I do believe that we will turn it around in Chhattisgarh. So should I come to your channel and not say that? I do believe we will turn it around in Chhattisgarh. Yes, Rajasthan has been disappointing, but I'm at least hopeful of the fact that we have not been trounced the way we were when we were incumbents the last time around, and which is why I do believe that our schemes have
half of the BJP in Rajasthan. BJP is at 120, the Congress is at 630, 63. You're saying you haven't been trounced. I mean, how else does somebody get trounced? 121 versus 62, you're roughly half of where they are.
I will tell you how else. Rahul Kanwal Rahul, Kanwal, if you hear me out, you will see the reason and why I see hope in Rajasthan and why do I believe there is a glimmer of hope. Because the last time around, in the last few decades, when we have been incumbents and we have gone to sort another mandate, we have been very badly trounced. I think compared to that, these numbers are encouraging. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not rocket science that nobody is trying to understand.
Why is it? May I press?
We take the verdict with...
Ma'am, may I press you on that? Why is it that when you have incumbent governments, you have not been able to repeat it? Even in Karnataka in 2013, in 2018, you were not able to do that. It seems that once the Congress comes to power, they don't seem to know how to handle power and create a pro-incumbency mood. The BJP has done that successfully now in state after state, especially in the Hindi heartland.
I think the one big lesson that all our governments will have to learn, whichever government we form next and whichever elections we win next, will have to be that when you do your work, you have to spend more time communicating it to people. I think we fall short there. I don't think we are as good as marketing as the BJP is, and that's a lesson we should learn from the BJP. We do good work and we presume that the people are beneficiaries and they are going to vote you back. So I think that's a lesson that we have to learn. And I'm saying it with all humility. It's a lesson we have to learn. If you're doing good work,
what's the lesson that you've learned from a Jyotiraditya Scindia and with what went down? Because look at what's gone down in Chambal. It's a complete washout for the Congress, which you came back so strongly in 2018. What's the lesson on Jyotiraditya Scindia? Now do you admit you mishandled the situation?
What is the lesson I can...
You're facing a rout in the Chambal region,
So what is the lesson I can learn from somebody who quit the Congress and joined the BJP? No, I'm answering your question. What is the lesson I can learn from somebody who quit the Congress and joined the BJP? Is there a lesson I can learn from him? I don't think so. I mean, what is the lesson I learned from a man who does an ideological somersault? I think there is something called political ideology. His political ideology and ours do not match. So what lesson can I learn from him?
In a state where you've practically snatched defeat from the hands of victory, or the jaws of victory, that is what is being said in Madhya Pradesh. We spoke to your leaders, most of them turned around and say, "Hame janta jita rahi hai." You can't rely on the janta without really having a cohesive narrative, Supriya Shrinet.
The Congress at this moment is half the BJP in Madhya Pradesh, half the BJP in Rajasthan, and the BJP is settling into a very comfortable lead in Chhattisgarh as well. We're getting some visuals from Bhopal, Rajdeep. These are visuals of a historic victory. Shivraj Singh Chouhan there, one amongst the masses with the BJP workers, celebrating one of the most historic victories, because till a few weeks ago, the BJP was actually trailing in their own internal surveys. From there, to turn it around and to script election magic, the Congress taking their position for granted, that's the BJP's post today. देश में एक ही guarantee चलती है, वो है मोदी की guarantee. And make no mistake, the biggest hero at this moment in terms of asserting once again his command and connect with the Indian voter, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. 55 leads now for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Chhattisgarh. It's not a tight fight. Supriya Shrinet was saying, oh, we hope to turn it around. If it's 55 versus 32, it's game, set and match BJP.
We are back to 2013. In these very states, this was exactly what happened in 2013 when the BJP swept these states. So you're back a decade ago. Number two, since then, 2014, Mr. Modi takes over. 9 years now in power. Mr. Modi only amplifies the BJP's appeal in the Hindi heartland. It makes the BJP the most dominant force in 2023. I think these results, in a way, have virtually settled what happens in 2024. It will now require a miracle for the India alliance to recover from this, because the Congress, which was at the heart of that alliance, will now be demoralized in the Hindi heartland. They will have to rely on southern India. Southern India doesn't have the number of seats. It will also mean the regional players like the Mamata Banerjees and all will demand more from the Congress. We don't know what the Aam Aadmi Party, how that equation will work with the Congress. At the moment, with these results, Narendra Modi, the double engine, you didn't answer my question, who's Modi and who's Amit Shah in our double engine, but it's clear that...
What do you want to be?
No, I don't want to be either. I want to be Sachin Tendulkar, but that's another story. But the fact is, at the moment, I think you've got Narendra Modi as your mascot. You've got a strong organization led by Mr. Shah. He played a big role in Madhya Pradesh in particular. And you've got a sense of a political ideology that fits in with the dominant ideology of the Hindi heartland. The Congress is not able to combat them on leadership. on ideology and narratives and organization when it comes to the Hindi heartland. I think Supriya Shrinet should accept that.
And I think the narrative thing is, it's not like the Ram Mandir worked or it's like that one thing worked. There needs to be a narrative. What do you stand for? And I think this whole thing of nationalism, whether it's Chandrayaan, whether it's G20, whatever it is, there is a certain nationalism, bring India to the world stage, which seems to be working in the north. The Congress came, the Bharat Yatra, inclusivity, I guess Mohabbat Ki Dukaan is also kind of like an inclusivity. The India Alliance is also kind of like an inclusivity. But it's not very clear that what kind of inclusivity is it? It just means everybody stands on stage together. It just means everybody gangs up and defeats the BJP. Is there inclusivity to defeat the BJP? Or is it something else? And I think it's not clicking in the north at all for people. And it should have clicked in a big wave to have any chance in 24, where you're going to have your master hitter, Narendra Modi, in the Lok Sabha election. No, what chutney making of the Congress going to happen then?
No, even in South India, I mean, Razi spoke about a different narrative in North and different narrative south of the Vindhyas. Even south of the Vindhyas, my sense is that the BJP will now sit together to look both at Karnataka and Telangana. These are two states where the BJP would hope to make gains in April 2024.
RP Singh joins us. Massive victory for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. A massive victory now for the BJP in Rajasthan as well, and a huge victory in Chhattisgarh. It also shows once again how disconnected the Congress leadership was in the Hindi heartland to think that they had Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh in their pocket. You know, just to take things for granted, take things casually, assume that you've already won before you actually have. That is just foolhardy, and that too when you are up against the most formidable election modern day politics in India has seen. You cannot take anything for granted. They took it for granted and they've now been smashed to smithereens in the Hindi heartland. Massive victories in Madhya Pradesh, massive victories now in Chhattisgarh. Rajdeep was hoping for a super over. You were quite convinced Rajdeep was going to go down to the wire. 55 versus 32, this is nowhere close to a super over.
I think what it has shown is the voters, unlike us in the studio, do not share our excitement at a super over. They don't want that. I think you're seeing in state after state, voters have consciously chosen one side or the other. In 3 of the 4 states, if I may say so, the incumbent government is being voted out. In Rajasthan, in Chhattisgarh and Telangana, the incumbent government is being voted out, which makes Shivraj's and the BJP's achievement in Madhya Pradesh all the more greater. See what happened even earlier. Except for Gujarat, you saw it in the last 9 months, Himachal Pradesh, and in Karnataka, incumbent government voted out. The BJP is the only party which in Uttarakhand, Goa, Uttar Pradesh and now Madhya Pradesh has arrested this anti-incumbency against their government. And I think you've got to give them credit for the way they run their governments in the North Indian states. They've managed to create a certain connect, which means that even after 5 years in power, they're able to win. So I think that makes it, because the last 5 years, Rahul, have been tough. 2 years of COVID.
So let's
Governments have struggled.
Nabila Jamal joins us from the BJP office in Jaipur. 109 out of 199. This is not a tight fight. This is a massive mandate in favor of the BJP and against the magician Ashok Gehlot. Lots of people, including some here, were hoping that he'd be able to spring some kind of magic. That hasn't happened. The magician has been vanquished. Nabila Jamal, what's happening at the BJP offices in Jaipur? We can see those images of the BJP office in Jaipur, a saffron surge across the state. The BJP with a 60% strike rate in Rajasthan. The Congress's strike rate only 32%. The BJP close to double where the Congress is. In Rajasthan, also in Madhya Pradesh, solidifying now its lead in Chhattisgarh. This is a big victory for Prime Minister Modi, for the BJP, organizationally, for the likes of Amit Shah, the Home Minister, who micromanaged the campaign in Madhya Pradesh and has led the BJP to this massive historic victory. Look at some of the images that we are getting. The BJP is dancing. If it's 3-0 in the Hindi heartland, that becomes then the big story. The Congress did win Telangana, but Telangana is a part of the story, the larger national picture. 2024 looks quite assured from the BJP's perspective. Their cadre, their leadership will be that much more enthused. Rahul Verma, what impact could these numbers have on the battle for 2024?
as we have been arguing that, BJP did really well in Northwest India in 2019, and if they want to be anywhere close to that number between 272 and 300, they have to repeat that performance in this part of the country, because South, it seems, is out of bounds for BJP still. They may hold on to what they had in Telangana, gain a seat or two, and would be tough to hold on to Karnataka, the number they had in 2019. So unless they do perform similarly in Northwest, it would be difficult to cross the 270-280 mark. Now, with this kind of performance, I think BJP is sitting in a much sweeter spot than it was 5 years ago and a couple of months ago. And the road for Congress has become very, very difficult now.
Not just the road for Congress, the India Alliance. This whole India Alliance that was created was premised on the fact that you can create this large coalition against the BJP, and that purely in terms of arithmetic will work. Arithmetic doesn't work without chemistry. The India Alliance will suffer for the lack of chemistry, and an alliance never works, Rahul, without a strong center or a magnet. If you recall, past alliances that have worked had a strong magnet. The Congress was still a 150, 200 MP party when they won in 2004 and 2009. Now it's shrunk to a 51-member party, and with these results, what's clear is the Congress's recovery in Hindi heartland is a long way away. Delhi Durast, we have to say, Delhi Durast.
On the contrary, Rajdeep, there are many leaders from the India Alliance parties who would be very happy today because they were thinking that the Congress was overconfident and taking on the role of the big brother where they hadn't quite earned it.
So Nabila Jamal is with us from the BJP offices in Jaipur. Let's go across to Nabila and try and capture the celebration, because the big story at the moment is this massive BJP win in the Hindi heartland. Nabila Jamal is in Jaipur. Nabila, explain what's happening around you. Can you hear me, Nabila? There's so much noise, I think, behind where she is. I'm not 100% certain that she can hear us. The BJP supporters are dancing in Jaipur. The polls predicted that it might be tighter than it is. 119 versus 64. BJP hitting it out of the park at the Savai Madhopur. Hitting it out of the park in Bhopal. Also in Chhattisgarh now. Up 40 from the last time. Go for it, Nabila.
In front of the BJP office here in Jaipur. I'm sorry, it's really loud and unable to hear you. But these are the visuals that are currently playing out outside the BJP office in Jaipur. There's Gajendra Singh Shekhawat who's right inside. But this is really a moment of immense joy for people here in Rajasthan, because they knew very well. Surely enough, Modi is the face. As much as I asked them about who's the CM face here in Rajasthan for the BJP, they say they don't care. They want Modi to come to power here in Rajasthan. So it's all Modi. Let me find out from them. आपको कौन चीफ मिनिस्टर
ये जीत उस दलित बच्ची की चीख की जीत है जिन्होंने दलितों के बच्चियों को भट्टी में डालकर जलाया। ये जीत उस कन्हैया लाल की गर्दन काटने के राष्ट्रवाद की जीत है।
किसकी जीत है?
ये जीत उस कन्हैया लाल की जिन्होंने राष्ट्रवाद के नाम पे गला काटा था, उसके बदुआ की जीत है। ये जीत उस महिला शोषण की जीत है।
Kanhaiya Kumar who was beheaded here in Rajasthan. That's something that many of the BJP leaders netas here are referring to, saying this is the real face of the Congress and they should be decimated. आप क्यों बोलते हो कि गहलोत क्यों हार गया?
महिलाओं को लेकर जो हुआ है ना राजस्थान,
हुआ है महिला के साथ
में बहन बेटियों का बलात्कार कर करके बूंदी, ये ऐसा रास्ता आकर राजस्थान पेपर लीक में नंबर राजस्थान युवाओं के भविष्य से
as we know that in 2022 Rajasthan is said to be the worst when it comes to women's safety. The most number of rapes that happened in Rajasthan in 2022.
महिलाओं पर अत्याचार नहीं सहेगा राजस्थान। महिलाओं पर अत्याचार
नहीं सहेगा राजस्थान।
महिलाओं पर अत्याचार।
आप कौन यहाँ पर मुख्यमंत्री कौन चाहते हो?
जो हमारा हाईकमान तय करेगा वो हमें
हाईकमान तय करेगा। मुख्यमंत्री कौन चाहते हो?
जो वसुंधरा राजे जी।
वसुंधरा राजे, इधर आइए। वसुंधरा राजे क्यों चाहते हो?
वसुंधरा राजे जी इसलिए चाहते हैं कि महिलाओं को आगे बढ़ाने में हर तरह से वसुंधरा राजे जी ने महिलाओं को बहुत आगे बढ़ाया है। शुरू से ही महिलाओं के लिए बहुत पहले भी काम किया है, आज भी करेंगी और आज महिलाओं में बहुत उत्साह है।
वसुंधरा राजे को हमने ज्यादातर नहीं देखा है उधर के काम करते हुए।
वसुंधरा राजे जी के काम से महिलाएं सारी संतुष्ट हैं। मुख्यमंत्री कौन चाहते हो?
हम मुख्यमंत्री वसुंधरा राजे जी को ही चाहते हैं.
अच्छा, so you have a whole bunch of women here who want Vasundhara Raje as the chief minister. But we know that Vasundhara Raje is still in her home. As much as she would like to celebrate, we see her supporters here who are gathered in numbers celebrating the victory.
जैसे हमारे लिए राम अध्यक्ष शक्ति है, वैसे मोदी हमारे लिए राम है, राम है, राम.
अच्छा, तो मोदी के नाम पे या वसुंधरा के नाम पे?
मोदी के नाम पे.
मोदी के नाम पे या वसुंधरा के नाम पे?
Mr. Modi, the chants of Modi, Modi all over Rajasthan. So whoever becomes chief minister, the fact is that decision will be taken by Prime Minister Modi. He is the man of the moment for the BJP across the Hindi heartland, powering that double engine as the BJP calls it. Joining me now is Sumi Rajapan. She's from Raipur, where a real turnaround. We'll join her in a moment. But yes, who will become Chief Minister of Rajasthan? Now, I'm putting you on the
I'll just give you the names. I'll give you the names. Baba Balaknath, sitting MP from Alwar, a counter to a Yogi Adityanath, self-styled, a yogi, campaigned with the bulldozer, number one. Number two, Bhupendra Yadav, close to Amit Shah. Om Birla, the current speaker, is another contender, if I would think. Diya Kumari, you interviewed Diya Kumari. They're trying to style her right next to Vasundhara Raje. So that could be an option. Gajendra Shekhawat has always fancied his chances. CP Joshi, who's now the party president, sitting MP from Chittorgarh. He also fancies his chances. So a number of
Rajendra Rathod.
Rajendra Rathod is trailing right now. If he doesn't win his seat of Taranagar, then he's leading now. Okay. Then Rajyavardhan Rathod, I believe, is out because
Rajendra Rathod,
the opposition leader, the leader of opposition, is another.
So they've got
contender.
lots of names.
Lots of names.
At 116, are we now safely saying it will be someone other than Vasundhara? Your sense of the BJP, Ashok Malik, is they use these occasions to effect a generational change.
My sense is Mr. Modi won in 2014 with a certain agenda, a certain generation for 10 years. In 2024, the BJP does need a refresh. Okay. It's the favorite to win, but it needs a refresh for 2030.
Who do you think is the contender?
I don't have names. Only Mr. Modi knows, or Mr. Amit Shah knows. Let them decide. Let me not guess.
I think whoever we think it won't be that person.
Just one sec. I think there will be new chief ministers in all three states.
Even Shivraj Singh will go, you think?
In my hunch is
Ashok has been saying this consistently. He believes there will be a new chief minister there as well.
Nothing that dramatic. Nothing that dramatic. I think they will be some changes maybe, but the BJP also doesn't do something crazy or like game changer. It is sensible. It's still 5 months is 20 weeks to the next election.
Okay, there it is. There we are seeing, meanwhile, what we know at the moment is that in Hyderabad, we are all set for a change in guard. The police has already started arriving at Revanth Reddy's Jubilee Hills residence.
That's the DGP of police, Anjani Kumar, on Revanth's left, and that is Sanjay Kumar Jain. So the two senior-most officials of Telangana police greeting the person who could be the next chief minister of Telangana.
So are we very clear that it will be Revanth Reddy, no one else? That it is only Revanth all the way?
Pretty much. Just like in 2004, it was very clear that it would be YS Rajshekhar Reddy if the Congress came to power. I think Revanth has been the face of the campaign. The campaign songs of the Congress carried Revanth Reddy's name. So in many senses, he was seen as the person who was leading the charge against KCR. And the day he filed his nomination from Kamareddy, it was certain that irrespective of the verdict of Kamareddy, where incidentally he is leading, he would be the chief minister.
I just want to go for a moment to Raipur because that's really been the turnaround. If all exit pollsters, you can go across exit pollsters. The one state that no exit pollster that I can recall picked up is the BJP will be solidly ahead of the Congress in Chhattisgarh. And that's exactly what's happened. Sumi Rajapan, to her credit, said it's going to be close. Sumi, is not just close, the BJP is pulling ahead. Is there a sense that it's a done deal now, that the BJP will form the next government in Raipur? And if so, who will be the CM?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, celebrations are already taking place at the BJP headquarters. Dhol, nagaras, everything has been out that were kept preserved till late at night yesterday. And in fact, the polls are out. We're witnessing colorful visuals here. People dancing and rejoicing. And I would still wait till 1 till I congratulate all the folks at the BJP. But we're being joined by Naresh Gupta, a BJP leader. कैसा लग रहा है आपको? कौन अब सीएम कौन बनेगा?
देखिए, सीएम भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता ही बनेगा।
और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि भ्रष्टाचारियों का, समाज विरोधी लोगों का, भ्रष्ट लोगों का सफाया कर दिया। करने वाले, धर्मांतरण कराने वाले लोगों का इस प्रदेश की जनता ने सिरे से खारिज कर दिया, नकार दिया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत जन सामान्य की जीत है, मोदी जी की जीत है, मोदी जी की पॉलिसीज की जीत है।
आपको नहीं लगता अभी 1 बजे तक इंतजार करना चाहिए?
1 बजे तक नहीं, ट्रेंड तो क्लियर सेट हो गया है, इसलिए हम
now go across to Pooja Shali, who's speaking to Jyotiraditya Scindia. Let's listen in.
जनसेवा के पथ पे चली है, उसे इस प्रचंड बहुमत मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने दिया है। और इसका अगर श्रेय किसी को जाता है तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को जाता है, हमारे दोनों मार्गदर्शक अमित शाह जी, जेपी नड्डा साहब को, और प्रदेश के अंदर हमारे पार्टी के अध्यक्ष वी शर्मा जी को, और हमारे लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी को जाता है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता जिसने तन मन के साथ, खून पसीना के साथ इस पार्टी को सिंचित किया है, उन सभी को जाता है। सभी को मेरे दिल के गहराइयों से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, और मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को दो मेरे तरफ से प्रणाम।
कांग्रेस कह रही है धर्म का कार्ड चला, और बीजेपी कह रही है कि मोदी की गारंटी है।
देखिए, कांग्रेस को थोड़ा स्पोर्ट्समैन स्पिरिट सीखना होगा। खेल के समय में जीत होती है, खेल के समय में हार होती है। जो जीतता है उसके गले में माला पड़े, जो हारे वो भी अपने दिल पर लेकर हार को स्वीकार करे। ये ईवीएम मशीन
इनकी हो जाए, उनकी हो जाए, उनकी हो जाए,
हमने कहा और जनता का नतीजा हम स्वीकार करेंगे।
हमारे साथ मुख्यमंत्री को लेकर के सवाल
मध्य प्रदेश में हमारे मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी उनके जनहितैषी नीतियों के आधार पर और प्रधानमंत्री जी के पूर्ण एक तरफा एक सोच विकास प्रगति के आधार पर ये प्रचंड बहुमत है।
बेहद खुश नजर आ रहे हैं।
आप खुश नजर नहीं आए तो आपकी खुशी भी देखेगी। तो चलिए,
आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई इस खुशी के लिए। जैसे सोशल मीडिया पर ट्रेंड कर रहा है कि ये अकेला तत्पर वारी मोदी की गारंटी।
मोदी जी की गारंटी एक एक प्रदेश के लिए है, मोदी जी की गारंटी पूर्ण देश के लिए है, और मध्य प्रदेश और देश को विश्व पटल पर उजागर करने की गारंटी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने।
Jyotiraditya Scindia, it's very nice to see how Jyotiraditya Scindia, Narendra Singh Tomar and Shivraj Singh Chouhan, all the senior BJP leaders were sitting together in Bhopal watching the results come in live. A sign there of sportsmanship and teamsmanship. DK Shivkumar is speaking at this moment in Hyderabad. Let's listen to what the Karnataka Deputy CM is saying.
Voters of Telangana for having shown the confidence on us. We will restore the confidence.
Could you see that, Mr. Devan? Shivkumar there, all Congress people looking quite glum at this moment because the BJP and their supporters are the ones who are dancing this afternoon. A historic victory in Madhya Pradesh, a historic victory in Chhattisgarh and in Rajasthan as well. The Congress consigned to Telangana, which is a big victory, make no mistake, but the only victory which they actually won against a regional front. In a direct BJP Congress, Rahul Gandhi, Narendra Modi battle, Prime Minister Modi showing who's boss.
See, basically, Congress at the end of today will be in power, correct me if I got my numbers right, in 3 1/4 states. They're in power in Himachal, small state. They're in power in Karnataka and now in power in Telangana. The quarter I'm giving them is for Jharkhand, where they are a very much junior partner in the state. So that's
Tamil Nadu DMK.
Yeah, but they're not in government. The government is DMK. So 3 1/4. On the other hand, the BJP has now got 3 important North Indian states to already add to Uttarakhand, to Uttar Pradesh, to Haryana. So if you do a map of India and Gujarat and Maharashtra where they are in government with Shiv Sena, the northwest monsoon, as I call it, Rahul, is blowing through this country. You start in Goa, Gujarat, Maharashtra, come into central India, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and then go into North India, into Haryana and Uttarakhand, Uttarachal. That's a large number. That's a huge geographical area.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Turn it around. your state, Maharashtra.
Yes.
What is Mr. Pawar thinking right now?
What does he think? I mean, he's already, his own party is imploded. We've seen in recent Panchayat elections, if anything, Ajit Pawar has taken a large chunk of the party organization. So Mr. Pawar, frankly, has to worry about first, you see, all these India alliance leaders have to first worry about consolidating their home turf. Forget about winning Delhi. You see, I think what today has done is put the momentum so firmly in favor of the BJP. I don't see the India alliance recovering from this blow in a hurry.
Let's listen to Jyotiraditya Scindia, who's speaking to Pooja Shali at this moment.
President JP Nadda ji, who has directed us, asked us to rise to the occasion. It goes to our Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chouhan ji, whose schemes have resulted in this victory, our party President BD Sharma ji, but most of all, it goes to every BJP party worker on the ground in Madhya Pradesh. Through your channel, I would like to thank every voter in Madhya Pradesh who has blessed us for the 5th time. And I bow down to them. I bow down to the Marty of Madhya Pradesh. And I thank every individual worker from the bottom of my heart. And I promise them that our party will work tirelessly for their development and their progress and to take Madhya Pradesh to new heights.
You don't want to take credit for snatching the Congress seats now into complete...
Credit for this victory goes completely to every worker of the BJP. Every single worker of the BJP who has worked tirelessly.
What about those who said anti-incumbency, BJP don't want Shivraj Singh Chouhan, some other...
सबको जवाब मिल गया. कल तो मैं आपको बताऊं, कांग्रेस पार्टी तो पूरे दुकान के लड्डू खरीद रहे थे. बधाई के पोस्टर्स लग गए थे. हम चुपचाप अपना काम कर रहे थे. कल मैं अयोध्या में था, मैं लखनऊ में था, मैं ग्वालियर में था, मैं पूर्ण निरीक्षण एयरपोर्ट्स का कर रहा था, मैं भोपाल आया और हमें पूर्ण विश्वास साथ रहेगा. सभी को अपना जवाब दे दिया. जो शब्दों का उपयोग कांग्रेस के बड़े बड़े नेताओं ने मेरे प्रति किया पिछले 3 वर्षों में, उन सभी को जवाब मैंने नहीं, जनता ने दे दिया. और जो कहा था मेरे कद के बारे में, उसका जवाब भी ग्वालियर चंबल संभाग की जनता ने उस नेता को दे दिया और मध्य प्रदेश की नेता ने उस जनता ने उस
Access my India Today poll because he said 140.
Extremely accurate, dead on target as always. My salute to Mr. Pradeep Gupta.
Some said Shivraj Singh Chouhan may not become the chief minister. How am I looking at a new phase?
The worker of the BJP has worked tirelessly for this election. Our Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chouhan ji has worked tirelessly for this election. All leaders of Madhya Pradesh, we have worked unitedly for this election. Our central leadership has been the one that has powered us, and most of all, it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi that has resulted.
कांग्रेस को क्या कहेंगे? कांग्रेस का जो इतना कॉन्फिडेंस.
कांग्रेस के प्रति मेरी कोई दुर्भावना नहीं. जितनी भी बद्दुआ उन्होंने दी मुझे पिछले 3 वर्षों में, मैंने स्वागत किया. मेरे तरफ से मेरे दिल में उनके प्रति केवल अच्छी भाव है और शुभकामना है. मैं किसी के प्रति बैर नहीं रखता. मेरी शुभकामनाएं, जीत में भी मैं उनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं.
Jyotiraditya Scindia, you know, many...
They're speaking to India today. Chetan wants to make a quick point.
I just want to say that it's a bit sad, isn't it? Like in political terms, he's a talent. I mean, he's got the branding, he's got the legacy, he's got a region of Madhya Pradesh where he has a connect. And
but it shows how bad that talent management is.
Yeah, they just let him
so
go.
bad that you let your best man go.
And if they had just appointed, let us say for 2 years even, and then the people of Madhya Pradesh may have said, well, he's young, let's give him a chance. I mean, they lost 2 governments because of that, right? The
let's listen to Shivraj Singh Chouhan.
नड्डा जी का हमें मार्गदर्शन मिला. मैं केंद्र को प्रणाम करता हूं. फिर हमने पूरे चुनाव को पूरी ताकत से सामूहिक नेतृत्व में लड़ा. हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष वीडी शर्मा जी और संगठन के बाकी सारे कार्यकर्ता भी काम में लगे. और सबसे बड़ी एक बात और है कि डबल इंजन की सरकार, नरेंद्र मोदी जी का आशीर्वाद सदैव मध्य प्रदेश को मिला. तो केंद्र सरकार की योजनाओं का भी आदर्श क्रियान्वयन हमने मध्य प्रदेश में किया. और मध्य प्रदेश सरकार ने इतने वर्षों में, चाहे सड़क हो, बिजली हो, पानी हो, शिक्षा हो, स्वास्थ्य हो, सिंचाई हो, कोई भी क्षेत्र ऐसा नहीं छोड़ा जिसमें बेहतर काम ना किया हो। ये एक दिन में परिणाम नहीं आता, लगातार बेहतर काम करने के कारण परिणाम आता है। और
Shivraj Singh Chouhan, who's led the BJP to a historic re-election after being in power for 4 terms, to have a 163 tally out of 230, this is nothing short of an electoral miracle, because you've got anti-incumbency building up all this while. To counter it, Rajdeep, is quite a phenomenal achievement.
And I think you've got to look at Shivraj Singh Chouhan and his persona. You know, a 5-time Chief Minister of North India is not easy. These are turbulent states.
It's a very big state.
It's a big state. It's a turbulent state to stay on in power. And look at how he came into power. In 2003, the BJP won Madhya Pradesh by a comprehensive budget. What did they do? They edged out their whole old guard. Sundarlal Patwa, Kailash Joshi, all were pushed. They brought in Uma Bharti. She didn't succeed in governance. They brought in the old guard in the form of Babulal Gaur. He didn't succeed. And then they took a gamble with a much younger leader, close to Uma Bharti, Yuva Morcha leader, but made him the chief minister. And over time, Shivraj showed that he's a durable leader, able to take people along. And that's his biggest strength. There is space in Indian politics for that old-style consensual leader. There's space for Modi, who's this charismatic figure. No one will call Shivraj charismatic. But Mama Ji has a connect which is very, very
also,
personal.
make no mistake, it also shows how the likes of Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh have botched this up in quite an epic fashion for the Congress. Even the BJP's internal polls were showing a tougher fight till recently. The BJP pulling off a historic victory, snatching a massive victory from the jaws of a possible defeat in Madhya Pradesh and in Chhattisgarh. I want to go across to Amit Malviya, National IT Cell Chief of the Bharatiya Janata Party. The BJP dancing to victory in Madhya Pradesh, looking extremely strong in Rajasthan, and also now in Chhattisgarh in a very comfortable lead. If there was any question about what would happen in a BJP-Congress duel, I think you've smashed the Congress to smithereens in this election. Mr. Malviya, welcome and congratulations.
Thank you, Rahul. I think this is a win for Prime Minister Modi's leadership. Modi ki guarantee, as he said in these state elections, particularly the Hindi heartland belt. And I think no other leader today, other than Prime Minister Modi, has a vision for this country to see a developed India by 2047. And that is what you see in action. He has delivered everything that he's promised. His credibility, the trust people have in him is what is driving the BJP to success in these 3 Hindi heartland states. The sweetest victory.
Would I be right though, Amit Malviya? Would I be right, sir? First of all, congratulations. It's a huge day. Would I be right in saying there's a big difference now between the Hindi heartland, where you're a dominant party, where Mr. Modi is larger than life, and South India, where you would say that the Congress is the principal national party? Am I right? Or is that an exaggeration, you think?
Let me finish my point, Rajdeep. I will come to the question on southern India and Telangana as well. The important issue that I wanted to bring to your notice is that the Congress lost power both in Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, the 2 states where they were in power for the last 5 years. It is therefore quite obvious that the Congress does not know how to govern. The Congress does not know how to retain power after being in office. Perhaps it's a lesson for the chief ministers in these 2 states that running behind the Gandhis can secure you your job for 5 years, but it's not a guarantee for re-election. On the contrary, you have the BJP, which has won after 20 years again. Barring a brief period of 2 years when the Congress was in power, it's been BJP all the way. It is what governance does, it is what good governance is all about, and governments do get elected on governance. That is the message that is coming through. Coming to southern India and Telangana in particular, let's be very clear that this is a mandate against the KCR government. It is not a mandate for the Congress. Similarly, in Karnataka also, the mandate was against the incumbent government. It was not for the Congress. So let's not make the mistake of assuming that the Congress is gaining ground in southern India. It is the default.
Am I to understand, therefore, from what you are saying, that
people
are
may
you saying,
have
Amit
against the
Malviya, that
incumbent governments in these states?
are you saying, Amit, then for you 2024 is a done deal? Given what's happened, the fact that you won 3 big states and you've taken 2 of them away from the Congress, do you believe therefore 2024 is a done deal now?
Look, we do not take any election as granted. We are going to work very, very hard for 2024. We are going to go to the people asking for a 3rd term for Prime Minister Modi. And that is how we fight all elections. We don't take the electorate for granted. We've never done it. And we never leave any election to chance. And 2024 is another election after these 5 states are done with. We will look at 2024 afresh as a new battle for the BJP. And at the end of the day, we have so much to talk about. And Prime Minister Modi has ensured that India today is looked up to in the world order. It is doing exceptionally well as far as the economy is concerned. Unemployment is at lowest ever. Things are on the right track. We are on path to being the 3rd largest economy by 25, 26. So there is a lot that is riding on the governance that Mr. Modi has delivered. We are going to talk about all this to the people of this country and of course hope that we will win the mandate. And let me tell you that the BJP will do exceptionally well in Lok Sabha in both Karnataka and Telangana. Take my word for it, because every time I kept telling your team that we are winning Chhattisgarh, there weren't too many takers. I'm telling you again, we will do exceptionally well in Lok Sabha in Telangana and in Karnataka, and that is what the truth of what is on the ground is.
Talk to us for a moment, Mr. Malviya, about how the BJP turned it around in Chhattisgarh and in Madhya Pradesh, where the party's own internal surveys were predicting a much tougher fight. In Madhya Pradesh, some of them showing the Congress in the lead in Chhattisgarh till a few weeks before polling. From there, to turn it around, the fact that the Home Minister himself picking the tough states of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, camping, going down on every seat, trying to figure out how to win, and probably the Congress taking their position a bit for granted, thinking they had it in the bag even before the votes had happened.
Now, let me start with Madhya Pradesh first. Unfortunately, the popular discourse in media is often what people in the media want to see and not what is on the ground. Having said that, when you are in power for 20 years, there is obviously some element of fatigue, if not anti-incumbency, and that was also the case in Madhya Pradesh. But the BJP leadership put its head down, looked at everything that was coming to them as feedback, made the requisite changes in the strategy. We fielded heavyweights across the state. Some people thought this was a sign of lack of confidence in the local representative. That wasn't the case. We look at what is coming to us and you decide on the basis of that, which is exactly what the BJP did. Of course, Mr. Shah was on the ground. He was minutely looking at every region. In fact, he traveled to every sambhag of the BJP in Madhya Pradesh and held meetings with party workers. That is what the commitment was, really down to the lowest level. And you see the results. I mean, the BJP has massively won Madhya Pradesh. Coming to Chhattisgarh,
one big question, Amit.
Answers Chhattisgarh.
No one gave the BJP a chance till...
Yeah, go ahead.
No one gave BJP a chance in Chhattisgarh 3 months ago. But if I can take you back to the first rally that Prime Minister Modi held in Chhattisgarh, we realized that there was a great deal of spark in his rally and there were people who were flocking to it in very large numbers. And that made us think about the undercurrent, the corruption, the lack of governance, the apathy towards farmers, the liquor scam which destroyed families in Chhattisgarh. It was all there. There was huge anti-incumbency against Baghel. He may have been popular with the section of the media in Delhi, but he had not delivered on ground. And we started building on it. We realized that the people did not vote us out 5 years ago because they were unhappy with governance, because after all, we had been in power for 15 years after Chhattisgarh was formed. It was because we could not deliver on the bonus on the paddy is the reason why we got voted out. We made good that We announced that as part of our manifesto. We ensured that we met people's expectations, and because of the trust that people have in Prime Minister Modi's leadership, in the BJP, that they voted for us the way they have. And Chhattisgarh is, like I said again, the sweetest victory because nobody gave us a chance. But the party, the leadership, our cadres, and of course the people of Chhattisgarh have entrusted the BJP again with a mandate, and we are extremely grateful for that.
Are you seeing, therefore, a generational change now in these states? There's much speculation. Kaun banega Mukhyamantri? Does Shivraj Singh Chouhan stay on? Does Vasundhara Raje come back? Do you find a new face for Raman Singh in Chhattisgarh? Is the BJP seeing these elections as a moment for generational change?
Look, I don't think it's a matter of discussion in a television studio. It is something that the party's parliamentary board will deliberate upon, and we'll take a decision depending on what the mandate is all about. It needs quite a deal of deliberation, and we will go through it. And we will come up with the best possible alternative.
What's your sense? Has the time come that you don't make the same mistakes the Congress makes? Will you all bring in generational change?
Rajdeep, allow us to decide who our chief minister should be, and my sense is really not of much consequence here.
On another note, Mr. Malviya, there were lots of laddus coming to the Congress office this morning at 7 o'clock. I was told 200 kilograms of laddu. Are you sending them message कि भाई हमें भेज दो, आपके तो किसी काम का नहीं है?
Well, I think, I don't know about the laddus, but one thing is quite clear. If the Congress thinks that it is their ordained right to rule in this country, then it is not the case anymore. If they persist on continuing with Rahul Gandhi's leadership, they will face lot many more disasters in the days ahead. You should perhaps ask the Congress spokesperson, how many days did Rahul Gandhi spend in Madhya Pradesh and in Rajasthan as part of his Bharat Jodo Yatra? You speak about marginalization of leaders. Mr. Kharge, a Dalit president that the Congress claims to have put in the job, his pictures went missing from Rajasthan advertisements. I mean, is he the president of the Congress party, or is he a rubber stamp president of the Congress party? I mean, and what is Rahul Gandhi's credibility to be the face of the Congress party and their campaign? He could not even win Amethi. He had to go to Wayanad to secure himself a seat in the parliament. But if they are not willing to look beyond the Gandhi family, good luck to them. I mean, I hope Rahul Gandhi sticks around for as long as he can, but that's not the kind of leadership people of India are looking at. And it is quite obvious now that Rahul Gandhi, and under his leadership, the Congress has probably lost now 55 elections, but he still continues as their tallest leader. So it's for them to decide, not for me to say. And they can cut the laddus.
You have no great love for Rahul. You make an interesting point. You believe in a way that Rahul Gandhi still remains your biggest asset.
No, I don't think Rahul Gandhi remains our biggest asset. He is certainly a big catch for the Congress because they can't seem to look beyond him. And if they persist with him, then the people of India have already given their mandate not once but several times. So, I mean, it's not for me to say whether he's an asset or not. It's for the Congress to decide, and it's for the people of India to reject him again and again like they have done for the last 55 elections.
Can I get a nice smile out of you, Amit Malviya? We've had very fractious interactions on counting day. Today is a day for you to smile. You've got to smile. Give us a nice Amit Malviya smile.
Well, Rajdeep, I am always smiling, but I have advice for you. Instead of going to Chief Minister's residence and stuffing your face with the food there, or singing melodies to Chief Minister in their private jets, if you had read the mood and reported it correctly, you will not be feeling so embarrassed today.
No, here it is. No, 1 minute. No, Mr. Malviya, you please see Neta Nagari 1 week ago. Congress to lose in Rajasthan. It's here. It's on video. Since you follow video, social media, get your team to please see the video of 10 days ago where I said, and I also said Chhattisgarh will be a tough fight. But it's not you and me, but I hope you'll watch the video, Amit.
Okay, so we'll leave it there.
I'll send it to you.
Well, Rajdeep, you know, frankly, I think in your last days as journalist, you should try and restore some of your credibility, because anybody who saw your coverage thought that you were reporting what you wanted to see and not what was on the ground. I'll just leave it at that.
No, I am going to send this to you. Amit Malviya, you unfortunately, I asked you to smile. You end up saying something bitter and caustic, which is again, you know, this is not a social media where you can pick what you want. I'm going to send it to you and to your followers. What I said on Neta Nagri exactly a week ago, who will win. Now smile nicely. I want to see a nice Amit Malviya smile.
Well, if you can get yourself to smile after the Congress's rout in 3 states, I'm certainly smiling ear to ear.
Bas. That's what I like to see. There's a hint of a smile that you've got. Good. That's a
No,
start.
but it's a big victory. Look at how
It's a big
magnanimous.
victory. Of course it is.
And for the most part, you know, he was being very balanced after a very big victory. I thought he'd go boom, boom, boom. He didn't. It's a big victory. I think the BJP there acknowledging and respecting the mandate, because if you come back to power on the back of the number of years Shivraj Singh Chouhan has been in power in Madhya Pradesh, that's a huge victory. To win Chhattisgarh in this fashion, snatch victory from the jaws of imminent defeat, again, that's a marvel in election management. It really shows we're seeing a very unequal contest between a Congress that somehow thinks Janta Jita Degi and a BJP which is not willing to take any chances. Amit Malviya, thank you very much for joining us. Big victories in the Hindi heartland. The Congress now, and interestingly, is down to just 62. There are 119 seats. You need 60 plus to get the mandate. They were earlier at 73. From there, they've now come down to 63.
And remember, if they go below 60, as I said, it's game on.
Let me just show that.
60 in Telangana, it's game on.
Can I just show on the election intelligence dashboard, as I welcome Akshita Nandgopal, I want to look at Telangana and tell our viewers who are watching us in Telangana about the margin calculator for this state. In Telangana at this moment, can the Congress fall around 60? There are 38 seats at this moment where the margin between the winner and the runner-up is less than 500. BRS is leading on 13 of those, the Congress on 21. So 21 of those 65 leads at this moment are quite slender. The Congress, of course, will hope that they'll stay the way they are, but 21 of those leads very slender. Akshita Nandgopal, is the Congress celebrating, or are they just being a little calibrated to see how the final outcome really shapes up?
I don't think they seem to know that things are still a bit dicey and nothing's really concrete, Rahul, because you look at what's happening around me. There's music in the air, everyone's dancing at Congress flags. Revanth Reddy is expected to come here to the Congress headquarters. He's currently on his way. So he's going to be joining all the Congress cadre here in all of their dance and song, joining in on the celebrations. There's going to be a mega celebration through the day. This evening, we understand that the entire Congress leadership here in Telangana come together. They have essentially only one reason to celebrate, which is in this state, which is in Telangana, Rahul. So they're pulling all stops here to ensure, that they put out this message that Congress has won Telangana. Telangana is theirs now. Revanth Reddy will be joining this crowd here, joining the dance.
Telangana from the point of view of regions, because I think that tells you the story at the moment of Telangana. Take a look at North, which is the TRS bastion. They swept it last time. This time it's the Congress that's sweeping. And remember, this is where the BJP also has a hold in areas like Adilabad and Nizamabad, the BJP leading in 3. Take a look at Central Telangana. Here, the Congress, which was hoping to sweep the area, is finding a tougher fight. The BRS leading in 11, the Congress in 19. But the moment you go to Hyderabad, you see how the game changes. The Congress now leading in just 1, the BRS in 12, others in 3, and Oasis, whose party usually wins 7, is leading at the moment in 5. And then come to the last region, South. This is where the tsunami of sorts has taken place, the Congress overturning the results of 2018. So it is a rural tsunami, not urban, a sharp urban-rural divide in Telangana. But it puts the Congress at 64. But for safety, the Congress will need 65, will want to be 60 plus. Anything below that, and then all options open out. For now, the Congress at 64 appears relatively safe in the state of Telangana. Just to take a look at VIPs, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, we've been saying this. This is the major one in Kamareddy. At the moment, he is trailing against Revanth Reddy in that critical battleground of Kamareddy. Now, Azharuddin, who was winning earlier, is trailing in Jubilee Hills. It was expected that Maganti Gopinath is a very tough candidate and he would probably come through in that state. There is no major surprise in that sense in what's happening. Etala Rajendran is trailing in both his seats. He's the BJP's face, came to it from the TRS, and he's trailing in both his seats. An important loser at the moment is the finance minister of the state, Harish Rao, nephew of KCR, who's trailing at the moment. But overall, if you look right round at the moment, it appears that the Congress is holding its own in rural Telangana, which is why it's ahead. In urban parts, it's the TRS which is holding its own. Does that, Rahul Verma, when you have such sharp rural-urban divides, TRS, even in an anti-incumbency wave, the BRS, holding its own in Hyderabad?
So it's less to do with rural-urban divide, but much more to do with Congress's structural presence in the state. Congress has been a weaker party organizationally in the Hyderabad region. Plus, there is some kind of understanding between BRS plus AIMM. So that makes Congress's chances of winning seats in the greater Hyderabad region much more difficult.
Okay. Let's go across to Yogendra Yadav, Chief of Swaraj India. He's joining us, sharp political mind. Mr. Yadav, what according to you is the big national takeaway from today's election? How would you sum up the results that we've seen so far?
Rahul, the major turnaround of the Congress in Telangana, which could have been a national story, has been overshadowed by a very major setback in the Hindi heartland. And it's a setback not just for Congress party, it's also a setback for all of us who want to see a change in this country, who want to see a political badlav at the national level. I must confess that while I can see why some of these elections became much closer than they needed to, because the real setback is that Congress could have actually won all the three. These are not impossible elections that Congress was destined to lose right in the beginning. That's why it's a setback. I must honestly confess, I do not fully understand the extent of BJP's victory in Madhya Pradesh. They are leading by 8%, closer to what your exit poll had shown. I understand it. You had anticipated it. I don't fully make sense of how a party which had almost lost the last election came back illegitimately and did not do a great job in governing in the last 4 years, against which there was a broad sentiment of badlav. That party has won with 8 percentage points. But whatever, this is a fact and one has to reckon with it. To my mind, the three big lessons, while one could always blame, and the usual tendency, at least in political analysis, unlike cricket analysis, Rajdeep would appreciate, is that in politics, whoever wins, we say that they fielded well, they bowled well, and they batted well, which normally doesn't happen. To my mind, in the case of Rajasthan, there was no anti-incumbency against the chief minister nor against the government. There was anti-incumbency, intense anti-incumbency against MLAs, which the Congress did not acknowledge and ended up rewarding them the tickets back. Also in Rajasthan, the second major factor was that Congress could have struck two simple alliances, one with CPM, the other with BAP. And to my mind, these two have cost Congress at least 15 to 20 seats so far. So it could have been a much closer election. In Madhya Pradesh, I think Congress fought organizationally a better election than they did last time. But they did not have an overall narrative, and they did not have a social strategy. In Chhattisgarh, the story is different. Again, a government against which there was no broad anti-incumbency, but which failed to translate that into a political narrative. So that is what seems to have happened. But it's a very major setback. Yeah.
Can I therefore summarize, you're giving us what you believe has happened in these three Hindi heartland states. What if I said in a single line that basically the Hindi heartland is Modi-fied? You can call it BJP-fied, Modi-fied, but that we are seeing consistently Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, now Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh across the Hindi heartland, the BJP is virtually becoming a dominant party in several parts. How do you combat a dominant party? Is that in a sense showing the weakness of the Congress or the strength of the BJP?
But may I add to it, Mr.
Not
Yadav?
really.
May I just add to that
Yes.
question?
Yes,
May I
please.
add to that question, Rajdeep? The sheer fact that the Congress now sees, especially in the Hindi heartland, the OBC card, caste census as a game changer going into 2024. Mr. Yadav, you've been also one of the biggest proponents of that. None of that seems to be catching on ground, at least where the Hindi heartland is concerned.
I would not call it modified, but because, you have to include what happened in Himachal Pradesh, you have to think of what happens in Bihar and so on and so forth. But the fact is that BJP is very strong in this North Indian Hindi leading up to the West India bet. In that, what should Congress do? On the OBC card, it is true that Rahul Gandhi spoke about caste census very clearly. But was this actually an election issue on the ground at all? Did the Congress candidates speak about it? Did the Congress workers even know about it? Did the Congress take this message to the OBC and SC at all? At least I did not see that on the ground
The Congress
at all.
doesn't with due regard, Mr. Yadav, the Congress doesn't seem to have a strong, viable OBC leadership. You see, the questions, we've been raising this about Bharat Jodo Yatra. You were part of that Yatra. The Congress is taking credit in South India, saying the Bharat Jodo Yatra galvanized us. But look at North India. It also went through Madhya Pradesh. It also went through Rajasthan. And it has zero impact. So you start wondering whether Rahul Gandhi is, and even in Telangana, there will be those who will say this is just an anti-incumbency vote. Nothing to do with this Bharat Jodo Yatra. So questions again over Rahul Gandhi's leadership?
Rajdeep, anti-incumbency is something which is invoked as and when a ruling party loses. The question is, why did anti-incumbency not happen 5 years ago? Why has it not affected BJP and so on? So and about the OBC leadership, let's not forget that Congress's CM in Rajasthan and in Chhattisgarh were OBCs. To my mind, the three broad lessons that I see for Congress are the following. Number one, Congress's overall national posture of its leadership is not aligned to its actual ground level political campaign. Number two, Congress's own vote base, which is the bottom of the pyramid, namely the poor, SC, ST, OBC, that is not aligned with Congress's own leadership and Congress's own policies. And number three, Congress needs to be, the third lesson is that Congress could be more harsh on dealing with people within and more liberal in dealing with people outside. This is what we saw in Rajasthan. These are three broad lessons at the national level, but indeed it is a setback. And unless some of these lessons are learned by Congress and by the opposition in general, it is much tougher than it looked this morning, the 2024
Looked at from a BJP perspective, Yogendra Yadav, would you accept that this makes the path to victory in 2024 that much easier for the BJP and for Prime Minister Modi on the back of this kind of success in the Hindi heartland? It now becomes very difficult to dislodge the BJP and prevent Prime Minister Modi from winning a third term.
If you did simple numeric calculations, you would not say that, because the fact is that BJP had swept all these states. Telangana was one state where BJP had 4 seats and was hoping to improve. So while today's verdict dashes BJP's hopes of increasing the numbers, the fact remains that Congress needed to do something to BJP's complete dominance over this region. And today's results do not affirm that hope. And therefore, the opposition really needs to think hard about its strategy.
So you're not accepting it's a done deal? You're not accepting 2024 is as close to being a done deal? Because remember 2018, the Congress won all these 3 states and yet lost. Now they've lost all these 3 states. Does it make it even more difficult for the opposition?
Difficult, yes. Done deal, no. The reason I say no is that in the South India, in a sense, it's curtains for BJP in South India as far as 2024 is concerned. In Karnataka, BJP has 25 seats. No one, not even BJP spokespersons, I hope, on this channel would say that they are going to get 25 in Karnataka. In Telangana, BJP had 4. They were hoping to increase. This was the only state where BJP could have gone up. They are not doing so. So that larger challenge still remains. But yes, if you ask me, has it got tougher? Of course, it has got tougher today. And the opposition really needs to think fresh.
We'll leave it there. We'll hope to have you back in the evening. For the time being, Yogendra Yadav, thank you very much for joining us. I want to welcome Sanju Verma, National Spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. She's joining us at this moment. Ravishpal Singh is in conversation with Shivraj Singh Chouhan in Bhopal. Let's listen to Shivraj Singh Chouhan, who's led the BJP to a historic victory in Madhya Pradesh. Here is the current Chief Minister, the man who hopes to be Chief Minister once again. Let's listen to Shivraj Singh Chouhan.
रोल इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद है मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान, जिनके नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक प्रचंड जीत की ओर कदम बढ़ा दिए मध्य प्रदेश में। तो सबसे पहले शुभकामनाएं आपको जी।
धन्यवाद।
आपने एक बात कही थी भोपाल की एक सभा में, मैं फिनिक्स पक्षी हूं, आज वो साबित होता दिख रहा है।
देखिए, जो काम हमने किया है प्रदेश के विकास का, वो अद्भुत और अभूतपूर्व है। 2014 से श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री हैं, उनका प्यार, आशीर्वाद और मार्गदर्शन और जनता के मन में उनके प्रति अगाध श्रद्धा और प्रेम, डबल इंजन की सरकार के काम, उसका परिणाम आज सामने है।
सर, 3 राज्यों के खासतौर से हम बात करें, छत्तीसगढ़, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश। छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान में तो जो सरकारें थी उनके खिलाफ गया, लेकिन मध्य प्रदेश में सरकार के साथ वोटर गया। इसके पीछे सबसे बड़ा फर्क
देखेंगे तो बाकी राज्यों में एंटी इनकम्बेंसी थी, मध्य प्रदेश में एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं, प्रो इनकम्बेंसी थी। जनता का प्यार सड़कों पर मुझे झलकता हुआ दिखाई देता था।
आपने एक जिक्र किया था अभी 3 दिन पहले सीहोर में कि कांटे कोई नहीं है बहुमत की सरकार में, जो कांटे थे वो निकल गए। वो कैसे निकले?
लाडली बहनों ने निकाल दिया।
अब प्राथमिकता अब क्या रहेगा? क्योंकि मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा तो क्या आप बार-बार कहते हैं संगठन तय करेगा, लेकिन
कहा है वो पूरा करना है।
अब यहाँ से आपको क्या लगता है, एग्जिट पोल जो एक्सिस माई इंडिया ने दिखाए थे वो आपको लगता है सटीक बैठे हैं?
लगभग वही परफेक्ट निकले हैं। एक्सिस माई इंडिया, चाणक्य, इस तरह के जो कुछ आए थे, मैं एक एक की बात नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन वो परफेक्ट है।
राहुल गांधी ने एक पनौती शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया था, आज कब क्या कहेंगे?
जनता ने जवाब दे दिया।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ये थे मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान, जिन्होंने आज तक से खास बातचीत की।
That's Ravishpal Singh. Let's go across to Sanju Verma, national spokesperson of the BJP. The BJP romping home to power and style in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and even Chhattisgarh. Internally, some in the party were thinking, okay, एक तो निकल जाएगी, 2 आ जाए, that will be 2-2, that will be a good one. You in fact hit the Congress out of the park in the heartland.
You know, Rahul, I was not there on your channel yesterday or on the 30th, but on a rival channel, without any ifs or buts, because I don't hold any prisoners. I say it as it is. I said we are winning all the 3, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, without any ifs or buts whatsoever. And I'm so glad that, you know, it's not just a victory. एक होता है कि आप जीत हासिल करते हो, and दूसरा होता है there is a rout of the opposition. Look at the sheer magnitude of the BJP's victory in Madhya Pradesh. So congratulations to Pradeep. That video doing the rounds on social media where Rahul Kanwal is saying, अरे लोगों को नींद नहीं आ रही है, सच होगा ना, हमारी फजीहत तो नहीं उड़ेगी ना? तो राहुल कंवल जी, आपकी फजीहत नहीं उड़ी ना, बीजेपी की फजीहत उड़ी. And Rajdeep Sardesai telling Pradeep, you better get this right, otherwise we'll be in deep trouble. So Rajdeep, you're not in deep trouble because Pradeep has got it right. And I think the reason why I remember what he said is because it's very difficult to go against the popular narrative and still hold your ground. So, you know, kudos to that. But I just want to say one, I think Rahul Kanwal is bored of this particular panktiya which I quote so often on his shows, and I've done a zillion shows with him. But I always say this, and I don't think it's going to go out of style. I will repeat what Prime Minister Modi told the opposition a couple of months back on the floor of the Lok Sabha. तुम्हारे पांव के नीचे जमीन नहीं है, तुम्हारे पांव के नीचे जमीन नहीं है, लेकिन कमाल तो ये है कि तुम्हें यकीन नहीं है, लेकिन कमाल तो ये है कि तुम्हें यकीन नहीं है. And I think this is so apt because the opposition has been running helter-skelter on thin ice, and yet it has failed to acknowledge that in Madhya Pradesh, anti-incumbency had transformed vehemently into pro-incumbency. In Chhattisgarh, why I said that the BJP will win, because on another channel I said nobody gave us credit for the fact that we undertook a massive organizational revamp. We made Arun Saw the chief of BJP in Chhattisgarh. We inducted O.P. Chaudhary, a former bureaucrat who's been doing a lot of groundwork quietly but resolutely. We made sure that we gave a relevant opportunity to Kedar Kashyap, the son of Baliram Kashyap, a stalwart in Chhattisgarh politics from the BJP's end. Earlier, Chhattisgarh BJP was all about Saroj Pandey, it was about Raman Singh, it was about Brijmohan Agarwal. But the BJP has expanded its footprint in Chhattisgarh in terms of the sheer organizational revamp by inducting new blood, which finally seems to have paid dividends, which nobody, either from Godi media or Pappu media, was willing to take cognizance of. Point number one. Point number two.
That was just point number one. Sanju Verma, keep it short today. I just want to understand one thing, which is interesting.
Please don't try and, teach me lessons on how I should conduct myself on national television. You seem to be giving homilies to BJP all the time. I don't want to trivialize a victory. I don't want this to be Rajdeep versus Sanju Verma. But let truth be told. Let truth be told. So
I want an explanation.
Show some grace today.
Ma'am, just a minute. Simple. Can I just understand one thing? 4 state governments today, 3 are being voted out. 1 of BRS, it appears, and 2 of the Congress. The one BJP government is being voted in. What do you think the BJP does right that the Congress doesn't? Simple, nice question.
Yes, so now I'm not a cricket buff, nor am I a movie buff. But let me speak in cricketing, terminology, because that is what Rajdeep Sardesai appreciates. I think, and at the expense of sounding, to be a blind bhakt, I say blindly, हाँ भाई मोदी भक्त हैं, गलत क्या है? It is better to be a Modi bhakt than to be a Panoti Pappu's bhakt. But be that as it may, Narendra Modi has the reliability factor which MS Dhoni has enjoyed for the longest time. So the reliability of Dhoni, the flamboyance, flair and aggression of a Virat Kohli, and the perseverance and style of Sachin Tendulkar. Never give up. And the sheer dedication. I'm telling you, I'm not a seasoned politician. I've spent longest time, donkey's years in the corporate sector. But trust me, even on the smallest matter, the kind of organizational homework, the kind of groundwork that is done, I mean, you have to be a part of the system. It's unbelievable. Sometimes, I ask myself, this is a textbook classic case in management. And, having been a management student, I am told, a small thing that I want to say. Philip Kotler always says that the greatest disservice you can do to a bad product, and listen to this very carefully, the greatest disservice that you can do to a bad product is to continuously market it and not realize that it is the time to abandon it. अब ये किसके लिए साबित हुआ सही? एक प्रोडक्ट है, वो हर साल, हर 3 महीने में लगातार लॉन्च हो रहा है, और लोग ये कहते हैं वाह वाह, इन्होंने तो कमाल कर दिया. And that is the problem with the opposition. That is the problem. They don't seem to realize they're banking on a product that is well past its expiry date.
Sanju says she doesn't watch much cricket or Bollywood. That's because she watches a lot of India Today. That's one of the reasons why.
That's why our ratings are up.
Huh?
Sanju, I hope you've been watching the channel since the morning. Now don't say you haven't.
No. Yeah, that reminds me. I have been watching India Today more than I have been watching other channels. I would not disagree on that count. But I just want to say one thing, Rajdeep. ये क्या अभी नया narrative आप लेकर आ गए हो? North versus South divide. I remember Rahul Kanwal is the only anchor, even on 30th November, when everybody was writing of the BJP. नहीं, छत्तीसगढ़ में तो देखिए BJP का सफाया हो गया, blah blah blah. He said, let us not, run ahead of ourselves in terms of pop panditry. तो ये जो पॉप पंडितरी का कल्चर है, I think that also is responsible for the opposition today feeling let down, because इनको तो लगा था भाई हम छत्तीसगढ़ में सरकार हमारी है, तेलंगाना में तो हमको वैसे ही लोगों ने मैंडेट दिया है.
A lot of Congress supporters and leaders, Sanju, had all their lines ready about how great a victory this is going to be for Rahul Gandhi.
Exactly.
And how Rahul Gandhi has led the Congress and it's the return of Rahul Gandhi. All that punditry and all those lines will have to be kept for another day.
And I remember you kept saying that let us not engage in punditry, but I'll just end by saying one very small, a small observation that I want to make. Had Rahul Gandhi's party, forget about Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, if they had even won Chhattisgarh, Rajdeep bolta 2 for 2. Wahan do, yahan do. Halaki, you have 54 seats from Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan alone. And from Telangana and Chhattisgarh, you have about 28 Lok Sabha seats. And 54 Lok Sabha seats from Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan. So comparing Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan on one side and Chhattisgarh, Telangana on another side would have been like comparing apples with watermelons. But अब तो सारा खेल ही खत्म हो गया कांग्रेस के लिए. छत्तीसगढ़ भी बीजेपी जीत रही है, मध्य प्रदेश it's a rout for the Congress, and Rajasthan where they were banking on this hung parliament thing. People were saying, "Hey, law and order is not an issue." Oh, women have been gang raped in Bhilwara, in Dausa, in Pali, in Jaipur, in Karoli. कौन सी बड़ी बात है? It's a given. So when you try and rationalize lawlessness, when you try and rationalize, corruption which has run its course in Chhattisgarh, that is when you are doing a disservice to the electorate which is far smarter than you. And as Rajdeep says, ये public है, ये सब जानती है. And you cannot fool the electorate because it's not gullible anymore. And I just want to say one more thing. Why do you forget, please, why do you forget one thing? Bharat Jodo Yatra is a failure, point number 1. Rahul Gandhi cannot be launched any longer unless the Congress wants to really ensure its complete demise. Point number 3, there is no north versus south divide, north of the Vindhyas and south of the Vindhyas. Narendra Modi continues to be the tallest leader by far with zero competition. And if you want to call that the Tina factor, be that as it may, the fact is that the most important point, the biggest takeaway is that you cannot start this narrative about caste census 3 months ahead of state elections and expect the people to not see through your charade. Tell me, Rahul,
thank you very much, Sanju Verma.
52% of the population in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh is OBCs. If the caste census was such a big issue, why could not the Congress capitalize on the Madhya Pradesh and Telangana OBC electorate? 50 to 52%.
Okay, we'll call you back for more. Sanju Verma, thank you so much for your time. Many congratulations on these historic victories. And I love how when any of the guests come, no matter which party they come from, they're able to quote back what we've been saying verbatim. And that's the risk with pop punditry. You say something which is slightly out of line on the back of initial trends, it can come back to bite you very badly later. So you have to be very, very calibrated in what you say. I want to go across to Akshita Nandgopal. She's at the Congress headquarters in Hyderabad. And what I love about the Telangana elections is that they're all glued to India Today. Everywhere, no matter which party office it is, they're all watching India Today. That's Revanth Reddy. 64 leads at this moment, up 45 from the last time. That's the one sliver of hope and the one piece of good news for the Congress in what's otherwise been a pathetic day at the box office.
Very true, Rahul. And let me just show you what's happening around here. The celebrations continue. Revanth Reddy is right now here at the Gandhi Bhavan. He's inside meeting with many of the Congress men and women who've toiled for months together to ensure this kind of a victory. So celebrations at its peak here, the only state, as you pointed out, where there's reason for Congress to celebrate. But I think looking at the kind of crowds that have gathered here, Rahul, looking at the kind of celebrations and the grand heroes welcome that Revanth Reddy got, I think it's safe to say that there's no real suspense over who will be the Chief Minister. Of course, it has to come from the Congress High Command, but you can see that all the songs, and if I could just tell you about what this song is, it's all praise for Revanth Reddy, and this has been playing at every single one of his rallies. Today, they're playing it at the Congress headquarters, and everyone's dancing to these beats, knowing full well that there was a Revanth Reddy factor involved also in ensuring this kind of a victory. Let me speak to some of them. Who is responsible for the win for Congress? Who is responsible for the Congress win in Telangana?
Revanth Reddy.
Revanth Reddy. So you want him to be Chief Minister?
Yes. Revanth Reddy will be the upcoming Chief Minister of Telangana. He is the only person who has been working hard in Telangana. Jai Revanth Anna, Jai Congress. On December 9, Revanth Anna will be.
So he'll be the Chief Minister.
KCR bye bye. KCR bye bye. But never expect the KCR and KTR. he never expect, and he is the winner of the CM. The Telangana Chief Minister is the 9th of December. Revanth Reddy, Chief Minister.
Will you accept anyone else as Chief Minister?
Sorry?
Will you accept anyone else from Congress as Chief Minister?
No, never accept the BRF team. BRF team, everything is not accepted, but Congress is the...
So these are Congress supporters, but they're also very, very importantly, thank you. They're also very importantly Revanth Reddy supporters here who've gathered. He's become synonymous with the Congress here, Rahul. So if at any point, there's some big surprise that's coming our way about the Chief Minister face, it's going to lead to all of these people also being very, very angry with the decision by the High Command. But from what I've heard to the senior leaders that have spoken here, all of them are saying that this is a post that belongs to Revanth Reddy.
Given how popular he is, given the fact that the India Today Access My India post-poll study clearly puts him at #1 in the Congress pack of leaders and contenders, Rajdeep, the Congress has to be suicidal to pick anybody else apart.
No, as of now, he will be CM, and I'm told he's going to be sworn in on the 9th of December, which is Sonia Gandhi's birthday, so they want to give Sonia Gandhi...
That's what Revanth is thinking.
No, I'm told that's the date that he wants, and that's the date that they hope that the Congress leadership will agree. But there are others. Bhatti Vikramarya is someone who hopes that his name will come. His supporters are already trending Bhatti for CM. He's a Dalit face. He's been the CLP leader. But I think this victory is largely, at the local level due to Revanth Reddy. Just think about it. A couple of years ago, he was a kind of backbencher. He'd won a member of parliament. He had spent a long time with the Telugu Desam, brief spell with TRS, and of course had been in the ABVP. So he was seen as the outsider. But he's come in and galvanized them by going, taking his battle, his Vijay Yatra on the front foot. I think there's a lesson in that. If you give someone, empower someone, give him that power. He also worked very well with Sunil Kanagulu. Sunil Kanagulu is the election strategist of the Congress. They gave space to each other. In North India, Rahul, the problem is the old guard of the Congress is just not willing to relinquish the space and not willing to accept any new ideas.
And accept professional advice. The problem with someone like a Kamal Nath was he was so certain that he knew all the answers, that he wasn't listening to professional strategists. And that, I think, is an epic botch-up, because you have to look at data, you have to look at what the polling is saying, and you have to go with professional advice. This old generation of netas and journalists, including journalists, who sitting in their studio seem to think they know it all, are always trying to find some ways of reviving Rahul Gandhi's career and waiting to announce how the Congress has bounced back. You have to allow for the data to do the talking before you put your theories out, because that's really more reflective of bias than it is of anything else.
See, you go by the polls. You will recall India Today's cover a 5 years ago this week. Rahul Gandhi on the cover, being seen as the man of the year. That 2018. 6 months later, Mr. Modi sweeps. In politics, nothing is permanent. Therefore, I think we've got to recognize, I keep maintaining, Rahul Gandhi has just not been able to find a connect in the Hindi heartland, which is why he's gone from Amethi to Wayanad. Why did you go from Amethi? You lost Amethi, you went to Wayanad. The Congress increasingly has become a party of the southern states, even in Western India, in Maharashtra, Gujarat. In Maharashtra today, you could argue Congress is party number 3. In a state which was once a dominant Congress party state. So I think the Congress has serious... my problem is to pin it only on Rahul Gandhi is not the answer. The answer is this is a party which has serious organizational crisis, leadership crisis,
Since the
crisis
last
of
time
ideology
we did,
and narrative.
I want to walk across to Election Intelligence Dashboard, which is really getting rave reviews from our viewers, but just the kind of analytics we're being able to put out. And I want to give you a sense of the way things look at this moment. The biggest victory, as we've been saying, comes from Madhya Pradesh. In Madhya Pradesh, the BJP at this moment leading in 165 seats out of 230. That is a ginormous victory, given especially the fact that you're up against 4 terms of anti-incumbency. The BJP's gains coming from virtually all the regions of Madhya Pradesh. In Bagelkhand, they're down 1. In Bhopal, they're up 3. Bundelkhand, they're up 3. Chambal, they're up 11. Mahakaushal, up 15. Malwa, up 17. Nimar, they're up 4. That's a very big victory for the BJP across Madhya Pradesh. If I look at the overall national picture that emerges out of the 638 seats where counting is on at the moment, the BJP leading on 337. No wonder JP Nadda looks very pleased with himself and Mallikarjun Kharge is looking circumspect. 233 for the Congress. That's a very poor show in comparison with the last elections. From here, let's come for a moment to Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh is the biggest surprise from a BJP perspective because they weren't expecting this clear a lead. I spoke to a very senior, one of the top BJP leaders this morning while our coverage was on. He thought Chhattisgarh would be tough. He was hoping that they do well, but he acknowledged that it was looking tough. From there, the BJP at this moment, they were at 15 in the last elections. They've jumped up 38 seats to 53. The Congress is down 34 to 34. Chhattisgarh really, Ashok Malik, is an example of the BJP snatching a big victory from the jaws of near imminent defeat.
Well, even BJP leaders who were half confident about Madhya Pradesh were, even
I'm telling you, I
much less
spoke to one of the
confident
top leaders this morning.
They had more or less
He said, he said, no, it will be tight, but mushkil lag raha hai. Just this morning, while the counting was going on.
But it tells you something about the BJP, not just in terms of leadership, but in terms of the organization, that it has managed to defend a 20-year incumbency in Madhya Pradesh, while the Congress has found it difficult to defend a one-term incumbency, even with a strong chief minister.
No, and also, for a moment, think about the prowess in election management of Amit Shah. He didn't go to Rajasthan. He told people around him that it's easy, I don't want to spend there. That's where JP Nadda went. He went to Madhya Pradesh and he spent time in Chhattisgarh, rotating candidates, bringing in new faces, and the fact that in these tough elections, the Home Minister himself driving the campaign on the ground, taking the tough decisions and moving things around on the political chessboard to ensure that on the day of polling, he's able to get his voters out. He said, and I mentioned this earlier, that maybe the polls are showing us behind, but in the numbers that we are getting, I'll get more people to the polling booth. So the poll may show Congress in front in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. They'll be able to get lesser people to the polling booth. So there'll be people who intended to vote Congress who may not go. I will get more people who intend to vote for me to go. That really is micromanagement of a very high order.
But, each BJP worker at the booth level is given a list of names, people he has to ensure come out of their houses and vote. That sort of micromanagement, that sort of last mile determination is frankly not there in other parties.
But Chetan, in some senses, this is like a super heavyweight champion up against a bantamweight boxer. You put them in the ring and the result is likely to be the same each and every time.
Why is he superweight boxer? They are also Indian citizens with the same passport and Aadhaar card as Rahul Gandhi has. I mean, how did they become superweight champion? They were not born with it. In fact, they are homegrown. They are like first generation. And that shows the difference hunger, passion, hard work can make in any profession. To keep on assuming, I agree. I said in the morning also, they are the 900-pound gorilla in the room. They are like Google in search, and Microsoft made ChatGPT and made them dance. Congress needed to have made them dance today for any hope.
Look at what they've done, for example, in Karnataka. They lost Karnataka 5 months ago. So for all the micromanagement organizational skills, there are limitations to it. But what have they done since then? They had marginalized Yediyurappa and believed that they could move to a post-Yediyurappa Karnataka. Now they've gone back to Yediyurappa. His son has been made party president, and they seem to be giving the sense that we believe that we need Yediyurappa for the Lok Sabha. So you're willing to swallow your pride. You made mistake. JDS, Amit Shah, Rahul, Kanwal, you will recall at the conclave said, JDS and Congress are two sides of the same corruption. What have they gone and done? They've gone and tied up with the JDS. Why? Because they believe that in southern Karnataka, you may well need the JDS to offset the rise of the Congress. So you're willing to learn, you're willing to course correct. Sam, Dam, Danda, Bhed. Let's be clear.
And you don't put your ego ahead. Kamal Nath could have given a few seats to the Samajwadi Party in the areas neighboring Uttar Pradesh. He chose not to.
No, even in Rajasthan, you realize at some stage that you will need Vasundhara. You had to mollify her. It didn't take, it wasn't easy, but you eventually did it. She went and campaigned without being projected as the face. Shivraj Singh Chouhan, let's be clear. Today we are playing encomiums to Shivraj Singh Chouhan. BJP in September was not mentioning Shivraj Singh Chouhan's name. By October, he was suddenly out there as one of their faces. So the BJP's ability to course correct. It's not as if this is some invincible machine, but it is a machine that is willing to do what it takes to win elections. The Congress, on the other hand, did exactly the opposite. Please tell me, for 5 years you could not resolve the problem between Gehlot and Pilot. Only on the last day you had a photo op. When I look at these numbers, Congress could have been close to the BJP in Rajasthan had you been able to prevent a united front 6 months ago. You failed to do that because you thought Ashok Gehlot, the man who challenged you, Ashok Gehlot challenged your own leadership of 1 year ago and you were not able to do anything.
Twice over.
Twice over. So what did you do? You couldn't do anything. Look at what you did in Chhattisgarh. You last moment made T.S. Singh Deo your deputy CM. You had promised him chief ministership.
For half the term.
For half the term. What happened? So the Congress, unfortunately, the point that Yogendra makes is well taken. There's a huge gap between your national leadership and how your local leaders look at elections.
But that also shows how weak your national leadership is, Rajdeep.
Or disconnected.
Where disconnected or weak. Where you're working in Telangana together, you're completely disconnected and have no idea in the 3 heartland states.
Absolutely.
See, they are in power. They had Rajasthan, they had Chhattisgarh, and it's like that Avis, the car rental company, said, we are number 2, we work harder. You just had to work hard and show that when Congress comes to power, we do a better job than BJP. Yes, all these things, also organization, all that. But you had 5 years, you were in power. And what did we see? Like there's a division in the party. You know, people are just watching drama unfolding on screen. More drama.
No, Rajasthan is a classic example. Rajasthan is a classic example of the Congress shooting itself in the foot.
True.
2018, you had Sachin Pilot, young generation leader. You had Ashok Gehlot, experienced leader. Get them to work together. If they don't, find a way. That's management. Look, management is about managing conflicting ambitions.
If you just look at the numbers right now of Rajasthan, 109 by 73 where the Congress stands. If the Congress had its act together, they could have put at least 15 more on the board.
100%. And that would have brought...
15
So
more
it shows that the Congress is unable... management school is about managing people. You are not able to manage people. You keep promising pilots something, it didn't happen.
In both Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, the BJP actually managed a much more factualized party organization much better. It managed to send central leaders, including ministers, and told them, go fight MLA level elections.
I agree with you, Ashok, with one caveat. When you are in power in the center,
you can get away with it.
You can get away with a lot. When you have Mr. Modi's own personal popularity, you can get away with a lot. I would like to see the post-Modi BJP being able to deal with factionalism the way Mr. Modi is. Today, because Mr. Modi is India's neta number 1, he's like Amitabh Bachchan. From 1 to 10 in the late 1970s, Bachchan was number 1. You didn't know who was number 2, whether it was Vinod Khanna or anyone else. Therefore, he's able to, if Mr. Modi decides Manohar Lal Khattar banega, Khattar hi banega.
So
in the Congress, you can't do that.
So what will happen now is that with the Congress national leadership further weakened, you will have these regional satraps demanding their pound of flesh. I do not rule out a DK Shivakumar tomorrow saying that I want to have a date by which I will be made the chief minister.
No, Sudhir, you tell me here. I'm seeing trend number 6 on Twitter. Bhatti Vikramarka for CM. So he'll tomorrow say, mujhe bhi banna hai. If he's not made today, he'll say 2 years from now. Yes. And the party leadership will be left helpless again.
Especially when they have only 66. It's just 6 above the halfway mark.
Yeah,
so
he can move.
So you could have a group of, let's say, SC MLAs or SC and ST MLAs saying that we want our pound of flesh, we want these many ministries, or we want to
Do you see that happening today or 6 months or 1 year
now
down?
Because Revant will have the national leadership's backing. He's seen as the man of the moment. But sooner than later, depending on how it transpires, let's say in Karnataka, where DK, as you know, was also promised some kind of a bigger role, not just a deputy CM, those rumblings will happen. Once the honeymoon period is over, those rumblings will happen.
DK's supporters have already sent out a message that DK has been promised 2.5 years, 2.5 years. What will happen when 2.5? Same thing, T.S. Singh Deo. I still recall the day, Rahul, T.S. Singh Deo and Baghel came to Delhi. In the morning, we were told that Baghel is being replaced by T.S. Singh Deo. By the evening, Baghel stayed on. Poor T.S. Singh Deo was wondering what had happened to him. Now, that's the Congress's inability to manage factionalism because of a weakened high command is now going to work against them in state after state.
The joke the CLP meeting was where Sachin Pilot sat down with Mr. Markar and Mr. Kharge, hoping that by the end of that CLP meeting, he'd be the chief minister in the final leg, and there were no MLAs.
So I think there are serious problems for the Congress. I think the good news, therefore, who will be very happy today are the India allies.
Yeah.
Because they will feel that Congress wale aate hain, meeting mein humko dictate karte hain. Whether it's a Kejriwal, Mamata Banerjee, all the smaller parties, Akhilesh Yadav, they will now say, you want to work with us? You can't work only on your own terms.
That's what Kamal Nath said, no? Vakhilesh kaun?
No, I met Akhilesh Yadav at a wedding last night. So I said, Kamal Nath ne aapko kaha, Vakhilesh. He said, jaane dijiye, kal dekhte hain kya hota hai. But they will all have a feeling of schadenfreude at what has happened today.
They may be happy, but the point is the India alliance as a political factor, as a rival to the BJP and the BJP's alliance, the NDA, becomes that much weaker in state after state, including the crucial state of Maharashtra.
Yeah, it should have been 2-2. You know, in what you're saying would have happened if there was a 2-2, like Congress is so, you know, still kept in check, but they are still performing somewhat. But now, what is this India alliance? Like, what?
But why should it be 2-2? You see, if you're a party...
No, I'm saying if Congress had won 2 states today, they could have at least gone to the India alliance. Now it almost feels like the whole idea of like boycotting 14 reporters and the whole thing made a lot of news, but it's not working, right? Are you any of the boycotted ones? By the way, I met some of them and they're saying all the India alliance leaders are coming on their channel today.
No, you see, the fact is...
That's separate.
The fact is, all of this may make headlines. Eventually, you have to connect with people. You know, Indian elections are about last mile connectivity. The BJP has mastered the art of booth level, mandal level communication. The Congress, to some extent, did it in Karnataka.
First, they made this name, right? They made this name and they said, we have won the war on the name. The name has connected. India name has connected. Master stroke, master stroke. Then they boycotted 14 reporters.
No, but let me give you an example, just to show how it's worked. You do an India Alliance meeting in Mumbai. You say we are going to hold a grand meeting in Bhopal next month. We are in the first week of October. We are going to hold a grand meeting in. What does Kamal Nath say? I don't know about any such thing. I don't want a rally. Why? Because the DMK may attend, and the DMK has used certain words on Sanatan Dharma. So he didn't want the DMK around. Samajwadi Party, which has some hold in Bundelkhand and Bagelkhand, you don't want to have a tie-up with them, even though Akhilesh was desperate to have a, he said, give me 4 or 5 seats, at least we'll give the impression of being together. So you have an India alliance in Delhi that sits in a 5-star hotel, either in Delhi or Mumbai, but on the ground, what's happening? On the ground, you're fighting Arvind Kejriwal. It'll be interesting to see how many votes he's picked up in Chhattisgarh. When you went in Chhattisgarh, Aam Aadmi Party was fighting the Congress and saying that Bhupesh Baghel is corrupt. Okay. The loudest voices against Bhupesh Baghel I heard on the streets of Chhattisgarh were from Aam Aadmi Party activists. So
because the Aam Aadmi Party wanted to get into an alliance with Mr. Baghel, especially where the tribal areas were concerned, and they were completely slighted by Mr. Baghel. But for no reason why. But what is the Aam Aadmi Party's take in a place like Chhattisgarh? So that was the reasoning given by Mr. Baghel at that time.
No, you can't. You can't. In Indian politics, this has to, if you want, when you are fighting Narendra Modi and Amit Shah, you have to have, or you've got to play the perfect match. Australia won the World Cup final by playing the perfect match against India. India is a better team, much better team, but they played the perfect match.
The big story today, far from the loser's lament, is the BJP sweep in the saffron states. These are images from the Congress headquarters in Hyderabad. Revant Reddy has just reached the Congress headquarters. They are fully watching India today in a manner that I am delighted with. The fact that every single person, no matter which party office it is in Hyderabad, we love all of you for watching us so closely, and the fact that our poll also turned out to be correct helps that, of course, and our coverage and the fact that all the leaders have been speaking to India today first. All that now playing out at the Congress headquarters where Revant Anna has just landed up, giving the Congress some saving grace. Imagine if they were less than 60, there would have been so much horror and anger in the Congress camp. The only fact that they're still holding on to the straws that they are is because they've won an important state like Telangana.
You know, a state which was created in a way by the Congress.
Yes.
And was also one of the many blunders of the Congress. When you list the blunders, many will say, here was Andhra Pradesh, solid 42 MLA, 42 MP state.
33 won by the Congress in 2009.
That's right. You won 2004 and 2009 on Andhra. Sudhir will tell me, but I have still not understood what was the compulsion to push through Telangana. You did so, you lost out to KCR. Today, in a way, it's payback time for the fact that you gave Telangana. But Andhra Pradesh, the Congress is a wipeout there at the moment. I don't think this is going to change anything in Andhra. Though, interestingly, Sudhir, someone has sent me, the arrest of Chandrababu Naidu also affected KCR because the Kammas have taken revenge, some say, because KCR was seen to be hand in glove with Jagan Reddy. Is there any truth in that, or is this Congress victory confined now to Telangana? It will have no impact on Andhra that goes to the polls in a few months.
That impact of Chandrababu Naidu's Kamma community influencing the vote would be seen only in some constituencies in Hyderabad and some in Khammam district and probably bordering Nalgonda, but not beyond that. But the feeling was that the TDP, even though not contesting this election, was in a tacit sense, supporting the Congress this time, even though its alliance partner Janasena was contesting along with BJP. So that's a bit messy, but the Telangana effect will be felt on Andhra Pradesh politics. The interesting part is that Chandrababu Naidu in 2018-19 went against the BJP, fought against, lost both Andhra Pradesh, also got reduced to only 3 Lok Sabha seats. Chandrasekhar Rao, the other Chandra of Telugu state politics, also pretty much reduced to the same state. We'll have to see how the BRS performs in April 2024.
It's therefore, the Congress therefore can find this southern comfort. But unless it can build a bridge beyond South India, it's going to find it very difficult to sort of remain relevant to the national discourse.
Talking about southern,
it's not dominating.
We keep talking about southern comfort. Let's face it, if there's a referendum or a presidential contest between Rahul Gandhi and Narendra Modi just in South India, Mr. Modi will win.
If we recall on political stock exchange, the only 2 states where Mr. Modi was well below Rahul Gandhi, correct me if I'm wrong, was Kerala and Tamil Nadu. These were the only 2 states where he was below Rahul.
Let's listen to senior BJP leader, Union Minister Smriti Irani is reacting on these big BJP victories.
जिस प्रकार का कटाक्ष विपक्ष के नेताओं ने नरेंद्र मोदी पर किया, वो कटाक्ष विपक्ष को, गांधी खानदान को महंगा पड़ा है। जनता जानती है कि विकास के मुद्दों पर सिर्फ नरेंद्र मोदी का नेतृत्व, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ही खरी उतरी है और जनता ने उसी पर भरोसा कर पुनः मोदी मैजिक के माध्यम से आज ये परिणाम हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत किए हैं।
तेलंगाना में अनुरूप नहीं आया नतीजे।
मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूँगी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता प्रतिबद्ध हैं कि नरेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी के मार्गदर्शन में हम पार्टी को हर प्रदेश में सशक्त करेंगे। आज के परिणाम हम सबके लिए सुखद हैं, लेकिन साथ ही 2024 में जीत का संकेत हैं।
The BJP there, massively reassured by these victories, now almost certain of a strong showing in 2024 unless something disastrous happens. And given the astute political management of the BJP top brass, even when something seems to be going wrong, they quickly make the corrections that are required. This victory pretty much seals 2024 for all practical purposes. The Congress will have to slog it out for another 6 years to try and put together a machine which can take on the BJP in Chhattisgarh. If you can snatch Chhattisgarh, the BJP can snatch Chhattisgarh from the Congress, an election which is really something that the Congress should have won, the Congress will find it very difficult to beat the BJP in a head-on-head fight.
2024, I know nothing is a done deal in politics, but it's as close to a done deal today. That's my sense. Let's say it, because the BJP won 62 out of 65 of these Lok Sabha seats as well. That was, some would say, post-Balakot. This is not Balakot effect. This is your state leadership proving itself, your national leadership adding its ammunition. And I can only see the BJP, frankly, once again looking close to 300 at the moment. I'm trying
to... No, they're going for 400 par.
No,
one second, Rajdeep. Like we saw in Uttar Pradesh, where everybody was saying 200 par, the BJP said 300 par. The BJP's big war cry, when the Prime Minister speaks, he'll be going to the BJP headquarters at 6:30 p.m. this evening at Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. Their big war cry will be Abki Bar 400 par.
So there are 4 states where I see the BJP is still vulnerable. One is Karnataka, one is Bihar, one is Bengal, and one is Maharashtra. These are 4 states that but see what they've done in Maharashtra. They've broken the Shiv Sena, they've broken the NCP. So they've consolidated themselves. They will, I'm sure in Karnataka, they've effected a leadership change. They brought in the JDS. In Bihar, I think they are very clear that they will try and craft their own caste coalition to take on Lalu. And Amit Shah's first rally. I mean, think about this. Campaign over on the day that voting is taking place in Telangana. Where was Amit Shah? In Bengal, addressing a huge rally. So this is, this machine that keeps roiling on.
In Bihar, the BJP alone last time won 17 seats. In alliance with JDU, it won 39. For the BJP to repeat 17 may not be that difficult. Repeating 39 will be tough, I agree.
Yes, Rahul.
A lot of people are asking what the Lok Sabha trends could look like. So what we'll try and do in just a moment is to give you a sense of in the conversions which have happened. So let me first let me stand in the middle, try to explain. Nobody takes a screenshot and gets it all wrong. Let me explain what we're going to do. In the seats which we've converted, I'll show you what the parliament conversions are going to look like. If you aggregate the assembly-wise vote share, what does parliament look like? I'll show that to you. Akshita Nandgopal is just trying to get a mic in to see if she can speak to Revant Reddy. Let's listen. and if we can catch in there. So as I explained, what we'll try and do, and I'll build on this over the next couple of hours, this is the first cut I'm showing you. Each Lok Sabha seat is made up of assembly segments, 7, 6, 8. If I add, we haven't added for all just yet, if I add each of those assembly segments into Lok Sabha trends, what does it look like? So we'll do that. I'll start, for example, with Madhya Pradesh, and we'll try and show you what the conversion of these assembly segments into Lok Sabha trends could look like. So there are 29 parliamentary seats in Madhya Pradesh. If we convert, and obviously it doesn't work like this, the factors are different, the elections are different, the mechanics are different, but if I just did a simple arithmetic, just for the sake of adda, you want to have adda, you want to talk what will happen, so instead of just talking, let me give you some data. If I convert the trends that have come so far from assembly segments into Lok Sabha leads, the Congress would have 7 Lok Sabha leads, the BJP 22. So at the very least, and the BJP will of course hope that this goes up, at the very least the BJP would have 22 Lok Sabha leads in Madhya Pradesh. From there, let me come to Chhattisgarh. There are 11 Lok Sabha seats in Chhattisgarh. On these 11 Lok Sabha seats, if I convert the assembly trends into, this is all being done live, I'm seeing this for the first time myself also. So if I now convert assembly leads into Lok Sabha trends, on these 11 seats, the BJP at 8, the Congress at 3. And remember, a Lok Sabha election is easier for the BJP than this. So 8 already, the Congress only at 3. So from there, I now want to go to Telangana. Let's see what's happening in Telangana. In Telangana, if we just did an arithmetic conversion, as I said, this election intelligence dashboard is quite magical. It will typically take people many days to do those kind of conversion. We can do it live for you. So if we convert assembly leads into Lok Sabha, the Congress leading on 9 Lok Sabha seats, the BRS on 6, the BJP had 4 last time, this time at 1, but they'll hope to do better in a Lok Sabha context. And lastly, let me come to Rajasthan. In Rajasthan, when I last checked, the data wasn't complete, but for what it's worth, from the seats we've been able to convert so far, the BJP leading on 16, the Congress only on 3. The other data I don't have just at this moment. I'll update it next time. It's looking pretty good. The BJP is looking at this, they won't take it for granted, but they'll say, okay, we're looking strong.
And in the Lok Sabha contest with Mr. Modi
Sure.
on the ticket,
Yeah.
Just add 5, I mean, just add 5 to 10% market share, vote share on this, and then make the graph.
And the stock market will boom in the morning, you know.
That is
I was
better.
speaking to Shail Bhatnagar, who heads markets today for Business Today Television, and he said, you know, if the BJP wins 2 Heartland seats, you watch Rahul tomorrow, when the markets open, the BSE and NSE will be at historic highs. They weren't expecting 3 wins. With 3 wins in the Heartland, the markets will be on a roll.
Absolutely, and just you have, I mean, this is, I understand they're just doing a literal translation, but the vote share is going to be very different in the next, and it's going to be advantage BJP. And I don't know what the India Alliance will do. Maybe they'll come up with another story, we'll know.
In a world which is so volatile, in a world that is so volatile, with elections so unpredictable in democracy after democracy, if India gets the same government and same prime minister for 3 successive terms,
Remember,
that's
Margaret Thatcher and Tony Blair, 2 other transformative leaders in their 3rd election struggle. I mean, they did win, but it was a lot of struggle. Any leader, you know, any leader internationally, if you're looking at these results, globally, they'll be envious of Narendra Modi. India's Prime Minister, after 9.5 years of being in power, to have this kind of popularity across the heartland is quite amazing. It's an astounding achievement to be able to keep voters on your side. The pundits may not be on their side. They're just itching and waiting to write his obituary. The voters have a mind of their own, Rajdeep.
And it's not going to stop. On 22nd of January, you'll have Mr. Modi doing the Ram Mandir inauguration. If anything, that will give it even more emotive resonance across North India. In that sense, he's got the narrative. He's got the leadership, the leadership battle, in a sense, sewn up. If I was the opposition, I wouldn't really know what to do. You know, assume that you are actually talking of a rival who's ticked all the boxes at the moment. There was even talk that the poorer sections of society, those on the margins who've suffered during COVID, are the ones who perhaps would vote against the BJP. But look at what's happened in Chhattisgarh. The poorer parts of the country, Chhattisgarh has some parts of the country where a large number of Dalits, tribals who live on the margins are there. They've all reposed their faith in the BJP in this election. So in parts of Madhya Pradesh, Malwa, Nimad, for example. So clearly, I think he's built what with Shivraj Singh Chouhan also is true, bharosa, trust. So when you're looking at a double engine then,
he's also built a welfare architecture that gets linked directly to the union government and to him.
And you know, even when you went across the states, Rajdeep, which we spoke of during the exit polls, when we were trying to conflate both the two, you can't, because the voters which were very clear, who were very clear that they were going the Congress way, made it very clear that when it comes to 24, they're going to vote the Prime Minister.
Hello?
Okay, let's just listen into Akshita Nandgopal, who's finally caught up with Revanth Reddy, the one Congress leader who's beaming at the moment, even though at 63, the Congress is only 3 above the halfway mark. Think about it. If there's a split tomorrow in the Congress, what happens next?
I'm happy for that. I'm happy for that. You have assessed.
You won today, sir. Your party has won today. Revanth sir, क्या कहेंगे?
We are going to close the show with those pictures of Revanth Reddy. These are the only pictures that the Congress can be gleeful about today. Else, it's been a saffron sweep. So from there, I'm going to show you the pictures across BJP offices in different parts of the country. Kabhi khushi, kahi gham. Khushi in the BJP camp, gham in the Congress camp. Today has been the BJP's day out. The BJP reasserting its supremacy in southern India. Revanth Reddy there. Those are pictures in Hyderabad, but I'll ask my producer to shift to all the pictures that we've got from other capitals of the country, from Jaipur, from Raipur, and from Bhopal, where it is the BJP's day out. On that note, I must take our first break. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back in the evening with plenty more.
भगवादारी आ गए राजस्थान में। कमल खिला के रहेंगे और महिलाओं को स्वतंत्रता राजस्थान बना के रहेंगे।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
As much as we thought that the Rajasthan result is going to be neck and neck, it clearly looks now that the BJP is taking a lead. The numbers are showing BJP leading. You're already celebrating. What's the mood here?
बिल्कुल भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत से राजस्थान में सरकार बनाने जा रही है और हम इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं राजस्थान की प्रत्येक नारी शक्ति का, जिन्होंने कि इस महिला विरोधी कांग्रेस सरकार को उखाड़ फेंकने का जो प्रण लिया था वो आज पूरा हो गया है और पूरी महिला शक्ति।
और इसलिए शांति धारीवाल जो महिला विरोधी बयान देते हैं वो पीछे हैं और राजस्थान ने महिला जाति ने उखाड़ कर फेंक दिया कांग्रेस। सीएम कौन है? सीएम कौन होगा? अगर सीएम कोई भी बने, राजस्थान में बहुमत से सरकार बन रही है। मोदी 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 कौन वसुंधरा राजे? वसुंधरा राजे।
देखिए सीएम चाहे जो भी बने वो हमारे शीर्ष नेतृत्व का निर्णय है और हमें सिरों उतार रहे हैं। हम तो बस इस बात में खुश हैं कि राजस्थान में कमल का फूल अपने प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ खिल रहा है। जय भाजपा, जय भाजपा।
क्यों आपको क्यों लगता है कि गहलोत अगर हार गए, क्यों हार गए? मीठी रेवड़ियां देने के चक्कर में हार गए। किसके चक्कर में? मीठी रेवड़ियां बांटने के चक्कर में फ्री रेवड़ियां बांटने से कुछ नहीं हुआ। राजस्थान की जनता पीड़ित थी कांग्रेस सरकार से और राजस्थान की जनता ने नतीजा दे दिया। आप वसुंधरा राजे को चाहते हैं सीएम या कोई और? अगर जीत गई भी बीजेपी ऐसी सरकार है जहाँ कोई भी सीएम बने, हम जीत गए, सीएम कोई भी बने हमें स्वीकार है। अच्छा सीएम कोई भी मिले, आप मोदी के लिए वोट किया है या किसके लिए?
राजस्थान की सुशासन लाने के लिए और मोदी जी के लिए।
अब गहलोत अगर हारेगा तो क्यों हारेगा?
अगर नहीं हार गया गहलोत,
गहलोत लिपट गया।
नारी को सुरक्षा दे न सके वो सरकार निकम्मी है।
जादूगर, there you have it, a whole bunch of women here in Rajasthan, Jaipur, right at the BJP office to come here to
जादू का पिटारा खो चुका है, मोदी आ चुका है।
मोदी आ चुका है। Well, this is obviously keeping a hawk eye on the 2024 elections. You had the BJP already doing the victory dance here. Massive jubilant celebrations as we see here right outside the BJP office. There you have the entire setup here, all decked in saffron. BJP flags, orange balloons, people wearing orange gear. A lot of them painting their face in orange. It's quite an ecstatic moment here for the BJP cadre in Rajasthan, undoubtedly.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Co-presented by
आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय, जॉय ई-बाइक.
Co-presented by Nexa, Create Inspire. Co-powered by
पारुल यूनिवर्सिटी वडोदरा गुजरात.
Co-powered by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत.
Welcome back. Big day for the BJP, sweeping the Hindi heartland, 3 states, 2 of which were earlier with the Congress, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, and retaining power in Madhya Pradesh. The Congress's sole comfort is coming from Telangana at the moment, where I can tell you their lead also has narrowed. They're 63 in that 119-member assembly. One of the heroes of the day, Rahul, is Shivraj Singh Chouhan. You can't get enough of him on a day like today.
प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो गारंटी है मध्य प्रदेश को एक एक पूरी करेंगे और भाई तो तुम्हारे लिए जिएगा मेरी बहनों, तुम्हारी जिंदगी बदलना मेरी जिंदगी का लक्ष्य है। हम कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे। आपने अपनी सब बहनों के प्रति अपना आभार, आपका प्यार अनमोल है। और मैं फिर दोहराता हूँ, मेरे लिए जगत में जितनी स्त्रियां हैं देवी की मूर्तियां हैं। आपका नाम, आपका सम्मान और आपकी सुरक्षा ये हमारी जिंदगी का लक्ष्य है। लंबी बात करने का वक्त नहीं है। रिजल्ट आ रहे और अपन जीत रहे हैं। ये जीत मैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को समर्पित करता हूँ, क्योंकि उनके आशीर्वाद से जीत हासिल की है। और लाडली बहनों, तुम्हें ये जीत समर्पित करता हूँ। तुम्हारी जीत है, भाई और बहन मिलकर हम साथ चलेंगे और मध्य प्रदेश को भी आगे बढ़ाएंगे और जनता की और बहनों की जिंदगी भी बदलेंगे। बोले भाई बहन सदा साथ रहेंगे मिलकर, मध्य प्रदेश को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, जनता की जिंदगी भी बदलेंगे और बहनें भी आगे बढ़ती जाएगी। मेरी बहनों, बारंबार फिर मैं अपनी बहनों को शीश झुका के प्रणाम करता हूँ, बारंबार प्रणाम करता हूँ। या देवी सर्वभूतेषु मातृरूपेण संस्थिता, नमस्तस्यै नमस्तस्यै नमस्तस्यै। मैं बारंबार प्रणाम मेरी बहनों, बारंबार प्रणाम। भारत माता की, लाडली बहनों की, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Shivraj Singh Chouhan. This is second or third public appearance that he's made. It's interesting, Rahul. It's Shivraj Singh Chouhan's second or third public appearance he's made. And look at it, right down the line, all the front rows dominated by women. And he's been open about it, Ladli Behna, he's giving it credit. He's got women right there. He's projecting himself as the next Chief Minister. Ashok Malik may not necessarily believe that he will be one, but the fact is that Shivraj Singh Chouhan,
is there any leader who's come out as often as Mamaji has this morning?
That's right.
He is coming out at every available opportunity, from the Bhopal gas tragedy anniversary to meeting a Ladli Behna to coming out and speaking inside his house. This is a victorious Shivraj Singh Chouhan, signaling to voters in Madhya Pradesh, signaling to his bosses in Delhi, signaling to the BJP Karyakarta across the country that this is a big victory. You cannot take credit away from Mamaji. So there's a lot of posturing and signaling as well. Raman Singh's done a bit of that in Chhattisgarh, but he's on a shakier wicket because he, A, wasn't projected, B, he was in opposition. Shivraj Singh Chouhan is in government, and while he acknowledged the role of Home Minister Amit Shah in micromanaging the campaign, in helping on the ground, it then becomes very difficult for the BJP at this juncture to institutionalize a generational change, even if they were thinking about one.
Huge difference between Raman Singh and Shivraj Singh Chouhan. Shivraj Singh Chouhan, incumbent Chief Minister, with his back to the wall, wins an election, wins such a massive mandate. On the other hand, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, the OBC factor is important. Raman Singh comes from a previous era where the BJP could perhaps was what I call the pre-OBC BJP. Now you've got a BJP which at every level is dominated by OBC leadership, starting with the Prime Minister. And to counter what the Congress says about OBCs being discriminated, I see any one of 3 or 4 names within the BJP's Chhattisgarh unit who are from the OBC community, who are the front runners to become the Chief Minister. Meanwhile, the breaking news we are getting is the BRS appears to have conceded. KCR concedes defeat in Telangana. KCR says...
No, this is Krishank Mane of the BRS saying that we
respect the verdict.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the fact is that the first time the BRS is coming out and saying it, even though, Sudhir, the margin isn't as if, it was looking like 70 about an hour ago, it's down to 63. And we want to make very cautious. If it were to come to anywhere below 60, then all options again open in Telangana.
Because the BRS so far was in the 30s, it has moved to the low 40s. 63 incidentally was the number that KCR's TRS won in 2014, the first election after the bifurcation, or around the time the bifurcation took place. So 63 is not a safe. In fact, many Congress leaders, including Renuka Chaudhary, said below 65 we are not safe.
Okay, so 41 for the BRS, 63 for the Congress. The Congress, which looked to be winning big, is now winning but just about crossing the finishing line, not looking comfortable, and that's been the case. Where the BJP is winning like it is in Madhya Pradesh, it's picking up 161 seats. Our poll was bang on in Madhya Pradesh, but this is just a phenomenal victory. After 20 years of being in power, 18 years of being in power, to win in this fashion is just an electoral marvel. This is the command the BJP machine, the Chief Minister, the party leadership has with the voters of the state, that the Congress is less than half of the BJP.
Look, there are 2 really major verdicts, I think, today that have come, or you could say 2.5. One big one is Madhya Pradesh. The surprise of the day is Chhattisgarh. I think Chhattisgarh has given the BJP a sense that this is a momentum that they've built. It's not just about Madhya Pradesh, not just what the exit pollsters like Axis said. We've turned around Chhattisgarh, a state where no one gave us really... I mean, out of 10 pollsters, 8 predicted a BJP defeat in Chhattisgarh. They've won that and winning it handsomely. Not in a super over as we thought, winning it handsomely. Rajasthan, you could argue that, compared to 2013, it's not as big a win, but it's still a win is a win. So for the BJP, all 3 coming together perfect. 2.5, I said, because in Telangana, if the Congress is able to go above 65, it is some southern comfort. But boss, to win 161 after 20 years in power is tremendous, remarkable.
But they won in different ways in different states. Madhya Pradesh is a pro-incumbency vote, women voting for Shivraj Singh Chouhan and the BJP on the back of Ladli Behna and various other schemes. Chhattisgarh is a management ka election. In that micro-management that is required, throwing up new leaders, removing your old leaders who have disaffection or anti-incumbency and finding a way of making the Congress lose and finding a way to win.
And all the big Congress leaders are losing. T.S. Singh has not lost an election in 15 years.
So let's show that on the election intelligence dashboard. We'll go through the VIPs in different states. You mentioned Chhattisgarh, so I'll start from there. In Chhattisgarh, if we look at the key candidates and how they are faring, Dr. Raman Singh in Rajnandgaon is leading. Bhupesh Baghel in Patan, the chief minister who's now on his way out, is leading. T.S. Singh is actually trailing in Ambikapur. He comes from the Sarguja area. He's trailing Deputy Chief Minister. Amit Jogi naturally trailing in Patan if Bhupesh Baghel is winning there. Vijay Baghel, again the third, the MP over there, he's trailing. Apart from that, Arun Sao. Now, listen to this man and his story carefully, because he's one of those who could potentially be Chief Minister. He is leading in Lormi. He is the state party chief. He's a sitting MP. I was on a flight with him on the way back from Raipur. He thinks he's going to be Chief Minister if the BJP wins, and now they've won. So he thinks he'll be fancying his chances. Fancying his chances also will be Brijmohan Agarwal. The problem though is that he comes from the Banya trader community, and therefore it's much tougher for him to be made Chief Minister in a tribal state, because, you know, the tribals versus the traders, that's the dynamic at play over there. So it's complicated for him. Apart from this, let's take a look at, for example, another senior Congress leader is trailing again in Durg Gramin. Tamraj Dhwaj Sahu is trailing the state home minister. So that's as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned. From here, let me come to Rajasthan and take you through some of the key VIPs for Rajasthan. Ashok Gehlot leading in Sardarpura. He though is on his way out. To his credit, if there is credit, he hasn't been hammered as badly as he usually gets hammered at the end of his term. He's been beaten, but not as badly as he usually gets beaten. Vasundhara Raje Scindia in Jhalra Patan, she has won. Sachin Pilot is leading in Tonk. CP Joshi in Nathdwara is trailing. Rajyavardhan Rathore is leading. He was trailing initially in Jotwara. Rajendra Rathore in Taranagar is trailing. Pratap Khacharewas, interestingly, Preeti, he is trailing in civil lines. Satish Punia of the BJP trailing at this moment. Govind Dotasra is leading in Lachmangarh. Professor Gaurav Vallabh, the spokesperson who's contesting in Udaipur, is trailing. Shanti Dhariwal is leading. Vishwaraj Mewar, interestingly, in Nathdwara is actually beating CP Joshi. Apart from this, Kirodilal Meena is winning in Savai Madhopur. Diya Kumari is winning she's won in Vidyadhar.
That is one of the safest seats.
Mahant Balaknath is leading in Tijara. Now, these two candidates are also those who would be fancying their chances, Ashok Malik, if the BJP is to institutionalize a generational change in Rajasthan. But they can do a change in Chhattisgarh and in Rajasthan if they wanted. In Madhya Pradesh, because you got an incumbent chief minister and he's won with 162. It's that much. Now, आपने change किया है. आप सुबह से तो उल्टा बोल रहे हो. इतना लगा कि finally been able to convert him to our point.
The moment for generational change is when you have 150 seats rather than 120. But that's my hunch. I'm not in politics.
I think the change. I think Rahul, the generational change will take place in Rajasthan.
And Rajasthan, there are many.
Because I don't think that Vasundhara, you see, you fought this election without projecting her, and you've yet won, unlike the past. So once you've done that, once you've not projected her, you had a Parivartan Yatra, she was not necessarily the only person part of it, then you've got options. Then you've got every reason to say
As in Chhattisgarh.
As in Chhattisgarh. In Chhattisgarh, almost certainly, as in Rajasthan, or in Rajasthan, they will look at the caste calculus. Do you want to, in some way, look at OBC politics again in Rajasthan? Do you want to look at possibly a tribal face? You see, the BJP always looks at caste calculus. My sense is it will be someone from the OBC community there.
And there are plenty to go by. There is Baba Balaknath, there is Bhupendra Yadav, there is Gajendra Shekhawat, who fancies his chances as well. There is CP Joshi, who comes from Chittorgarh.
Okay, those are interesting images there. DK Shivkumar giving a laddu. The only laddu the Congress can eat today is in Telangana. Revant Reddy, likely to be the next chief minister, is getting a nice big laddu from DK Shivkumar. He went there to safeguard his MLAs. Hopefully that's not required. 65 is where the Congress is at.
There's a new party which has been formed today called Congress S.
Which is what?
Congress South. In the past, there used to be a Congress S, which Sharad Pawar and others had broken away and formed in the 1980s. A new party has been formed called Congress S. This party is the party which is dominant south of the Vindhyas.
I
That's
want
the
to
story.
ask a question to Sudhir. Sudhir, I'm looking at the trends, especially where the AIMIM is concerned, and it's fascinating because it's completely shrunk. It's a decimation of the AIMIM. So that, yes.
Yeah, it's still leading in 7 seats, so they may still win their 7 seats, but the margins will be much lower.
lesser.
Yakutpura was what I was getting the figures for, where the BJP is said to be leading. So
let's be fair, just to correct to our friends, Mr. Owaisi. He's come back. He's won out of, he won 7 last time, so he's winning in 6. Only Nampalli, which was expected. You see, we have to go with the way the wind has blown.
Yeah.
Now he's winning his bastions.
But has it struck that Owaisi is team B of the BJP? Has that narrative struck?
No, see, the thing is that the way the Hyderabad old city is that it is seen as an MIM citadel, which is why the voting percentage is also low. People don't go for vote. Vote karke bhi kya fayda, MIM to jeetne wala hai. So that's the general attitude. But this time, it has kind of fluctuated a lot, which normally does not happen with the MIM seats. You know, it goes in one direction.
Exactly.
This time, the BJP has also made inroads into the MIM citadel, which would be a matter of worry for Owaisi 4 months down the line.
Okay, Pradeep Gupta now joins us, lead pollster at Access My India. Pradeep, welcome. You've got the Telangana poll right, you've got Madhya Pradesh right.
Madhya Pradesh bang on, and a real outlier. Madhya Pradesh is a real outlier, so full marks to what you got in Madhya Pradesh.
Telangana.
Telangana full marks again.
You cannot compare my performance with others. My performance is my performance.
Okay, so two you've got bang on, Madhya Pradesh, Telangana.
Rajasthan, directionally you were showing the Congress in front, the BJP doing much better than you'd anticipated.
No, you've got, let's be honest also, we've got to be honest, you got Rajasthan wrong, you've got Chhattisgarh badly wrong. That's the truth. I have to say this.
Rajdeep, in both the cases, we have also projected that BJP is likely to win the majority. We may not have called it accurately as of the case of...
You got Rajasthan wrong last time as well. What went wrong?
No, it's not the wrong. Last time also we got BJP 72 seats, but Congress we said 110, they got
last
100.
time was okay. This time you've got...
Directionally also this time we have projected as the... You cannot say it wrong. I agree, it is not right as well. It's all depend half glass full or half glass empty.
Yeah, you know,
however way you want to see.
I will say one thing.
Sir, if it's not right, it's wrong.
No, Pradeep went where no journalist went and predicted Madhya Pradesh spot on. All of us went.
More than the BJP also.
Yeah,
even the BJP didn't.
Even I said BJP ahead, but Kati ki takkar. I've got that video. So Pradeep is spot on.
You've said so many different things.
No, I've got it all here on. I'll tell you exactly, but both of us got, Preeti and I got Rajasthan right, Pradeep has got it wrong.
I got Madhya Pradesh also right.
No, you said also slight edge. Nobody said 150, 160. Let's be clear.
Okay.
Let's
I
all
said
be
BJP
honest with ourselves. It's the way to do
We didn't say wave. I didn't
nobody
say
said a wave, it's a wave. On the other hand, in Chhattisgarh, most of us who went there, including pollsters, predicted, Pradeep, that the Congress would be ahead of BJP. BJP has gone well ahead. What has gone wrong? What changed in Chhattisgarh? Let's start with Chhattisgarh, because that is the real election where the turnaround compared to pollsters.
Yeah, that's right. Chhattisgarh also, Rajdeep, we projected Adivasis are voting more in favor of BJP, particularly in case of Bastar region, which is the case. Now coming to why BJP got extra vote, 3% extra vote than our projection, and as well as the more than Congress, 3% more than, is basically the OBC's vote. Sahu, we projected very well that BJP is getting lion's share this time, which was not the case the last time. But the Dalit votes, particularly Satnamis, which is in the large numbers in Chhattisgarh.
Which used to be once with Ajit Jogi.
BSP and GGP formed the alliance, and good amount of these Dalit and Adivasi votes shifted towards this alliance, which dented the prospect of Congress. This is the case and a story of Chhattisgarh.
Very interesting, because I remember you mentioning, and let's give Pradeep credit, he mentioned others could be a critical factor in Chhattisgarh, and you're saying they've taken over the Dalit vote. You also spotted a trend which may have got a little more magnified in the results, which is women.
Yeah.
I sense that women have voted for the BJP in much larger numbers than men. So clearly the welfare schemes that the BJP promised in Chhattisgarh have worked among women, just as they did in Madhya Pradesh through Ladli Behna.
Absolutely. And that particularly Mahatari Yojana, which they...
Mahatari Vandana Yojana.
Mahatari Vandana Yojana, virtue of that, 12,000 rupees they promise in a year to female of the Chhattisgarh, which is the same case of Ladli Behna type, and these are the more or less same state, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, and people believe in that, particularly female, and voted large number in favor of
So you're
BJP.
saying the others in a way took away a bit of the Congress vote, especially Dalit vote.
Dalit and
the
Adivasi.
BJP's got the Sahu vote back. They put 14 Sahu candidates
Yes.
up there, and the woman vote has gone towards the BJP. What about Rajasthan? What you had said in Rajasthan, and you're right there, that you had said it's possible that the BJP could in one of your scenarios get a majority, but the gap, the Congress has come nowhere close to the nervous 90s. They've fallen to 71. BJP has pulled ahead. Is it the Gujjar vote, in particular eastern Rajasthan, when I look at it?
No, actually, if you look at the map, no. So it's the Jaipur division, it's Bikaner, it's Hanumangarh, it's Nagaur.
Yes.
That's the area where they've
So
totally...
what changed?
Here also the others damage the prospect of Congress here, I would say again, because BJP vote bank is largely the same as Brahman, Rajputs, OBCs, which is the same. But if you see the Jat votes particularly, and then the Adivasi and Dalit votes, it seems here as well, BSP has played a very big role in Rajasthan. If you see the vote share of BSP, overall is 2 to 3% is a significant vote for BSP in the state like Rajasthan.
In fact, others are about...
difference between BJP and Congress
That's the 3%
That's the 3% difference between BJP
Well,
and
actually,
Congress.
others are about 18% at the moment. So others are very significant in Rajasthan.
We projected
now, a local journalist in Rajasthan has told me that the biggest problem that Gehlot had was repeating candidates. You only cut 17 tickets. And the sense one gets is that has also cost the Congress local anti-incumbency, because region after region, Preeti, there's not a single region at the moment where I see the Congress ahead of the BJP in Rajasthan.
No, Shekhawati.
That's the only region.
Shekhawati, they are ahead. But if you look at it, Rajdeep, it's a complete split. Just look at it. Look at where the Jaipur division is concerned. No, even Ahirwal, Jaipur. Look at Jaipur.
Jaipur region at the moment, we've got the BJP leading in 25, Congress in 18. Okay. The Congress had done very well there last time.
Yes.
In Ahirwal, which is a Gujjar-dominated area, BJP 11, INC 8 last time.
But Rajdeep, what we were suspecting is that East Rajasthan will give the benefit to BJP. It's happened, but not entirely. But it's come more from areas which are... Look at it. Look at the map. The saffron surge is completely where...
The biggest saffron surge
the Bikaner, Jodhpur area is.
No, the biggest saffron surge in Rajasthan is in Mewar. 25 to the BJP, 6 to the Congress. So some element of polarization on the ground. Remember, the Udaipur incident was magnified. The Prime Minister spent a lot of time claiming that if the Congress came back, there would be... The Kanhaiya Lal story was played out. So across Rajasthan...
But this has always been the stronghold. This has been a BJP stronghold.
Are we saying, therefore, Pradeep, picking up others is the challenge for a pollster? You see, and who those others are picking up votes from becomes a bigger challenge. You can get the vote share of the top two parties right, but the others, where do they get their votes from?
Even in case of Rajasthan, that too, others numbers also we got a spot on. We said between 14 to 18, and 18s are likely to win as per our whatever current trends now. What is more important here, whose vote share they are getting more in numbers.
And you think they got the Congress's vote share?
Yes. Whether they are denting to the Congress or to the BJP, that is the precisely reason why last time also our poll was not spot on, though directionally absolutely right.
What does this verdict mean for the Lok Sabha elections, Pradeep?
I don't think it has any bearing on the outcome of Lok Sabha 2024, but yes, it does moral booster for the party, for the Karkartas, for the trained kind of a setting in media. You will talk lots on this direction, the way we have been talking in last 1 year for Madhya Pradesh. We were always saying too much, anti-incumbency, fatigue factor, this and that.
No, but this is not fatigue or anti-incumbency.
Other way around, we were talking about the Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh is, last time it was a landslide, 68 versus 15 for Congress to BJP. And that is the precisely reason why whatever is available before us, we have no choice but to analyze that.
But Pradeep, look at 2018 and what happened in 2019.
That's what I'm saying.
There was about a 10 to 15% incremental vote in these states for the BJP between 2018
Which could
November,
still well
December.
happen.
Which is what I'm saying. Now you've gone on a higher base. You've already, for example, in Chhattisgarh, Rahul, the BJP fell to about 33-34% of the vote. Now they've come back over 40. Imagine if they get a 15% bump.
So let me ask Pradeep that question, because a lot of the BJP top leaders who are messaging and people around them, their big thrust, and we'll hear a lot of this from the BJP in the hours and days to come, is ab ki baar 400 par. Given the electoral arithmetic, is that possible? Is that a campaign cry or is that possible?
That's what, again, I am telling you, whatever people and everybody will see in front of them, they are going to do analysis based on that. That is the reason why we have been saying Chhattisgarh to Congress ka secured hai. And Madhya Pradesh to BJP.
How did the Congress botch up Chhattisgarh?
The problem here is that...
How did the Congress botch up Chhattisgarh, do you think?
In both the... See, the biggest picture over here is the Congress is not able to repeat their government. Governments are always repeat purely based on the performance of incumbent government, which is not the case. On the other side, BJP has shown that the kind of credibility and the kind of people believe in the leadership of Narendra Modi, and whatever he says, whatever they promise.
One top BJP leader who called this morning while our coverage was going on said, Pradeep tells us that Hindutva doesn't work. This verdict says Hindutva works.
That is the problem with entire country. Whenever BJP is winning, meaning it is only winning because of Hindutva. This is never the case. Again and again, I keeps on reminding, if that was the case, that Atal Bihari types of leader, too tall a leader, and Ram Mandir movement at that time, they never ever secured more than 180 seats.
No, but India has changed since then.
Nothing is changed. In fact, the kind of a religious alignment with the emergence of youth demographically, no youth likes to go in mandir. Tell me how many youths like to go in mandir and go in a religious way?
Can I just give you...
No, I don't agree. One second. India is more conscious of religious identity than they were previously. People are being made more conscious of religious identity, and they are more conscious of religious identity.
I'll give you a distinction. 1993, these same states, because let's call apples to apples. 1993, then of course Madhya Pradesh was one state, went to the polls in the backdrop of the Babri Masjid demolition at the peak of the Ram wave. What happened?
BJP didn't have this kind of organizational machinery.
So I'll just come to it. BJP had to get independent support to win Rajasthan, Bhairav Singh Shekhawat. Madhya Pradesh, the Congress won, and the third, and Himachal Pradesh. Himachal Pradesh, the Congress won, and Delhi also the
BJP won.
Oh, yeah, but these were the three. These were the three big ones that went. What has changed from 1993 to 2023? 30 years have gone. I think three things have changed. A, the BJP, you are absolutely right, organizationally has become much stronger. The ability to do last mile connectivity is much stronger, more robust under the Amit Shah regime. Number two, you've got in Narendra Modi a leader who embodies, I would say, what I call Moditva, which is a mix of this kind of Vikas Purush that I'm going to bring you, the promised land, a better tomorrow. At the same time, the core Hindutva vote is still with you. So you've got a core plus vote. He's added a Hindutva plus vote. Number three, I think, we've seen, I believe, a weakening of the Congress over the last 30 years. You see, when you look at a leader, you also have to look at it in the context of the opposition. I just look at the Congress in Madhya Pradesh. I covered that election 93. On the stage, Digvijay Singh, Madhav Rao Scindia, Arjun Singh, VC Shukla, they had a phalanx of leaders. Look at the Congress today. The only leader from that time is, the two leaders from that time are still around. Everyone else is gone. You don't have a younger leadership. You look at your opposition weakens, you strengthen, it becomes a bit of a no contest.
Pradeep Gupta, would the BJP be able to change chief ministers, or are they likely now, in your view? What is the data telling you? Forget what actually happens. What's the data telling you in terms of the message for who should be chief minister next?
Data is clearly, people have seen whatever the current chief minister, and in the past whoever was the chief minister, or if any party declare the chief minister candidate. So again, whatever facts before them, they based on that they say whatever they have to say.
My question is, on the basis of this verdict, what's your interpretation on who's best suited to be chief minister in Rajasthan?
Rajasthan, new face has to be from OBC and backward class for sure, and youth. This is something...
Why new face? Why not Vasundhara?
If you compare just for the moment, let's take the example first, the Madhya Pradesh.
No, I'm asking you about Rajasthan.
Okay, chalo, Rajasthan. Now, if Gehlot Sahab was there, the incumbent chief minister, and had BJP projected Vasundhara Raje ji, any common man on the earth will definitely say Gehlot wait much more than that. And that is the probably precisely reason why BJP has never projected and Modi was the face, then things were
They made it
down.
Modi versus Gehlot.
So this is the case. Now coming to the Madhya Pradesh, if you see the Kamal Nath on the other side, one side, and the Shivraj Singh on the other side, again the difference, any common man, 100 out of 99 will say, yaar, ye to zyada theek hai. So this is the case.
You know, very interesting.
And in Chhattisgarh?
And Chhattisgarh again because of...
No, you're giving
Another
your
backward
perspective.
caste.
No, I'm asking you, what is the data telling you? Who's best placed to be Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh now?
Chhattisgarh now, based on our data, Raman Singh had a big difference when popularity of Chief Minister when we asked, than the Bhupet Baghel. Because of obvious reason. That is the reason why that data has no meaning. You have to see what is the probability on the ground. But provided you project someone, then they select one.
Can I just tell you what Pradeep had told me, and it has stayed in my mind. I used it in my book as well. After the 2018 election, when the Congress won all 3 states, we were in the evening discussing, and he made this point. He said, if the Congress has any sense, they will make Sachin Pilot or Jyotiraditya Scindia, if not both the chief ministers, to project an impression of a generational change. It is perception. It's not as if Gehlot is not more popular than MLA. When I asked congressmen, and they were right in their own way, they said more MLAs are with Gehlot. Fair enough. Similarly, more MLAs were with Kamal Nath. But when you win an election, you're not winning it only for your MLAs. You're also looking at your future.
But see, who are you as a leader? You are a public representative. So you have to see what is the ratio of representation individual personality belonging to. If your generation is 65% in the age of up to 35 years of age, then you have to look this demography and take your decisions.
But Pradeep, in Rajasthan, would you fancy the chances of someone like a Baba Balak Nath? He's OBC, he's young, and he's also a polarizing figure going into 2024.
This is a very good question you ask, and again I want to give the answer of Rahul that Hindutva work or doesn't work. See, again the ratios. If your population 70 to 80% lives less than $100 a month, do you think it impact their religious alignment or whatever you call following? Whereas definitely it affect the 5 to 10% of people who are the affluent class belonging to the upper caste. Definitely it does matter. So you have to decide what you want. That you want whether the lion's share or the real representation, or you are looking for those 5 to 8%. Media you will get lots of mindshare, not a single % doubt. But media
and one of the things that has also changed when I compare 93 to 2023, and Ashok, you were also around in 1993, is the OBCization. You see, in 1993, we almost took it for granted. वो upper caste का leader बनेगा. Digvijay became, for example, chief minister of Madhya Pradesh. Bhairav Singh Shekhawat became in Rajasthan. Now it appears political parties are very conscious of caste. Caste census may not work, but I want my caste leader.
In 1993, just after the Babri Masjid Ram Janmabhoomi incident, December 6th, the BJP still loses in Uttar Pradesh to OBC Dalit alliance. I think that was a turning point.
Representation.
It was a turning
share
point.
of representation.
Yes. It was a turning point in Indian politics. Because after that, the BJP also had to change.
Why Naveen Patnaik is winning consecutive 5 elections? You are ignoring all this performance. And here you talk about the performance. When actual somebody come victorious, you ignore the performance when it is the case of BJP.
I'd like to say one thing. I agree with Pradeep on one issue, that elections are multifactorial. Yeah. Identity is there, of course it is there, but it's not the only factor.
Okay, one BJP leader sent me a message. You are missing on the fact that Mr. Modi will look for a woman face either in Chhattisgarh or Rajasthan.
He has to, with 33%.
And 2 names, of course, doing the round: Saroj Pandey in Chhattisgarh, Vasundhara, of course, herself, and Diya Kumari in Rajasthan. He says Mr. Modi is very clear. He needs to see one major woman face in the I'm just telling you what
I'm just telling that they are 100% right, but both of them belonging to upper caste.
That's right. I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm just telling you.
You need backward caste. You will get backward caste chief ministers, backward caste Dalit chief ministers.
Vasundhara
and one will be a woman.
Raje is doing a press conference at this moment. Let's listen to what she is saying.
I think आप लोग सबसे ज़्यादा मजा तो आप लोग ले रहे हो. हाँ, 55. You can't go to 70. Where are you going to get those votes from? I'm just thinking that they all have to be standing out there. 55.
34 last time.
Last time, you know the circumstances. So circumstances all around Rajasthan tha. Otherwise we'd have won Rajasthan. Sarkar gayi na on that. But that has changed.
Hit wicket.
So expectation is.
During my Nalawad visit, I was just trying to find out a single poster of Congress candidate. Not able.
I also didn't look. I must say. I'm trying to remember. Nahin. Okay, we'll start. Let's get over this, and then we can sit and chat for a little while. So, सबसे पहले राजस्थान की ये जो शानदार जीत है, ये माननीय हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिनका मंत्र था ये सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, ये उसकी जीत है. उनकी दी हुई गारंटी की जीत है. ये जीत हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह जी की रणनीति की जीत है. और ये जीत हमारे माननीय अध्यक्ष श्री नड्डा जी के कुशल नेतृत्व की जीत है. और फिर सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट ये भी है, ये जीत हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं की, जिनके अथक प्रयास परिश्रम की जीत है. उन्होंने दिन और रात हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के जो सपने को साकार करने की पूरी कोशिश करते हुए उस दिशा में मेहनत करके ये परिणाम दिलाने का काम किया है. और सबसे बड़ी बात तो यह है कि ये जीत हमारे जनता जनार्दन की है, जिसने कांग्रेस के कुराज को नकारते हुए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सुराज को अपनाने का काम किया है. और ये जीत 2024 में मोदी जी को फिर से देशवासियों की सेवा का अवसर देने की जीत, ये जीत है. सो दैट्स ऑल आई वांटेड टू से. मेरी तरफ से तो इतना ही है. फिर आप बंद कर दो तो फिर अपन सवाल नहीं, वो सवाल
आपने जहाँ रेडियन की
सवाल नहीं सर, वो सवाल. अब इसके बाद आप स्विच कर दो ऑफ एंड देन अपन बात करें. ये नहीं करेंगे, चाय पिलाओ.
You know, right through this campaign, Rahul, Vasundhara Raje has been refusing to take questions, and she's done the same today, because the obvious question that was going to be asked to her, are you in the chief minister race? She doesn't want to get into it at the moment, and she's praised Narendra Modi 4 times in 5 minutes.
But it's beyond her control now. It's frankly beyond her control. No, but the difference with Yogi Adityanath was the top BJP brass said a lot of MLAs wanted Yogi Adityanath. He was the #1 most popular candidate when it came to who people wanted should come and campaign for them. You can't really say
Shekhawat doesn't command that same pan-Rajasthan appeal at the moment, but you never know. But you never know.
I want to spend a moment on
Gujarat is sui generis.
Dashboard.
I can appoint even Rajdeep Sardesai can become chief
looking
minister.
Mr. Modi vote share numbers. Okay, so we'll start with Rajasthan. I want to show you the vote share numbers it gives, because we've seen the seats enough. The vote share breakup gives you a good sense of how each of these states is actually looking. So I'll take Madhya Pradesh, for example, and give you the vote share numbers from Madhya Pradesh. What here on your screen now, what you see initially are the previous year's numbers. Now you're seeing the current year's numbers, 49 versus 41. That's a 8% lead for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh in terms of vote share. And that really is hats off to Pradeep for picking it up, because your estimates were higher than the BJP's own estimates. Some of the top BJP leaders I spoke to said, "Ye thoda zyada bol raha, अच्छा ही होगा, इतने आ जाएंगे," but they weren't expecting this either. So that is as far as, I can do a few other things which makes the vote share numbers more interesting. I'll show you a heat map of Madhya Pradesh. What this does is it shows you in how many seats was the Congress really in the fray. There are only 117 seats where the Congress's vote share is above 40%, which means in the other seats, the Congress didn't even get 40% of the vote share. The BJP had 40% plus vote share in 187 seats. This is a very important data point that we're putting out, showing the dominance of the BJP versus how weak the Congress's performance. Once you break it down, so this is called a vote share heat map. What you're seeing is how many seats did the BJP do well in, which is above 40%. How many did the Congress put up a good fight in? They didn't do that in too many seats. If we compare this with the historical vote share for Madhya Pradesh, the BJP has actually done better in this election than it ever has. In 2003, the BJP's vote share was 43%. 2008, it was 38%. 2013, it was 45%, came down to 41%. Now it's 49%. So an 8% increase. The Congress, roughly where it was at 41% earlier, it's at 41%. It's the BJP that's pulled votes away from the others, brought it to itself. That's a big number there. I can do a dispersion. I'll show you what the dispersion looks like in Madhya Pradesh. What this dispersion does is it shows you how strongly the BJP has done. It's done poorly in very few seats, doing strongly in a lot of seats. And we can do the same now for Rajasthan. Let me do the same for Rajasthan and show you the Rajasthan numbers for vote share. So in Rajasthan, if we look at the vote share, 39-39 it was roughly last time round. This time the BJP at 42, the Congress at 39. So Rajasthan was tighter, more contested. 19% to the others, a lot of vote to the others, a 3% gap in favor of the BJP in Rajasthan, 3% up from the last time. Again, the Congress roughly where it was. Rahul. So they are pulling votes from the others. The Congress holding on both in Madhya Pradesh and in Rajasthan to where it was last time.
Yeah, so this is where my poll is. See, 41% we said for the BJP, they are getting 42%. And also we said 42 for the Congress, they are 39, meaning -2 added to 1 to the BJP difference. And 2 to the others.
I'll show you vote share heat map for Rajasthan. What the vote share heat map does is it tells you how strong a performance the Congress put up. So there are 122 seats where the BJP had 40% plus vote share. 122 seats, BJP's vote share is more than 40%. The Congress's vote share is more than 40% only in 98 seats. So in half the state, the Congress couldn't even get 40%, so it never really was in the reckoning on these seats. If I do a historical breakup of the vote share details, as I've been saying since the morning, this kind of micro detailing is not available anywhere else. I mean, there's no other network that can come anywhere close to matching the level of detailing that we can do. So where does this look in terms of historical vote share? It's kind of where it was. The BJP's biggest victory was in 2013 when it had 45% of the vote share. It now has 42%. Last year it was 39%. In 2008 it was 34%. So this is really not the BJP's biggest victory in terms of vote share in Rajasthan.
It's actually not so, when you look at those numbers, it just shows you the role that others play in Rajasthan.
Correct.
In no other Hindi heartland state will you feel such big numbers for others. 21% went down to 19%. The Congress, the gap is only 3%. You see, it's not as if the gap, Rahul, even when you do the heat map, when you say 98 seats over 40%, that's quite a lot. That's almost half the seats of Rajasthan. Congress was over 40%. Just think about it. Yes. The Congress needed one extra incremental vote. You could have either done that with alliances or you could have presented a more inclusive leadership. These are the small micro detailing in a state election management.
I'll give you a small example. We were talking about the Bundelkhand region in Madhya Pradesh. There are 4 seats now that I have just gone through. One of them that I have in front of me, Niwari, where the Samajwadi Party has polled 13,000 seats, which is double the winning, 13,000 votes, which is double the winning margin of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress.
Yeah, but the only difference I'll make is that in Madhya Pradesh, it's a washout. When 162 plays 66, it would have made no difference.
Every seat
but
counts.
in Rajasthan, had you concentrated on 20 to 25 seats in making alliances on the ground, in ensuring that you had dropped 20 more sitting MLAs, Gehlot would have had half a chance. You see, this is where, as I said, when you put ego before your party, I will not have anything to do with Sachin Pilot till the last moment. It doesn't work. When you say that my welfare schemes are good enough, it doesn't work.
I want to come now to Chhattisgarh. In Chhattisgarh, the BJP has 46% of the vote share. The BJP's vote share in this election is 13% up from the last time. That's a 13%. Big swing. It looks like not as big a victory as in Madhya Pradesh, but given how low they'd fallen, pulling 13% extra voters to get them to vote for you is a very big electoral achievement. And the Congress Rahul, is at 42, that's 1% down.
Down, and see the others. That is where the BJP and management
everywhere they're pulling from the others.
The DGP and BSP alliance. In Bihar, it was overseas factor which made BJP win, right? With only 10 seats extra than the...
I want to do a vote share heat map for Chhattisgarh so that you understand what this means. How hard did the Congress fight? That's what this data shows. Here it is on your screen for the first time. 40% and plus BJP had 67 out of 90. So which means on 67 seats in Chhattisgarh, the BJP fought a very tight, very good election. The Congress fought a good election only on 54 seats. So forget what the narratives on television and amongst the pundits were. The Congress actually fought a good fight at the data might keep changing as you go along because more rounds are getting counted. But from what we know, and we're halfway done, the Congress fought well only on 54 seats. If I look at the historical breakup of Chhattisgarh, here it is on your screen right now. The BJP has actually done better this time than it ever has. BJP in 2003 was 39%, 2008 was 40%, 41% in 2013, 33% last time. This time it's at 46%. This is BJP's best performance in Chhattisgarh ever since the state was formed in the year 2000. The Congress has done worse. It got 36% in 2003, 38% in 2008, 40% in 2013, 1% down from the last time. So the Congress is kind of where it was, Ashok. Everywhere we are going, the Congress is kind of where it was. The BJP is pulling votes from everywhere.
What is happening in all three states is that all three states have traditionally been bipolar. They're actually becoming even more bipolar.
Yeah.
The space for the third
but
force
the bipolarity is benefiting the BJP, not the Congress.
Yes, absolutely.
See, in Chhattisgarh, the BJP has had a huge swing in its favor. You know, it's come back from 33 back to 45, 46.
At the cost of others.
At the cost of, you see, others, please appreciate. Last time when you've seen, the others were well organized.
JCC and BSP alliance.
JCC and BSP were in a solid alliance last time. And they got 20% of the vote. That comes to 12. The BJP picks a lion's share of it. You see, politics is about what has changed in Indian politics is simply that. New age election management is about managing others, managing constituency-wise, managing regions, projecting some local leaders. When the BJP sent ministers and MPs into Madhya Pradesh, what was our, as you called it, what pop panditry? BJP is nervous.
No.
BJP is desperate. BJP does not know whether they can put all their faith in Shivraj Singh. Let's send them there. What they did is they used these leaders to create a mahal in the local areas.
No. They fielded all these except Prahlad Singh Patel, that to his brother constituency. All are very difficult seats for BJP to win.
Yes, but what you did also...
there you need somebody
but what you also...
skin in the game.
You also create... you also make sure that all these leaders have a skin in the game.
Okay.
And they're going to also fight. So I think strategy mattered. Strategy at election time is where the BJP bested and demolished the Congress in the Hindi art.
So I want to leave you with one data set before we end. I said that the kind of analytics we'll be able to run are unprecedented. And I'm glad that so many people now, after watching our coverage, feel the same. Here is the aggregate of all elections. 638 seats up for grabs today. The BJP has won or is leading in 339. The Congress only at 232. So game, set, match today to the BJP, opening the doors for what could be a historic re-election. Not since Pandit Nehru has an Indian Prime Minister won 3 terms in office. From what we've seen, it seems India mange more Modi, more BJP. That's what this verdict is telling us. We're slipping into a break. Our coverage continues. There's so much more we have from the ground, from the election intelligence dashboard. We'll keep pulling this out for you. We'll be talking to the big players on the ground. Many of them messaging, calling to say they want to come live on our coverage. So we'll do that. We'll invite them, get them live when we return on the other side of a quick break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today. Powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
The promise that you have made, if Congress is voted to power, you will shave your beard or leave your tail. What do you want to say at this moment, sir?
Yeah, after we form the government, probably I'll take off my beard.
So what do you have to say about the current politics that is going on in Taj Krishna? We have seen that Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister is in Park Hayat and other MLAs also are there. So what do you have to say about that?
No,
any coaching that can be done, any MLAs that can shift sides is what you feel?
See, in contemporary politics, when we're dealing with people like the BJP and the BRS, we will take our precautions. And while I don't see, I'm not aware of whatever is going on about poaching and all, but I'm confident that our Congress elected MLAs will stay with us, no problem. And if our party organization is taking any steps to prevent others from having any mischievous ideas in their mind, I think that's the right thing to do.
तेलंगाना में हमने पहले से कहा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी 70+ यहाँ पे सीटा जीतेगी, तो वो नतीजे सामने आ रहे हैं। तो पहले से ही हम सोनिया जी गांधी ने जो तेलंगाना की निर्मित यहाँ पर की थी, तो तेलंगाना आने के बाद यहाँ पर जिस तरीके से केसीआर ने गवर्नमेंट चलाई है, अपने फार्म हाउस से गवर्नमेंट चलाई, जो भी उन्होंने वायदे किए थे कोई वायदा वो पूरा नहीं कर पाए, या बेरोजगारी बढ़ी है, बड़े पैमाने पे बेरोजगारों को रोजगार नहीं मिला है यहाँ पर, ना कोई 10 साल के अंदर ऐसी कोई बात हुई है कि जो तेलंगाना के डेवलपमेंट के लिए उन्होंने कुछ किया हो। और इस तरीके से गवर्नमेंट चलाना कोई डेवलपमेंट्स नहीं है, सिर्फ एडवर्टाइज के माध्यम से सब तक।
आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय, जॉय ई बाइक को प्रेजेंटेड बाय नेक्सा, क्रिएट इंस्पायर, को पावर्ड बाय पारुल यूनिवर्सिटी वडोदरा गुजरात, को पावर्ड बाय ArcelorMittal निपॉन स्टील इंडिया, बनाऊंगा मैं बनेगा भारत।
I want to go across now to Union Information and Broadcasting Minister Anurag Thakur, who'd been campaigning in all these poll-bound states quite extensively. The Bharatiya Janata Party, Anurag ji, winning 3 out of 3 Hindi heartland states. Do you think this makes the path to 2024 that much more clear, gives the party and its cadre the confidence of hitting the next election on the back of these big victories?
Let me first thank the voters for their trust in Narendra Modi, in the policies of Modi government and the double engine government, which has successfully worked in states like Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh to Assam, Gujarat, where they have seen the impact, what is the advantage of a double engine government. Secondly, this is a historic win. Look at the Madhya Pradesh results. I mean, your channel is one of the channels who have shown this kind of landslide victory in your exit polls. And let me again say here, people have shown their faith and trust in Narendra Modi ji. And Modi ji was the face during the election campaign. He is not only India's most popular leader, but the world's most popular leader for the last 4 years. The trust shown by the people, I can say here with full guarantee that will ensure whatever has been promised during the election time. There is only one guarantee which works in India today, that is Modi ki guarantee.
In Chhattisgarh, Anurag ji, the BJP was trailing for the longest time. Even this morning when I spoke to one of your senior most leaders, he thought it will be tight, that you should end up slightly in front, but he himself said it would be tight. You actually ended up 54 versus 33. It's a very big victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party, much bigger even in Chhattisgarh than your own estimates internally, including this morning.
Rahul ji, if you check with your sources in the state of Chhattisgarh or with the central media, I've been saying it during the Chhattisgarh campaign also, that BJP will win hands down. And the reason for that, I'll give you that. When I went to Chhattisgarh to launch the Bhupe campaign, the single line I said, Bhrashtachar karo, Bhupe karo. It was known to everyone in the state that you can do corruption and can make payment to Bhupesh Baghel, because state of Chhattisgarh have become a ATM for the Congress party. They've been funding the Congress party from the state of Chhattisgarh. One after another scam has tarnished the image of the Chief Minister and the state of Chhattisgarh and Congress party. Now, look at what they promised 5 years back. They could not deliver on that. और मैं कहता हूँ इसको हिंदी में जरूर कहूँगा, माँ उन्होंने गंगा जल की कसम खा के कहा था कि that they will make छत्तीसगढ़ liquor free. तो माँ गंगा का श्राप, कांग्रेस साफ. They did Mahadev app corruption घोटाला, महादेव का श्राप, कांग्रेस साफ. Similarly, they lied to the poor people, गरीबों का श्राप, कांग्रेस साफ. गौठान घोटाला, माँ गौ के साथ घोटाला, माँ गौ माँ का श्राप, कांग्रेस साफ. So whatever they promised, they could not fulfill that. On the other hand, if you look at Madhya Pradesh, the guarantees were delivered. And it is the Modi guarantee which is fulfilled by the state chief minister and the entire government. And here, whatever we have promised, look at Chhattisgarh. Congress promised 15,000 rupees to the women. But they could not give 500 rupees per month, which becomes 6,000 rupees per year. They could not do that. The people were making a comparison. If you could not give 6,000 rupees per annum, how can you give 15,000 rupees now? So they believed in Prime Minister Modi and his guarantees. So I think that is the advantage BJP, the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
What does this verdict mean in your view for the 2024 elections? Given the fact that you've been able to fight off anti-incumbency in Madhya Pradesh, deliver this big victory, snatch both Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan from the Congress, increased your vote share in Telangana but ended up distant third. What does the aggregate of all of this, in your view, mean for the Lok Sabha elections?
I personally feel every election is fought differently on different issues. But one thing I would like to say here, people are ensuring double engine government for the welfare of the state, and in the interest of the country, they will pick again Prime Minister Modi. Why? The only reason, they see that whatever Prime Minister says, he delivers that. They believe that he is committed for the welfare of the poor people. They see Prime Minister Modi ensures good governance and development, and the BJP's good government and development model has been accepted by the people of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. And this will ensure a landslide victory for BJP in 2024. In 2018, when BJP lost all these states, despite that in 2019, we won majority of the seats in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan.
Okay, what do you think about the Telangana verdict? That's the one sliver of hope for the Congress. Currently leading and winning 64 seats, up 45. The BJP is at 7, up 6. So it's a credible. I'll show the Telangana vote share to Anurag Thakur and to our viewers. The BJP has done much better than earlier, but not enough to be able to become second. Here's the vote share for Telangana on your screen right now. The Bharatiya Janata Party, which had 7% vote share, has doubled the vote share to 15, but you're still quite far from being able to convert that into seats in Telangana.
You rightly mentioned, Rahul, but the issue is BJP was working hard for the last 5 years against the corrupt KCR government. It was BJP who created the environment in the state of Telangana, which is anti-BRS. But if you look at the by-elections, out of 5, BJP won 2 by-elections. And during the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation polls, we did extremely well. Here also our vote share has gone more than double. which clearly shows people want BJP, but yes, we could not convert that into those kind of seats. The advantage went to Congress, but there is always a next time, and we're going to do well next time, which is the upcoming Lok Sabha election in the state of Telangana.
There were lots of laddus at the Congress office this morning. I wonder what they're going to do with those laddus, but how is the BJP going to be celebrating this big victory in the Hindi heartland, Anurag bhai?
I think they should also enjoy the laddu because this is pro-poor and pro-people government which has been elected. So they're also going to get benefit out of this. Whatever we promised, that will also be delivered to the Congress Karyakartas because they're part of that state. And if you look at these 4 crore houses, we never looked at the caste, religion. They have been given to those, beneficiaries who actually deserves that. So it will ensure that that happens. They can enjoy the sweets. They can have laddu on the BJP's victory because this is actually going to benefit them because Prime Minister Modi believes in delivering what he has promised.
And finally, is this an opportunity, you think, to institutionalize a generational shift in a state like Rajasthan? Look beyond someone like a Vasundhara Raje, pick one of your newer faces in Chhattisgarh, look beyond Dr. Raman Singh, pick one of your newer faces. How are you seeing the issue of who becomes the next chief minister in these states?
I think if you ask most of the BJP panelists or the BJP leaders on these channels, everyone will say there is a system in place where the elected representatives will elect the leader and the party high command will also decide on that. So let us wait for that. Me and you can't decide on the TV debate.
Okay, we'll leave it over there for the time being. Thank you very much for joining us. There's a new parliament session that's starting tomorrow. The winter session is also when we have that journalists versus MPs match. You promised to have a cricket match, journalists versus MPs. Now that you won all of this, hopefully we can have a match and maybe the journalists will win. Maybe there the journalists can beat the MPs.
Thank you, Rahulji. Thank you, Rahulji. Surely we will play a cricket match for TB Mukt Bharat with the theme of making India TB free. And whosoever win, TB हारना चाहिए, ट्यूबरक्लोसिस हारना चाहिए, चाहे पत्रकार जीते या चाहे सांसद जीते, whether journalists or whether the MPs win, that doesn't make much difference. We
Can
should
I just
play,
let
but
our
play for a
viewers
good
into
cause.
a secret?
Let's play.
Anurag Thakur is being very magnanimous over here. He's saying TB should win, but when he actually gets down into a cricket match and actually is playing, he takes his cricket as seriously as he takes his politics. अभी ये सब बोल रहे हो, match start हुआ तो आप full serious हो जाते हो. When we were shooting, जब we met in Himachal during the elections, we said, okay, we'll play a few balls just to kind of shoot that. He missed the first few, then got excited when the bat started connecting with the ball and said, अब तो और खेलना पड़ेगा, इतना जल्दी छोड़ नहीं सकते. So he takes his cricket as seriously as he takes his politics.
You know, it's very close to my heart, cricket and the overall growth of sports. So I think let us play, Rahulji, a match which ensures that we meet and we, play for a good cause. And let us meet soon.
You worked hard over the last several weeks on this election. We worked in bringing the election coverage together. So we'll see you on the cricket field. Anurag Thakur, Union Information Broadcasting Minister, for joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to go across to some of our colleagues who are out in the field at this moment. We've got Pooja Shali joining us. We've got Nabila with us and we've got Akshita with us as well. And I want to leave you with this one data set, which just shows you where the BRS has even won in Telangana, how slender those victories have been, Akshita. 12 wins and leads for the BRS are with a margin of less than 5%. 7 are with a margin of 5 to 10%. So 19 of those victories are with a very small, less than 10% margin, which just shows how there's a lot of anti-incumbency, and even the 40 seats that they're leading in was actually very, very difficult. Let's go across first to Akshita, who will tell us what's happening in the lovely city of Hyderabad. Akshita.
Thanks very much. much, Rahul. And it's this song, essentially, what you hear around me that's reverberating right now around the city of Hyderabad, that sings praises for Revant Anna, as he's very fondly known among Congress cadre. Hello and welcome. You're joining us on the special broadcast here on India Today. We're going to be getting you all the latest from the ground, where all the action is, where, as you can see, all of the celebration and introspection for some parties is. I'm joining you from the Congress office in Hyderabad, where the celebrations have been on from as early as 10 a.m. this morning. We've got Nabila Jamal also standing by. She's joining me live from Jaipur. Nabila, good afternoon. What's happening where you are?
Well, I needn't say much. The BJP has managed a victory here in Rajasthan. They were super sure of a victory, and it appears their wish has now come true with the entire BJP cadre who's come in hordes. You see this kind of frenzy here right at the BJP office here in Rajasthan, in Jaipur, as they chant Jai Shri Ram. Now, of course, it all comes down to who's going to be the chief minister for the BJP in Rajasthan. A very interesting contest that we saw that came down here in Rajasthan. In fact, we see similar euphoria even in Madhya Pradesh, where Pooja Shali is. Pooja, the BJP has managed to come up with a clean hat-trick. Over to you on what's happening in Madhya Pradesh.
Well, incredible moments that each one of us are witnessing. Akshata in Telangana, Nabila in Rajasthan, and I, Pooja Shali, here in Madhya Pradesh. And this special telecast comes to you from each of these locations, because if there is Revant Anna in Telangana, there is a Mama and a Bhaiya here in Madhya Pradesh, and he's about to make a record historic victory, and that for the 5th time possibly. He's going to now become the Chief Minister if there's not a change in name, and that's Shivraj Singh Chouhan. And the deciding factor for him, apart from, of course, there are the tribal belts, of course, there are people who support him, but then there are the women. Young women, old women who voted for him en masse because of the different welfare schemes that he had announced for them. And of course, an aggressive Bharatiya Janata Party campaigning till the last minute. So as we begin, let's take a look first at the state of Madhya Pradesh. Getting it exactly accurately right was India Today Access My India predictions. And that was about 140 to 162, and it's touching there. It's touching to that maximum number. And here at the Chief Minister's house, I'll just briefly take you through where I'm standing, because this is where Shivraj Singh Chouhan is going to be. People refuse to leave. They do not want to accept anyone. Flowers are ready. And here's what it looks like. Let me take you through what the current situation is for the state of Madhya Pradesh. What is central India looking like? Shivraj Singh Chouhan set to return as the Chief Minister. This is Saffron Party leading already, touching 160. It's Prime Minister Modi's guarantees, and it is Shivraj Singh Chouhan's welfare schemes as well, and a certain connect, a mass connect that he's been able to pull off all these years. BJP workers erupted in joy moments after the Bharatiya Janata Party clearly widened a lead that the Congress could not catch up to. For the grand old party, there is a lot to deliberate upon for the state of Madhya Pradesh. The numbers are exactly what our polls had predicted. Listen in now to the exclusive reactions coming in from Madhya Pradesh, and then we'll get you more updates.
देखिए, अगर आप विनम्रता के साथ जनता की सेवा प्रामाणिकता के साथ करते हैं तो लोग आपसे प्यार करते हैं। ये जनता का प्यार है। लेकिन मैं कहता हूं कि श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी, वो जन जन के मन में है, एमपी के मन में मोदी। ये इस चुनाव ने सिद्ध किया है। उनकी गारंटी पर लोग भरोसा रखते हैं, और डबल इंजन की सरकार ने जो काम किया, हमने 18 साल में मध्य प्रदेश बदला है। ये विकास के कामों पर मोहर है, जन कल्याण की योजनाओं पर मोहर लगाई।
जब आज तक इंडिया टुडे एक्सिस माई इंडिया पोल ने कहा 140 से 162 सीट्स आएंगी, काफियों ने कहा ये कैसे इतना बड़ा मार्जिन हो सकता है, और आज वही सटीक हुआ।
नहीं, मुझे भरोसा था। एक तो आपका जो अनुमान है वो सटीक बैठा है, लेकिन जनता का जो प्यार सड़कों पर दिखता था, लाडली बहनें मैं जहां जाता था गले लगती थी, सिर पे हाथ फेरती थी, आंखों में आंसू आ जाते थे और कहती थी अपन जीतेंगे। उससे लगता था कि परिणाम आएंगे।
आप मानते हैं कि औरतें, लड़कियां, इनका वोट सबसे मायने रखा, ये कांग्रेस नहीं खींच पाई अपनी तरफ?
आप विश्लेषण करेंगे तो यही सामने आएगा कि बहनों ने जाति और धर्म से ऊपर उठ के भी हमें वोट किया।
आखिरी सवाल सर, हमने जब सपोर्टर्स से और लोगों से पूछा कि मुख्यमंत्री यही रहेंगे या बदलेंगे, तो सबने एक साथ आपका ही नाम लिया। वो रेडी नहीं है नाम बदलने के लिए?
देखिए, हम लोग कार्यकर्ता हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक मिशन है भारत के निर्माण का, वैभवशाली, गौरवशाली, शक्तिशाली, संपन्न और समृद्ध भारत के निर्माण का। हम उस मिशन के अंग है। पार्टी तय करती कौन कहाँ काम करे।
जनता ने Access My India Today poll because he said 140
extremely accurate, dead on target as always. My salute to Mr. Pradeep Gupta.
जिस तरह से प्रदेश में सरकार चली, 18 वर्षों में अच्छा काम हुआ, जितना अच्छा काम माननीय शिवराज जी ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम डबल इंजन की सरकार ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम संगठन ने किया, उसका आशीर्वाद आज मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने दिया।
हमने कुछ बहनों से बात करी जो यहाँ मुख्यमंत्री निवास पर हैं भोपाल में, मध्य प्रदेश में। तो ये जो लाडली बहना की बात हो रही है और मुख्यमंत्री ने खुद अभी मुझसे बात करते हुए कहा कि बहनें जो बाहर निकली हैं उन्होंने आके वोट किया। तो ये क्या है लाडली बहना स्कीम जो इतना डिफरेंट, क्या उससे लगता है फर्क हुआ है?
बहुत फर्क हुआ है। हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अभी मध्य प्रदेश में आप देख रहे हो पूर्ण बहुमत और अच्छे बहुमत से कमल का फूल खिल रहा है। और इसका ज्यादातर श्रेय सारी योजनाओं के साथ साथ योजनाएं तो मोदी जी ने भी बहुत चलाई और भैया शिवराज भैया ने भी मध्य प्रदेश में बहुत चलाई है। उसका फायदा तो आम जनता को बहुत मिला है। लेकिन अभी वर्तमान अभी तुरंत में ही जो लाडली बहना योजना चलाई उससे महिलाओं को बहुत फायदा मिला।
ऐसा क्या फर्क है? लाडली कितना, आप मुझे बता सकते हैं कितना पैसा मिलता है लाडली बहना में?
पैसा जितना उन्होंने बोला उसी हिसाब से मिल रहा है हम लोग को, और जैसे ही बोला तुरंत आया है।
1250।
हाँ, तुरंत आया है,
कहीं कट नहीं हो जाता?
नहीं, कुछ नहीं, तुरंत आता। अगर आज तारीख दी तो आज ही आना है। और बच्चों के लिए भी उन्होंने बहुत कुछ किया है।
छोटे से ज्यादा जो लड़कियां पढ़ रही हैं उनके लिए भी किया है और लेडीज जो बाहर निकल रही है उसके लिए भी भैया ने बहुत कुछ किया है। बिल्कुल हैंड टू हैंड, तारीख के तारीख पैसे आते हैं, कुछ भी नहीं कटते उसमें से। हाँ, जो बहनों
इससे क्या फर्क होता है? इससे क्या फर्क? कुछ लोग कहेंगे क्यों ऐसे पैसा दे दें किसी के अकाउंट में, ये तो सरकार का है, लोगों का पैसा है। तो इससे क्या फर्क हुआ? हमें थोड़ा और भी लोगों से आप बताओ।
बहुत फर्क पड़ा मैम।
आपकी जिंदगी में क्या फर्क पड़ गया अगर पैसा?
मतलब मेरे तो बच्चे नहीं, लेकिन मुझे काफी मतलब सहयोग मिला है। मेरे हस्बैंड को भी बहुत सहयोग मिला है। और अर्थव्यवस्था थोड़ी गड़बड़ थी तो उससे भी काफी फायदा हुआ है मुझे। और भी मतलब जो भी समस्या थी काफी ठीक हो गई। और हर महीने जैसे उन्होंने बोला है शिवराज भाई साहब ने, तो मतलब काफी सहयोग मिला।
घर के हालात बहुत चेंज हो जाते हैं।
हाँ, बहुत जरूर चेंज हो जाते हैं। लेडीजों को 1000 रुपए मिल गए, उनको आर्थिक सहायता मिल रही है। और शिवराज जी का मैं धन्यवाद करती हूँ, उन्होंने सीएम राइज बनाया गोविंदपुरा में, देखिए। और मतलब महिला सम्मान के लिए बहुत हमारे भैया आज गोविंदपुरा विधानसभा से जो बहनें आपको यहाँ अच्छी नजर आ रही है तो उसका फायदा दिख रहा है कि ऐसे ही महिलाएं घर से निकल के बाहर इतनी एकजुटता में नहीं खड़ी है। इसका श्रेय सीधे हमारे भाई शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी को जाता है। इसके साथ में हमारी दीदी प्रकाशना गौर भी पूर्ण बहुमत से जीत रही हैं और अच्छे बहुमत से
भाजपा सपोर्टर हो आप, एकदम आपकी बात से पता लग गया। तो ये जो बार बार इस सरकार में जो बहुत बात चली लाडली बहना या ये जो औरतों के लिए फर्क है, इतनी औरतें क्यों निकल के आई भाजपा को और शिवराज सिंह चौहान को वोट करने के लिए?
आज तक जो भी सरकार आई है उनने कभी महिलाओं के बारे में नहीं सोचा, लेकिन भैया जी की वजह से आप जो सभी महिलाएं सशक्त हो गई है। पहले महिलाएं घर से बाहर निकलने के लिए डरती थी, लेकिन अब माहौल ऐसा बन गया है कि हम अपनी लड़कियों को अकेला छोड़ सकते हैं। ये सब बीजेपी की सरकार की वजह से, मामा की वजह से सब पॉसिबल है।
So you heard it. Women have become the deciding factor for this Madhya Pradesh elections. But was it just that? Can be such a thumping victory coming just because perhaps a gender, so to say, came en masse and decided to vote? Or was there something else too that contributed? Heminder Sharma, my colleague who's been tracking all these years, Madhya Pradesh's changing face. And one thing that remains constant at least is Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chouhan. Heminder, let's take 3 key takeaways. What happened with this thumping victory that is coming to Bharatiya Janata Party? What do you think are the reasons for that? Why could the Congress not catch up? Why has the Bharatiya Janata Party pulled this off?
Well, as it was mentioned in the exit poll that India Today, Access My India did, the difference between the percentage of women voters who voted for the BJP and to the Congress is a huge 10%. So if there is a huge 10% gap between 50% of the population, because women comprise 50% of the population, so there's half of this voter chunk that is voting for the BJP. So a 10% shift actually leads to a wave, and this wave, as was explained earlier also, was something that led to is huge victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Madhya Pradesh. That is point number one. Plus, the leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party, they fought this election very strategically. They realized initially that there was a possibly anti-incumbency against the government, so they didn't declare the Chief Minister's face, and then they fielded 7 members of Parliament and Kailash Vijayvargiya, who was the National General Secretary, and also these 7 members of Parliament included 3 sitting union ministers. So these 7 members of Parliament came from 7 different regions of Madhya Pradesh, and so they galvanized their workers over there. And plus, one more thing that very importantly has not been mentioned yet is that the RSS, because Madhya Pradesh is considered to be the lab of the Sangh Parivar, they activated all their Anushangik, the organizations that they have.
True.
Because this is an umbrella organization, they've got many organizations. So all those organizations which owe affiliation to the RSS, they were activated, and they ensured that the cadre that initially was felt or it was suspected that they were not happy with the government, they ensured that the cadre came out in large numbers, canvassed for the party, and ensured that the voters reached the polling stations. On the other hand, the Congress party kept on saying that it is a people's election, the people are fighting. So the people are fighting, people could fight this much only, and the Congress leadership in the last week or so during elections, it was found like not campaigning that hard as BJP was campaigning. BJP left no stone unturned.
You know, what you're saying is absolutely correct. What Hemendra you're pointing out, it was the faces, for example, from Prime Minister Modi to Home Minister Amit Shah's campaigning to, of course, Shivraj Singh Chouhan and Jyotiraditya Scindia, let's not forget him. But it was the cadre on the ground that was activated from all corners to try and approach as many people as they can. And this is something that the Congress party will have to deliberate on. Where is the anti-incumbency in Madhya Pradesh? That's all from central India. Now going across to Akshita and Nabila, who continue to be with us. Akshita, over to you now.
Well, this is the only state where I am right now, Pooja, that the Congress has reason to celebrate and the BJP has to introspect. And let me get you breaking news first before I get you the excitement around me. Here's a look at the first reaction that's coming in right now from BRS. They've officially conceded defeat. Breaking news that's coming in. KTR has now tweeted, and I quote here, grateful to the people of Telangana for giving BRS party 2 consecutive terms of government. Not saddened over the result today, but surely disappointed, as it was not unexpected lines for us. But we will take this in our stride as a learning and will bounce back. Congratulations to Congress party on winning the mandate. Wishing you good luck. This is the detailed message that KTR has put out on social media. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is joining us with more on that. First official communication from the BRS. They're conceding defeat, congratulating the Congress over their victory, Naga.
Well, that's true. It's official that the BRS concedes defeat by congratulating the opposition Congress party. KTR, who is number 2 in the government today and who is also the working president of the BRS party, has tweeted 2 tweets, in fact, as we speak, saying that this time we missed the mark. He had put out a tweet with a gun yesterday saying 3.0 coming soon. Now he has tweeted quoting that, saying, I have missed the mark this time around, and also congratulating the Congress party. Congress was waiting for this, Akshita, that we will keep our flock together. We never know when BRS and BJP will try to poach us, but now officially the BRS has gone on the back foot and has conceded defeat, congratulating the Congress party, thus giving some relief to the Congress that we can keep our flock together this evening. And most likely there will be a CLP when all the MLAs will reach this evening to Hyderabad. Most likely in a private hotel there will be a CLP symbolic meeting. Not likely to choose an elected representative to be the CM, but just to make sure that all the MLAs are with the party as well. There will be DK Shivkumar, there will be KJ George's observers, Manikrao Thakre is here. So all the negotiations and communication will happen from this evening to Delhi, where the next action moves.
All right, Naga, I request you to stay on with me because we're going to discuss and decode the result further. But right now, as in fact the BRS has conceded defeat, let me show you what the mood is around me here at the Congress office. We'll go in. आप सब उस साइड आ जाइए, हम वहाँ पे बात कर लेंगे. I'll show you what's happening inside, because that's where you've got all of the celebration playing out. You've got people with crackers, people with fireworks and lighting off every few seconds. And there you have it. You know, this has been the scene for the last many hours, where they've been lighting off crackers every few seconds. I have a feeling my audio is going to go off now, because they're getting set to light that massive cracker as well. But there are people dancing, all of them fully in colors of green and orange, in the tricolor, and waving the Congress flag. What's also common here is all of them are Revanth Reddy supporters. It doesn't stop with just being Congress supporters. Why did some of these speakers tell us? Hindi nahi, English. Hindi? आपको क्या लगता है इस जीत किसकी वजह से? తెలుగు తెలుగు మాట్లాడండి. ఎందుకు ఈ victory అయింది?
ఈరోజు ఇక్కడ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ ఆధ్వర్యంలో మరి కాబోయే రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారి సమక్షంలో మరి గాంధీ భవన్కి కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ కార్యకర్తలందరికీ మరి పాదాభివందనాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. ఈ విజయం మీ అందరికీ అంకితం. జై కాంగ్రెస్, జై కాంగ్రెస్, జై రేవంత్ రెడ్డి.
తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో అవినీతి పాలన పోయింది, ప్రజాస్వామ్యం వచ్చిందని తెలుపుతున్నాను. ప్రతి ఒక్క కార్యకర్తకి, ప్రతి ఒక్క నాయకుడికి, ప్రతి ఒక్క తల్లికి, ప్రతి ఒక్క చెల్లికి అంటున్నా, అమ్మా మీకు పాదాభివందనాలు. కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ కోసం పనిచేసిన నాయకులకి నా పదొక్క ధన్యవాదాలు.
ఒకే నిమిషం, ఈ విక్టరీ ఎట్లా వచ్చింది? రాహుల్ గాంధీ, రేవంత్ రెడ్డి ఎవరికి విక్టరీ వచ్చింది? రాహుల్ గాంధీకి, రేవంత్ రెడ్డికా?
రేవంత్ రెడ్డి, రాహుల్ గాంధీ ఇద్దరు ఇక్కడ తెలంగాణలో ప్రతి ఒక్క సభకి పాల్గొనలేము.
So he's saying both of them. You tell us.
Yeah, it is a context between Prajala Telangana and Durala Telangana. Prajalu will win this in this elections. Jai Congress!
Okay, so you're hearing from a lot of people here. Obviously, at this point, they can barely hear me. I can barely hear them. But most of them saying that this is a combination of the Revanth Reddy and Rahul Gandhi factor that's led to this victory. Let me take you to the heart of the celebration. And here, there's no way I can push through, because it's been non-stop, essentially like a dance party that's been playing out here, right outside the Congress headquarters. It's been going on non-stop from 10 a.m. By the way, Revanth Reddy is right here. He's behind me in that building, watching very closely the results to figure out exactly what's happening. He's going to be addressing a news briefing also shortly. And in that news briefing, of course, he will go ahead and claim victory. But they're waiting. They're waiting for the numbers to stabilize. So you've got Revanth Reddy along with, of course, Sunil Kanugulu, who is the other one who's being credited for the victory here in Telangana. They're all inside this building watching the results very closely. In about 1 hour or so, we're expecting Revanth Reddy to hold a press conference. But in the meanwhile, with the results as they stand, 60 plus 4, the Congress, and clearly anti-incumbency biting the BRS. Let's take a look at all the reactions that are coming in.
With the trends increasing towards the Congress party in this election, Telangana elections, Congress party has come on high alert, where they have called all the candidates to Taj Krishna Hotel here in Hyderabad, where DK Shivkumar, who has been assigned the responsibility to keep the flock of Congress candidates together if they gain the majority in the state of Telangana. Among 119 seats, 60 is the majority. If they cross this number, then it is the responsibility of DK Shivkumar to keep them all together. And DK Shivkumar is right now stationed with 11 ministers from Karnataka in Taj Krishna Hotel. We are right now at Taj Krishna Hotel. Inside the hotel, you have 3 buses that have been stationed here at this particular point, where if at all necessary, the candidates will be taken from this Taj Krishna Hotel to a destination. What we are getting to know is they will be taken to shifted to Karnataka is what we are getting to know. So right now, these buses have been stationed in Taj Krishna. Let us talk and get to know what exactly the buses are for. आपका नाम बताइए.
जी, मेरा नाम आदिल.
आपको यहाँ पर बसेस लेके हैं, कितने बसेस यहाँ पर आए हैं?
हमारे 3 बस आए.
तो कितने लोग एक बस में यहाँ पर बैठेंगे? किसने इस बस को बुलाया है?
36 बस सीट्स है इसमें. वो हमको कोई बुलाएगा मालूम नहीं. हमारा मैनेजर इंस्ट्रक्शन से इधर आके.
कितने बजे आए हैं यहाँ पर?
हमें सब 5 बजे है.
तो कब कोई डेस्टिनेशन वगैरह कुछ बताया है?
अभी नहीं बताए.
अभी नहीं बताया. तो आपको कुछ कांग्रेस पार्टी या किसी पार्टी की तरफ से फोन आया है?
नहीं आया अभी.
तो यहाँ पर what we see is that 36 members in each bus, and it is almost accounting to more than 120, that is 119 of the candidates can be taken in this 3 buses which have been stationed here. Whoever has booked this bus is not known except the manager here, but what we are getting to know is that these buses have been bought to take away the flock of Congress MLAs if they are selected, if they are elected in this particular results. If the Congress gains majority, then to avoid any kind of poaching of these MLAs, this step has been taken by the Congress party. So this is where the Congress party has now stationed all its candidates, 11 ministers, and along with DK Shivkumar in Taj Krishna Hotel, where these buses are also waiting. After the results are clear, then maybe if necessary, all the candidates will be taken in these buses to a unknown location. With camera person Damodar, Abdul Bashir, Hyderabad. Remember the promise that you have made. If Congress is voted to power, you will shave your beard earlier. You have told. What do you want to say at this moment, sir?
Yeah, after we form the government, probably I'll take off my beard.
So what do you have to say about the current politics that is going on in Taj Krishna? We have seen that Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister is in Park Hayat, and other MLAs also are there. So what do you have to say about that?
No,
any coaching that can be done, any MLAs that can shift sides is what you feel?
See, in contemporary politics, when we're dealing with people like the BJP and the BRS, we will take our precautions. And while I don't see, I'm not aware of whatever is going on about poaching and all, but I'm confident that our Congress elected MLAs will stay with us. No problem. And if our party organization is taking any steps to prevent others from having any mischievous ideas in their mind, I think that's the right thing to do.
I don't want to tell this is a personal win. This is the win of the people of Telangana. People of Telangana has paid their gratitude to Sonia Gandhi for giving them the Telangana. They have seen the last 10 years rule. They are fed up with the rule. They have decided that there should be a change, and change for a progress, change for a development, change for a gratitude. This is what I could say.
India today has predicted your win, sir. We had predicted your win.
I'm happy for that.
India today has predicted your win, sir. We had predicted your win.
I'm happy for that.
So the celebrations continue here at the Congress headquarters in Hyderabad, and why not? This is the only result that they actually can afford to celebrate. While everywhere else, the Congress has to consider introspection. This is the saving grace for them. What's happened in Telangana and the Congress sweep that's taken place in the face of BRS losing out on several seats. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Nabila Jamal. She's reporting from Jaipur, where again, it's a sea of saffron. Nabila, over to you.
Right, Akshita, up here, the kind of euphoric celebrations here, it's amazing. The kind of excitement, enthusiasm, and the love that people have here for the Bhajpa. The BJP cadre here, they've come in such large numbers, and all the top leaders there on top. Diya Kumari is out. She is waving at the crowds there. They're all out now just to say hi to all the waiting BJP workers right after their massive victory. A lot more coming up on Rajasthan. Who's going to be the Chief Minister of Rajasthan? Who will the BJP pick? That's a real $1 million question that we're going to bring to you some of those insights as the BJP just now takes a big sigh of relief. And just while they celebrate their victory, a lot of discussions happening on the high tables on top. Taking you through that on the other side of a short break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a B&P Group company.
तेलंगाना में हमने पहले से कहा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी 70+ यहाँ पे सीटा जीतेगी, तो वो नतीजे सामने आ रहे हैं। तो पहले से ही हम सोनिया जी गांधी ने जो तेलंगाना की निर्मित यहाँ पर की थी, तो तेलंगाना आने के बाद यहाँ पर जिस तरीके से केसीआर ने गवर्नमेंट चलाई है, अपने फार्म हाउस से गवर्नमेंट चलाई। जो भी उन्होंने वायदे किए थे कोई वायदा वो पूरा नहीं कर पाए। यहाँ बेरोजगारी बढ़ी है, बड़े पैमाने पे बेरोजगारों को रोजगार नहीं मिला है। यहाँ पर ना कोई 10 साल के अंदर ऐसी कोई बात हुई है कि जो तेलंगाना के डेवलपमेंट के लिए उन्होंने कुछ किया हो। और इस तरीके से गवर्नमेंट चलाना कोई डेवलपमेंट्स नहीं है, सिर्फ एडवर्टाइज के माध्यम से सब तरफ एडवर्टाइज करना कि हम बहुत अच्छी गवर्नमेंट है, केसीआर बड़े किसानों के प्रति ये है वो है, तो ये नहीं चलता है ज्यादा दिन तक। वो सब बातें लोगों के सामने खुलकर सामने आ जाती है, उसका परिणाम लोगों के सामने रहता है कि गवर्नमेंट चलाने के बाद हमारे हित में क्या हुआ है। अगर गवर्नमेंट चला रहे हो, हमारे हित में कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, सिर्फ बातें बना रहे हो वहाँ, तो लोग एक बार समझ जाती है कि ये गवर्नमेंट हमारे लायक नहीं है, ये हमारा हित नहीं कर सकती।
Some of our candidates have informed us that whomever he has spoken, whomever this party people are speaking, they all have spoken to us. They have informed. We have made elaborate arrangements for all our candidates. All our party cadres will be with them. Our leaders will be with them. They are safe. We will see that they are protected.
Sir, is there any possibility that Congress MLAs may break towards BRS?
At no point of time, not even a single candidate or MLA will break. They have already informed. Whomever they have spoken, they all have communicated to us. So we know their political strategy. We are well aware. So we are in a tight rope with everyone.
श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। उनके प्रति असीम श्रद्धा और अगाध विश्वास है। उन्होंने जो यहाँ सभाएं की, जनता से अपील की, वो जनता के दिल को छू गई और उसी के कारण ये परिणाम जो अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, ये प्रमुख कारण है।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, उनका जिस ढंग से यहाँ साथ मिला और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, हमारे संगठन के नेतृत्व में कार्यकर्ताओं ने अनथक परिश्रम किया। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, संगठन महामंत्री, उनके साथ टीम जुटी रही और जैसा भूपेंद्र यादव जी ने, शिव प्रकाश जी ने, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने जो मार्गदर्शन किया, उससे चुनाव के अभियान को सही गति और दिशा मिली। और इसलिए मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हम बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी, शानदार मेजॉरिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आएगी।
आपको लगता है कि मोदी मैजिक ने अपना काम कर दिया मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर?
ये मोदी मैजिक ही है, क्योंकि हमने पहले दिन
जब मेरा बूथ सबसे मजबूत का अभियान माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी आए थे, 10 लाख बूथों से संवाद किया था उन्होंने और हर बूथ को जीतने का संकल्प दिलाया था। तब हमने कहा था कि मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी और मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश। आज जनता ने ये आशीर्वाद प्रधानमंत्री जी को दिया है कि 2024 में ताकत के साथ प्रधानमंत्री जी को इतिहास बनाना है तो मध्य प्रदेश में हो रहे सेमीफाइनल को प्रचंड बहुमत से जिताना है। जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया है।
जब आज तक इंडिया टुडे एक्सिस माई इंडिया पोल ने कहा 140 से 162 सीट्स आएंगी, काफियों ने कहा ये कैसे इतना बड़ा मार्जिन हो सकता है, और आज वही सटीक हुआ।
नहीं, मुझे भरोसा था। एक तो आपका जो अनुमान है वो सटीक बैठा है, लेकिन जनता का जो प्यार सड़कों पर दिखता था, लाडली बहनें मैं जहां जाता था गले लगती थी, सिर पे हाथ फेरती थी, आंखों में आंसू आ जाते थे और कहती थी अपन जीतेंगे। उससे लगता था कि परिणाम आएंगे।
आप मानते हैं कि औरतें, लड़कियां, इनका वोट सबसे मायने रखा, ये कांग्रेस नहीं खींच पाई अपनी तरफ?
आप विश्लेषण करेंगे तो यही सामने आएगा कि बहनों ने जाति और धर्म से ऊपर उठ के भी हमें वोट किया।
आखिरी सवाल सर, हमने जब सपोर्टर्स से और लोगों से पूछा कि मुख्यमंत्री यही रहेंगे या बदलेंगे, तो सबने एक साथ आपका ही नाम लिया। वो रेडी नहीं है नाम बदलने के लिए?
देखिए, हम लोग कार्यकर्ता हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक मिशन है भारत के निर्माण का, वैभवशाली, गौरवशाली, शक्तिशाली, संपन्न और समृद्ध भारत के निर्माण का। हम उस मिशन के अंग है। पार्टी तय करती कौन कहाँ काम करे।
Jubilant celebrations right outside the BJP head office here in Jaipur. It's a big win for Rajasthan BJP unit. Undoubtedly, they wanted to unseat Ashok Gehlot, and they've done that successfully. So our numbers are showing well past 115, which is a clear majority. Congress reduced to nearly 66. As the numbers are now slowly shaping up, it seems like a clear victory, almost a sweep for the BJP this time. And most definitely, the BJP cadre here in Jaipur, they feel like they feel a resurgence. They feel alive, they feel motivated, and they now come. All the 5 years they laid low. Today they've come out in such large numbers to celebrate. That's the visual you see now with flags and slogans and songs and music. Well, there you have it. There you have it. It's Modi chants all through the way. But before I get to all that's happening here, the big news that's coming in from Rajasthan, and let me break that for you, is that CP Joshi, the BJP heavyweight, BJP speaker here, has lost his constituency. Here, cutting across to this big breaking that's coming in right now. Rajasthan Assembly Speaker CP Joshi has been defeated. He's known to be a heavyweight. He's lost in Nathdwara constituency. He's a Congress heavyweight. Congress heavyweight, in fact, has lost to Shivraj Singh. As we see all this euphoria that we see here, but unfortunately one of them for the Congress itself, CP Joshi, who's lost out. Rajasthan Speaker himself loses out in Nathdwara. Congress heavyweight loses to Shivraj Singh. All right, that's a big news here. If I have Aishwarya Paliwal joining us. Aishwarya, I'm not able to hear you well, but if you can hear me, Congress's CP Joshi has lost out in Rajasthan. All right, I'm going to try and patch. All right, let me pan to some live images there. There you have Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Union Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat there, standing right outside the BJP office waving to the crowds. That's live images that we're relaying to you. Rajasthan indeed has a trend of a revolving door trend where you have always a different, basically the BJP and the Congress alternating every 5 years. So to that pattern, we see the BJP coming back effectively. Let me take you through all that's gone by today in Rajasthan. As the counting has happened, Congress has taken a big drubbing, a defeat here in the state. The BJP is coming back with a nice big majority with 114 seats. Congress has come down to nearly 66. BJP workers are celebrating with a huge excitement as they have come here all the way to celebrate the victory of their party. Quite a grand celebration. Rajasthan has been the state that has voted for the ruling party in every election. Basically has had a rotating pattern of the BJP or either Congress taking to power here. So BJP has now come. I'm going to take you through all our reactions coming in on Rajasthan's massive victory for BJP.
राजस्थान की ये जो शानदार जीत है, ये माननीय हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिनका मंत्र था ये सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, ये उसकी जीत है। उनकी दी हुई गारंटी की जीत है। ये जीत हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह जी की रणनीति की जीत है और ये जीत हमारे माननीय अध्यक्ष श्री नड्डा जी के कुशल नेतृत्व की जीत है। और फिर सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट ये भी है, ये जीत हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं की, जिनके अथक प्रयास परिश्रम की जीत है। उन्होंने दिन और रात हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के जो सपने को साकार करने की पूरी कोशिश करते हुए उस दिशा में मेहनत करके ये परिणाम दिलाने का काम किया है। और सबसे बड़ी बात तो यह है कि ये जीत हमारे जनता जनार्दन की है, जिसने कांग्रेस के कुराज को नकारते हुए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सुराज को अपनाने का काम किया है।
मैम, जिस प्रकार का रिस्पांस और जिस प्रकार का जन समर्थन मिला आपको, क्या लगता है?
नो, ये देखिए ऐसा
आप मना कर रहे हैं लोगों को कि आपको सीएम ना कहें, पर लोग आप लोगों को मना कर रही हैं कि आपको सीएम ना कहें, पर आपकी बात मान नहीं रहे, आपको सीएम।
जनता में उत्साह देखिए, आप सभी को बोल रहे होंगे, लेकिन ऐसा है अभी हम लोग बहुत अच्छे मतों से, मैं तो जीत ही रही हूँ, हमारे सारे प्रत्याशी जीत रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार भारी बहुमत से राजस्थान में बनती हुई नजर आ रही है, मध्य प्रदेश में भी और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी। बहुत अच्छी
कुमारी जी, जिस तरह से पार्टी ने आपको विद्याधर नगर से चुनाव लड़ने की जिम्मेदारी दी और जिस तरह से आपको जन समर्थन मिला है, अगर पार्टी आपको कहती है कि आपका अगला पड़ाव मुख्यमंत्री के पद के तौर पर जिम्मेदारी निभाने का होगा, क्या आप उसको एक्सेप्ट करेंगी?
ये कोई ऐसी चीज थोड़ी है कि आप एक्सेप्ट करो या नहीं करो। देखिए, ये सब डिसीजंस पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड और टॉप लीडरशिप करेगी और
जिम्मेदारी के लिए आप तैयार हैं?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सीएम बनेगा, सबसे बड़ी बात तो वही है। और हम लोग सब बहुत खुश है कि हमारी सरकार बन रही है और ये भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार फाइनली आउट है राजस्थान से और हमेशा के लिए आउट है।
भटिया जी, यहाँ पे कई कद्दावर नेता माने जाते हैं, वसुंधरा राजे, राजेंद्र राठौड़, उन सबके बावजूद अगर आपको पार्टी कहती है कि आप कमान संभालें लोकसभा चुनाव से पहले,
कुछ भी नहीं है। अभी हम लोग चुनाव जीते हैं, रिजल्ट आएंगे शाम तक, ये सारे डिसीजन आगे होंगे, टॉप लीडरशिप करेगा। ये मेरे लिए जवाब देने का विषय नहीं है।
राजस्थान की जनता ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद दिया है, ऐसा स्पष्ट संकेत लगते हैं। इसलिए जनता को और जो हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने मेहनत की, उनको मैं बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
ఇవాళ ఈ ఉత్సాహానికి కారణకుడు 3 సంవత్సరాల క్రితం నించమమ్మ మా పరిస్థితి ఏంటి అని ప్రతి కాంగ్రెస్ కార్యకర్త మదన పడుతున్న సమయంలో పిసిసి అధ్యక్షుడిగా నియమితులై కార్యకర్తలకు నూతన ఉత్సాహాన్ని నింపడమే కాకుండా ఇవాళ ఊహించని విధంగా ఎవరు ఊహకు అందని విధంగా ఇవాళ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీని సీట్లో గెలుచుకోవడానికి ముఖ్య కారకుడు పిసిసి అధ్యక్షులు పెద్దలు రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు, అదేవిధంగా హనుమంతరావు గారు, పెద్దలందరి సమక్షంలో ఉన్నారు. ఇప్పుడు ముందుగా మిమ్మల్ని ఉద్దేశించి ఇవాళ సంవత్సరం పాటుగా మా అందరినీ కోఆర్డినేట్ చేస్తూ ఇవాళ కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ రాష్ట్రం అధికారం రావడానికి మరో కారకుడైనటువంటి ఠాకరే గారు మొదటగా మాట్లాడతారు. ఆ తర్వాత గౌరవ పీసీ అధ్యక్షుడు గారు మాట్లాడతారు. ఠాకరే సార్.
तेलंगाना पीसीसी प्रेसिडेंट रेवंत रेड्डी जी, कांग्रेस के सीनियर नेता हनुमंतराव जी, वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट महेश गौड़ जी और सभी उपस्थित इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया, प्रिंट मीडिया, सोशल मीडिया के सभी मेरे भाई, सभी साथियों, आज तेलंगाना असेंबली की मतगणना जो हुई है उसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी को तेलंगाना की जनता सभी ने मिलकर कांग्रेस पार्टी को जिताने के लिए पूरी कोशिश की है और हम आज कांग्रेस पार्टी तेलंगाना में सरकार बनाने जा रही है। सभी का जो साथ मिला, सभी जनता का जो साथ मिला, तेलंगाना के जो कार्यकर्ता है, सब नेता हैं, भाई बहनें हैं, उन्होंने साथ देकर कांग्रेस पार्टी को जीत की ओर बढ़ाया है। जिस तरीके से इस चुनाव में प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष रेवंत रेड्डी जी, इनके नेतृत्व में पूरे तेलंगाना की प्रचार बड़ी अच्छी तरीके से सभी कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने की है। अहम भूमिका जो हमारी नेता सोनिया जी गांधी, जिन्होंने जिस मकसद से तेलंगाना दिया था, उस उद्देश्य को लागू करने के लिए जो मैंडेट है वो तेलंगाना की जनता ने कांग्रेस को दिया है। और जो तेलंगाना के लिए सभी हमारे ऑल इंडिया कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष खारगे साहब, हमारे कांग्रेस के युवा नेतृत्व राहुल जी गांधी, हमारे नेता प्रियंका जी गांधी, जिन्होंने धुआंधार इस प्रदेश में प्रचार किया है, और वेणुगोपाल जी जो हमारे राजकीय जनरल सेक्रेटरी जो है, उन्होंने अहम भूमिका की है। तो उसके साथ साथ जो भी तेलंगाना के चुनाव में जो हमारे देश के कांग्रेस पार्टी के सीनियर लीडर यहां पर आए हैं, उन्होंने प्रचार किया है। सभी का भी मैं तेलंगाना कांग्रेस पार्टी की ओर से मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं। और जिस तरीके से, जिस उद्देश्य से रेवंत रेड्डी जी के नेतृत्व में, पीसीसी के नेतृत्व में आज जीत के और हम बढ़े हैं, जो मकसद से जनता ने जितवाया है, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी पूरी करने की कोशिश करेंगी। मैं पीसीसी प्रेसिडेंट रेवंत रेड्डी जी को आपके सामने उनके विचार रखने की यहाँ पे मैं सिफारिश करता हूं।
మీడియా మిత్రులందరికీ నమస్కారం. డిసెంబర్ 3, 2009 శ్రీకాంతాచారి అమరుడైండు. ఈరోజు డిసెంబర్ 3, 2023 4 కోట్ల తెలంగాణ ప్రజలు విలక్షణమైన తీర్పు ఇవ్వడం ద్వారా తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో ప్రజాస్వామ్యాన్ని పునరుద్ధరించి శ్రీకాంతాచారికి ఘనమైన నివాళులు
have chosen progress, have chosen development for the state of Telangana.
కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ తరఫున కూడా మళ్ళీ తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమంలో అమరుడైన శ్రీకాంతాచారికి నివాళులు అర్పిస్తూ తెలంగాణ ప్రజలు ప్రజాస్వామ్యాన్ని పునరుద్ధరించడానికి కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీని గెలిపించి శ్రీమతి సోనియా గాంధీ గారికి కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలిపే అవకాశాన్ని కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ నాయకత్వానికి ఇచ్చినందుకు
The people of Telangana have decided that they need a leader like Sonia Gandhi for Telangana.
ఈ ప్రజల యొక్క ఆకాంక్షల్ని, ఆలోచనని, వాళ్ళ యొక్క ఆకాంక్షల్ని అమలు చేయడానికి ఈ తీర్పునివ్వడం ద్వారా కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ బాధ్యతను గుర్తు చేసిండ్రు, బాధ్యతను శ్రీమతి సోనియా గాంధీ గారికి కృతజ్ఞత తెలుపుకునే విషయంలో ఆనాటి ఉమ్మడి హైదరాబాదు రాష్ట్రం ముద్దుబిడ్డ మల్లికార్జున్ ఖర్గే గారి నాయకత్వంలో భారత్ జోడో యాత్ర కన్యాకుమారి నుంచి కశ్మీర్ వరకు 150 రోజులు
under the leadership of Mallikarjun Kharge, and because of the success of Bharat Jodo Yatra,
ద్వారా మా నాయకుడు రాహుల్ గాంధీ గారు మాకు స్ఫూర్తిని నింపి తెలంగాణ ప్రజలకు విశ్వాసాన్ని కల్పించి తెలంగాణ ప్రజలతో
and it is with the Bharat Jodo Yatra that our leader Rahul Gandhi instilled faith in the people of Telangana in Congress.
రాహుల్ గాంధీ గారు, ప్రియాంక గాంధీ గారికి రాజకీయ పరమైన అనుబంధం కాదు, కుటుంబ అనుబంధం ఇది. ఈ కుటుంబంలో మేము కూడా సభ్యులము. మీకు ఏ అవసరం వచ్చినా, ఏ కష్టం వచ్చినా, ఏ సందర్భమైనా మేము మీ తరపున ఉంటాము, కొట్లాడతాము. మేము తెలంగాణ 4 కోట్ల ప్రజలు, మేము కూడా నమ్మకాన్ని కలిగించి ముఖ్యంగా నన్ను వెన్ను తట్టి ఏ సందర్భం వచ్చినా నిటారుగా నిలబడి కొట్లాడమని రాహుల్ గాంధీ గారు అండగా నిలబడడంతో నేను మా మిత్రుడు మల్లు బట్టి విక్రమార్క గారు సిఎల్పి గా
Rahul Gandhi gave to the people of
విజయాన్ని పార్టీని ముందుకు నడిపించడంలో
if you face any problem, if you face any issue, we are there for you.
ముఖ్యంగా మాజీ పిసిసి అధ్యక్షులు హనుమంతరావు గారు కావచ్చు, లేకపోతే పెద్దలు జానారెడ్డి గారు కావచ్చు, మా పార్లమెంట్ సభ్యులు ఉత్తమ్ కుమార్ రెడ్డి, కోమటిరెడ్డి గారు, దామోదర్ రాజనరసింహ గారు, శ్రీధర్ బాబు గారు, క్యాంపెయిన్ కమిటీ చైర్మన్ మధు యాస్కి గారు లాంటి సీనియర్ నాయకులందరి సహకారంతో ఈరోజు ఈ విజయాన్ని సాధించినము.
It is with the help and coordination of every single senior Congress leader that this victory has been possible.
తెలంగాణ అమరవీరుల యొక్క ఆకాంక్షలని అమలు చేయడానికి, తెలంగాణ ప్రాంతంలో ప్రజాస్వామ్యాన్ని పునరుద్ధరించడానికి,
this is to ensure justice for the Telangana movement. This is to ensure that for every martyr of Telangana, for the statehood movement, that we stand up for them and ensure the welfare of Telangana.
ప్రపంచానికి ఒక ఉద్యమ స్ఫూర్తిని, మానవ హక్కులను కాపాడడంలో కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ ముందుంటుంది అని, మానవ హక్కు హక్కులను పునరుద్ధరించి ప్రజాస్వామ్యంలో ప్రజలు వాళ్ళ అభిప్రాయాలను తెలియజెప్పి చట్టసభలలో ప్రతిపక్ష నాయకులు ప్రభుత్వం తీసుకున్న నిర్ణయాల మీద హేతుబద్ధమైన వాళ్ళ వాదనను పెట్టడానికి కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ అవకాశం ఇస్తుంది. ఈరోజు కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ గెలుపును కల్వకుంట్ల తారక రామారావు గారు అభినందించారు. వారిని స్వాగతిస్తున్నా. ప్రజలిచ్చిన తీర్పుకు తల వంచి కొత్త ప్రభుత్వం ఏర్పాటు చేయడానికి సంపూర్ణంగా ప్రతిపక్షము సహకరించి ప్రభుత్వ ఏర్పాటు ప్రక్రియలో కూడా ప్రతిపక్షాలందరూ పాల్గొని గెలిచిన పార్టీలే కాదు నాయకత్వం వహిస్తున్న పార్టీలను కూడా కాంగ్రెస్
Alright, so that was our special telecast. 4 states, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Telangana. Mizoram, of course, is awaited and we'll be giving you, of course, the latest updates on that as well in the next few hours. That is going to be very important. But we hope you enjoyed watching the special telecast from the studios and from the ground on the assembly elections. There is a double-engine sarkar in some states, and here it was the triple-engine women influence with this telecast, and women voters clearly have proven they cannot be ignored anymore in the electoral discourse. Thank you for watching. From Nabila, Akshita and me, signing off for now.
You are watching India Today. Powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, उनका जिस ढंग से यहाँ साथ मिला और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, हमारे संगठन के नेतृत्व में कार्यकर्ताओं ने अनथक परिश्रम किया। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, संगठन महामंत्री, उनके साथ टीम जुटी रही और जैसा भूपेंद्र यादव जी ने, शिव प्रकाश जी ने, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने जो मार्गदर्शन किया, उससे चुनाव के अभियान को सही गति और दिशा मिली। और इसलिए मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हम बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी, शानदार मेजॉरिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आएगी।
आपको लगता है कि मोदी मैजिक ने अपना काम कर दिया मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर?
ये मोदी मैजिक ही है, क्योंकि हमने पहले दिन जब मेरा बूथ सबसे मजबूत का अभियान माननीय प्रधानमंत्री आए थे, 10 लाख बूथों से संवाद किया था उन्होंने और हर बूथ को जीतने का संकल्प दिलाया था। तब हमने कहा था कि मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी और मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश। आज जनता ने ये आशीर्वाद प्रधानमंत्री जी को दिया है कि 2024 में ताकत के साथ प्रधानमंत्री जी को इतिहास बनाना है, तो मध्य प्रदेश में हो रहे सेमीफाइनल को प्रचंड बहुमत से जिताना है। जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया है।
You are watching India Today. Powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Co-presented by आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय, जॉय ई-बाइक. Co-presented by Nexa, Create Inspire. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Co-powered by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत.
got the north going to the BJP, the south choosing the Congress. We'll talk about that and much more. I just gave you a glimpse of the celebrations behind me, and we'll keep talking to Congress cadre as well here in Hyderabad. First, let's begin the special broadcast with the headlines. Shivraj destroys anti-incumbency in Madhya Pradesh with a stunning title defense, registers landslide victory in the state. Congress lags way behind in the race.
जनता के साथ जनता की सेवा प्रामाणिकता के साथ करते हैं तो लोग आपसे प्यार करते हैं कि बहनों ने जाति और धर्म से ऊपर उठ के भी हमें वोट किया।
BJP strips end of Geopolitical rule in Rajasthan with a landslide win. BJP sweeps the India clock 3-1 in Hindi heartland.
ये हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिनका मंत्र था ये सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, ये उसकी जीत है।
Massive upset for Congress as saffron storm takes over Chhattisgarh after initial tight fight. Again loses the throne to BJP. KCR loses Telangana throne to Congress. Roaring Revant delivers big for Congress as it wins second South Kingdom, winning Telangana in style after Karnataka. And celebrations erupt as BJP is set to sweep Hindi heartland. Sweets, laddus and crackers galore in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. Prime Minister Modi will be joining the celebrations at the Delhi headquarters this evening, post 6:30. Right behind me at the Congress headquarters, Revant Reddy is currently speaking. Let's cut it cross live.
ఠాగూర్కి ప్రత్యేకంగా కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. వారు మొదలుపెట్టిన కార్యక్రమాన్ని మాణిక్రావు ఠాకరే గారు కొనసాగించి ఈరోజు విజయం వైపు నడిపినరు. మీ అందరు సహకరించిన, ముఖ్యంగా లక్షలాది మంది కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ కార్యకర్తల శ్రమ, కృషి, 30 లక్షల మంది నిరుద్యోగ యువకుల యొక్క పట్టుదల ఈ విజయంలో ఉన్నది. వాళ్ళందరినీ కూడా మనస్ఫూర్తిగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ శ్రీమతి విజయశాంతి గారు కూడా ఈ ప్రచార కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొని ఈరోజు ఇప్పుడు ఈ కార్యక్రమానికి పాల్గొనడానికి వచ్చిండ్రు. వారికి కూడా ఆహ్వానం పలుకుతున్నా. ఎన్నికలలో వారు ప్రచారంలో పాల్గొని పార్టీని ముందుకు నడిపించడంలో వారు తనదైన శైలిలో కాంగ్రెస్ను ముందుకు నడిపించిండ్రు, శ్రేణులకు స్ఫూర్తినిచ్చిండ్రు. శ్రీమతి విజయశాంతి గారికి కూడా పిసిసి అధ్యక్షుడిగా ధన్యవాదాలు, కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేస్తున్న మిత్రులారా. आज बहुत खुशी की बात है, 4 करोड़ जनता, हमारे नेता श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, श्री मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी और इस देश युवता को आदर्श के नेता राहुल गांधी जी कन्याकुमारी से लेकर कश्मीर तक 4000 किलोमीटर पैदल चलते चलते तेलंगाना को आए। 21 दिन कुछ कम 400 किलोमीटर तेलंगाना में पादयात्रा किया। हमको बहुत भरोसा, उम्मीद देकर आगे कांग्रेस पार्टी को रणनीति तय करके राजनीति में कांग्रेस को जिताने के लिए बहुत कुछ मदद दिए, इंस्पिरेशन दिए। और प्रियंका जी इलेक्शन कैंपेनिंग में बहुत सारे मीटिंग में पार्टिसिपेट किए। ये सब हमारे हाईकमांड को ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ तेलंगाना कांग्रेस पार्टी एंड माय इंचार्ज माणिकराव ठाकरे के
तरफ से मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं पार्टी हाईकमांड को। दूसरी बात, तेलंगाना के जनता जब जरूरत है तब सही तरीका से सही जवाब देने के लिए हमेशा हाजिर रहते। इस बार तेलंगाना में कांग्रेस सरकार बना देके यहाँ के जो शहीद हुए युवता उनके विचारधारा को आगे ले जाने के लिए हमको संपूर्ण हम इंस्पिरेशन लिए। वो हम जो भी वादा किए, जो शहीद होकर उन लोग जो देश के लिए क्या किए, वो पूरा आगे हम लेकर जाएंगे। और केटीआर ने आज ट्विटर में वेलकम किया कांग्रेस पार्टी जीत को। मैं भी बीआरएस को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। ये स्पिरिट आगे सरकार चलाने में भी दिखाना है, क्योंकि 10 साल अब सरकार में बैठा हुआ है, अभी विपक्ष में बैठने वाले। विपक्ष के सुझाव हमेशा हम खातिर करते हैं, पॉलिसी हम बनाएंगे, सजेशंस विपक्ष की जिम्मेदारी है सजेशन देने का। तो इसीलिए असेंबली हम चलाएंगे, विपक्ष का सुझाव लेंगे, अच्छा सरकार बना के गरीब लोगों को मदद करने के लिए हमेशा कांग्रेस पार्टी कोशिश करने वाले। इसमें हम बीआरएस और कल्वकुंट्ला चंद्रशेखर राव, भारतीय जनता पार्टी मिस्टर किशन रेड्डी, AIMIM अध्यक्ष असदुद्दीन ओवैसी एंड CPI, CPM एंड तेलंगाना जनसमिति प्रोफेसर कोदंडराम सबके मदद लेकर, सुझाव लेकर एक अच्छी सरकार बना के देश में एक आदर्श सरकार बनाने के लिए हमेशा हम लोग कोशिश करेंगे।
All right, that is in fact Revant Reddy speaking right now live and thanking Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi for their leadership and saying that they will serve the people of Telangana. The Congress jubilant here, but they have only one reason to celebrate, which is here in the state of Telangana. Besides that, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh has got the BJP's way. Let's get you details of each state, beginning first with Madhya Pradesh, where the term anti-incumbency seems to completely disappear, has no meaning when it comes to Mamaji, when it comes to Shivraj Singh Chouhan, once again managing to do the seemingly impossible, defeating the Congress with what can only be defined once again as a sweep by the BJP. It's led to massive celebrations in Madhya Pradesh as well, in a landslide victory by the Saffron Party. They're leading in over 160 seats. Imagine this, they're so much ahead of Congress. Congress is at just about 66 seats. The number may be going up or down, but essentially you get a sense of how much of a gap there is right now. And this is despite the fact that the BJP has been ruling for so many years now in Madhya Pradesh. So the anti-incumbency or that factor has been completely thrown out the window by the BJP. Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chouhan soon after spoke to India Today, dedicating this win to Prime Minister Modi, saying that the Prime Minister's campaign made all of the difference. His guarantees to the people of Madhya Pradesh, very different from the Congress guarantees. His guarantee of corruption-free governance and several other such steps is what won over the people of Madhya Pradesh, according to Shivraj Singh Chouhan. There are celebrations that broke out as BJP cadre gathered in large numbers, a sea of saffron in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. Let's give you a glimpse of that celebration and the reactions that have come.
देखिए, अगर आप विनम्रता के साथ जनता की सेवा प्रामाणिकता के साथ करते हैं तो लोग आपसे प्यार करते हैं। ये जनता का प्यार है। लेकिन मैं कहता हूं कि श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी, वो जन जन के मन में है, MP के मन में मोदी। ये इस चुनाव ने सिद्ध किया है। उनकी गारंटी पर लोग भरोसा रखते हैं। और डबल इंजन की सरकार ने जो काम किया, हमने 18 साल में मध्य प्रदेश बदला है, तो ये विकास के कामों पर मोहर है, जन कल्याण की योजनाओं पर मोहर लगाई।
जब आज तक इंडिया टुडे एक्सिस माई इंडिया पोल ने कहा 140 से 162 सीट्स आएंगी, काफियों ने कहा ये कैसे इतना बड़ा मार्जिन हो सकता है, और आज वही सटीक हुआ।
नहीं, मुझे भरोसा था। एक तो आपका जो अनुमान है वो सटीक बैठा है, लेकिन जनता का जो प्यार सड़कों पर दिखता था, लाडली बहनें मैं जहां जाता था गले लगती थी, सिर पे हाथ फेरती थी, आंखों में आंसू आ जाते थे और कहती थी अपन जीतेंगे, उससे लगता था कि परिणाम आएंगे।
आप मानते हैं कि औरतें, लड़कियां, इनका वोट सबसे मायने रखा, ये कांग्रेस नहीं खींच पाई अपनी तरफ?
आप विश्लेषण करेंगे तो यही सामने आएगा कि बहनों ने जाति और धर्म से ऊपर उठ के भी हमें वोट किया।
आखिरी सवाल सर, हमने जब सपोर्टर्स से और लोगों से पूछा कि मुख्यमंत्री यही रहेंगे या बदलेंगे, तो सबने एक साथ आपका ही नाम लिया। वो रेडी नहीं है नाम बदलने के लिए?
देखिए, हम लोग कार्यकर्ता हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक मिशन है भारत के निर्माण का, वैभवशाली, गौरवशाली, शक्तिशाली, संपन्न और समृद्ध भारत के निर्माण का। हम उस मिशन के अंग है। पार्टी तय करती कौन कहाँ काम करे।
जनता ने
access my India Today poll because he said 140
extremely accurate, dead on target as always. My salute to Mr. Pradeep Gupta.
जिस तरह से प्रदेश में सरकार चली, 18 वर्षों में अच्छा काम हुआ, जितना अच्छा काम माननीय शिवराज जी ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम डबल इंजन की सरकार ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम संगठन ने किया, उसका आशीर्वाद आज मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने दिया।
हमने कुछ बहनों से बात करी जो यहाँ मुख्यमंत्री निवास पर हैं, भोपाल में, मध्य प्रदेश में। तो ये जो लाडली बहना की बात हो रही है, और मुख्यमंत्री ने खुद अभी मुझसे बात करते हुए कहा कि बहनें जो बाहर निकली हैं उन्होंने आके वोट किया। तो ये क्या है लाडली बहना स्कीम जो इतना डिफरेंट, क्या उससे लगता है फर्क हुआ है?
बहुत फर्क हुआ है। हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अभी मध्य प्रदेश में आप देख रहे हो पूर्ण बहुमत और अच्छे बहुमत से कमल का फूल खिल रहा है। और इसका ज्यादातर श्रेय सारी योजनाओं के साथ साथ योजनाएं तो मोदी जी ने भी बहुत चलाई, और भैया शिवराज भैया ने भी मध्य प्रदेश में बहुत चलाई है। उसका फायदा तो आम जनता को बहुत मिला है, लेकिन अभी तुरंत में ही जो लाडली बहना योजना चलाई उससे महिलाओं को बहुत फायदा मिला।
ऐसा क्या फर्क है? लाडली कितना, आप मुझे बता सकते हैं कितना पैसा मिलता है लाडली बहना में?
पैसा
Senior BJP leader, giant slayer herself, one of the key campaigners for the Bharatiya Janata Party in these round of assembly elections, Smriti Irani now joins us live on India Today as I show our viewers on the election intelligence dashboard the national big picture as it stands at this moment in the 638 seats where counting was going on. The Bharatiya Janata Party handing a massive defeat to the Congress. 347 for the BJP versus 227 for the Congress. Wherever you took on the Congress in a head-on-head duel, you've smashed the Congress party to smithereens. The BJP would be highly delighted with the way, especially in the Hindi heartland, ma'am, this victory has shaped up. Many congratulations and welcome.
Thank you so much. Indeed, it is a day of jubilation for Bharatiya Janata Party supporters and workers to see the Modi magic work across the heartland. Yes, we are talking about the Modi guarantee, but I think one should not just simplify it in just a few words. It is the policy initiatives of the Prime Minister, his administrative acumen, and the alacrity with which he has politically applied himself to the entire map of India, I think, which is what is being celebrated today. I'm particularly, as a female voter and citizen, delighted by the overwhelming support of female voters for the Prime Minister and the Bharatiya Janata Party. I think many amongst the specialists who are invited to your studio today will be also a bit keen to delve into how much the tribal communities have supported the Bharatiya Janata Party. So yes, it is a day of great joy and celebration, and now here's looking forward to celebrating in 2024 as well.
You know, you spoke of the women voters that can be captured in Madhya Pradesh, which, as you see on your screen, the BJP's tally at the moment is equal to what they achieved in 2013, where again they had 165. This, especially on the back of the Ladli Bahena scheme, seeing, as per our poll, 50% of the women voters in the state of Madhya Pradesh picking the BJP at 10% vote share gap between men and women in Madhya Pradesh. That seems to suggest that this is because it's happening for the fourth time. Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chouhan, the Prime Minister, Home Minister Amit Shah, helping with the electioneering over there, to come back to power after so many terms of being in power is a very strong pro-incumbency verdict, given the fact that the Congress can't seem to retain Chhattisgarh after 5 years of being in power.
I think for each state there has to be a different prism from which we need to do vishleshan, or we need to, I think, politically reflect on. When it comes to Madhya Pradesh, please remember that there was 15 months where the Congress was tested by the people. Let me just give you a very small example of a Kanyadan Yojana that the Bharatiya Janata Party government used to service in the state of Madhya Pradesh. 55,000 rupees under Sambal was ensured for girls from poor families, and especially girls who are specially abled, the young girls, for their marriage purposes. Now, the minute the Congress came into power for that small interim period, they did away with that program. In fact, did post-dated Kanyadan. Now, imagine now the citizen has a comparative to do in the state between what the Congress done when they are given power vis-a-vis how the BJP serves the larger cause, especially of the poorest of the poor, when they have a time to serve through administration or through a government in the state. Now, when it comes to Chhattisgarh, I think what is interesting is not only the Modi factor when it came to 3,100 rupee guarantee for procurement of dhan, not only the Modi guarantee for 5,500 rupee for procurement of betel leaves, but also the Mahatari Vandan Yojana that the Prime Minister promised, especially to the poorest of the poor, married women in families that were in need of financial support. Apart from the large number of women who came out to vote in Madhya Pradesh, even Chhattisgarh saw over 77 lakh women, 76% women come out and vote. And I think that even in the state of Rajasthan, the number of cases of crime against women became a war cry amongst female voters against the Congress party. To just say that only Madhya Pradesh had the female factor working for the BJP and not the other states would be a great injustice done to the average female voter who has come out overwhelmingly in support of Modi guarantee.
The one state where the BJP, even in its initial internal surveys, was struggling was Chhattisgarh. Now, however, it looks very comfortable. 56 wins and leads for the BJP versus 33. Would you say this is, in cricketing parlance, a case of pulling a big victory from the jaws of defeat?
No, I think that you had an enunciation of victory and defeat in the power corridors of Lutyens, which is far different from the reality on the ground. Let me give you 3 examples. The liquor scam of the Congress party did not find much mention in newsrooms such as yours. The Mahadev betting app is an issue that we spoke about, but not many people gave it the kind of headlines that it deserved. But even the PCS Ghotala, wherein in government jobs and recruitments, the Congress party ensured that their supporters got government jobs, vis-a-vis the kind of Rozgar Mela the Prime Minister did, where through complete transparency jobs in government establishment were given to people who were deserving, to people from normal middle class, lower middle class, poor families. That was available as a comparative for voters. So there was much on the ground that was happening in Chhattisgarh that did not find a mention in main newsrooms, and that is why for some people, let's say in the power corridors of Delhi, the victory of BJP in Chhattisgarh seems to be a surprise.
What bearing do you think these assembly election results and BJP's sweep across the heartland have on the potential verdict in Prime Minister Modi's re-election in April, May next year? How do you see these results impact the big finals next year?
I think if I've had the privilege of serving with Prime Minister Modi as a leader for the past over 1.5 decades. Knowing him, he's not somebody who somewhere reflects or lives in the glory of his current victories. He's somebody who is studious about his next steps forward. He's not somebody who takes his politics or his voter or his country in any way for granted. And I think that's what makes Modi special as a political leader. Right as we speak, one needs to also reflect that while he was campaigning in various states, he also was ensuring that his cabinet passes a decision where self-help group women become drone didis. He was also ensuring that his cabinet passes various decisions vis-a-vis infrastructure in the country. He was also available at the borders celebrating Diwali with our armed forces personnel. So this is a political leader who does not sit still just because he is victorious. He is a juggernaut that keeps working 24/7. So when
you
it
were
comes to
personally
24,
campaigning
yes,
in
I'm
most of these
grateful that many
states.
Newsroom says are.
Where did you feel the maximum challenge? Which one, when you were campaigning on the ground, felt like the trickiest election from your perspective and from that of the party?
Very honestly, Rahul, when you have Modi's guarantee, do you think anything is a challenge? But I'm sure of one thing, that while all of you are looking at 2024, Modi is equally looking at 2029. As to how can my Sangathan and how can the country work towards, this is a leader who for the first time in the history of Indian democracy has given us a roadmap for the next 25 years when India celebrates 100 years of our independence. When was the last time you had such a prime minister? So you're looking at 24. Modi is looking at 2047. You're looking at political victory. Modi is looking for India's glory.
Interestingly, there were lots of laddus at the Congress headquarters this morning at 7. There was Lord Hanuman. They were celebrating even before the first vote had been counted. I wonder if they've sent the... Are you saying just send us those laddus, we'll eat them? Aapke to kisi kaam ke nahi hai aaj.
I will only say this, that those who have no political warranty left were busy assuring people with a guaranteed victory, and that is why it was not a mere happenstance that they were ordering for mithais to be delivered to the Congress headquarters. I think that today, particularly if you look at it from a political perspective, this victory of Narendra Modi is genuinely a death knell for the Gandhi siblings and their political perspectives and prospects. I think that they have tested the Prime Minister's mettle. They have lost no opportunity in demeaning him. They have lost no opportunity of bringing him and his government to disrepute. That the citizens and the voters of our country have resoundingly supported Narendra Modi should have some possibly means of introspection for the Gandhi siblings. But knowing the arrogance with which they function, I don't think they will do anything which helps them course correct. In fact, it's politically beneficial for the Bharatiya Janata Party and a Karyakarta like me particularly, as long as the Congress is in the hands of the Gandhi siblings.
There were some pundits in our studios and many outside who were waiting to credit the big impending victories in these states to Rahul Gandhi. Several messaging also saying on air it shows Rahul's potency and that of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, given the fact that they've been routed 3-0 in the heartland. They've won Telangana, but just 3 more than the required number. What do you think that then means for the effort to revive and resurrect the political fortunes of Rahul Gandhi?
Well, if the Gandhi magic was working, let me give you just one seat in the country where you would have seen the magic work. The siblings came to Amethi in the 2022 Vidhan Sabha elections. Out of the 5 seats, they lost the security deposit in 4. And in the 5th seat, they lost the election. So people who cannot hold on to their own family bastions, people who cannot fight their own Lok Sabha election alone without support, can you honestly think that they have the leadership capacity to lead an organization which is nationwide accepted as an organization with legacy? I think much has been said about them. Many obituaries have been already written about them. I should not waste my time about their leadership qualities. I can only say today there are 5 issues which bring me great joy. 1, Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline. He has been very vehement about it. Irrespective of being vehement about fiscal prudence and discipline, Modi has received people's support. There were many specialists, many researchers, many people who've done studies who thought that it's not politically prudent to be very, very fiscally disciplined. Modi has done that. This is a victory for that fiscal prudence and that fiscal discipline. Secondly, you have to admit, Rahul, women today are being celebrated as a decisive political factor, but that was not the case in 2014. For the first time in the history of our country, we have a Prime Minister who from the ramparts of the Red Fort spoke about sanitary pads, spoke about building toilets for women. No woman in this country before 2014 had ever told any politician, please build me a toilet. These were conversations which were taboo, in fact not socially acceptable. That the Prime Minister changed the narrative on gender justice is a given. And today what you see in terms of overwhelming support of women towards Prime Minister Modi, that again is resonating in elections across. Thirdly, I think the dangerous precedent that the Gandhi siblings were establishing of dividing this country on the basis of caste, today that has met with decisive defeat. Lastly, the personal attack that that the Gandhi siblings and the opposition mounted on Prime Minister Modi, that also has been defeated. But the question that arises in all newsrooms today is there any future for the so-called alliance which today stands shattered and is in tatters?
What's your view on that? Do you think this chastens the Congress and the India alliance is then able to get their way by browbeating the Congress, or do you think this will lead to a fragmentation of the India alliance?
You know, I'll just take a leaf out of, and very, very irregularly so, out of the notebook of Mamata Bandyopadhyay, who said, wherever there is Rahul Gandhi, there is definite defeat. Need I say more?
Okay, we leave it over there. Smriti Irani punching hard and on the back of a very strong result, has every reason and conviction to do so. She's also thinking it clears the way for Prime Minister Modi's re-election in 2024. Congratulations on a famous victory, ma'am, and thank you very much for taking out time to join us on this busy day.
Thank you.
That's Union Minister, senior BJP leader, giant slayer, Smriti Irani talking about this verdict. BJP Karyakartas, BJP party leaders, their top brass, that much more enthused and motivated because nothing gets a politician going in quite the way as these numbers would. 165 out of 230 in Madhya Pradesh, 116 in 1 out of 199 in Rajasthan, 54 at this moment out of 90. This is the best result the BJP could have hoped for on Super Sunday. I'm slipping into a break. When we come back, we'll have Siddharth Singh join us. Siddharth Singh is a senior leader from Uttar Pradesh. He was sent by the party to Chhattisgarh. When he went there, all the initial BJP data internally was also showing that the BJP is doing poorly in Chhattisgarh. We'll talk to him about how they were able to turn it around in Chhattisgarh and the impact this may have on the national elections. All that and more in our continuing coverage of Super Sunday. We return on the other side of a very quick break.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, उनका जिस ढंग से यहाँ साथ मिला और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, हमारे संगठन के नेतृत्व में कार्यकर्ताओं ने अनथक परिश्रम किया। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, संगठन महामंत्री, उनके साथ टीम जुटी रही और जैसा भूपेंद्र यादव जी ने, शिव प्रकाश जी ने, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने जो मार्गदर्शन किया, उससे चुनाव के अभियान को सही गति और दिशा मिली। और इसलिए मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हम बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी, शानदार मेजॉरिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आएगी।
आपको लगता है कि मोदी मैजिक ने अपना काम कर दिया मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर?
ये मोदी मैजिक ही है, क्योंकि हमने पहले दिन जब मेरा बूथ सबसे मजबूत का अभियान माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी आए थे, 10 लाख बूथों से संवाद किया था उन्होंने और हर बूथ को जीतने का संकल्प दिलाया था। तब हमने कहा था कि मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी और मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश। आज जनता ने ये आशीर्वाद प्रधानमंत्री जी को दिया है कि 2024 में ताकत के साथ प्रधानमंत्री जी को इतिहास बनाना है तो मध्य प्रदेश में हो रहे सेमी फाइनल को प्रचंड बहुमत से जिताना है। जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया है।
श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। उनके प्रति असीम श्रद्धा और अगाध विश्वास है। उन्होंने जो यहाँ सभाएं की, जनता से अपील की, वो जनता के दिल को छू गई और उसी के कारण ये परिणाम जो अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, ये प्रमुख कारण हैं।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
देश में बहुत शानदार जीत है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की। जो मध्य प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने काम किया है।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Co-presented by आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय, जॉय ई-बाइक। Co-presented by Nexa, create inspire. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Co-powered by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत।
I want to go across live at this moment to Siddharth Singh, senior BJP leader from Uttar Pradesh. He was sent by the party to Chhattisgarh at a time when the party, even in its internal surveys, was trailing. From there, Siddharth Singh, one of the key strategists in scripting a remarkable BJP victory akin to snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. In case our viewers have just tuned in, I want to welcome Siddharth Singh and show the figures on the election dashboard at this moment. 54 wins and leads for the BJP, up 39 from the last time. The Congress at 36, down 32. And if you look at the historic time graph of Chhattisgarh, this is the strongest BJP performance since the state was formed. It's never had 54 seats. Siddharth Singh, congratulations on a very historic and memorable performance.
No, thank you very much. But the credit doesn't go to me. The credit goes to our senior leaders and definitely those who were placed like Om Mathurji, Mansukh Mandviya, my colleague Naveen Nitin, and there were other workers. But certainly it is a historical win, and the historical win has been led by nobody but Prime Minister Modi ji and Amit Shah ji, who is truly the chessboard master. He is the Chanakya. He used to guide us, and our president. So all those are, we are just the implementers. But at the end of the day, it was an election. And I do remember, Rahul, talking to you some time back at Piyush Goyalji's function. And you were also not very willing to accept that, yes, there is a possibility. So I think it's a great victory. And BJP winning 3-1. So I hate to use those words, but since the Congress has used it recently in the cricket match, so during the World Cup, and now really I would like to ask Congress, who is the Panoti in their party and who should be called the Panoti of the opposition? So let's decide on that.
Okay, interesting. Yes, all the data, in fact, at that time did show the Congress in the lead, and from there you've been able to turn it around, which is quite remarkable. There's a 4% vote share gap. The BJP 46% vote share, the Congress at 42% vote share. If I look at a historical map of Telangana, of Chhattisgarh when it comes to votes, this is the highest vote share the BJP has had. It had 39% vote share in 2003, 40% in 2008, 41% in 13, 33% in 2018. From there, 13% up at 46 this time. That is electorally quite a remarkable performance, given especially how all the data seem to suggest that the Bhupesh Baghel government wasn't that unpopular. So you're obviously able to stitch a campaign, which in terms of campaign management will go down in legend as an epic victory of electioneering and management. You spoke of the prowess on the chessboard, political chessboard of Amit Shah? Give our viewers, Siddharth, some insights. What did you learn from him in terms of how he plotted this campaign?
I think the way he brought, to begin with, not the manifesto to begin with, but initially we had come up with Wada Khilafi of Bhupesh Baghel, the promises they had made in 2018. Now, that needed to be highlighted, and Amit Bhai was very clear that the strategy needs to fall first, expose him, that he hasn't done what he claims to be. And in that, we used the good offices of Amit Shah ji to get Piyush Goyal just 2 days before the parliament had begun in September. And Piyush Goyal came up and, explained that 2,600 rupees, in 2,600 rupees with the Bhupesh Baghel claims that it is being given for the rice growers, that actually MSP is 2,100. So, like that. And then one day in the morning, I was talking to him and I said that you had, during the Wada Khilafi, you had said that it is Bhoop Pay. So I'm going to, make few ads and we're going to come out with these scams. So he says, no, don't do like this. Make into a bigger event. So he was kind of an event manager also and directing us how to do it. And then Anurag Thakur came in. And that press conference, Anurag Thakur, I think was a great hit. So, many things like this has happened. And therefore, I can only say that this was an experience to us in this election, which perhaps since last 30 years of being in party and as a worker, I haven't seen. So
it's actually a big victory for you. I remember you were last sent to West Bengal. Things didn't end up quite well over there for you. And it was a tough fight as well. You fought hard but didn't win. Here, it was again a tough fight where you were sent. You fought hard and this time the results are very different. It must feel like a big relief.
Well, I think so. Yes, it is a relief. But yes, West Bengal also. Rahul, we were never there in West Bengal. And West Bengal, under the leadership of Amit Shah ji, he was my party president. He gave me a free hand there. I think we went ahead and exposed many things of Mamata Banerjee. And that still continues. One of them was the big exposure to dent her image was the Sardesai scam. And here again, it was the PC which I was made to do by the central leadership. And there also the PC on Mahadev app, which I did from Raipur, I think that made a lot of dent. So there were many coordinations who to do.
Do you think the Mahadev app was a factor? Some top BJP leaders who I spoke to, who I can't and shan't name, said, those things which come too late in the campaign, they help in the hawa, but they don't really influence the vote as much. It's important to push that through, but it's not really a game changer.
I don't think so. The basic thing was required is in last few years, Bhupesh Baghel had made a kind of an aura around him that he is the best chief minister. He is a deliverable chief minister. He has done so many things like this. So for us, it was important. And as I said, Amit Bhai had said to expose him, dent his image. Now, you can't dent an image by simply, simply not, making like the acquisitions made by the Congress. Rahul Gandhi comes and makes one acquisition every time on the industrialist. So you have to come with facts and figures. So we were able to draw those facts and figures and then bring the attention of the voters, and particularly then get it related with the campaign, and also the leaders who were coming were to asked to speak the same issues. So all these things put together brought a great campaign, and perhaps it will go down, at least in Chhattisgarh, I would say, an election which has never been witnessed, and somebody who has been able to, or the party which has been able to draw a victory from a defeat.
Prime Minister Modi is tweeted. I want to take our viewers through the tweet. Then I'll get Siddharth Nath Singh to respond what this means for the Prime Minister. Let's take you through the first reaction we've seen from the Prime Minister after these results came out. The results in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. indicate that the people of India are firmly with the politics of good governance and development, which the BJP for India stands for. I thank the people of these states for their unwavering support and assure them that we'll keep working tirelessly for their well-being. A special thanks to the hard-working party Karyakartas. Each of them is exemplary. They have worked tirelessly and highlighted our achievements. That's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Siddharth Singh, talking about this big result. If I look at the national overall picture that emerges from these numbers, in the 638 seats where counting was on today, the BJP winning decisively on 346, the Congress being able to bag only 229, suggesting wherever the punch-up is between the BJP and the Congress, BJP is the odds-on favourite to win.
Well, again, it shows the confidence of the voters in the Prime Minister and the way he has led the country in difficult times, particularly during the COVID and the war which was happening between Ukraine, Russia, and keeping the economy intact. All those things have brought a favorable result for the BJP, but it's his leadership which has been, accepted by the voters in India. And therefore, our slogan of Modi ki guarantee is a hit, and it's a game changer, because I saw in Chhattisgarh, wherever we added that, public was ready to believe. Whether it was women, we said 12,000 rupees to those jo vivahit mahilaएं hain, then to the farmers, and then we gave it to for the yuva, that USPSC.
No, but tell me one thing.
That
the
happened,
BJP initially, Mr. Singh, for so long was pushing against freebies. Then you saw how they worked for the Congress in Karnataka, in Himachal Pradesh. Now, you can give it whatever spin you want. For all practical purposes, some of the promises that you're talking about and the BJP now has in its manifesto are, for all practical purposes, exactly the kind of situation you were trying to avoid initially.
No, I think, Rahul, we need to differentiate between a welfare scheme and a freebies. So one can't really get, it's a very thin line which we need to draw. So welfare schemes are always a welfare scheme.
Laddu, unki welfare scheme revdi hai. It's like kind of the same thing actually.
No, you can turn around that it's a freebie. Why you're giving, 8 to 80 crores? That's the biggest thing which has been enrolled or rolled out by the central government to the BPL, people, 80 crores. So please do understand there is an inflation because of many variety of reasons, economic reasons you can add to it. Now, if there is inflation, if you are supporting these families the poor families during the inflationary side, then you are in a position for them to add an asset. They become an asset and they add value to your GDP. So it's how you take, these welfare schemes. You can call it a freebies, but certainly when the idea goes is definitely to give a empowerment and strengthening through welfare schemes this poor section of the society.
Last question about the VIPs in Chhattisgarh. So many Congress ministers, heavyweights in the Bhupesh Baghel government, or supposed heavyweights in the Bhupesh Baghel government, have lost. And that really shows, like the likes of Deputy Chief Minister T.S. Singh, he's also ended up losing at least half a dozen ministers in the Baghel government losing. What does that say according to you about, like, for example, even Tamrajdar Swahu in Durg Gramin has lost. So what does that say about the anti-incumbency against these ministers and what was projected by the Congress as a performing state government?
Well, certainly it does show anti-incumbency. There is an anti-incumbency, but the anti-incumbency is because of their non-performance, because of their corruption, because of their promises which they were unable to deliver. For example, T.S. Singh, although he did resign on that count, but he was the minister for the Panchayat. He was to deliver those houses. The Prime Minister Awas, he was to deliver. So 16 lakh they had promised in 2018. They could only deliver 3 lakh of them. So these are certain promises which when you are unable to deliver, the public then responds. And they respond always after 5 years. And they responded this time.
Okay, we'll leave it over there. We'll have the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, the man who's led the BJP to a historic victory, joining us in a moment. That's Siddharth Singh, joining us, a key architect of that famous victory. He says, in the political history of Chhattisgarh, this really will be seen as a remarkable turnaround in fortunes to come back so far behind midway through the campaign and show that you can find a way of winning. That's really what the modern day BJP poll machine is capable of. We'll slip into a break. We'll have a lot more for you in our continuing coverage on Super Sunday. We return on the other side of a very quick break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, उनका जिस ढंग से यहाँ साथ मिला और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, हमारे संगठन के नेतृत्व में कार्यकर्ताओं ने अनथक परिश्रम किया। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, संगठन महामंत्री, उनके साथ टीम जुटी रही और जैसा भूपेंद्र यादव जी ने, शिव प्रकाश जी ने, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने जो मार्गदर्शन किया, उससे चुनाव के अभियान को सही गति और दिशा मिली। और इसलिए मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हम बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी, शानदार मेजॉरिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आएगी।
आपको लगता है कि मोदी मैजिक ने अपना काम कर दिया मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर?
ये मोदी मैजिक ही है, क्योंकि हमने पहले दिन जब मेरा बूथ सबसे मजबूत का अभियान माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी आए थे, 10 लाख बूथों से संवाद किया था उन्होंने और हर बूथ को जीतने का संकल्प दिलाया था। तब हमने कहा था कि मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी और मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश। आज जनता ने ये आशीर्वाद प्रधानमंत्री जी को दिया है कि 2024 में ताकत के साथ प्रधानमंत्री जी को इतिहास बनाना है तो मध्य प्रदेश में हो रहे सेमी फाइनल को प्रचंड बहुमत से जिताना है। जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया है।
जब आज तक इंडिया टुडे एक्सिस माई इंडिया पोल ने कहा 140 से 162 सीट्स आएंगी, काफियों ने कहा ये कैसे इतना बड़ा मार्जिन हो सकता है और आज वही सटीक हुआ।
नहीं, मुझे भरोसा था। एक तो आपका जो अनुमान है वो सटीक बैठा है, लेकिन जनता का जो प्यार सड़कों पर दिखता था, लाडली बहनें मैं जहां जाता था गले लगती थी, सिर पे हाथ फेरती थी, आंखों में आंसू आ जाते थे और कहती थी अपन जीतेंगे, उससे लगता था कि परिणाम आएंगे।
आप मानते हैं कि औरतें, लड़कियां, इनका वोट सबसे मायने रखा, ये कांग्रेस नहीं खींच पाई अपनी तरफ?
आप विश्लेषण करेंगे तो यही सामने आएगा कि बहनों ने जाति और धर्म से ऊपर उठ के भी हमें वोट किया।
आखिरी सवाल सर, हमने जब सपोर्टर्स से और लोगों से पूछा कि मुख्यमंत्री यही रहेंगे या बदलेंगे, तो सबने एक साथ आपका ही नाम लिया। वो रेडी नहीं है नाम बदलने के लिए?
देखिए, हम लोग कार्यकर्ता हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक मिशन है भारत के निर्माण का, वैभवशाली, गौरवशाली, शक्तिशाली, संपन्न और समृद्ध भारत के निर्माण का। हम उस मिशन के अंग है। पार्टी तय करती कौन कहाँ काम करे।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
साथ में इस समय दिया कुमारी है। मैम, जिस प्रकार का रिस्पांस और जिस प्रकार का जन समर्थन मिला आपको, क्या लगता है?
नो, ये देखिए, ऐसा
आप मना कर रहे हैं लोगों को कि आपको सीएम ना कहें, पर लोग आप लोगों को मना कर रही हैं कि आपको सीएम न कहें, पर आपकी बात मान नहीं रहे, आपको सीएम।
जनता में उत्साह देखिए, आप सभी को बोल रहे होंगे, लेकिन ऐसा है अभी हम लोग बहुत अच्छे मतों से, मैं तो जीत ही रही हूँ, हमारे सारे प्रत्याशी जीत रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार भारी बहुमत से राजस्थान में बनती हुई नजर आ रही है, मध्य प्रदेश में भी और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी। बहुत अच्छी
कुमारी जी, जिस तरह से पार्टी ने आपको विद्याधर नगर से चुनाव लड़ने की जिम्मेदारी दी और जिस तरह से आपको जन समर्थन मिला है, अगर पार्टी आपको कहती है कि आपका अगला पड़ाव मुख्यमंत्री के पद के तौर पर जिम्मेदारी निभाने का होगा, क्या आप उसको एक्सेप्ट करेंगी?
ये कोई ऐसी चीज थोड़ी है कि आप एक्सेप्ट करो या नहीं करो। देखिए, ये सब डिसीजंस पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड और टॉप लीडरशिप करेगी और
जिम्मेदारी के लिए आप तैयार हैं?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सीएम बनेगा, सबसे बड़ी बात तो वही है और हम लोग सब बहुत खुश हैं कि हमारी सरकार बन रही है और ये भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार फाइनली आउट है राजस्थान से और हमेशा के लिए आउट है।
पटिया जी, यहाँ पे कई कद्दावर नेता माने जाते हैं।
Remember the promise that you have made. If Congress is voted to power, you will shave your beard earlier. You have told. What do you want to say at this moment, sir?
Yeah, after we form the government, probably I'll take off my beard.
So, what do you have to say about the current politics that is going on in Taj Krishna? We have seen that Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister is in Park Hayat and other MLAs also are there. So, what do you have to say about that?
No,
any coaching that can be done, any MLAs that can shift sides is what you feel?
See, in contemporary politics, when we're dealing with people like the BJP and the BRS, we will take our precautions. And while I don't see, I'm not aware of whatever is going on about poaching and all, but I'm confident that our Congress elected MLAs will stay with us. No problem. And if our party organization is taking any steps to prevent others from having any mischievous ideas in their mind, I think that's the right thing to do.
Co-presented by आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय, जॉय ई-बाइक. Co-presented by Nexa, create inspire. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Co-powered by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत.
One of the things the Bharatiya Janata Party did in these elections is put its senior ministers, big leaders, in the battlefield in the assembly elections. One of them is Prahlad Singh Patel, Union Minister, Member of Parliament from Damoh. He's beaten Lakhan Singh Patel of the Congress and Mahesh Chaudhary of the BSP. And if the BJP is looking at a generational change beyond the Shivraj Singh Chouhan generation, then Prahlad Singh Patel, now the MLA from Narsinghpur, is one of the faces the BJP will be looking at very carefully. Patel साहब, स्वागत है आपका इंडिया टुडे पर. 166 सीटें, इतनी बड़ी जीत. सबको लग रहा था बीजेपी में भी कि फंसा हुआ चुनाव है, टक्कर को चुनाव है, जीत जाएंगे लेकिन मार्जिन थोड़ा कम रहेगा. यहाँ तो आपने ऐसी धुआंधार बैटिंग की है कि कांग्रेस को मध्य प्रदेश में कहीं का नहीं छोड़ा आपने. प्रहलाद जी, आवाज आ रही है आपको? प्रहलाद जी, मुझे आवाज आ रही है, मैं अभी बात भी की थी. प्रहलाद जी, आवाज आ रही है आपको? प्रहलाद जी, आवाज आ रही है आपको? आप लाइव हैं इस वक्त इंडिया टुडे टीवी पे. मैं कह रहा था कि भाजपा के लोग भी बता रहे थे जब हम भोपाल में थे कि ये काफी टाइट इलेक्शन होगा, जीतेंगे लेकिन थोड़ा मार्जिन कम होगा. यहां पे तो आपने 166 सीटें जीतकर कांग्रेस की बुरी हालत कर दी मध्य प्रदेश में.
जी,
मैं कह रहा हूं कि इतनी ज्यादा सीटें आपने ले ली कि आपको लगता है कि जितना आपका खुद का अनुमान था उससे ज्यादा है ये?
नहीं, मैं पहले दिन से कह रहा था कि 2003 मुझे 2023 में रिपीट होते दिख रहा है. मैंने अपना स्टैंड कभी नहीं बदला. बाकी लोग जो भी कहते रहे हों, लेकिन मेरे बयानों को अगर आप पूरी तरह से देखेंगे तो मैं हमेशा से कहता रहा हूं कि मैं 2003 में इन्वॉल्व हुआ था। अब 2023 में जो मैं देख रहा हूँ, तब में हम विरोध में थे, अब हम सत्ता में हैं, लेकिन हम लहर एक सी देख रहे थे। और मैं हमेशा, मेरा स्टैंड रहा, मैंने कभी नहीं बदला। मैंने कहा कि 2003-2023 में रिपीट होते दिख रहा है, और मुझे लगता है ये आंकड़ा उसी बात का गवाह है।
इतनी बड़ी जीत का श्रेय आप किसको या किस विषय को या किस शख्स को देते हैं?
अगर एक व्यक्ति का नाम होगा तो ये मोदी का मैजिक है। और मैं जब ये बात कहता हूं तो मैं चुनाव के प्रचार के दौरान भी ये बोलता था कि ये 4 पैरामीटर्स हैं जिसमें मोदी अपने आप में दुनिया में जाने जाते हैं। गरीब कल्याण का उनका संकल्प, हमारे मातृ शक्ति का सशक्तिकरण, हमारे बच्चे हमसे बेहतर जिंदगी जिए इसका संकल्प, और चौथा जो हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था का की रीढ़ है वो है किसान, उसको सम्मान भी मिले और उसके मेहनत से पैदा हुई अनाज की उसको कीमत भी मिले। ये भी मोदी जी ने करके दिखाया। और जब इन चारों पैरामीटर्स की मैं बात करता हूं तो मध्य प्रदेश ने इन चारों बिंदुओं पर ईमानदारी से बेहतर काम किया है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये कार्य करने की प्रणाली मोदी जी की प्रणाली है, इसलिए मोदी मैजिक है, जिसका परिणाम है कि हम राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़, इवन तेलंगाना, मैंने दूसरी बात ये भी कही थी कि हम पिछले परफॉर्मेंस से बेहतर करेंगे 5 राज्यों में। 4 राज्यों के परिणाम आ गए, 5 का कल आएगा, कल भी मैं देखूंगा।
खूब ऐसी चर्चा मध्य प्रदेश के राजनीतिक गलियारों में रही है कि अगर पार्टी शिवराज सिंह चौहान के अलावा किसी दूसरे चेहरे के बारे में सोचती है मुख्यमंत्री पद को लेके, तो वो नाम आपका हो सकता है।
मैं पहले भी इस बात को कहता था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी अटकलबाजियों से राजनीति नहीं करती है। परिणाम अब आ गए हैं और मुझे लगता है कि जितना मैं जानता हूं कि सूचना आप लोगों को पहले मिलेगी, तो मुझे लगता है सबको इंतजार करना चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मुख्यमंत्री होगा, कौन होगा, ये पार्टी तय करेगी।
और आपको लगता है कि चांस है कहीं ना कहीं मन में थोड़ा सा तो ये होगा कि यार इस बार हो गया, शिवराज जी को काफी टाइम मिल गया, इस बार मेरा मौका आ जाए तो मजा आ जाए?
मुझे लगता है कि राजनीति सौदा नहीं है। मेरे जैसे व्यक्ति ने, जिसने इतने लंबे समय राजनीतिक जीवन अपना जिया है, पार्टी मुझे जो निर्देश करती रही है वही मैंने किया है। मैं पहली बार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ रहा हूँ, तब भी मैं ये अपेक्षा नहीं करता। मैं 2003 और 4 में यही बातें सुनता था जो आज सुनता हूँ, इसलिए मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
कांग्रेस का कैंपेन कहां पे गड़बड़ा गया? क्योंकि वाकई में एंटी इनकम्बेंसी थी, 18 साल हो भी गए थे, तो ऐसे में आपको क्या लगा कि कहां पे ये चुनाव पलटा या कहां पे बीजेपी ने बाजी मारी?
मुझे लगता है कि कांग्रेस ने परसेप्शन बिगाड़ने की कोशिश की थी, इसमें कोई दो मत नहीं। 2018 का चुनाव लालच का चुनाव था, लेकिन कांग्रेस के पास में नेतृत्व नहीं था। जो नेता थे कमलनाथ जी और दिग्विजय सिंह जी, ये थके हुए लोग थे जिनको हम 2003 में हरा चुके थे। उनके पास में दूसरी पंक्ति का नेतृत्व नहीं था। जो सामूहिक नेतृत्व का प्रयोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया, जिस बात के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी जानी जाती है, हम सारे के सारे लोग 86-85 से साथ में काम कर रहे हैं, और वो 2003 में परवान चढ़े हुए लोग थे। हम बेहतर स्थिति में थे सारे के सारे लोग, और वो लोग आज मैदान में थे। ये भरोसा बड़ी चीज थी। तीसरी बात है कि जो मोदी जी की कार्य प्रणाली है, जो वो कहते हैं वो करते हैं, ये भरोसा बड़ा भरोसा है। तो जो बातें मैंने आपको कही है वो पिलर्स, वो बड़े पिलर्स हैं, जिसने जातिवाद को भी खत्म किया और इस बूढ़े नेतृत्व की बात पर किसी ने विश्वास नहीं किया। मुझे सिर्फ मध्य प्रदेश में नहीं हुआ, आप देखिए कि ओवरऑल चाहे राजस्थान हो, मध्य प्रदेश हो, छत्तीसगढ़ हो या इवन तेलंगाना, हम सब जगह पर मोदी जी के प्रति भरोसे को स्पष्ट रूप से देख पा रहे हैं।
2024 के चुनाव पर इस नतीजे का क्या असर पड़ेगा आपके विचार में? इतनी बड़ी जो हिंदी हार्टलैंड स्टेट्स में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत हुई है, क्या आपको लगता है कि इससे 2024 के लिए भाजपा का रास्ता और साफ और आसान हो जाता है?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी 2024 में पिछले आंकड़े से आगे जाना चाहती है, और ये जो तीनों राज्यों में विजय का मतलब है कि कांग्रेस जो झूठ और भ्रम को फैलाती है या फैलाना चाहती थी या कोशिश कर रही थी, वो बेनकाब हुई है। और इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि मोदी जी जिस रास्ते पर भारत माता को यशस्वी बनाने के लिए, ऊंचाइयां पहुंचाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, उसमें और गति मिलेगी और हम ताकत के साथ अपने पिछले ही रिकॉर्ड को तोड़ने का काम करेंगे, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है।
I want to show प्रहलाद जी, I'm sure he's already seen it, and our viewers the vote share numbers। प्रहलाद जी, अगर आप वोट शेयर देखें मध्य प्रदेश का, तो पिछली बार बहुत कड़ा मुकाबला था। अब की दफा 9% का बीजेपी को एडवांटेज है। जब बाइपोलर इलेक्शन रहती है उसमें 9% का एडवांटेज, कुल मिला के 230 सीटों में से 186 सीटों पर भाजपा का वोट शेयर 40% से ज्यादा रहा, यानी कि कुछ ही सीटों को छोड़कर लगभग बाकी सारी सीटों में भाजपा ने बहुत कड़ी चुनौती दी है। जहां पे कांग्रेस जीती भी है वहां पे भी वो कम मार्जिन से जीती है, जबकि बीजेपी लगभग हर सीट पे बहुत स्ट्रांगली लड़ रही थी।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का लक्ष्य है कि हम 50% से ज्यादा वोट हासिल करने की तरफ आगे बढ़े। हमारा पन्ना प्रमुख से लेकर तमाम जो व्यवस्था है, जो कार्य प्रणाली है, वो इसी बात का लक्षित होकर करती है कि हम 50% से ज्यादा वोट हासिल करें, अपने कार्यों के साथ विश्वास मतदाता के मन में पैदा करें, ताकि हम लोकतंत्र में 50% वोट जिसके पास होगा वो चुनाव जीतेगा। और इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि हम काम करते हैं, साथ में संगठनात्मक तरीके से हमारी ये कोशिश भी होती है कि वो वोट में तब्दील हो और ये वोट प्रतिशत 50% से ज्यादा हो। तो मुझे लगता है कि उसमें हमने अचीव करने में इस बार 80% अगर हमने सफलता अर्जित की है, तो अगले चुनाव में हम चाहेंगे कि 100% हम 50% वोट शेयर लेने के बारे में सोचें।
ये रहा स्क्रीन पे 23 सीटें ऐसी है जहां पे कांग्रेस का मार्जिन आपसे 5% ज्यादा है। तो अगर ये कुछ सीटें आ जाती तो 23 सीटें लगभग और 164 के ऊपर संभवतः भाजपा की हो सकती थी। ये नैरो विन से कांग्रेस जीत रही है।
नहीं, ये सच्चाई है। मुझे लगता है लोकतंत्र में प्रतिपक्ष को मजबूत रहना चाहिए। ये हर कोई जो लोकतंत्र में आस्था रखता है वो चाहेगा, लेकिन संगठनात्मक दृष्टि से अगर हम अच्छे काम कर रहे हैं, हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं की साख है, उनका परिश्रम है, उसके काम करने का तरीका अच्छा है, तो हमारा लक्ष्य ही रहेगा कि अब जहां पर भी हम वोट शेयर लें वो 50% से ज्यादा हो।
आप जुड़े हमारे साथ प्रहलाद जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया एंड मेनी कांग्रेचुलेशंस। That's one of the key ministers in the BJP sent to fight in Madhya Pradesh, now helping and could be one of the contenders. What you're seeing on the screen is the trio of Kamal Nath, Digvijay Singh and Rajdeep Singh Surjewala. They led the Congress campaign in Madhya Pradesh. It turned out to be a disastrous end result. They're all looking chastened and glum with good reason. They also cursed, abused and said all kinds of things about our post-poll study, which in the end actually turned out to be correct. So maybe that's something they should reflect on, not shoot the messenger. He fought hard. You can't take that away. Both Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh gave it their all. They fought hard. In the end, they've been beaten by a stronger electoral force. Shivraj, my colleague, also joins us. Shiv, those are very, very glum faces. And this also shows how disconnected the Congress was with reality, because till the end they thought they're winning big. It seems to be completely the opposite of what they were expecting.
Well, you know, if image is anything, then the looks on those faces really say it. Southern comfort for the Congress party as far as Telangana is concerned, but really nothing at all to lift the spirits in the three big heartland states of Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and MP. Kamal Nath speaking. Let's listen.
प्रजातंत्र के इस मुकाबले में हम मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं का फैसला स्वीकार करते हैं। आज विरोधी दल के नाते और आगे भी जो हमारा कर्तव्य है, हम उस कर्तव्य पर डटे रहेंगे। सबसे बड़ी चुनौती हमारे सामने नौजवानों की भविष्य की है, बेरोजगारी की है और कृषि क्षेत्र की है। कृषि क्षेत्र 70% हमारे अर्थव्यवस्था का हिस्सा है और कृषि क्षेत्र में मजबूती आए, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता होनी चाहिए। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बधाई देता हूँ और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि जिस प्रकार जनता ने उन्हें समर्थन दिया है, वो उस पर खड़े उतरेंगे और जनता को जो विश्वास उन्होंने जताया है भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर, वो विश्वास बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से वो निभाएंगे। आज हमारी दूसरी उम्मीद थी। मैंने हमेशा कहा था कि मैं मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूँ, वो आज भी करता हूँ। मैंने पिछले 1 महीने से कह रहा हूँ, मैं मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूँ। मेरे से जब आप पूछते थे कि कितनी सीटें आएंगी, मैं कहता था मैं मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूँ। आज भी मैं विश्वास करता हूँ और मुझे ये उम्मीद है कि ये विश्वास जो मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर रखा है उनके साथ विश्वासघात नहीं होगा। हम इस पर विचार करेंगे कि क्या हमें कमियां थी, क्यों हम मतदाता को अपनी बात नहीं समझा पाए। हर उम्मीदवार से चर्चा करके, वो हारा हुआ हो या जीता हुआ हो, हम उनसे चर्चा करेंगे अगले कुछ दिनों में, और उस चर्चा के बाद हम इसका निष्कर्ष निकालेंगे।
कमलनाथ जी, क्या चूक हो गई? इतनी बड़ी टक्कर थी आपकी।
ये सब तो
थैंक यू।
Brief press conference there by Kamal Nath, Digvijay Singh and Rajdeep Singh Surjewala, the in charge for Madhya Pradesh, after what can only be interpreted as a humiliating defeat for the Congress party. The BJP demonstrating that not only is there no anti-incumbency, but there is a monstrous pro-incumbency for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. 13 years of incumbency simply washed away in a landslide victory for Shivraj Singh Chouhan. We're saying Jhume Jo Chouhan, and that is not said lightly. What else can you say in light of the kind of numbers you see, right above my head? Those are the Madhya Pradesh figures you see there. 164 for the BJP, 65 for the Congress party. Remember, this was a state that the Congress party put up a particularly spirited campaign. But now all you can see really is the forlorn figure of Kamal Nath. It appears that the Congress party is going to load this humiliating defeat only at Kamal Nath's door. That's the way things really roll. I want to go across to India Today's Pooja Shali, my colleague who's there in Bhopal, the city where Shivraj Singh Chouhan has, won an incredible historic victory. The expression, Pooja, on Kamal Nath's face couldn't have said it better. This was a state that the Congress party pretty much thought they had in the bag, anti-incumbency, public discontent, so many public issues. But, whether it was Ladli Behna, whether it was, Revdi culture on both sides, but ultimately faith in the leadership, Madhya Pradesh couldn't have spoken any louder than this.
Absolutely, and that is why Congress has a lot to deliberate upon. They had it in 2018. What went wrong? Was it overconfidence? Was it not understanding the ground connect that Shivraj Singh Chouhan had? But what a moment, Shiv, for Shivraj Singh Chouhan. 2005 became a chief minister, then 2008, then 2013, 2023. Now it's almost a 20-year career as a chief minister. A lot has changed in Madhya Pradesh, not Shivraj Singh Chouhan. But I have to tell you something. Joining me right now, and I'll speak to them shortly, are some of the Behnas he has been constantly talking about. And I have to add here, Shiv, every time in this massive premises of CM House in Bhopal, Shivraj Singh Chouhan came, met each one of them, spoke to them. If there were more coming, he went and met again. It was not that I have become the chief minister or I have won the party elections again. I'm going to sit back and enjoy the day. He has been going through this area, meeting all of these supporters and voters. So a quick word from these Behnas. Ladli Behna पे बहुत मुख्यमंत्री ने भी फोकस किया. आज कह रहे हैं आपकी वजह से जीते हैं. क्या ये महिलाओं की वजह से जीते हैं इलेक्शन?
बिल्कुल लाडली बहनों की वजह से जीते हैं, क्योंकि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी ने लाडली बहनों के लिए बहुत योगदान दिया है और लाडली बहनों ने भैया के लिए भी जीता है, क्योंकि बहनों लाडली के भैया कहते हैं ना कि हमारे उनका ऊपर
भरोसा है. उन पे क्यों ऐसा भरोसा? क्या किया उन्होंने आपके?
आज तक कोई भी ऐसे क्षेत्र में नहीं आया है शिवराज जी जैसा. उनने हमारे लिए लाडली लक्ष्मी से लेकर लाडली बहना जो चलाई है, उससे कई गरीब वर्ग की महिलाओं का आगे बढ़ी है,
जिंदगी बदली.
उनसे बदली है. कई मेहनत करने मजदूरी करने जाती थी जो महिलाएं, आज वो घर में बैठ के अपना छोटी सी दुकान चला रही हैं. घर भी देख रेख कर रही, और जिनके छोटे छोटे बच्चे थे वो उनकी देख रेख कर रही घर में रह के.
I have to say there are schemes that have clearly worked and women have now come out as a deciding factor. You cannot ignore women as a deciding factor for election, Shiv, and that is my key takeaway. Of course, there was Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah aggressively campaigning till the last day when Congress may have felt we have it with us. Shivraj Singh Chouhan on one hand, Jyotiraditya Scindia on another, Union Minister coming in. It was a joint campaign. Ground level workers were inspired constantly to work. It was not easy. There was anti-incumbency. There was scam allegations, whether Patwari and other, remember Vyapam scam shadows as well. All of that, people decided to push away and say they have done enough for us and we are going to pay back. And these sisters say we have given our bhaiya and their kids mama the gift today, and that is the party returns to Madhya Pradesh. Shiv.
Incredible. I mean, and you know, the thing about a victory like this is one wonders whether there's any real choice as to who will be the Mukhyamantri of Madhya Pradesh. After all, this victory has happened under the leadership of Shivraj Singh Chouhan. But politics being politics, Pooja, the question of kaun banega Mukhyamantri is still a standing question. We'll come back to that in just a moment. Pooja, stay with me. I'm also joined from two other states. Nabila joins me from Jaipur, where the BJP has won a very decisive victory there. Akshita is with us in Telangana. Nabila, coming to you first. Big question about who's going to be the chief minister in Rajasthan. There's a press conference happening where you are right now, but coming to you, Nabila, what are you picking up from the ground now? The BJP has, the very favorable kind of decision to make. Who gets to be the next chief minister?
Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh.
Right, Shiv, in fact, I'm right now at the press conference where all the BJP's leaders are just seated there. If I can ask my camera to pan, this is where Arun Singh as well as CP Joshi, the leader of the BJP unit here in the state, they both are addressing exactly this, that they've won with a thumping majority here in Rajasthan. They wanted to unseat Ashok Gehlot, and that's what they've managed to do. It's indeed a great feat for the BJP. Vasundhara Raje is certainly one of those favorite choices for a chief minister, but let me tell you, she doesn't seem to be the most popular when it comes to the party cadre. The BJP leaders themselves are divided on the name of Vasundhara Raje. So is it going to be her or not is something that we'll know in just a little while. This press conference has just started, but if I could tell you, Vasundhara Raje has managed to win her constituency. Diya Kumari has won her constituency, and a few big wins. But what we see here is in Rajasthan, Divya Madena, who is a very popular Congress candidate, has been defeated in her constituency of Osian seat. We also know that one of the very popular constituencies here in Rajasthan is Bhilwara, a big seat here that's been won by an independent candidate called Ashok Kumar Kotari. So another tectonic shift that we see here in the state of Rajasthan is not just about BJP coming to power thumpingly, but also a good number of independent candidates, almost 19 independent candidates who have come to victory here in Rajasthan. That should really speak a lot of the mindset behind many of the voters here who neither won the BJP nor the Congress. Many of them have gone the independent way, but BJP really owning this victory, and that's the presser that you see right here as I speak.
I think, to think that the conversation has gone from, whether the Congress will reward Sachin Pilot with chief ministership if they win, to now, that dilemma being snatched away from, Gehlot, all the different dilemmas, all the different questions that now arise with the Gehlot government ousted from power in Rajasthan, which can easily be explained by the Congress party as being, part of the revolving door philosophy of elections in Rajasthan. That was the BJP state leadership in Rajasthan speaking. Let me just dip into that press conference. It's still on, what Nabila was showing us. Let's just quickly dip into it to see what they're saying. Any hints at all being dropped about who the next CM may be?
Jinka भरपूर स्नेह समर्थन आशीर्वाद मिला, उन सबको वंदन अभिनंदन करते हुए, और आपका भी सभी मित्रों का, जिनका इस पूरे चुनाव के दौरान आप सबका खूब सहयोग मिला, आपका भी मैं हृदय की गहराइयों से एक पार्टी परिवार का कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते इस विशाल भारतीय जनता पार्टी परिवार की ओर से आपका भी हृदय की गहराइयों से आभार प्रकट करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। धन्यवाद मित्रों, बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद।
Okay, from Rajasthan, no clarity yet on who the chief minister there will be. These are some of the probable faces. We don't know what it's going to be, so we don't want to call it until it actually happens. But the channel that called the Rajasthan election before anybody else, we'll of course report that to you first once a decision is taken. Remember, there's a big meeting at the BJP headquarters in the national capital in about an hour from now. We're expecting Prime Minister Modi to also go there. So So more clarity once that takes place. We've got some breaking news coming in from the other state that went to the election, Telangana. This is huge. This is the big Kamareddy clash that has sprung a massive surprise. This was a VIP seat. The BJP's Venkata Ramana Reddy is leading in the Kamareddy constituency after the 13th round. KCR, the outgoing Chief Minister, and Revanth Reddy, the man who led the Congress to this big win, are both trailing. KCR and Revanth both trailing in the VIP seat of Kamareddy. The BJP's Venkata Ramana emerges as a giant slayer. Let's go straight across to Akshita, who's been on the ground. She's been reporting from Kamareddy as well. Akshita, the BJP's giant slayer in a seat where you reported from. It doesn't get bigger than this, beating both Revanth and KCR.
You know, the message to the people of Kamareddy is very clear, Shiv. We don't care if you're the current Chief Minister. We don't care if you're going to be the next Chief Minister. We will vote for our man. And that seems to have made a difference. The difference between Venkata Ramana Reddy and Revanth Reddy and KCR is that the BJP candidate belonged to Kamareddy. He studied there, he grew up there, and it looks like that's resonated with the people. They said, we don't want any outsider to represent us. We want a local to represent us. And that's what's made the difference, really. With every passing minute, if you look at the EC website, the lead that Venkata Ramana Reddy has over Revanth and KCR is only growing. Second place now is KCR, third place it is Revanth Reddy. And this despite the fact that you had the Chief Minister, now perhaps caretaker Chief Minister KCR, actually referring to his ancestral roots in Kamareddy. It clearly hasn't worked. The emotion card didn't work, and only the people of Kamareddy said one thing: we want the person who belongs to our land to represent us. Very, very interesting battle. Political bigwigs, but the power of the people prevails. That's very clear. And this is perhaps a fitting case study of that, where the people said, we don't care how prominent, powerful, what is at stake, we want our own man to succeed.
Very, very interesting. And we... Okay, let's go to the BJP office in Delhi, where celebrations have been on for quite a while as well. Polami is speaking to Meenakshi Lekhi and other senior leaders. Let's listen in.
This victory to
our poster guy, Prime Minister Modi.
To Prime Minister Modi, you think the Modi magic is going to work in Lok Sabha 2024 as well?
Absolutely, because for 9 years, 10 years, the kind of insurmountable work which has been done in the country, I think the whole country is a witness to it. But our opposition may not admit, but they also know it.
But do you think there's still some work to be done in terms of the southern frontier is concerned?
Of course, and we are ready for that.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Shiv. That was Meenakshi Lekhi, of course, saying, this basically has set the stage for 2024. You can see the celebrations. Mridul, my camera person, will show you the pictures of celebrations over here at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, just outside the extension. This is the new building of the BJP, and that is going to host for the first time a mega celebration of this kind, where the BJP has swept through the Hindi heartland states of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. In a short while from now, the Prime Minister will be over here. Security checks are currently underway to allow for entry of all of these Karyakartas who've gathered over here, who the Prime Minister, in fact, credited with that stupendous victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party. But yes, the leaders have started arriving, and you can expect the entire cabinet to be here today, because this is a moment that everyone who's at least in Delhi at the moment will want to celebrate with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Shiv.
So, Polami, the Prime Minister is expected there very shortly. We'll come right back to you. Huge crowds gathering at the BJP headquarters in Delhi. Several senior leaders obviously will be accompanying the Prime Minister, including JP Nadda, the BJP National President. We'll come back to you in just a moment, Polami. Many more voices, ministers, all assembling there right before the Prime Minister arrives. We've got a reaction coming in from Rahul Gandhi. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi has just tweeted. Rahul Gandhi putting out a social media post saying, we humbly accept the mandate of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. The battle of ideology will continue. I am very thankful to the people of Telangana. We will definitely fulfill the promise of making Prajalu Telangana, that is People's Telangana. Heartfelt thanks to all the workers for their hard work and support, says Rahul Gandhi in his first reaction. Remember, Rahul's Bharat Jodo Yatra spent a lot of time in Telangana, also spent quite a bit of time in the states where the Congress has suffered a big defeat. So that's Rahul Gandhi's tweet at this point of time. We're taking a very quick break. Remember, in just a short while from now, the Prime Minister of India will be reaching the BJP headquarters. We'll get you all the very latest news from the 4 states where we've reported the results to you. Remember, still a lot of suspense over kaun banega Mukhyamantri in 3 of those states. Back after this. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a B&P Group company.
साथ में इस समय दिया कुमारी हैं मैम, जिस प्रकार का रिस्पांस और जिस प्रकार का जन समर्थन मिला आपको, क्या लगता है?
नो ये देखिए, ऐसा
आप मना कर रहे हैं लोगों को कि आपको सीएम ना कहें, पर लोग आप लोगों को मना कर रही हैं कि आपको सीएम ना कहें, पर आपकी बात मान नहीं रहे, आपको सीएम।
जनता में उत्साह देखिए, आप सभी को बोल रहे होंगे, लेकिन ऐसा है, अभी हम लोग बहुत अच्छे मतों से, मैं तो जीत ही रही हूँ, हमारे सारे प्रत्याशी जीत रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार भारी बहुमत से राजस्थान में बनती हुई नजर आ रही है, मध्य प्रदेश में भी और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी। बहुत अच्छी
कुमारी जी, जिस तरह से पार्टी ने आपको विद्याधर नगर से चुनाव लड़ने की जिम्मेदारी दी और जिस तरह से आपको जन समर्थन मिला है, अगर पार्टी आपको कहती है कि आपका अगला पड़ाव मुख्यमंत्री के पद के तौर पर जिम्मेदारी निभाने का होगा, क्या आप उसको एक्सेप्ट करेंगी?
ये कोई ऐसी चीज थोड़ी है कि आप एक्सेप्ट करो या नहीं करो। देखिए, ये सब डिसीजंस पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड और टॉप लीडरशिप करेगी और
जिम्मेदारी के लिए आप तैयार हैं?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सीएम बनेगा, सबसे बड़ी बात तो वही है और हम लोग सब बहुत खुश हैं कि हमारी सरकार बन रही है और ये भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार फाइनली आउट है राजस्थान से और हमेशा के लिए आउट है।
भटिया जी, यहाँ पे कई कद्दावर नेता माने जाते हैं।
जब आज तक इंडिया टुडे एक्सिस माई इंडिया पोल ने कहा 140 से 162 सीट्स आएंगी, काफियों ने कहा ये कैसे इतना बड़ा मार्जिन हो सकता है, और आज वही सटीक हुआ।
नहीं, मुझे भरोसा था। एक तो आपका जो अनुमान है वो सटीक बैठा है, लेकिन जनता का जो प्यार सड़कों पर दिखता था, लाडली बहनें मैं जहां जाता था गले लगती थी, सिर पे हाथ फेरती थी, आंखों में आंसू आ जाते थे और कहती थी अपन जीतेंगे, उससे लगता था कि परिणाम आएंगे।
आप मानते हैं कि औरतें, लड़कियां, इनका वोट सबसे मायने रखा, ये कांग्रेस नहीं खींच पाई अपनी तरफ?
आप विश्लेषण करेंगे तो यही सामने आएगा कि बहनों ने जाति और धर्म से ऊपर उठ के भी हमें वोट किया।
आखिरी सवाल सर, हमने जब सपोर्टर्स से और लोगों से पूछा कि मुख्यमंत्री यही रहेंगे या बदलेंगे, तो सबने एक साथ आपका ही नाम लिया, वो रेडी नहीं है नाम बदलने के लिए?
देखिए, हम लोग कार्यकर्ता हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक मिशन है भारत के निर्माण का, वैभवशाली, गौरवशाली, शक्तिशाली, संपन्न और समृद्ध भारत के निर्माण का। हम उस मिशन के अंग है, पार्टी तय करती कौन कहाँ काम करे।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a B&P Group company.
देश में
बहुत शानदार जीत है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की। जो मध्य प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने काम किया है, डबल इंजन की सरकार के प्रति जो जन जन का विश्वास है, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के प्रति जो जन जन का विश्वास है, और जिस तरह से शिवराज जी की परफॉर्मेंस रही, काम हुआ है, उसके आज परिणाम सबके सामने है। संगठन ने जो काम किया उसके परिणाम सबके सामने है। बहुत अच्छी जीत है। मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को सबको बधाई।
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, उनका जिस ढंग से यहाँ साथ मिला, और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, हमारे संगठन के नेतृत्व में कार्यकर्ताओं ने अनथक परिश्रम किया। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, संगठन महामंत्री, उनके साथ टीम जुटी रही, और जैसा भूपेंद्र यादव जी ने, शिव प्रकाश जी ने, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने जो मार्गदर्शन किया, उससे चुनाव के अभियान को सही गति और दिशा मिली। और इसलिए मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हम बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी, शानदार मेजॉरिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आएगी।
Sorry. हमने जो मेहनत करनी थी, हमने वो मेहनत की है। चुन के दोबारा जनता ने हम पे इनायत की है। हुनर है ये भी मामा का, रिश्ता निभाना आता है। लाडली बहनों राखी की तुमने हिफाजत की है। फूल बरसे हैं हजारों, है तजुर्बा हमें यारों। निकली जो धुआं काम यूं हुआ, जीत पे फिदा फिर से कमल खिल जाए। झूमे जो चौहान मेरी जान, किस्मत ही खुल जाए। कर दूं जो मैं काम मेरी जान, एमपी फिर मिल जाए। क्या बात है मामा, फिर से कर दिखा कारनामा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be arriving at the BJP headquarters in Delhi any moment now. The saffron wave sweeping the Hindi heartland is the best possible election news the BJP could have hoped for. It has fought off anti-incumbency, converted it into a monstrous pro-incumbency in Madhya Pradesh. Bhupesh Baghel has been bundled out in Chhattisgarh and the Gehlot Gadi has been derailed in Jaipur. A triple victory under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and the state leaders, all of whom will be converging shortly at the BJP office in the national capital. The Prime Minister will be also addressing the party cadre at the headquarters. Celebrations have also been erupting over the mega BJP win in these three states. Modi is set to join the BJP celebrations. He's already put out a tweet on his social media handles thanking the voters of Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. He's also thanked the women, youth and all other sections of the voters in these three states. Let's go straight across to Polomi, who's among the swelling crowds there at the BJP headquarters. The BJP couldn't have asked for better than this, could they, Polomi? Even in Telangana, where the BJP wasn't really in the reckoning, to notch up a performance of 9 seats after winning just one the last time. It's almost like there's no bad news for the BJP today.
Let's just get in a word from Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad. Sir,
No bad news for the BJP in this election.
What do you mean by bad news?
I mean, it's all good news, that's what I'm saying.
It is all good news for the country, for the Indian democracy, for development. Thank you.
And who do you credit this victory to, sir? Because it's been stunning in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh.
I think we have spoken for the whole day. It is the leadership of the Prime Minister, that trust in his leadership for delivery. Thank you.
So trust in the Prime Minister's leadership for delivery is what Ravi Shankar Prasad, former Union Minister, has to say. Of course, the BJP couldn't have expected anything better than this. Obviously, as far as Telangana is concerned, the BJP did realize that as far as the participant in the political fray is concerned, they're just gaining a foothold over there, and they're hoping that, the kind of inroads that they've made in Telangana, they'll be able to, of course, capitalize on it in the Lok Sabha elections of 2024. But you can see over here the jubilant faces of the Karyakartaship who've gathered over here. The dole, the dancing, the singing, the music, the celebrations have all broken out. And as you can see, one by one, the senior most leaders of the party have started arriving over here, because we're expecting the Prime Minister to arrive over here shortly. We'll try and speak to some of these Karyakartas as well. I'll ask Mridul, my camera person, to come along with me. जश्न का माहौल है यहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ऑफिस में. क्या इस तरह का आपने रिजल्ट एक्सपेक्ट किया था?
नहीं, सारे सिर्फ जो है एक आध दो चैनल बता रहे थे कि ये छत्तीसगढ़ में जो है बीजेपी नहीं आएगी. सारे चैनल ये बता रहे थे कांटे की टक्कर होगी, लेकिन छत्तीसगढ़ भी जीते. और राजस्थान में भी कह रहे थे कि जो है कि बिल्कुल फाइट होगी, लेकिन वैसी नहीं रही. हमें पूरा विश्वास था कि हम 3 राज्यों में आएंगे, और तेलंगाना में भी हम 1 से 10 आए हैं, और मोदी जी भी 24 में आएंगे. इसीलिए कहता हूँ, भगवा ही छाया है, भगवा ही छाएगा, 24 में पीएम तो मोदी ही आएगा. बोले के जय श्री राम, कमल का बटन दबाओ. अरे मोदी ही आए हैं, मोदी ही आएंगे, 24 में पीएम तो मोदी ही आएंगे. बोले के जय श्री राम, कमल का बटन दबाओ.
Ecstatic BJP Karyakartas over here as far as their win is concerned. They said obviously everyone predicted kaante ki takkar in Chhattisgarh, in Rajasthan, but as they chant over there, Modi hai to mumkin hai. They're crediting this victory to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister says the Karyakartas did not let their spirits be affected by anything that the poll pundits or the exit polls were saying. It shall be 400 par is what the BJP Karyakarta is now targeting for Lok Sabha 2024. Shiv.
They couldn't, the BJP, I hope you can hear me, Polomi. I know that it's very loud around you, but the BJP couldn't have asked for a better kind of mood maker on the road to 2024. Apart from looking forward to what the Prime Minister is going to be speaking today, all the BJP Karyakartas, not just there in Delhi where you are, but also in the 3 states, are going to be also wondering about Kaun Banega Mukhyamantri. That's the next big question. The game is over, but Kaun Banega Mukhyamantri is still to be answered.
Absolutely, the BJP has its task cut out, be it in Madhya Pradesh, where they did not, of course, project a face as far as, the Chief Minister is concerned. But obviously, Shivraj Singh Chouhan's, his capital has only grown with this massive victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party that has defeated 18 years of incumbency. ये आप ये शेर लेके क्यों घूम रहे हैं?
देखिए, हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री शेर हैं, थोड़ी देर में आने वाले हैं. तो हमारे को गर्व है कि देश का प्रधानमंत्री शेर है, पूरे देश को गर्व है. और जो ये जीत है, ये जीत एक शहर के विकास की जीत है, ये डेवलपमेंट की जीत है, ये सभी योजनाओं की जीत है.
अब तो एक और घमासान मच जाएगा कि सीएम कौन बनेगा. राजस्थान का सीएम कौन, छत्तीसगढ़ का सीएम कौन, मध्य प्रदेश का. लोग कह रहे हैं शिवराज जी, पर ये प्रोजेक्ट तो नहीं किया था, कोई और भी आ सकता है.
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की खासियत है कि यहाँ फिक्स कुछ नहीं है, कोई परिवार नहीं है, कोई कुछ. जो संगठन निर्णय लेगा, जिसको जिम्मेवारी मिलेगी, वह भरपूर निभाएगा, जैसे योगी जी निभा रहे हैं.
Okay, so that's a great example over there. Yogi Adityanath Shiv was a surprise that the BJP pulled out of its hat when, of course, the time came to pick a chief minister for Uttar Pradesh in 2017 after that massive victory for the party in the election. elections. A member of parliament from the Lok Sabha, Yogi Adityanath, was sent to Uttar Pradesh. He became the chief minister. So Sangathan ka karyakarta banega, CM, is what the workers are saying over here, Shiv.
You know, a problem of plenty might seem like a nice problem to have, you know, when you've got so many people to choose from, but with 2024 so close, the selection of a chief minister has to be a necessarily delicate process. And, you know, the BJP is a past master in getting these things right. So we'll have to wait and watch. I can guarantee you that India's #1 political team, the most watched by miles today on Results Day, will break all of that to you first. You'll hear it first here on India Today, who the next chief minister of Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh actually are. Polomi, I'll come right back to you. Continue to get us those very, very interesting voices right ahead of the Prime Minister's arrival there at the BJP office. The party has registered a landslide victory, most prominently in Madhya Pradesh, a state in which the party was in power. It's leading in over 160 seats, way ahead of the Congress, which is leading in just 66 seats. It's a total decimation. And just as the BJP registers victory, Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chouhan dedicated this win to Prime Minister Modi for his guarantees and hailed the people of MP. BJP workers obviously still erupting in joy moments after the BJP widened its lead against its arch rival, the Congress. The numbers are almost exactly what India Today's exit poll had predicted. And to continue to bring you the big voices, I'm handing you over once again to India Today's Rahul Kanwal.
So I want to go across at this moment to Hyderabad. We're joined by a man for whom this is a very bittersweet moment. He is, in fact, the KTR-like face of the Congress. Spent a lot of time in the United States, came back to India, got into active electoral politics, first as an MP, this time as an MLA candidate. His party has registered a remarkable performance in Telangana, given how down and out the Congress was. 63 at the moment, up 44. But Madhu Yashki Gaud, the former Nizamabad MP, who was fighting this time in the seat of Lal Bahadur Nagar in Hyderabad, himself didn't do well. Devi Reddy, S. Reddy of the BRS was ahead. But it's a big victory, Madhu. You fought hard, your party is done well, but it's a bittersweet moment. But you're also put up in an area, in a region where the Congress typically wasn't expected to do well.
Yes, Rahul, thanks for your kind words, Rahul. And yes, I did put up a strong fight. This was a strategy led by me, Mr. Revant Reddy and other participants. Yeah. We GHMC area, we are down to 0. We have lost GHMC. We have not a single MLA in this area. But majority of the people from the neighboring districts live in this area. Elbinagar, Kudgulapur, Kukutpalli, all these areas. Rajendra Nagar. To fight, strong fight here. It will have a multiple effect on the districts. Because people, when they see that there's no fight in Hyderabad, that may give a wrong impression of the different districts that we are not winning the race. So I took this race. Party I command did ask me not to take this list. There's no chance of winning this seat. I said, even then I took, because all these leaders, except myself, Hazaruddin, Anjan Kumar Yadav, twice at MPs, we took this risk and contesting. And I think that's shown the good results in the districts. But yes, it's sad that I lost election. But I'm happy that Congress came back to power in this state.
Let me show our viewers what Madhu is talking about. If I look at the region-wise breakup of Telangana, and I'll pick the Hyderabad region, this is where the Congress has been very weak. At this moment of the 21 leads, the BRS picked up 17, AIMIM had 6. You've got the Congress not doing well in Hyderabad. The BJP had 1, but the Congress did do well, interestingly, in the north. This is where the BJP, Madhu, thought they'd do better. They thought it's BJP versus BRS in the north. The Congress up 12 seats from the 9 last time at 17 in northern Telangana. The BRS at 9, down 18. You've done remarkably well in the north. And if I come to the south, in the south, the Congress at 26, up 20 from the last time. The BRS at 8, down 20 from the last time. And in the last central region of Telangana, the Congress at 20, the BRS at 10, down 11 seats from the last time. So apart from Hyderabad, where the Congress was always weak, you've done well, including in the north, which is quite a remarkable performance.
Indeed, and the people of TRS in Telangana, even in your India Today conclave, this is what I've been saying. The not only corruption but the arrogancy of KCR family, which people couldn't take it, and all the false promises which they never fulfilled. And I should really congratulate India Today. You are bang on. I think you said 60% South, North, and the Central region pretty much came through actually.
But what do you make of the Congress's performance elsewhere? In Telangana, you won because you were up against the BRS, a regional force, where you were up against the big boys, the BJP. You've been vanquished in each of those fights.
Indeed, it's sad to see it, especially Chhattisgarh. We were surely expecting to back to power, and Madhya Pradesh. And we started very well a year ago, launching new programs and promises. But Shivraj Singh, I think he started implementing it. One of our reviews, I was in Delhi and connected with Madhya Pradesh, but our ideologue who was overseeing the campaign, he said we are getting tight now because whatever we announced, and Shivraj Singh started implementing those. So that's where I think we lost in Madhya Pradesh. So it is definitely to see that we lost the power. But Rajasthan, we knew that it was tough, and every 5 years there's a government changes. But we are hopeful. If you recollect 2003, all this was won by BJP. Chhattisgarh, Delhi, except I think Madhya Pradesh, in December 2003. But 2004, 6 months later, I think Congress came back to power. So yes, we did.
No, but the problem also, with the Congress in the post-2014 era has been that no chief minister has ever got re-elected. So you win against likely a regional power or even sometimes against the BJP, but the government doesn't get the kind of mandate after 5 years of being in power that the BJP seems to get. 4 terms of the BJP in Madhya Pradesh, Shivraj Singh Chouhan wins again. Bhupesh Baghel, who's supposed to be a popular Congress chief minister, fights once and then he's down 34 seats in the next election, not able to convince people to vote you back to power.
I think we lack, we need to build the organization ground. That's what I see in my own election here and even in the state and the states where we lost. I was in the Karnataka, I would see the Congress party structure. Karnataka is very strong. That's where we could able to bounce back in Karnataka. But in other states, I think we need to follow what Karnataka Congress Party as an organization, what we have done there. So we are stronger in districts, villages at the state level, and every frontal department is very strong in Karnataka. I was in charge 4 years there, and that kind of structure lacking in most of the states. And wherever we are in power, as you rightly said it, not coming back, I think we need to really have to work on and do our homework and see where we are losing and how BJP is winning. And one immediate answer to the parties, both levels.
Okay, thank you very much, Madhu, for joining us. We wish you all the best. He fought a tough battle. I want to go across now to one of the most important BJP leaders, a man who was sent into a very tough state of Chhattisgarh. Omji Mathur now joins us. ओम माथुर साहब, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। मुझे मालूम है कि आप बहुत कम लाइव कहीं पर भी बैठते हैं, तो बड़ी मुश्किल से आपको हम लोगों ने रिक्वेस्ट किया क्योंकि इतनी बड़ी जीत हुई। मैं अपने दर्शकों को ये भी बताना चाहता हूं कि नहीं जिद कहाँ सर, ये तो हम शुक्रगुजार हैं कि आप आए। मैं दर्शकों को बताऊं कि ओमजी माथुर राजस्थान से आते हैं, उनको भेजा गया छत्तीसगढ़ ऐसे टाइम पर जब बीजेपी के खुद के इंटरनल सर्वे ये कह रहे थे कि बीजेपी हार रही है। वहां से बीजेपी किस तरीके से आपने वापसी की, कैसे आपने चुनाव को गढ़ा, उसके बारे में ओमजी माथुर हमारे दर्शकों को बताएं। स्वागत और मुबारकबाद आपका।
धन्यवाद राहुल। मैं आते ही यहाँ के पार्टी के संगठन और आदरणीय मोदी जी की गरीब कल्याण योजनाओं को लेकर के पार्टी को सक्रिय किया, और मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा यहाँ छत्तीसगढ़ की यूनिट को कि जो भी काम उनको दिया बूथ से लगाकर प्रदेश स्तर तक के कार्यकर्ता ने वो काम किया, चाहे वो मोर आवास वाला विषय हो। ऐतिहासिक रैली मोर आवास की और इसको एक्सपोज किया कि केंद्र की 3 किस्तें आने के बाद भी स्टेट सरकार ने अपना हिस्सा नहीं देने से 8 लाख परिवार ऐसे रहे जो मकान से वंचित रहे। इसी तरह आपने शराब का घोटाला हमने उजागर किया, इसी तरह हमने गोधन में जो इन्होंने भ्रष्टाचार किया वो उजागर किया, और इसके साथ साथ बूथ स्तर तक हमने मजबूत की पार्टी को और टोटल नए चेहरे ढूंढ करके क्षेत्र वाइज भौगोलिक और सोशल इक्वेशन दोनों को ध्यान में रख करके, और उसी का परिणाम है कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की गरीब कल्याण योजनाएं नीचे तक हमने जिस प्रकार से पहुंचाई है, उसी परिणाम से आज ये ऐतिहासिक निर्णय हमारे पक्ष में आया है।
एक चीज सच सच बताइएगा ओम जी, क्योंकि आज सुबह बीजेपी के कुछ बहुत वरिष्ठ नेताओं से बातचीत हो रही थी मेरी, काउंटिंग शुरू होने के 1-1.5 घंटे बाद भी वो कह रहे थे कि हो सकता है छत्तीसगढ़ निकाल लेंगे एंड में, लेकिन थोड़ा टाइट होगा, लेकिन चिंता न करो एंड में हम ही जीतेंगे। लेकिन 56-34 इतनी बड़ी जीत की उम्मीद तो बीजेपी को क्या अंदर वाकई में थी? अब तो आप कहेंगे थी, लेकिन सुबह तो आपको टेंशन होगी कि इतनी बड़ी शायद जीत ना हो हमारी।
मुझे राहुल कोई टेंशन नहीं थी। मैं साल भर पहले आया जब कहा था आपके इन पत्रकार से कि मैं ऐतिहासिक बहुमत से बीजेपी की सरकार यहाँ बनेगी, आप विश्वास करिए। कोई विश्वास नहीं कर रहा था, और आपने जैसे कहा हमारे लोग भी टेंशन में थे, लेकिन मैं कतई टेंशन में नहीं था। मैं जाते समय भी पोलिंग के बाद भी मैंने ये कह के गया हूँ, आप इंतजार करिए, मैं दोबारा रिजल्ट के दिन आपके बीच में आऊंगा और ऐतिहासिक विजय के साथ हम यहाँ सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं, और आप अचंबा करोगे इतनी सीटें हम लाने वाले हैं। और आज आपको पता होगा लगभग 1-2 को छोड़ दूं तो सारे इनके बड़े हाथी मंत्री हारे हमारे साधारण कार्यकर्ताओं से, और 90 में 55 मैंने नए प्रयोग किए, 55 नए मैंने उम्मीदवार दिए। उसका परिणाम और मोदी जी का जो विश्वास नीचे तक उतरा है, वो गरीब कल्याण योजना जो नीचे तक हमने लाभार्थियों के सम्मेलन किए, हमने नीचे तक जो गड़बड़ हुई उसको उजागर किया, यहाँ के लोकल विधायकों का भ्रष्टाचार उजागर किया। समाज जीवन का कोई वर्ग ऐसा नहीं था जो भूपेश सरकार से प्रसन्न हो, वो हम धरती पर हमने उबार कर लाए, उसी का परिणाम है। और इसलिए मैं तो पहले दिन से कॉन्फिडेंस था, और जब मैंने पहले दिन यहाँ लैंड किया तब कहा था कि मैं चुनाव को पूरा एग्रेसिव चुनाव लड़ूंगा, मैं डिफेंस में चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा। और राहुल आप तो जानते हो मैं लगभग 6-7 प्रांतों में आपने बराबर मेरे से मिलते रहे हो, इसी तरह का चुनाव लड़ने का परिणाम आज यहाँ हुआ है।
के लिए बड़ी जीत है, क्योंकि राजस्थान में तो आपके राज्य में रोटी पलटने का रिवाज रहा है। छत्तीसगढ़ में मैं आपको दर्शकों को एक बार वोट शेयर दिखाना चाहता हूं। छत्तीसगढ़ में भाजपा का जो वोट शेयर आया है, आप ये ख्याल में रखिए कितना वोट शेयर पिछली दफा गिर गया था, वहां से इस तरह की वोट शेयर में वापसी, ये वाकई में एक बहुत बड़ी जीत है। क्योंकि पिछली बार 10% का गैप था, बीजेपी 33 पे थी, इस दफा बीजेपी 46 पे है। 13% का इंक्रीज, एक लार्जली बाइपोलर कॉन्टेस्ट में 13% का इंक्रीज, ये तो एक तरीके से चुनावी जादू है।
जी जी धन्यवाद आपका, धन्यवाद बहुत, और कार्यकर्ताओं की मेहनत नीचे तक।
चीज और बताइए ओम जी, आपने इस चुनाव में डॉक्टर रमन सिंह को प्रोजेक्ट नहीं किया, आपके ओपी चौधरी हो, अरुण साहू हो, इस तरह के नए चेहरे थे, मुख्यमंत्री आप किसको बनाने वाले हैं?
ये आप तो जानते हो ये काम मेरा नहीं है, सेंट्रल पार्लियामेंट बोर्ड का काम है। अभी तो विधायक दल की मीटिंग होगी, सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर आएंगे, वो निर्णय करेंगे, फिर दिल्ली निर्णय करेंगे। ये तय है कि हमने ऐतिहासिक विजय प्राप्त की है। मैं आपके चैनल के माध्यम से छत्तीसगढ़ की पूरी जनता को बहुत शुभकामनाएं, उनका आशीर्वाद हमें मिला इसलिए धन्यवाद देता हूँ, और मेरे कार्यकर्ताओं को भी सबको धन्यवाद देता हूँ जिन्होंने पूरे साल भर अथक मेहनत से, यानी आप कल्पना करोगे कि सवेरे 9 बजे यहाँ मीटिंग शुरू करे थे, रात को 12-1 बजे तक लगातार मीटिंगें करके हर बूथ तक कैसे सक्रियता हो वो इन सब कार्यकर्ताओं ने किया। उनको आपके चैनल के माध्यम से सबको धन्यवाद, और जनता का आशीर्वाद हमें मिला, आदरणीय मोदी जी का आशीर्वाद मिला, ये हमारे लिए बहुत बहुत कल्याणकारी रहा।
ओम जी माथुर आप जुड़े हमारे साथ, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। Thank you very much for joining us. Very rare live public appearance of the Sangathan Mantri. And remember, Shiv, JP Nadda took charge of Rajasthan. Amit Shah took personal charge of Madhya Pradesh, and it was Om Mathur in Chhattisgarh. They really put their big guns out, not holding back, giving it their all, staking their equity. That's JP Nadda, who had his birthday just yesterday. He had a birthday, and what a way to celebrate. He's got all the BJP party workers wishing him happy birthday and congratulating him on this big victory.
The BJP can never be faulted, for not doing enough in every election. Every election looks like, something where the big guns need to be deployed. And they really did that. Here's, the man whose birthday it was just a couple of days ago. Let's listen into what's happening at the BJP office right ahead of the Prime Minister's arrival.
Bharat Mata Ki!
Arriving there at the BJP office, the Prime Minister will be arriving just minutes from now. India Today's Poulomi Saha is on the ground. We'll be going across live to her in just a moment. The Prime Minister will also be making a customary speech to the Karyakartas in just a short while from now. We've spoken to all of the big faces in the three big states where the BJP has won decisively. Remember, decisions on who will be the chief minister are yet to be taken. Those will happen over the next few hours and days. But right now, all eyes on the BJP headquarters. We're slipping into a very short break. When you come back, the Prime Minister will be walking right in. Stay with India Today.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
जब आज तक इंडिया टुडे एक्सिस में इंडिया पोल ने कहा 140 से 162 सीट्स आएंगी, काफियों ने कहा ये कैसे इतना बड़ा मार्जिन हो सकता है, और आज वही सटीक हुआ।
नहीं, मुझे भरोसा था। एक तो आपका जो अनुमान है वो सटीक बैठा है, लेकिन जनता का जो प्यार सड़कों पर दिखता था, लाडली बहनें मैं जहां जाता था गले लगती थी, सिर पे हाथ फेरती थी, आंखों में आंसू आ जाते थे और कहती थी अपन जीतेंगे, उससे लगता था कि परिणाम आएंगे।
आप मानते हैं कि औरतें, लड़कियां, इनका वोट सबसे मायने रखा, ये कांग्रेस नहीं खींच पाई अपनी तरफ?
आप विश्लेषण करेंगे तो यही सामने आएगा कि बहनों ने जाति और धर्म से ऊपर उठ के भी हमें वोट किया।
आखिरी सवाल सर, हमने जब सपोर्टर्स से और लोगों से पूछा कि मुख्यमंत्री यही रहेंगे या बदलेंगे, तो सबने एक साथ आपका ही नाम लिया। वो रेडी नहीं है नाम बदलने के लिए?
देखिए, हम लोग कार्यकर्ता हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक मिशन है भारत के निर्माण का, वैभवशाली, गौरवशाली, शक्तिशाली, संपन्न और समृद्ध भारत के निर्माण का। हम उस मिशन के अंग है। पार्टी तय करती कौन कहाँ काम करे।
Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia joining me, and this is a team effort from Prime Minister Modi to Jyotiraditya Scindia ensuring that
the credit of this victory goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, who has led from the front, our Home Minister Amit Shah ji, our party President JP Nadda ji, who has directed us, asked us to rise to the occasion. It goes to our Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chouhan ji, whose schemes have resulted in this victory, our party President BD Sharma ji. But most of all, it goes to every BJP party worker on the ground in Madhya Pradesh. Through your channel, I would like to thank every voter in Madhya Pradesh who has blessed us for the 5th time. And I bow down to them. I bow down to the Mati of Madhya Pradesh. And I thank every individual worker from the bottom of my heart. And I promise them that our party will work untirelessly for their development and their progress, and to take Madhya Pradesh to new heights.
You don't want to take credit for snatching the Congress seats now into complete...
The credit for this victory goes completely to every worker of the BJP. Every single worker of the BJP who has worked tirelessly.
What about those who said anti-incumbency, BJP don't want Shivraj Singh Chouhan, some other...
सबको जवाब मिल गया। कल तो मैं आपको बताऊं, कांग्रेस पार्टी तो पूरे दुकान के लड्डू खरीद रहे थे, बधाई के पोस्टर्स लग गए थे, हम चुपचाप अपना काम कर रहे थे।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
प्रदेश में बहुत शानदार जीत है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की। जो मध्य प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने काम किया है, डबल इंजन की सरकार के प्रति जो जन जन का विश्वास है, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के प्रति जो जन जन का विश्वास है, और जिस तरह से शिवराज जी की परफॉर्मेंस रही, काम हुआ है, उसके आज परिणाम सबके सामने है। संगठन ने जो काम किया उसके परिणाम सबके सामने है। बहुत अच्छी जीत है। मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को सबको बधाई।
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में हैं और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, उनका जिस ढंग से यहाँ साथ मिला, और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, हमारे संगठन के नेतृत्व में कार्यकर्ताओं ने अनथक परिश्रम किया। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, संगठन महामंत्री, उनके साथ टीम जुटी रही, और जैसा भूपेंद्र यादव जी ने, शिव प्रकाश जी ने, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने जो मार्गदर्शन किया, उससे चुनाव के अभियान को सही गति और दिशा मिली। और इसलिए मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हम बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी, शानदार मेजॉरिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आएगी।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 26 and minimum 13 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 19 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 23 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 26 and minimum 24 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 20 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
साथ में इस समय दिया कुमारी है। मैम, जिस प्रकार का रिस्पांस और जिस प्रकार का जन समर्थन मिला आपको, क्या लगता है आपको?
नो, ये देखिए, ऐसा
आप मना कर रहे हैं लोगों को कि आपको सीएम ना कहें, पर लोग आप लोगों को मना कर रही हैं कि आपको सीएम ना कहें, पर आपकी बात मान नहीं रहे, आपको सीएम।
जनता में उत्साह देखिए, आप सभी को बोल रहे होंगे, लेकिन ऐसा है, अभी हम लोग बहुत अच्छे मतों से, मैं तो जीत ही रही हूँ, हमारे सारे प्रत्याशी जीत रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार भारी बहुमत से राजस्थान में बनती हुई नजर आ रही है, मध्य प्रदेश में भी और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी। बहुत अच्छी
कुमारी जी, जिस तरह से पार्टी ने आपको विद्याधर नगर से चुनाव लड़ने की जिम्मेदारी दी और जिस तरह से आपको जन समर्थन मिला है, अगर पार्टी आपको कहती है कि आपका अगला पड़ाव मुख्यमंत्री के पद के तौर पर जिम्मेदारी निभाने का होगा, क्या आप उसको एक्सेप्ट करेंगी?
ये कोई ऐसी चीज थोड़ी है कि आप एक्सेप्ट करो या नहीं करो। देखिए, ये सब डिसीजंस पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड और टॉप लीडरशिप करेगी। और
जिम्मेदारी के लिए आप तैयार हैं?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सीएम बनेगा, सबसे बड़ी बात तो वही है। और हम लोग सब बहुत खुश हैं कि हमारी सरकार बन रही है और ये भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार फाइनली आउट है राजस्थान से और हमेशा के लिए आउट है।
पटिया जी, यहाँ पे कई कद्दावर नेता माने जाते हैं।
Co-presented by आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय, जॉय ई-बाइक। Co-presented by Nexa, Create Inspire. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Co-powered by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत।
Good evening, viewers. What a super Sunday it's been. The Bharatiya Janata Party sweeping the Hindi heartland, winning in 3 states, emphatically at that. The Congress wins Telangana. We're going to get you all of that. Lots of action taking place at the BJP headquarters. We're going to cut across there. The Prime Minister expected any time now. Modi was on the ticket in these 3 elections, viewers. A lot of celebration going on, cutting across to the BJP headquarters soon. But first up, let me take you. All right, these are visuals coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters. Amit Shah has reached, he's been the Sutradhar in 2, at least, of the 3 states that the BJP has won emphatically. The Prime Minister be reaching any time now. JP Nadda, who had a great birthday yesterday, also in attendance. You can see all the other BJP leaders coming in anytime the Prime Minister is expected. This is classic playbook BJP. You see these visuals many a times over. Every time the BJP registers a win, there is a celebration or a festival of sorts where the BJP headquarters is concerned. I want to cut across immediately. My colleague Polumi Saha joining us from the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters. Polumi, you know, we've seen these scenes before. Once again, going down on the many victories. Polumi, can you hear me? On the many victories that we have seen at the BJP headquarters, JP Nadda, a lot of people, you know, wishing him on his birthday. He's had a good year, and the BJP's had a great day in the office. Polumi, take us through the latest. When is the Prime Minister expected?
The top leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party have already started arriving here at the BJP party headquarters. We are standing outside the extension building of the BJP headquarters. This is, of course, the new extension of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and this building, this new building, is going to see its first mega celebration because party karyakartas over here have gathered in the thousands to, of course, congratulate party chief JP Nadda and Prime Minister Narendra Modi for the stunning victory of the Bharatiya Janata Party across the 3 Hindi heartland states. We're expecting that the Prime Minister should be arriving by about 7 o'clock this evening, when in fact, you know, that celebration begins. He addresses all of these karyakartas, and you can see all the chants of Modi, Modi that are going out over here. BJP party chief JP Nadda is already at the headquarters. He just arrived here about 15 minutes ago. Piyush Goyal, other top leaders, Meenakshi Lekhi, Ravi Shankar Prasad, they've all been going in, streaming in, of course, in anticipation for the Prime Minister's arrival. But the sense of enthusiasm and the sense of jubilation, the sense of excitement and even of surprise in some measure, as far as these results are concerned, you can see it over here, you can feel it, you know it when you talk to the karyakartas as well. Completely surprised with those results, of course, saying, you know, we thought, we knew it, we saw it coming, but then many, of course, saying, you know, this has been one of those pleasant surprises that we're not going to forget for a very, very long time, especially because it comes just a few months ahead of the Lok Sabha elections of 2024. Preeti?
Hang on, Polumi. Madhya Pradesh emphatic right now. BJP 165. It's going to fold at 165, and that's a huge, huge victory. Chhattisgarh, the Bharatiya Janata Party registering an emphatic win and winning Rajasthan as well. And the Prime Minister was on the ticket on all three elections. And this is the time, viewers, where the spotlight will shift from the states, from a Shivraj Singh Chouhan to the national capital and on the Prime Minister, because it's his moment. Rajdeep, to bring you in as well, as Polumi continues to get us the very latest from there. This is classic playbook BJP. We've seen these images before. And now, you know, all the celebrations across the states of Chhattisgarh, you know, where leaders are concerned, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, will quieten down, and the spotlight will be on no one else but the Prime Minister. And well-deservedly, he was on the ticket.
Look, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, let me say this emphatically, is a bit of a political phenomenon, especially in North India. I don't think one has seen a leader, and you know, you can go back to the Nehruvian Indira Gandhi era. Certainly, they had the ability to pull up their party even in states where they were weak. Indira Gandhi certainly did that repeatedly. Mr. Modi is the next leader since Indira who's able to lift the party, especially in the Hindi heartland. There's little doubt, for example, in Rajasthan, the election became about Gehlot versus Modi. True. In the sense, it was Mr. Modi's face which was there over all the BJP propaganda material, as to a large extent it was in Madhya Pradesh. So, Mr. Modi is an extremely popular leader, particularly in the Hindi heartland, and therefore deserves a large share of the credit, undoubtedly. And because it comes 5 months before the general elections, there will be a sense, Preeti, that this has given the BJP the momentum at the right time to enable Mr. Modi to do what no other Prime Minister since Jawaharlal Nehru has done, win 3 consecutive Lok Sabha elections. So all of that makes the BJP's celebrations, I think, today all the more important for the party. By the way, we are just joined by Karti Chidambaram, because Karti Chidambaram of the Congress has been tweeting saying there's a difference between North and South. The fact, Mr. Chidambaram, is you're holding on to the consolation of Telangana on a day when the BJP scored a hat-trick of victories. So, and if this continues in the 2024 general elections, then it's game, set and match to the BJP once again.
So what tweet of mine are you referring to?
I was told that you're effectively saying there's a north-south divide. It's south. There is your tweet playing out.
I've never said anything like that. Where have what does my tweet say?
You said the south.
Yeah, that is my first word in Wordle. The south, that was the first word I used in Wordle today.
So are you, but do you accept that there is...
Why are you reading so much into, why are you reading
Mr. Chidambaram,
much
tell
more
us
than
something.
what is written in my tweet?
Okay, Mr. Chidambaram, tell us something. Okay, forget about reading into your tweets. How do you read into a 3-state washout where the Hindi heartland is concerned for the Congress, sir?
I think the import of the victory in Telangana, unfortunately, is getting dampened by what's happened in the Hindi heartland. If the Telangana result had been a standalone election, it would have been as stellar as the Karnataka results. But unfortunately, today, it's been drowned because of the 3 other results which have come from the Hindi heartland. I understand that the politics of each state is different. The reasons why the BJP has won in each of the states could be completely different. I really have no first-hand knowledge of the ground realities. I only rely on feedback from my party colleagues from the 3 states. In Rajasthan, we were the incumbent government, and the rule of thumb there is every 5 years there is a flip. So this has not been a big surprise that this has also happened now. And in Chhattisgarh, we were very, very hopeful. We had a very popular chief minister, and we were very hopeful to coming back to office. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and as many of my party colleagues were all surprised by the results in Chhattisgarh. In Madhya Pradesh, while a section of the party was very confident, but there seems to have been other sections which were not so confident of what's going to happen in Madhya Pradesh, and it's been a resounding victory for the BJP. So each state would have a different reason why the result happened. I'm not suggesting that there can't be a common theme between the 3 states, but there could also be very differing reasons why the results in the 3 states were. But as I said, all this is drowning the stellar performance of the Congress, which was written off just even a few months ago, saying that we were a no-hoper in Telangana. We have had a tremendous victory there and a resurgent victory there. And that unfortunately, that bright sparkle and bloom is not being acknowledged enough.
But Mr. Karti Chidambaram, here's a data point. Since 2011, since Tarun Gogoi got re-elected in Assam, you have never won a major, you've not got re-elected in a major state. The BJP's got re-elected in Madhya Pradesh, it's got re-elected in UP, it's got re-elected in Uttarakhand, it's got re-elected in Haryana. There is clearly a distinction between the BJP's ability to capitalize on pro-incumbency and the Congress's failure. Will the Congress introspect? Will there be some accountability? Or is it business as usual, saying we won Telangana, all is well?
No. Just because I acknowledge the victory of Telangana and I find a sparkle in today's news, it does not mean we won't introspect. It does not mean we won't analyze the data. It does not mean that we won't do course correction. It does not mean that we will sharpen our communication. It does not mean any of that. The data is just coming in. I don't think we have
but Mr.
the full data is available at the moment.
But sir, is there at least acceptance with one fact, that the Congress has completely come to zero grips when it comes down to the Hindi heartland? South, you say it's a sparkle, where Telangana, yes, well-deserved win. But when it comes, is there acceptance finally that you're losing the narrative where the Hindi heartland is concerned, or you're clueless when it comes to it?
See, I'm not a native Hindi speaker, so my understanding of Hindi heartland politics is rather limited. And I don't have first-hand knowledge or experience in dealing with Hindi heartland politics. Obviously, there is the BJP is stealing a march over us in the Hindi heartland politics, and the people who are actually handling the affairs of the party in those areas are the ones who must really introspect and make course correction, and which we will. We are a mature political party. We will adapt. We will introspect. We will analyze, and we will react. I mean, it's not as if we are an unthinking bunch of people. We are a thinking bunch of people. We understand what's happening and we accept it. I mean, sometimes, I am a sportsman. Sometimes the odds are against you and you go through a streak in which you're not winning. But you innovate, you find ways, you grit it out and you stand there. You don't concede and walk away. I understand the odds we are fighting against.
So in conclusion, will you accept that 2024 appears more and more a done deal? That it is advantage BJP? Will you concede that? Advantage BJP, if not a done deal?
You see, the 2018 election results, of the assembly election results, did not reflect in the 2019 parliamentary polls. So I was not going to read the 2023 assembly results as some sort of a reflection of the 2024 elections. But I understand what we are facing in the Hindi heartland. We all acknowledge what's happening in the Hindi heartland. We are aware of our performance in the last two parliamentary elections there, and we are also aware of what has happened today. We will take everything into account, and we will do everything possible to correct course and to communicate better and to stick to and to come up with a narrative which will capture the imagination of the people in the Hindi heartland.
Okay, let's leave it there.
Mr. Shivraj wants to ask a question.
Yes, go ahead, Rashid.
Today, Rahul Gandhi has said that his fight for a Congress ideology will continue. What is this Congress ideology? Because in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh and all, there was a pronounced, focus on positive Hindutva or something like that, a soft Hindutva.
No. Our ideology is apart from the secular plank, is also egalitarian growth. It is not about just growth for in a statistical level, which is only skewed at the top. It's egalitarian growth, carrying every section of society. So every section of society is equally benefited from the growth of the economy and the prosperity of India. It's an egalitarian society, an equal society, and a just society, where the rule of law will apply to everybody equally. And there will be no fear of favor in applying the law, and it will be a secular. When I say secular, a government which will not favor anyone or discriminate against anyone else because of their faith, gender, or any other orientation.
All right, Mr. Chidambaram, we're going to let it be. Congratulations on Telangana. You said you will introspect when it comes down to the Hindi heartland, but maybe it'll go beyond that on what has been lip service of the last time for a robust opposition. Appreciate you joining us, Mr. Chidambaram. With that, let's put the focus right now back to the BJP headquarters in the national capital, all decked up. These are scenes we've seen so many times before. The celebrations in the states have ebbed a little. The spotlight's now bright where the BJP headquarters is concerned, the Prime Minister, who's practically the showstopper, Rajdeep, of this election, will be coming in any time now. Amit Shah, who many would say, you know, we've referred to the Amit Shah school of politics many a times over, and credit needs to be given to him as well. He was there in Madhya Pradesh, and a lot of politicking, you know, getting things together, the back room of it all was managed by him, and it shows right now where the numbers stack up.
You know, what is remarkable about Amit Shah is his ability to bounce back. In June this year, in May this year, he lost Karnataka. He invested a lot of his political capital there as well. Loses that election. 6 months later, bounces back. And particularly Madhya Pradesh, where he invested a lot of his time micromanaging, putting in senior leaders in crucial districts in charge, sending union ministers, making them contest MLAs elections, getting these daily tracker polls done, looking for which are the communities, regions that need to be targeted. Similarly in Chhattisgarh, recognizing that there is a large vote for others, seeing how can the BJP work some kind of deals in a way with parties like the BSP, with JCC, the Jharkhand Congress, Chhattisgarh Congress, creating therefore the kind of strategic depth that the Congress lacks. You see, what Amit Shah is bringing to the table at the moment in the BJP is this ability to relentlessly focus on the last mile connectivity, the booths, the mandals. That's where elections are being won and lost by the BJP. And that's why Amit Shah, I think, deserves a lot of the credit. Now, you could argue without Mr. Modi's face, maybe some of those strategies would not work. That's possible. And we've seen that in other elections, that where Mr. Modi hasn't been able to sort of pull up the BJP, even the strategy hasn't worked. But he's, you know, Amit Shah is relentless. On the very day that voting was going on in Telangana, he was off to Bengal to address a major rally saying, 2026, we are going to come to Bengal and win Bengal. So you've got a leader who just doesn't stop. You know, the Modi-Shah double engine, whether one likes, you know, whichever way one sees it, seems to work every now and then.
Well, Rajdeep, we have with us Mr. Manikam Tagore from the Congress. He's two of the three people to be credited with the Congress victory in Telangana by Mr. Revanth Reddy himself. Appreciate you joining us, Mr. Tagore. And first up, congratulations on a spectacular win in Telangana. You know, we're going to ask you questions on what went wrong in the Hindi heartland. But first, congratulations there. You've always been a proponent of Mr. Revanth Reddy as the Chief Minister of Telangana. He's credited you as one of, for the win of Telangana as well.
No, I'd like to correct that. I had left Telangana 1 year before. Now I'm in the state of Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai state, which is Goa. I was one of those people in charges when Revanth Reddy was appointed as the Congress president. And now Mr. Manika Thackeray, senior leader from Maharashtra, is there to look after, and they have delivered Telangana. And I hope that Congress party will have the usual our democratic processes, and then Congress leadership will decide about the Chief Minister of Telangana.
In your view, is Revanth Reddy the front runner? Would it be fair to say he's at least the front runner?
I think that any Congress worker, any MLA from the Congress party, is whomever is, there are capable people, and Congress leadership will take a right decision, and all will accept it. That's my view.
No, that's a very diplomatic answer. You know Revanth Reddy well. You can smile and answer the question. Would you accept that he's the man who's going to lead your party in Hyderabad or not? Is he, would you agree that he's the chosen one? He's the most likely.
He is the Congress president who has, Pradesh Congress president, who has fought this election very seriously with all other leaders. CLP leader Bhakti Vikramaditya is also there. And Uttam Reddy ji, the former PCC president, is also there. Among them, there will be a choice which will be decided as the Congress president, and the Congress High Command will decide about the chief minister, which is, I am not involved in it. I feel that a right decision.
But Mr. Tagore, you know, you've been a part in Telangana. Yes, you've moved right now, but you know, you've scripted at least the comeback of the Congress part where Telangana is concerned. Now, what led to that momentum that you won with the way you have won today?
Yeah, it's a very satisfying day today when we hear this thing that we were little upset with the Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan results, but Telangana gave us the hope, because Telangana, when the state was formed in 2013, when I was also an MP in that time, when we voted, there were a lot of hangamas in the House in Lok Sabha, but we could not win that state in 14, and 18 also we lost. Therefore, that from 2020, when I was given the charge, we started to work for a plan for a longer path, because it is not one day affair. It is not 1 year effort of parties which can defeat any party organized. It's a consistency which is needed, and we had a state leader like Rajdeep Reddy who was able to work hard and build a momentum, and Bharat Jodo Yatra, which...
Mr. Tagore, we'll ask you just one quick question before we let you go, and that comes from the fact, is there now at least acceptance where the Congress comes into question that you've completely lost grips of what the voters, what the people want, where the Hindi heartland is concerned? Your language is just not tracking.
No, that is a little harsh, because Chhattisgarh, we have not been rooted. We need to understand that Chhattisgarh, till we are having 10 short of the majority mark, 10 short of the majority mark, and 15 short in
Mr. Tagore,
Rajasthan.
a loss is a loss. You were expected to win Chhattisgarh.
But we are having 40% of vote share. We need to understand we made mistakes. I can't say anything that if we don't make a mistake, we will lose. But we can't say anything that we have been thrown out of. We had a very bad loss. It is not like that. It is we lost it, but we need to accept it that we have lost it. But I will not accept that thing that it's a huge loss, because 40% vote share we still hold in these 3 states particularly. And we will be, there is a comeback. Congress will come back, and Congress had come back in the past also. And if we work and the young leadership is promoted, I sincerely hope that we can come back in the states.
I like that last line, that we hope that the young leadership is promoted. Maybe you're finally telling us something. You accept that it's time for maybe the Sachin pilots to step forward. Maybe it's time to find a new leadership in Madhya Pradesh as well. At least you accept that.
Young leadership is Congress party is a party which gives a lot of youngsters that opportunity. Sachin Pilot has been made as the PCC president, and he has delivered. He has delivered that state in 2018, and every state DK Shivkumar was given that opportunity. He has delivered in Karnataka. There are leaders. Congress party grows, but there are these kind of decisions. Congress leadership has to take it, and it usually takes that thing.
Okay.
And I'm convinced that in Madhya Pradesh also will be taken.
Let's leave it there. Let's raise this, Preeti, because, I think there is some interest. There is some interest in knowing whether the pilot factor could have had an impact in Rajasthan. Rashid, what's your sense? Both of you, Rashid, Preeti, what's your sense? Could Sachin Pilot have made a difference, Rashid?
I think, a material difference if it was a decision was taken a year ago, like September 2022, when the so-called CLP meeting could not take place. I think if that was the time, if Sachin was given reins of power, then the outcome would have been different.
Chief Minister, you mean?
Precisely. Things would have been very, very different, drastically different.
Mr. Gehlot says the MLAs were not accepting Sachin Pilot.
No, on the first place, Rajdeep, if you look at it in 2018, the MLAs were not for Ashok Gehlot. It was, I think Rahul Gandhi fundamentally made a mistake that day itself on 14th of December 2018, when he failed to appoint Jyotiraditya Scindia and Sachin Pilot as the Chief Ministers of Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan respectively.
Why did he choose Gehlot? Is it because there was pressure from the so-called old guard, the likes of Ahmed Patel?
You know better than me, Ahmed Patel, all of them, the old guard, the close ranks, and that's how Ashok Gehlot was elected.
Preeti, do you also see Sachin Pilot getting his moment now in the sun, given the fact that Ashok Gehlot has now led the party to defeat, or do you believe Mr. Gehlot is still indispensable?
I think Sachin Pilot's time has come in terms of there is no option for the Congress. How do you go ahead from here? And, you need a fresh young face. You understand that. Sachin Pilot pulls in not just a particular vote, but especially clicks where the youth is concerned. You need a fresh boost of young blood where Rajasthan is concerned. And maybe he is the only option right now. But Rajdeep, there's a lot of fine print to the Rajasthan election as well. Very interesting. I was looking at it, 184 seats is where the BSP is also for this election. Out of which about 23 seats, the BSP has polled more than the winning margin of the Congress or the Bharatiya Janata Party
23.
in this election. It's fascinating with what's going on. We also have Pratyush Kant, Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson. Mr. Kant, first up, accept our congratulations. It's a big day. for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Absolute rout in Madhya Pradesh of the Congress, a big win in Rajasthan, and a big emphatic win in Chhattisgarh as well. Mr. Kant, can you hear me?
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kant,
I was wondering...
Yeah. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead,
can you
sir.
hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. I was listening to everybody for a long time. I just want to make few things which I have really heard from Mr. Chidambaram also and Congress spokespersons also. One thing which is very important, that for last almost 5-6 months, in every editorial of the newspaper I was seeing, people were saying there's no chance of BJP in Chhattisgarh. The best figure they were putting out was 18. Same was happening for Madhya Pradesh. There is like fatigue of the government and blah, blah, blah. The big thing which this result shows, now in Indian democracy, only those parties will survive which have organization. And Bharatiya Janata Party is the only party which has solid organization. Like could be Madhya Pradesh, could be Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, and even in Telangana. We may take time to make that deep inroads, but once we make inroads, there is no way we go out of it. And then we also have a very strong report card to give to people. They have to understand, the political strategists of Delhi, that BJP works in a very different fashion. It's absolutely a Karyakarta-oriented party. The Panna Pramukh is like God. He is the best guy who gives you a feedback, rather than having photo optics moment which Rahul Gandhi was doing for his Bharat Yatra. And both the mistakes which Gehlot did and Baghel did, both of them invested too much on themselves. Huge ads, huge what great they are. The party was suffering. They had nothing to offer. In Gehlot regime, there were like 14 paper leaks, 1 lakh crime against women, Dalit cases, red diary. Same in Chhattisgarh, corruption after corruption. And now with social media, television, channels like your channel, people are aware what is happening in which state. This family-oriented politics cannot last now. The time is over for them. Only those parties will last, which like today, you could be an MP, tomorrow you are fighting an MLA election, next day you may be doing an organizational job. This is a party, it's a cadre-driven party. You do a job which you are asked to do. In Congress party, it's the one family which decides. Now, there was a time they could do it. Now, much things have changed because Narendra Modi has changed the narrative. Every Karyakarta...
Pratyush, you make a fine point about the BJP being a cadre-based party. You make a point about BJP being organizationally driven, but it's always been like that. It was even that in the Advani-Vajpayee era. What has changed between then and now? Is it the weakness of the Congress, that the Congress has become weaker, or under Modi Shah, the BJP has become much more of a ruthless election machine? What has changed? Because you were always a cadre-based party, but now you seem to get greater successes than before. So what has changed between then and now?
Sir, who knows more than you? We have grown as a party. The things as a young journalist you have seen during Advani and Vajpayee ji's period has now changed. We have become very big. We have got a totally new set of leaders. And we keep changing. There are new people who are always entering. The random people, you could be a bright student, a hard worker. Everybody has place in Bharatiya Janata Party. In Congress, you have to have that blue blood. You have to have, you have to be a chela of a neta to be there. It's not like this. And then you have so much work is being done. Development has become such an issue. Every Karyakarta is told what all we have done, what the center has done, what the state has done. So when you go, look at, let's look at Chhattisgarh. In 4 months' time, the whole narrative changed. We got lakhs of women to sign for us. We told them what we were going to give to you. I'll give you an example to just illustrate my point. The betel leaf, the tendua patta. So, you know how the process takes place? You buy tendua patta, फिर आप उसको सुखाते हैं, and then it goes for sale. 1000 का packet बनाने में it takes its time. And 1 month, the guy gets to sell it. What you did? You said only 1 day we will sell it. Now you have lost hundreds of very poor people's vote, which people sitting in Delhi who are writing those columns have no idea what is happening at the ground level. Same is true for those forest welfare schemes. 70 items are being sold. So the people at the ground, the subaltern level people are the one who are getting those benefits. And that reflects in today's election. So Congress does not only need to retrospect, they have to really get out of a family mode. They have to open their party. You have to let the free, more blood come. Then that's not going to happen there.
Well, you're right there, sir. Somewhere down the line, the BJP has become synonymous with the subaltern dream. Appreciate you joining us, Mr. Kant. Let's quickly, Rajdeep, dip in to Raman Singh. At one point of time, he was unsure if he was going to get a ticket from his party to fight the election. Today, he hopes to be Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh. Will that happen? Well, we don't quite know, but listen in.
बदलने वाले पूर्व सीएम डॉक्टर रमन सिंह हमारे साथ है और 3 बार सीएम रहने के बाद सिर्फ 5 साल का मौका दिया अपने कांग्रेस को और फिर से अपना गढ़ उनसे छीन लिया है। किस तरह से देखते हैं इस जीत को?
निश्चित रूप से जनता ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ऊपर भरोसा किया है और ये भरोसा 15 साल के विकास और मोदी जी के गारंटी पे भरोसा किया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की घोषणा पत्र, कांग्रेस के 5 साल की असफलता और असफलता में महिलाओं के साथ जो छल किया गया, शराबबंदी की बात, युवकों के साथ छल किया गया, 10 लाख नवयुवकों को बेरोजगारी भत्ता, 2 लाख कर्मचारियों को स्थायी करने की बात, ऐसे झूठे वादे करके सरकार में आने वाला भूपेश बघेल, उसको जनता उसके चेहरे को बदलना चाहती थी और जबरदस्त रूप से उसके खिलाफ आक्रोश था। पूरे मंत्रिमंडल के खिलाफ कोई विकास के काम नहीं हुए और इसलिए आज बदलाव की बात आई और जनता ने समय मिलते ही बदल दिया।
बावजूद उसके भूपेश बघेल 75 पार का नारा दे रहे थे, लेकिन देखने को ये मिला कि बीजेपी 15 से सीधे 55 तक पहुंच गई है। क्या आपको एक्सपेक्टेड था कि ऐसे आंकड़े, अद्भुत आंकड़े मिल सकते हैं?
एग्जिट पोल ने बता दिया था कि बीजेपी का ग्रोथ बढ़ रहा है और कांग्रेस घट रहा है। इनका नीचे गिरावट 40 तक आया था, बीजेपी का 48 तक दिया था। तो जो ग्रोथ दिखाया था वो ग्रोथ रुझान दिखा रहा था, वो रुझान के अनुसार ही रिजल्ट आया।
भूपेश बघेल के मंत्रिमंडल के सभी मंत्रियों को आपने घर भेज दिया, आपने रायपुर की 7 सीटों पर अपना सिक्का जमा लिया है और कई ऐसी जगह है जहां से बीजेपी बढ़त में है। क्या कुछ किया, क्या कुछ मुद्दे रहे बीजेपी के जो इस तरह की सफलता मिली है?
सारे मुद्दे, वो चाहे शहरी क्षेत्र के हो चाहे ग्रामीण क्षेत्र का हो, सबके लिए घोषणा पत्र में कुछ न कुछ महत्वपूर्ण स्थान दिया गया और पार्टी ने पूरी ताकत झोंकी। एक एक कार्यकर्ता लगा रहा, बूथ स्तर तक लोग लगे रहे।
सबकी नजरें बस अब उसी पर टिकी हुई है कि अगला सीएम कौन होगा। क्या आप फिर एक बार 4th टर्म के सीएम देखने को मिलेंगे?
सीएम का चयन हो जाएगा, विधायक दल की बैठक होगी और उस बैठक में तय हो जाएगा। 1 घंटा नहीं लगेगा।
जी, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको। तो ये थे डॉक्टर रमन सिंह जो फिर एक बार सीएम पद की रेस में हमें दिख रहे हैं और एक बड़ी जीत हासिल करने के बाद अब वो अपने पार्टी मुख्यालय अपनी कार्यकर्ता पदाधिकारियों से मिलने पहुंचने वाले हैं। कैमरा पर्सन सचिन सावंत के साथ।
So Rajdeep, let me ask you this question again. Do you see Raman Singh back in the Chief Minister's chair or the BJP is going to pick a fresh face?
Preeti, for the very reasons that you heard Pratyush, and I agree with a lot of the points he makes, the BJP is organizationally robust. And what is it? How do you make an organizational robust? By creating mobility within. That you don't have the same old faces for 30, 35 years. Raman Singh's been 3-time Chief Minister. The BJP will obviously now see an opportunity with a comfortable majority to bring in someone else. Lots of names are being mentioned. There is the possibility of bringing in an OBC face. There's a possibility of bringing in a tribal face. Various names have been mentioned during the campaign. Arun Soy, who's the BJP state president, is one of the front runners. There is Om Prakash Chaudhary, who's seen as a possible deputy chief minister. He's young. He's a former bureaucrat who's become now a politician. There are lots of, you see that, you have to give the BJP credit for the way they've built themselves into a proper party organization.
True.
You see the Congress in all these states where eventually, how did Bhupesh Baghel come? He only came into the race when tragically the entire Congress leadership was wiped out during the Maoist attack that took place. That's when you effected the generational change. Until then, you might have well had the VC Shuklas and all of the world who still had a role to play in Chhattisgarh politics. Just turn to Madhya Pradesh. I mean, Kamal Nath is 77. He may claim that he's still, young and energetic, but the truth of the matter is that Congress is crying out for a younger leadership. Digvijay Singh has been there now for 30 years. That's 2 generations. That's not enough. Why?
What happens? Okay, so before we go back, and we've got one camera right now at the BJP headquarters. Is what we're expecting viewers any time right now. the Prime Minister's cavalcade will pull in. He's the star today, kid you not. And we're going to hear him speak as well. His face was on the ticket on all the 3 states that the BJP has won handsomely. So yes, if this victory belongs to a Shivraj Chouhan, it is Prime Minister Modi who ultimately was on that ticket. We're going to cut across to Polomi, but those visuals coming in from their vantage position of our cameras. But Rashid Kidwai, what happens to the likes of Ashok Gehlot right now, Bhupesh Baghel, or even a Kamal Nath?
I think Kamal Nath, Gehlot, it's a sunset time. It's over there.
You really think somebody like Ashok Gehlot, who says I will not retire,
Gehlot has already become, Preeti, as you know, he had become persona non grata. I don't think he's going to find any place. I think Bhupesh Baghel is the only person who may become a ICC General Secretary or something like that.
And both of them?
It's a sunset time for Ashok Gehlot for certain. Kamal Nath would be there as a CWC member or something like that for some time.
Okay. Rajdeep, do you see a sunset time for Ashok Gehlot? In hindsight, he should have picked to be party president now. Look at Mr. Kharge right now.
Labon ne khata ki, sadiyon ne saza pai.
To me, Ashok Gehlot at 72, you would think is sunset, but I don't think it is.
Yeah.
You see, what the old guard politicians do in the Congress is that because they have their network so well established and so entrenched, even when they lose, they have sufficient number of MLAs who will say, no, we want this individual to be our CLP leader. This generational change has to be effected when you have a strong high command that is able to tell Mr. Gehlot, look, Mr. Gehlot, you've been around for 25 years, you've done a wonderful job, you've been a 3-time chief minister, let's try someone else.
And if Kamal Nath can do it at 77, Gehlot is only 72 right now.
You see, it's not going to be easy, but if the Congress wants to take a chance, I just read Jairam Ramesh's tweet, and Jairam Ramesh's tweet says that, we lost in 2003 in these 3 states and came back in 2004.
But Rajdeep, don't you think there's a certain amount of delusion attached to it?
Of course it is. And the only way to end it is to effect a generational change.
Which will happen. Do you see it?
You see, politics, no, I'm not sure it will happen, Preeti, but politics has to be disruptive and risk-taking.
Yeah. Okay, do you see it happening?
Yeah, I think the Congress had opportunity in 2018. They had a similar moment like, Rajdeep was referring about Dr. Raman Singh. I think the Congress made a fundamental mistake in 2018 in picking...
Does the Congress realize
precisely.
That? Because even Mr. Jairam
realization.
a certain amount of delusion attached to that
if you're
tweet
talking
as well.
that Rahul Gandhi is for change and Rahul Gandhi is for, post Bharat Jodo Yatra, he's a leader. Now it's the time for him to implement these things.
Okay, well, we'll see. Let's cut across right now. Polomi Saha, the BJP flag, Polomi fluttering away on our television screens. And with what Rajdeep and our other guests have been talking about, a solid organization to back the party outfit. And one of the examples of that organization, Polomi, orchestrated to the T, right behind you, is in this ceremony, which always comes up after a big spectacular win of the Bharatiya Janata Party. What are we expecting? Are we going to expect the Prime Minister to speak?
Absolutely, Preeti. The Prime Minister will be speaking over here. The stage is already set, quite literally, for that mega address from the Prime Minister. I'm standing inside the BJP headquarters extension office right now. This is the new office that the BJP has built just a couple of months ago. This is still some amount of work is still going on, but they've decided to, in fact, have this mega celebration inside the space over here. And top leaders, Anil ji, बस एक शब्द हमारे लिए, हमारे साथ अनिल जी, किस तरह से देखते हैं मध्य प्रदेश की इस जीत को, राजस्थान, छत्तीसगढ़?
ये मोदी की गारंटी पर जनता का भरोसा, सब लोगों ने अपने कोशिश करी जनता के बीच में पहुंचाने के लिए, लेकिन जनता को भरोसा केवल मोदी की गारंटी पर है, इसके कारण से इतनी बड़ी जीत हुई है।
मोदी जी की गारंटी लोकसभा में भी चलेगी?
निश्चित रूप से ये सेमीफाइनल है, ये बता ही रहा है कि मोदी जी की गारंटी सारे देश में चलने वाली है।
पर अब जो चीज होगी अब वो है मुख्यमंत्री का चुनाव,
वो तो
कैसे?
उसमें कोई समस्या नहीं है। हमारी पार्टी सामूहिक नेतृत्व से चलती है, केंद्रीय नेतृत्व तय करेगा, विधायक तय करेंगे।
मोदी है तो That is what Anil Jain, Member of Parliament of the BJP, has to say. Of course, Modi hai to guarantee hai is the new slogan, which is of course that is reverberating across the BJP party headquarters. Large screens that have been put up inside outside as well for the crowds who have not been able to enter the party headquarters, so they can of course see that mega speech that the Prime Minister will be making over here, the victory speech, and there'll be a victory lap as well, because this entire space at the center, if Mridul could possibly zoom in over there, Mridul, that entire space has been kept empty, so the Prime Minister is expected to walk that entire stretch all the way up to the dais, which is on my left, in order to address the Karyakartas over here. So the Karyakartas extremely ecstatic about this moment, unprepared to celebrate in this mega way, because all of this, Preeti, this arrangement which has been made, the loudspeakers, all the technical equipment here, the stage, the security and all of that has kind of happened towards the afternoon itself. Usually the BJP is a little better prepared. Been waiting.
But Paulami, that's just a fraction of how good they are at organizing events and the organizational strength of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Paulami, what are you hearing in terms of Chief Minister probables, both for Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh? What's the backroom talk?
Well, as far as Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh are concerned, obviously the BJP, we've been putting out those names of the probables. The BJP is looking at several options. There is, of course, the stalwart, the veteran leader, Vasundhara Raje Scindia, who was seen as someone who was sidelined in this election. But then, of course, in her small measures, she was used by the party as well. She, of course, continues to be a very strong contender, and she will be throwing a weight as far as, that election of the new Chief Minister of Rajasthan is concerned. There is a lot of talk about Diya Singh as well, but the fact is, Diya Kumari as well, I beg your pardon, but the fact is, I'm not hearing much buzz around her name. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, again, one of the names that did the rounds, but that was also a name that everyone thought would possibly contest the assembly elections. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Kailash Chaudhary as well, Arjun Ram Meghwal as well. These were not names that were put on the ticket as far as these elections were concerned, given that Madhya Pradesh saw at least 7 members of parliament, including 3 union ministers, contest. That same card was not played in Rajasthan, except for, Rajyavardhan Singh Rathore, Baba Balaknath, Diya Kumari. These were some of the names, but these other stalwart names were not put on the ticket as far as Rajasthan elections were concerned. But that isn't to say that, the BJP will not spring a surprise, or they couldn't possibly be brought in to lead the charge of the state on behalf of the party as Chief Minister. Yogi Adityanath is a classic example. When nobody saw that coming, Yogi Adityanath, a member of parliament from the Lok Sabha, was brought in and made Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. So in Chhattisgarh as well, Preeti, several names that are doing the rounds, including that, of course, Arun Sao, who's a member of parliament who contested this election, state BJP chief as well. There are names that are doing the rounds as far as that is concerned. As far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, while, of course, the BJP did not project officially Shivraj Singh Chouhan as the face of the party going into these elections, I think everyone saw how Shivraj Singh Chouhan took the lead. Many say turned the election when he said, this could be my last time, played that emotional card. That possibly was a card that he played so that emotions would turn in his favor, and it worked for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The BJP might not want to change the Chief Minister in Madhya Pradesh just few months into the Lok Sabha elections, few months going into the Lok Sabha elections. So the BJP might stick to the face of Shivraj Singh Chouhan, while of course many are talking about Prahlad Singh Patel, Jyotiraditya Scindia and others. Vijayvargiya as well, a very important leader as far as the BJP scheme of things are concerned. Organizationally, National General Secretary, considered to be extremely close to Amit Shah. 2 days ago, he was here in Delhi giving Amit Shah a report card on Madhya Pradesh in terms of how the party had performed on every seat. This was exit poll day that Kailash Vijayvargiya was already giving his report to Amit Shah and what should be the party's calculations going into December 3rd, which is today. Kailash Vijayvargiya, again, very important, but unlikely, at least it seems so far from the buzz within the inner circle, that the BJP might want to change the Chief Minister going into Lok Sabha elections 2024, Preeti.
All right, we're going to...
let me throw one more name in the Chhattisgarh pot there, Paulomi, Preeti. Vishnu Dev Sai. I'm told that when Amit Shah was on campaign in Chhattisgarh, he had said, vote for Vishnu Dev Sai, you'll get a tribal Chief Minister. So, lots of names out there. Clearly, the BJP would prefer, it appears, not someone from the old guard, but a new face, preferably tribal OBC. Am I correct?
Pulumi, that question's for you. Did you get Rajdeep's question?
With Chhattisgarh, that is what the BJP's preference would be.
And would you say OBC again
Yes,
in,
Preeti.
in Rajasthan or a woman face?
BJP's lookout as far as this election is concerned.
They need a woman face as well.
Well, that is a tricky
They
one
don't have a
that you're
woman chief
asking right
minister.
now. The BJP and the leaders are not. That's right. The BJP doesn't have a woman chief minister, and Diya Kumari has emerged as someone, as far as taking on the mantle is concerned. While of course Vasundhara Raje Scindia has not exactly pulled out of the race, and she continues to be a name that is being thrown around. But will the BJP, of course, sign off on Vasundhara Raje Scindia? That remains to be seen. A lot was speculated when, of course, the BJP assigned roles and responsibilities to those like Arjun Ram Meghwal, for instance, in terms of, the election campaign was concerned. But Vasundhara Raje Scindia was not given a specific role in terms of the campaign committee. And that's when many eyebrows were raised as to what exactly is going to be her role. Will she have any sort of say in?
All right. Okay, Pulumi, we've lost you for a bit. We're going to try and connect back. I believe the jammer setting in right now. The Prime Minister's cavalcade won't be very far. We're expecting it was supposed to start at 6:30, so just about any time right now. But Rajdeep and Mr. Ashok Malik also, we're going to bring him into this conversation. Mr. Malik, what do you make of the fact? Because what we're hearing, the chatter behind Pulumi, our colleague, is the Modi guarantee now. Whatever you throw at the BJP, it appropriates and does it better. You have the Congress 6 guarantees in Rajasthan. You have the Rahul guarantee, and now it's turned into the Modi's Pakka guarantee.
Look, he is the larger-than-life leader. He is the biggest leader in the BJP's history. 6 months before a general election that is going to be fought entirely in his name, his persona is going to be raised that much more. So you are, in a sense, what you're seeing with his address to the party today is not just the end of this election, but the inauguration of the campaign for the general election.
So you're moving from Modi hai to mumkin hai to Modi hai to guarantee hai. T.S. Sudhir, meanwhile, while the BJP may have lost out in Telangana just 8 seats, a name doing the rounds as a future BJP face is Venkatramana, the man who's defeated in Kamareddy both Chief Minister KCR and the man most likely to be Chief Minister Revanth Reddy. So actually, in the most prestigious fight of Telangana, the BJP won.
Absolutely.
Is Venkatramana the kind of face who could become what Itala Rajendran has not become now that he's lost, and neither was Bandi Sanjay Kumar able to become, nor was G. Kishan Reddy?
Absolutely. So, most of the heavyweights, in fact, all the heavyweights of the state BJP have lost the election. Venkatramana Reddy proving to be a giant killer, defeating both KCR. In fact, this is KCR's second defeat in his entire political career. The last election that he lost was his first election in 1983. So he's not lost an election for the past 40 years. So Venkatramana Reddy would obviously be looked at by the BJP top leadership as someone who can groom the BJP. But then lots of rumors also being heard about Venkatramana Reddy's own ambitions, given that he belongs to the Reddy community, whether they're, given the fact that they want to have a BC leadership in Telangana, whether he would fit in that entire matrix. But yes, there are also lots of other developments which are taking place. Congress sources telling me there are as many as 17 MLAs of the BRS have already got in touch. So they are talking about giving KCR a return gift. What KCR did to them in 2014 and 18, they want to do the same to the BRS. Also because the number is only at 64, which they feel is a razor-thin majority. Anything could happen. And therefore, they would want to fortify themselves with more MLAs. And the only way they can do it is to poach from the BRS. So BRS, including 2 ministers, one of who has been a party hopper, is already in touch with the Congress leadership.
So you see the BRS breaking?
Very likely, very likely. I think the Congress will want to do that aggressively because given the different groups within the Congress party in Telangana, the Congress leadership and Revanth Reddy himself would want to have many more above the halfway mark.
You know, the BRS will now be vulnerable at multiple levels.
Yes.
Because its patriarch has now reached the end of his career.
Yeah.
There will be a new generation taking over. They have to prove themselves. They have a Congress that will want to poach. They have a Congress and a BJP that would be looking at the 9 seats they won last time in the Lok Sabha election to see what can we grab.
Yeah.
So it will be a tough
So a lot, I think, would happen between now and April itself, before the Lok Sabha elections, in order to weaken the BRS further and perhaps even after that.
And regional parties far more easy to break, actually.
That's right. Particularly when you've lost, the regional parties get their sustenance from being in power. When they're out of power, many of them are weakened considerably. KCR and the BRS, the Bharat Rashtra Samiti, may be no different. But overall, what you're getting from those images, Preeti, is the big question: is 2024 a done deal? I think everyone wants to know that. Is 2024 a done deal? Are we simply looking at the next 5 months as a holding operation, some kind of an interregnum before the, dare I use the word, coronation of Prime Minister Modi for a third consecutive time? Should we write off the 2024 as a given now, that it can only be Modi, there is Modi only, Timo? Yes or no?
Well, Rajdeep, let me answer it this way. You've raised a question. The defining image of that question is playing on our television screen.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. Looking at those images.
The cameras are trained for one individual who's practically won the Bharatiya Janata Party these 3 elections in the Hindi heartland. Of course, credit where it's due to the likes of Shivraj Singh Chouhan, even a Jyotiraditya Scindia as well, where Madhya Pradesh is concerned. But having said that, the man of the moment is Narendra Modi. Until now, be it these elections or 2024, the Congress or the United Opposition doesn't have an answer to that. With that, those visuals of the BJP headquarters, we're going to go into a quick break. To stay with us. We're back with the latest anytime. The Prime Minister expected at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters. To stay with us. Rolling coverage.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia joining me, and this is a team effort from Prime Minister Modi to Jyotiraditya Scindia ensuring that
the credit of this victory goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, who has led from the front, our Home Minister Amit Shah ji, our party president JP Nadda ji, who has directed us, asked us to rise to the occasion. It goes to our Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chouhan ji, whose schemes have resulted in this victory, our party president BD Sharma ji. But most of all, it goes to every BJP party worker on the ground in Madhya Pradesh. Through your channel, I would like to thank every voter in Madhya Pradesh who has blessed us for the 5th time. And I bow down to them. I bow down to the Mati of Madhya Pradesh, and I thank every individual worker from the bottom of our heart, and I promise them that our party will work untirelessly for their development and their progress and to take Madhya Pradesh to new heights.
You don't want to take credit for snatching the Congress seats now into complete...
The credit for this victory goes completely to every worker of the BJP. Every single worker of the BJP who has worked tirelessly.
What about those who said anti-incumbency, BJP don't want Shivraj Singh Chouhan, some other...
सबको जवाब मिल गया. कल तो मैं आपको बताऊं, कांग्रेस पार्टी तो पूरे दुकान के लड्डू खरीद रहे थे, बधाई के पोस्टर्स लग गए थे, हम चुपचाप अपना काम कर रहे थे.
सालों में देश की सियासत में जो सकारात्मक सुधार ला करके खड़ा किया है, उससे ये जो परिणाम दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं वो प्रभावित दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं, क्योंकि नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इन 10 सालों में जो परिक्रमा की पॉलिटिक्स को उसको पछाड़ करके परिश्रम को परिणाम में परिवर्तित करने वाले माहौल को खड़ा किया है, और इसमें जनता उन्हीं के साथ है जिन्हों की परिक्रमा की पॉलिटिक्स से दूर परिश्रम और परिणाम को प्राथमिकता देते रहे. मैं इतना मानता हूं कि मोदी जी ने इन 10 सालों में जो देश की सियासत में सकारात्मक सुधार और सकारात्मक संस्कृति में सुधार और परिवर्तन लाके खड़ा किया, उसका भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शानदार प्रदर्शन रहा है. उसका एक ही कारण है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी का एक मजबूत नेतृत्व, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का लोगों के प्रति, लोगों के विकास के प्रति, लोगों में के सशक्तिकरण के प्रति सशक्त संकल्प.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
इन्होंने कि इस महिला विरोधी कांग्रेस सरकार को उखाड़ फेंकने का जो प्रण लिया था वो आज पूरा हो गया है और पूरी महिला शक्ति
और इसलिए शांति धारीवाल जो महिला विरोधी बयान देते हैं वो पीछे हैं और राजस्थान ने महिला जाति ने उखाड़ कर फेंक दिया कांग्रेस।
सीएम कौन है?
सीएम कोई भी बने, राजस्थान में बहुमत से सरकार बन रही है।
मोदी 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 कौन वसुंधरा राजे? देखिए सीएम चाहे जो भी बने वो हमारे शीर्ष नेतृत्व का निर्णय है और हमें सिरोधार्य है। हम तो बस इस बात में खुश है कि राजस्थान में कमल का फूल अपने प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ खिल रहा है। जय भाजपा, जय भाजपा।
बांटने से कुछ नहीं हुआ। राजस्थान की जनता पीड़ित थी कांग्रेस सरकार से और राजस्थान की जनता ने नतीजा दे दिया।
आप वसुंधरा राजे को चाहते हैं सीएम या कोई और?
बीजेपी ऐसी सरकार है जहाँ कोई भी सीएम बने, हम जीत गए। सीएम कोई भी बने हमें स्वीकार है।
अच्छा सीएम कोई भी मिले, आप मोदी के लिए वोट किया है या किसके लिए?
राजस्थान की।
Presented by आपका जॉय, भारत का जॉय, जॉय ई-बाइक। Co-presented by Nexa, Create Inspire. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Co-powered by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत।
भाजपा जिंदाबाद, मोदी जी जिंदाबाद।
क्या तो मुमकिन है? The cavalcade of the man of the moment, the Prime Minister pulling in at the BJP headquarters there. The cavalcade of the Prime Minister. He's the man of the moment. His face was on the ticket of all the three states which went into elections and won big where it came down for the Bharatiya Janata Party. You have the Prime Minister Modi coming in, that's JP Nadda, felicitating the Prime Minister. They're giving him a bouquet of flowers and understandably the spotlight right now on Narendra Modi, scripting a spectacular win. There were lots of things that were said, Rajdeep, on whether he'd be able to do it on his team, and he has. He's done it.
Look, you look at state after state. Across North India, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Haryana, Madhya Pradesh. In each of these states, the BJP has got re-elected. And Mr. Modi has been aggressively campaigning in all these states. Look, he's an aggressive campaigner everywhere. He even does a road show in Hyderabad. I mean, let's give credit to Mr. Modi's indomitable energy to, even in a losing cause. You know you're losing Telangana, but yet you do a long road show.
So, Rajdeep, you were comparing him with Indira Gandhi. I don't think Indira Gandhi did this and this much.
But Indira Gandhi, where I was comparing, was able to lift the Congress even in states where otherwise the Congress appeared that it might not win in a pomp. In a pomp, she believed that she didn't need a chief minister, she could win it. Mr. Modi's taken it to the next level because the organization of the BJP is far superior to what the Congress organization was in the latter half of the Indira years. So I think, you know, Mr. Modi's personal appeal, it's quite remarkable that he's able to achieve this connect and just the energy of the man.
Well, you can see that right there, Rajdeep. The Prime Minister walking in, waving out. You know, these are scenes we've witnessed before, but they don't quite really get old for the Bharatiya Janata Party. One win after the other, and that's the Modi Rath moving in. And, you know, credit where it's due. He was on the ticket in Madhya Pradesh, in Chhattisgarh, in Rajasthan. He went into an election in Chhattisgarh where, or even in Madhya Pradesh at that point of time, Ashok Malik, where one would have thought the Congress was the favourite. And, you know, it's a risk that you're taking. It is the Hindi heartland and then win big, not just in Madhya Pradesh, but in a place like Chhattisgarh, where in the beginning it was very clear the Congress were the favourites.
You know, the key to Madhya Pradesh was Mr. Modi's ability to tell a whole lot of state chieftains who would otherwise have sat out the election and waited for Shivraj to win or lose, to go in there, fight in their constituencies. People who were expecting Lok Sabha seats were given MLA level seats to fight and told you all have skin in the game, you all go in there and fight.
Ashok, that was also a leaf from the Congress playbook?
Well, in a roundabout way, it was the Kamraj plan, I guess.
All right, let's I know, you want to come in, Mr. Kidwai, but let's just, get into a bit of surround sound. At the BJP headquarters, let's dip in, listen in, a lot of sloganeering, cheering for the hero where the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, and he's done it practically. Poulomi Saha also with us, but let's get a feel of what's going on at the BJP headquarters this evening in Delhi.
भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का मंच पे हम स्वागत करते हैं। आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नड्डा जी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को लेकर मंच पे आए हैं। अरे गारंटी है भाई, गारंटी है, गारंटी है भाई, गारंटी है।
राजदीप, गारंटी है, गारंटी है। The campaign in Madhya Pradesh, the number of times you heard Priyanka Gandhi on a rally stage in Madhya Pradesh talk about the Congress guarantee, and now appropriate and done it better by the BJP. Poulomi, can you hear me? All right, we're going to try and cut across to my colleague Poulomi, who's on the ground. Okay, go ahead, Poulomi, go ahead, go ahead.
Images of the Prime Minister, we are, of course, cutting to pictures of, pictures now of the Prime Minister being felicitated by, of course, the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Home Minister Amit Shah. He's reached the stage, and the Prime Minister, of course, being given a grand welcome over there. And yes, like I said, the new slogan over here is "Guarantee hai bhai, guarantee hai, Modi ki guarantee hai." So clearly, this is 5 guarantees. These are Congress's 6 guarantees. The Bharatiya Janata Party turned that around, and the campaign was Modi ki guarantee. And that is what they believe has worked for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The Prime Minister canvassed and campaigned all of these states, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, even Telangana, ending off with a mega road show in Hyderabad. The BJP, of course, if you speak to them, they tell you it was not about...
माता की आज के इस आभार कार्यक्रम में और देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी आज इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित भारत के रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, गृह मंत्री जी श्री अमित भाई शाह जी, और यहां इतनी बड़ी संख्या में एकत्र आए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बहुत ही जुझारू कार्यकर्ता बंधु और मीडिया के मेरे साथी, प्रिंट मीडिया और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया के मेरे साथी। आज यह हमारा सौभाग्य है कि जब 4 विधानसभाओं के नतीजे आए हैं तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक बहुत बड़ी जीत हासिल की है, बहुत बड़ी जीत हासिल की है। ऐसे खुशगवार समय में मैं अपनी ओर से और आप सब लोगों की ओर से और लाखों करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो डिजिटल के माध्यम से और टेलीविजन के माध्यम से जुड़े हैं, उन सब की ओर से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का इस कार्यक्रम में आने पर हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं और स्वागत करता हूं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का इस कार्यक्रम में आने पर हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं और स्वागत करता हूं। जब हम प्रधानमंत्री जी का अभिनंदन करते हैं तो दिल से उनको हम धन्यवाद भी देते हैं, और हम धन्यवाद इसलिए देते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब भी कोई चुनाव लड़ती है, चाहे वो प्रदेश का चुनाव हो, चाहे वो देश का चुनाव हो, चाहे काल कोई भी अनुकूल हो या प्रतिकूल हो, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमेशा सबसे आगे बढ़ करके नेतृत्व को संभाला है और हमेशा उस चैलेंज को पूरा किया है। He has always led the campaign from the front और उन्होंने अथक प्रयास, अथक मेहनत और संगठन और चुनाव के राजनीति और रणनीति की छोटी छोटी बारीकियों से लेकर उससे निकलने वाले नतीजे तक का खुद ध्यान रखते हुए चुनाव को इस मुकाम तक पहुंचाया है और एक नहीं अनेकों चुनाव को पहुंचाया है। ऐसे हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी हैं। मित्रों, ये जो संदेश इस चुनाव के नतीजों ने दिया है वो स्पष्ट बताता है कि देश ने समझ लिया है कि अगर कोई गांव को मजबूती दे सकता है तो वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी दे सकते हैं। चुनाव के नतीजों ने स्पष्ट संदेश दे दिया है कि अगर कोई गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, आदिवासी भाई, अनुसूचित जाति का भाई इनको कोई सम्मान के साथ मुख्य धारा में ला सकता है तो वो और कोई नहीं, भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हैं। और इसीलिए चाहे महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण हो, चाहे किसान को सम्मान देने की बात हो, चाहे युवाओं की आकांक्षाओं और आशाओं को आगे बढ़ाने का, उनके सपनों को साकार करने का काम हो, वो सबको अगर विश्वास है तो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के ऊपर है जिनके माध्यम से वो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मित्रों, मैं यहां आपको यह भी कहना चाहता हूं, अभी नारे लग रहे थे मोदी जी की गारंटी, मोदी जी की गारंटी। ये चुनाव इस बात को भी स्पष्ट इंगित करता है कि देश में अगर किसी की गारंटी है तो एक ही गारंटी है, वो मोदी जी की गारंटी है। और यह चुनाव के नतीजे एक और संदेश देते हैं जो स्पष्ट है कि मोदी है तो, मोदी जी है तो, ये स्पष्ट हम सबको देखने को मिलता है। मित्रों, यह चुनाव एक और बात का संदेश देते हैं, जातिवाद और तुष्टीकरण। ये जिस तरीके से इंडिया अलायंस ने जातिवाद फैलाने की कोशिश की, जिस तरीके से समाज को खंडित करने की कोशिश की, जिस तरीके से देश को बांटने की कोशिश की और तुष्टीकरण की, वोट बैंक की राजनीति को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया, इन दोनों पर मोदी जी का विकास का परिणाम भारी पड़ा है। यह भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। और देश ने विकास को आगे रख करके इन चुनाव के नतीजों पर मोहर लगाई है, यह भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। मैं यहां यह भी कहना चाहता हूं, आज ये इंडिया अलायंस, इनको नया नया शौक, नया नया जोश, नया नया नारा, ओबीसी 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 की चिंता नहीं हुई। ये नए नए लोग, ये इंडिया अलायंस के लोग, ये कांग्रेस के लोग घड़ियाली आंसू बहाकर ओबीसी का नारा लगाते हैं। ये भूल जाते हैं कि देश को ओबीसी का प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हैं, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ओबीसी के प्रधानमंत्री रहे हैं। और सबके समाज का सबका विकास करने का प्रण लेकर सबको साथ लेकर सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, इसको आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया है। लेकिन कांग्रेस के लोग प्रधानमंत्री जी पर जिस तरीके से इस चुनाव में भद्दी टिप्पणियां की, जो नहीं सिर्फ असंसदीय थी, नहीं सिर्फ वो एक तरीके से बहुत ही निम्न स्तर की थी, ऐसी टिप्पणी की कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने, जिसको सार्वजनिक मंच से दोहराना भी मुश्किल होता है, ऐसी भद्दी टिप्पणियां प्रधानमंत्री जी पर की। क्या उस समय उनको ध्यान में नहीं था कि ये मोदी जी को गाली देने का मतलब ओबीसी को गाली देना है, पिछड़ी जाति को गाली देना है? ये उस समय उनके ध्यान में नहीं था क्या? और एक और नेता पैदा हुए, मैं ना माफी मांगू, मैं ना माफी मांगू, यानी रस्सी जल गई, बल नहीं गया है, बल नहीं गया है। और ये चुनाव के नतीजे ऐसे नेताओं का बल एक बार नहीं, अनेकों बार बल खत्म करते हैं, वो भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। मैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी और आपके बीच में, क्योंकि हम सब लोग उनको सुनने के लिए आए, मैं बहुत देर नहीं रहना चाहता, लेकिन यहां पर इस मंच से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष के रूप में मैं भारत की जनता, राजस्थान की जनता, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता, तेलंगाना की जनता, छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं, उनके आशीर्वाद के लिए, उनके समर्पण के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। ये मतदाता ही परमेश्वर होता है, वही फैसला करता है, वही आशीर्वाद देता है, और कोटि कोटि उनको धन्यवाद जिन्होंने बड़ी संख्या में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व को आशीर्वाद देकर के ये सफलता दिलाई है, इसके लिए उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं इसके साथ साथ मेरे सामने बैठे कार्यकर्ता, हमारे नेता, हमारे अध्यक्ष और आपसे जुड़े हुए और टेलीविजन के माध्यम से जुड़े हुए हमारे लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं को भी मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं, जिन्होंने इस चुनाव को मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में पूरी ताकत के साथ लड़ा और यशस्वी हुए हैं, उसके लिए भी मैं उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। मेरे से अक्सर पत्रकार पूछते थे, रणनीति क्या है, रणनीति क्या है? मैं बार बार बोलता था, रणनीति पर्दे का विषय होता है और रणनीति समय पर ही खुलती है। मेरे कार्यकर्ताओं ने इस रणनीति को, जो बारीकियां संगठन ने बताई थी, उनको बखूबी धरती पर उतारा है और हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने दिन रात जमीन पर जाकर मेहनत की और जो वातावरण बना, उस वातावरण को वोट में बदलने में उन्होंने बहुत बड़ा योगदान किया है। इसलिए मैं अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को भी बधाई देता हूं, उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। चुनाव के नतीजों ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि समाज के किसी एक इलाके का हमको वोट नहीं मिला, समाज के किसी एक वर्ग का वोट नहीं मिला, समाज के किसी एक जाति का वोट नहीं मिला। हमें मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सभी जातियों का, सभी वर्गों का और सभी इलाकों का आशीर्वाद मिला, इस बात को भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। इसलिए यह जीत सही तरीके से सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, इसको आगे बढ़ाने का काम है। मैं अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को पुनः धन्यवाद भी देता हूं, बधाई भी देता हूं। दिन नहीं, हफ्ते नहीं, उन्होंने महीनों अपना घर छोड़ करके पार्टी के लिए बूथ पर जाकर के काम करके इस योजना को आगे बढ़ाया, सफल किया। इसके लिए मैं उनको बधाई देता हूं। मित्रों, मैं जानता हूं आपके साथ साथ मैं भी प्रधानमंत्री जी को सुनने के लिए आतुर हूं, इसलिए आपके और उनके बीच में ज्यादा समय न रहता हुआ पुनः प्रधानमंत्री जी को स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद देता हूं और मैं निवेदन करता हूं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से कि वो हम सब का मार्गदर्शन करें और हमारे को आगे का रास्ता बताएं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी।
भारत माता की आवाज तेलंगाना तक पहुंचनी चाहिए। भारत माता की, भारत माता की। आज की विजय ऐतिहासिक है, अभूतपूर्व है। आज सबका साथ, सबका विकास की भावना जीती है। आज विकसित भारत के आह्वान की जीत हुई है। आज आत्मनिर्भर भारत के संकल्प की जीत हुई है। आज वंचितों को वरीयता के विचार की जीत हुई है। आज भारत के विकास के लिए राज्यों का विकास, इस सोच की जीत हुई है। आज ईमानदारी, पारदर्शिता और सुशासन की जीत हुई है। मैं इस मंच से सभी मतदाताओं को आदरपूर्वक नमन करता हूं। मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ के लोगों ने भाजपा पर भरपूर स्नेह दिखाया है। तेलंगाना में भी बीजेपी के प्रति समर्थन लगातार बढ़ रहा है। ये हम सभी का सौभाग्य है जब अपने परिवारजनों से इतना प्यार मिलता है, विश्वास मिलता है, तो मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से अनुभव करता हूं कि मेरी जिम्मेदारी और अधिक बढ़ जाती है। आज भी मेरे मन में यही भाव है। मैं अपनी माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों के सामने, मैं अपने युवा साथियों के सामने, मैं अपने किसान भाई बहनों के सामने, मैं अपने गरीब परिवारों के सामने, उन्होंने जो निर्णय, जो बढ़ चढ़ करके समर्थन दिया है, इसके लिए मैं उनके सामने नतमस्तक हूं। इस चुनाव में देश को जातियों में बांटने की बहुत कोशिशें हुई, लेकिन मैं लगातार कह रहा था कि मेरे लिए देश में 4 जातियां ही सबसे बड़ी जातियां हैं। और जब मैं इन 4 जातियों की बात करता हूं, हमारी नारी शक्ति, हमारी युवा शक्ति सबसे बड़ी जातियां हैं। और जब मैं इन 4 जातियों की बात करता हूं, हमारी नारी शक्ति, हमारी युवा शक्ति, हमारे किसान और हमारे गरीब परिवार, इन 4 जातियों को सशक्त करने से ही देश सशक्त होने वाला है। आज बड़ी संख्या में हमारे ओबीसी साथी इसी वर्ग से आते हैं। आज बड़ी संख्या में हमारे आदिवासी साथी इसी वर्ग में आते हैं। और इन चुनावों में इन चारों जातियों ने भाजपा की योजनाओं और भाजपा के रोड मैप को लेकर बहुत उत्साह दिखाया है। आज हर गरीब कह रहा है वो खुद जीता है। आज हर वंचित के मन में भावना है कि चुनाव वह खुद जीता है। आज हर किसान यही कहता है, ये चुनाव हर किसान जीता है। आज हर आदिवासी भाई बहन ये सोचकर खुश है कि उसने जिसे वोट दिया वो विजय उसकी अपनी है। आज हर फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर बड़े गर्व के साथ कह रहा है कि मेरा पहला वोट मेरे विजय का कारण बना है। इसी जीत में हर महिला अपनी जीत देख रही है। इसी जीत में बेहतर भविष्य का सपना देखने वाला हर युवा अपनी जीत देख रहा है। हर वो नागरिक इसे अपनी सफलता समझ रहा है जो 2047 में भारत को एक विकसित राष्ट्र देखना चाहता है। साथियों, मैं आज विशेष रूप से देश की नारी शक्ति का अभिनंदन करूंगा। रैलियों में मैं अक्सर कहता था कि इन चुनावों में नारी शक्ति ये ठान कर निकली है कि भाजपा का परचम लहराएगी। और जब देश की नारी शक्ति किसी का सुरक्षा कवच बन जाए तो कैसी भी ताकत उसे नुकसान नहीं पहुंचा सकती। आज नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम ने देश की माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों के मन में नया विश्वास जगाया है। आज देश की हर महिला में ये भरोसा जगा है कि भाजपा सरकार में उनकी सक्रिय भागीदारी को नई बुलंदी मिलने वाली है। आज हर बहन बेटी को साफ साफ लगता है कि बीजेपी ही नारी गरिमा, नारी सम्मान, नारी सुरक्षा की सबसे बड़ी गारंटी है। कि बीते 10 वर्षों में भाजपा ने उन तक टॉयलेट, बिजली, गैस, नल से जल, बैंक में खाते, ऐसी बुनियादी सुविधाएं पहुंचाने के लिए कितनी ईमानदारी से काम किया है। आज वो देख रही है कि कैसे बीजेपी घर परिवार में, समाज में उनकी आर्थिक भागीदारी बढ़ाने के लिए उन्हें रोजगार, स्वरोजगार के नए अवसर देने के लिए निरंतर काम कर रही है। नारी शक्ति का विकास बीजेपी के विकास मॉडल का एक महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ भी है और इसलिए इन चुनावों में महिलाओं ने, बहनों, बेटियों ने एक प्रकार से भाजपा के विजय की पूरी जिम्मेवारी अपने हाथ में उठा ली थी और भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया है। मैं आज पूरी विनम्रता से देश की हर बहन बेटी को यही कहूंगा कि आपसे जो वायदा बीजेपी ने किए हैं वो 100% पूरे किए जाएंगे और ये मोदी की गारंटी है। और मोदी की गारंटी यानी गारंटी पूरा होने की गारंटी। साथियों, चुनाव नतीजों ने एक और बात स्पष्ट की है। देश का युवा सिर्फ और सिर्फ विकास चाहता है। जहां भी सरकारों ने युवाओं के खिलाफ काम किया है वो सरकारें सत्ता से बाहर हुई है। चाहे राजस्थान हो, छत्तीसगढ़ हो या तेलंगाना हो, ये सारी सरकारें पेपर लीक और भर्ती घोटालों के आरोपों में गिरी हुई थी। परिणाम यह हुआ कि इन तीनों ही राज्यों में सत्ता में बैठे दल अब सरकार से बाहर है। आज देश के युवा में ये भरोसा लगातार बढ़ रहा है कि बीजेपी ही उसकी आकांक्षाएं समझती है, उसके लिए काम करती है। देश का युवा ये जानता है कि बीजेपी की सरकार युवा हितैषी होती है, युवाओं के लिए नए अवसर बनाने वाली होती है। साथियों, आज देश का आदिवासी समाज भी अब खुलकर अपनी बात रख रहा है। ये वो आदिवासी समाज है जो कांग्रेस की नीतियों की वजह से 7 दशक तक पीछे रहा, जिसे अवसर नहीं दिए गए। इनकी जनसंख्या आज 10 करोड़ के आसपास है। हमने गुजरात के चुनाव परिणामों में भी ये देखा है, जिस कांग्रेस ने आदिवासी समाज को कभी पूछा तक नहीं, उस आदिवासी समाज ने कांग्रेस का सफाया कर दिया। यही भावना आज हमने एमपी, छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान में भी देखी है। इन राज्यों की आदिवासी अंचल की सीटों पर कांग्रेस का सुपड़ा साफ हो गया है। आदिवासी समाज आज विकास के लिए आकांक्षी है और उन्हें भरोसा है कि इस आकांक्षा को सिर्फ और सिर्फ भाजपा सरकार ही पूरा कर सकती है। मेरे परिवारजनों, मैं आज हर राज्य के भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं की भी सराहना करूंगा, भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा करूंगा। भाजपा और कमल के प्रति आपकी निष्ठा, आपका समर्पण अतुलनीय है। डबल इंजन सरकार का मैसेज आपने पूरी ईमानदारी से जन जन तक पहुंचाया। इसी का परिणाम आज हमें मिल रहा है। हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नड्डा जी जिस प्रकार अपनी नीति रणनीति को अमल में लाए, ये विजय उसका भी परिणाम है। और चुनाव के दरमियान उनके परिवार में एक दुखद घटना घटी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी नड्डा जी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में दिन रात डटे रहे। साथियों, राजनीति के इतने वर्षों में मैं हमेशा भविष्यवाणियों से दूर रहा हूं। मैं कभी वादे वादे और बड़ी बड़ी घोषणाएं नहीं करता हूं। इतने साल हो गए, कभी नहीं करता हूं। लेकिन इस बार चुनाव में मैंने अपना ये नियम भी तोड़ा था। मैंने राजस्थान में मावजी महाराज को प्रणाम करते हुए उन्हीं की धरती पर ये भविष्यवाणी की थी कि राजस्थान में कांग्रेस सरकार लौट करके नहीं आएगी। मैं भविष्यवेत्ता नहीं हूं, लेकिन मेरा राजस्थान के लोगों पर भरोसा था, वहां की जनता पर भरोसा था। और आज हम नतीजे देख रहे हैं। मध्य प्रदेश ने भी हमें फिर दिखाया है कि भाजपा के सेवा भाव का कोई विकल्प नहीं है। 2 दशक से वहां भाजपा की सरकार है और इतने वर्षों के बाद भी भाजपा पर भरोसा लगातार मजबूती हो रहा है। छत्तीसगढ़ के परिवारजनों को तो जब मैं वहां चुनाव सभाओं में गया तो मैं खुद ही पहली सभा में, छत्तीसगढ़ के चुनाव की पहली सभा में मैंने खुद कहा था कि मैं आपसे कुछ मांगने नहीं आया हूं, मैं तो आपको 3 दिसंबर के बाद सरकार बनेगी तो शपथ समारोह में निमंत्रण देने के लिए आया। छत्तीसगढ़ के परिणाम से साफ है कि हर परिजन ने उस बात को स्वीकार किया है। मैं तेलंगाना की जनता और तेलंगाना के भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं का विशेष आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हर चुनाव में तेलंगाना में भाजपा का ग्राफ लगातार बढ़ रहा है। मैं तेलंगाना के लोगों को ये विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि बीजेपी आपकी सेवा में कोई कोर कसर बाकी नहीं छोड़ेगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी तेलंगाना अभिवृद्धि कोसम एल्लापूडू पनी चिंतूने उटुंदी। తెలంగాణతో మాకు చాలా మంచి అనుబంధం ఉంది। मेरे परिवारजनों, इस चुनाव परिणाम की गुंज सिर्फ एमपी, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ तक सीमित नहीं रहेगी। इन परिणामों की गुंज दूर तक जाएगी। पूरी दुनिया में इन चुनाव परिणामों की गुंज सुनाई देगी। ये चुनाव परिणाम भारत के विकास पर भरोसा, दुनिया के भरोसे को और मजबूती देगा। ये चुनाव परिणाम दुनिया भर के निवेशकों को भी नया विश्वास देगा। भरोसा ये कि आजादी के अमृत काल में विकसित भारत का जो संकल्प हमने लिया है, उसे जनता जनार्दन का लगातार आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है। आज दुनिया देख रही है कि भारत का लोकतंत्र और भारत का वोटर दोनों कितने परिपक्व हैं, कितने मैच्योर हैं। आज दुनिया देख रही है कि भारत की जनता पूर्ण बहुमत के लिए, स्थिर सरकार के लिए सोच समझ करके वोट कर रही है। साथियों, भाजपा ने सेवा और सुशासन की राजनीति का नया मॉडल देश के सामने प्रस्तुत किया है। हमारी नीति और निर्णयों के मूल में सिर्फ और सिर्फ देश है, देशवासी है, भारत माता की जय, यही हमारा मंत्र है। इसलिए भाजपा सरकारें सिर्फ नीतियां नहीं बनाती, बल्कि हर हकदार, हर लाभार्थी तक वो पहुंचे, ये भी सुनिश्चित करती है। भाजपा परफॉर्मेंस और डिलीवरी की राजनीति देश के सामने हकीकत बन करके लेकर के आई है। भारत का मतदाता जानता है कि स्वार्थ क्या है, जनहित और राष्ट्रहित क्या है। दूध का और पानी का भेद देश जानता है। जैसे तैसे जीतने के लिए हवाई बातें करना और लोभ लालच की घोषणाएं करना, ये मतदाता पसंद नहीं करता। मतदाता को उसका जीवन बेहतर करने के लिए एक स्पष्ट रोड मैप चाहिए, एक विश्वसनीयता चाहिए, एक भरोसा चाहिए। भारत का वोटर ये जानता है कि जब भारत आगे बढ़ता है तो राज्य आगे बढ़ता है, हर परिवार का जीवन बेहतर होता है। इसलिए वो बीजेपी को चुन रहा है, लगातार चुन रहा है। और कुछ लोग तो कह रहे हैं कि आज की इस हैट्रिक ने 24 की हैट्रिक की गारंटी दे दी है। साथियों, आज के जनादेश ने ये भी साबित किया है कि भ्रष्टाचार, तुष्टीकरण और परिवारवाद को लेकर देश के भीतर, देश के हर नागरिक के दिल में जीरो टॉलरेंस बन रही है। आज देश को लगता है कि इन तीन बुराइयों को खत्म करने में अगर कोई प्रभावी है तो वो भाजपा ही है। भाजपा की केंद्र सरकार ने देश में भ्रष्टाचार के विरुद्ध जो अभियान छेड़ रखा है उसको भारी जन समर्थन मिल रहा है। ये उन दलों, उन नेताओं को वोटर की साफ साफ चेतावनी है जो भ्रष्टाचारियों के साथ खड़े होने में जरा भी शर्म अनुभव नहीं करते। उन लोगों को देश की जनता ने आज साफ साफ संदेश दे दिया है। और ऐसे लोग जो भांति भांति के तर्कों से भ्रष्टाचारियों को कवच देते हैं, कवर अप करने की कोशिश करते हैं, ऐसे लोग जो भ्रष्टाचार पर कड़ा प्रहार करने वाली जांच एजेंसियों को बदनाम करने में दिन रात जुटे हुए हैं, वे समझ लें ये चुनाव नतीजे भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई का भी जन समर्थन है। ये चुनाव नतीजे कांग्रेस और उसके घमंडिया गठबंधन के लिए भी बहुत बड़ा सबक है। सबक ये है कि सिर्फ कुछ परिवारवादियों के मंच पर एक साथ आ जाने से फोटो कितनी अच्छी निकल जाए, देश का भरोसा नहीं जीता जाता। देश की जनता का दिल जीतने के लिए राष्ट्र सेवा का जज्बा होना चाहिए और घमंडिया गठबंधन में रत्ती भर भी वो नजर नहीं आता है। गाली गलौज, निराशा, नेगेटिविटी, एक घमंडिया गठबंधन को मीडिया की हेडलाइन जरूर दे सकती है, लेकिन जनता के दिल में स्थान नहीं दिला सकती। साथियों, आज के ये नतीजे उन ताकतों को भी चेतावनी है जो प्रगति और जन कल्याण की राजनीति के खिलाफ खड़े रहते हैं। जब भी विकास होता है, कांग्रेस और उसके साथी विरोध करते हैं। जब हम वंदे भारत ट्रेन लॉन्च करते हैं तो कांग्रेस और उसके साथी उसकी मजाक उड़ाते हैं। जब हम आयुष्मान भारत लॉन्च करते हैं तो कांग्रेस और उसके साथी इसमें रोड़ा अटकाते हैं। जब हम गरीबों के लिए घर बनाते हैं तब कांग्रेस और उसके साथी रुकावटें डालते हैं। जब हम गरीबों तक नल से जल पहुंचाते हैं तो कांग्रेस और उसके साथी इसमें भ्रष्टाचार का रास्ता बनाने में लग जाते हैं। जब हम ग्रामीण विकास के लिए फंड भेजते हैं तो कांग्रेस और उसके साथी इसे गरीबों को तक पहुंचने में रुकावट डालने की कोशिश करते हैं। ऐसी सभी पार्टियों को आज गरीबों ने चेतावनी दी है, सुधर जाइए, सुधर जाइए, वरना जनता आपको चुन चुन करके साफ कर देगी। आज ऐसी पार्टियों के लिए सबक है कि केंद्र सरकार की गरीब कल्याण की योजनाओं और उनके लिए भेजे जा रहे फंड के बीच में आने की कोशिश मत करो। ये जनता का आदेश है, वरना जो बीच में आएगा उसे जनता हटा देगी। लोकतंत्र के हित में मेरी कांग्रेस और उसके साथियों को नम्रतापूर्वक सलाह है, कृपा करके ऐसी राजनीति न करें जो देश विरोधी ताकतों को बल दे, जो देश को बांटना चाहते हैं ऐसे लोगों को मजबूती दे, जो देश को कमजोर करने वाले विचारों को गति दे। साथियों, आज भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का हर पहिया पूरी गति से घूम रहा है। कुछ लोग कह रहे थे कि विश्व में मंदी का असर भारत पर पड़ेगा, लेकिन भारत ने हर आकलन से कहीं बेहतर प्रदर्शन किया। आज भारत दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से विकसित होती आर्थिक ताकत है। आज भारत का आत्मविश्वास, भारत के लोगों का आत्मविश्वास अभूतपूर्व स्तर पर है। आज भारत में, आज देश में रिकॉर्ड जीएसटी कलेक्शन हो रहा है, कृषि उत्पादन के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं, भारत के शेयर मार्केट पर भरोसा चरम पर है। आज भारत के निर्यात के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं, यूपीआई ट्रांजैक्शन के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं, त्योहारों में खरीद के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं, गाड़ियों की सेल के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं। आज भारत में सीमेंट प्रोडक्शन बढ़ रहा है, कोयला प्रोडक्शन बढ़ा है, आज भारत में स्टील उत्पादन बढ़ा है, बिजली उत्पादन बढ़ा है। दुनिया भर की कंपनियां भारत में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए आतुर है। हवाई यात्रा करने वालों की संख्या उच्चतम स्तर पर है। होम लोन में भी, उस सेक्टर में भी बहुत अधिक वृद्धि देखी जा रही है। साथियों, आज भारत का फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पूरी तरह से ट्रांसफॉर्म हो रहा है। आप देखिए चारों तरफ एक्सप्रेसवे का, इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर का जाल बिछ रहा है। भारतीय रेल आज अपने ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के सबसे बड़े दौर से गुजर रही है। आज देश में नए रेलवे स्टेशन बन रहे हैं, आधुनिक ट्रेनें आ रही हैं। गति नहीं है, संकल्प नए है। और मैं देशवासियों को कहना चाहता हूं, हर देशवासी को कहना चाहता हूं, और मैं मेरे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड के आधार पर कहना चाहता हूं, बड़ी ईमानदारी से कहना चाहता हूं, बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से कहना चाहता हूं, आपके सपने मेरे देशवासियों, आपके सपने वो मेरा संकल्प है। आपके सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए जो मेरा संकल्प है, वो मेरी साधना भी है, मेरी तपस्या भी है। साथियों, भारत का डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दुनिया में श्रेष्ठता की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। भारत आज दुनिया में 5G नेटवर्क के मामले में अग्रणी देश में पहुंच चुका है। आज भारत में गांव-गांव तक ऑप्टिकल फाइबर पहुंच रहा है। आज देश के सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर भी अभूतपूर्व गति से काम हो रहा है। हर गरीब को मुफ्त राशन वाली योजना अगले 5 साल के लिए बढ़ा दी गई है। भाजपा सरकार में 4 करोड़ गरीब परिवारों के पक्के घर बन चुके हैं। हम हर गरीब परिवार को पक्की छत देने के संकल्प की ओर तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं। घर घर नल से जल, ये अभियान तेज गति से चल रहा है। आज देश में रिकॉर्ड गति से नए अस्पताल बन रहे हैं, मेडिकल कॉलेज बन रहे हैं, कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटीज की संख्या बढ़ रही है। साथियों, आज भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है, भारत का नागरिक आगे बढ़ रहा है। भारत के लोग इस मोमेंटम को बनाए रखना चाहते हैं। अब इससे पीछे नहीं हटना है, और पीछे हटना ये मोदी को तो कभी स्वीकार नहीं हो सकता है। भारत के लोग स्टेबिलिटी चाहते हैं, स्थायित्व चाहते हैं। भारत के लोग विकसित भारत की यात्रा को गति देना चाहते हैं। मैं देश के प्रत्येक युवा को आह्वान करता हूं, वो विकसित भारत का एम्बेसडर बने, वो विकसित भारत के संकल्पों का नेतृत्व करे। मैं भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं से भी कहूंगा, प्रत्येक भाजपा कार्यकर्ता नमो ऐप पर जाएं और कम से कम 10 लोगों को विकसित भारत का एम्बेसडर बनाएं। हमें आज एक ऐसी पीढ़ी तैयार करनी है जिसका सपना हो विकसित भारत, जिसका संकल्प हो विकसित भारत, जिसकी साधना हो विकसित भारत, जिसका समर्पण हो विकसित भारत। साथियों, विकसित भारत के निर्माण के लिए ये बहुत जरूरी है कि कोई भी नागरिक पीछे नहीं छूटे। इन चुनावों में मैंने लगातार कहा है कि हर लाभार्थी तक पहुंचकर भाजपा सरकार उसे सरकारी योजनाओं का लाभ देगी। इसके लिए केंद्र सरकार ने 14 नवंबर यानी जनजातीय गौरव दिवस, यानी भगवान बिरसा मुंडा की जयंती से विकसित भारत संकल्प यात्रा शुरू की है। योजनाओं से वंचित लोगों को जोड़ने के लिए सरकार खुद लोगों के दरवाजे पर दस्तक दे रही है। जिन क्षेत्रों में यात्रा पहुंच रही है, वहां लोग खुशियां मना रहे हैं कि मोदी की गारंटी वाली गाड़ी हमारे गांव आ रही है। मैं आज विजय के इस समारोह से हर बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता को सलाह दूंगा, आग्रह करूंगा, अब आज से आपको मोदी की गारंटी वाली इस गाड़ी के आगे आगे चलना है। मोदी की गारंटी वाली गाड़ी देश की सफलता की गारंटी बनेगी और ये भी मोदी की गारंटी है। और आपको एक बात और याद रखनी है, जहां दूसरों से उम्मीद खत्म होती है, वहां से मोदी की गारंटी शुरू होती है। मेरे परिवारजनों, विधानसभा चुनाव के नतीजों ने पॉजिटिव एनर्जी का एक ऐसा प्रवाह शुरू किया है जिसे आज पूरा देश महसूस कर रहा है। इस शक्ति ने विकसित भारत के लिए तैयार हुई नींव को और मजबूत कर दिया है। हमें ये ऊर्जा बनाए रखनी है, हमें ये शक्ति बढ़ाते रहना है। हमें 140 करोड़ भारतीयों के विश्वास को जगाए रखना है। हमें जन जन को अपने साथ जोड़ना है। हमें हर मन को समझना है। हमें सबको साथ लेकर चलना है। हमें हर एक को अमृतकाल की विकास यात्रा का साथी बनाना है। जो हमसे दूर है, हमें उनके पास पहुंचना है। जिन्हें संदेह है, हमें उनमें भरोसा जगाना है। भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं पर जिम्मेदारी और बढ़ गई है, क्योंकि नकारात्मक शक्तियां अब तेजी से एकजुट होने का प्रयास करेगी। देश को बांटने वाली ताकतें अब एड़ी चोटी का जोर लगाएगी। समाज में खाई पैदा करने वाले अब नए मौके तलाशेंगे। हमें उनसे मुकाबला भी करना है, उनके फेक नैरेटिव को जवाब भी देना है, लेकिन उससे बढ़कर हमें जनता के यकीन को बनाए रखना है। साथियों, उत्साह और उमंग के इस वातावरण के बीच मेरी आदत छूटती नहीं है, तो मैं फिर से वो तो करता ही रहता हूं कि मैं मूलतः संगठन से निकला हूं तो स्वभाव मेरा जाता नहीं। मैं आज पूरा दिन टीवी पे क्या चल रहा था ज्यादा समय नहीं दे पाया, देख नहीं पाया, क्योंकि मैं हमारे जो भारत का पूर्वी समुद्री तट है, वहां साइक्लोन की संभावनाएं नजर आ रही हैं, जरा तेजी की संभावनाएं नजर आ रही है। और इसलिए विजय के महोत्सव में भी मैं तो यही कार्यकर्ताओं से कहूंगा, हमें साइक्लोन मिचोंग से भी सतर्क रहना है। बंगाल की खाड़ी से सटे तटीय इलाकों में इसका प्रभाव पड़ सकता है। केंद्र सरकार लगातार इस पर राज्य सरकारों से संपर्क में है, उनकी हर संभव मदद भी कर रही है। मैं तमिलनाडु, पुडुचेरी, उड़ीसा और खास तौर से आंध्र प्रदेश के भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं से भी कहूंगा कि राज्य सरकार भले ही किसी भी दल की हो, आप पूरी शक्ति से राहत और बचाव काम में जुट जाना, प्रशासन को पूरा साथ देना, और यही एक समर्पित भाजपा कार्यकर्ता के संस्कार होते हैं। हमारे लिए दल से बड़ा देश है, हमारे दिल से भी बड़ा हमारा देशवासी है। साथियों, सबके प्रयास से ही हमने अपने संकल्पों की सिद्धि कर सकते हैं। मुझे देश की अमृत पीढ़ी पर भरोसा है। हमारा लक्ष्य एक है, साधना एक है, सपना एक है। भारत विकसित होकर रहेगा। इसी विश्वास के साथ मैं फिर एक बार सभी मतदाताओं का अभिनंदन करता हूं। जो भी विजयी हुए हैं उनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, और हम सब मिलकर के देश के सामान्य मानवीय की आशा अपेक्षाओं को पूरा कर पाए। मैं आप सब कार्यकर्ताओं को आपके माध्यम से मैदान में जो लोग मेहनत कर रहे थे उन सबको हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Mr. Narendra Modi, make no mistake, the man of the match, the man of the moment, the man who's led the BJP to an incredible sweep in the Hindi heartland. After 10 years of being in power internationally, you have various examples of anti-incumbency catching up with transformative figures in their countries, the likes of, say, a Margaret Thatcher or even a Tony Blair. Prime Minister Modi, Rajdeep, must be one of those very rare and unique examples where even after a decade of being in power, he can bring so much to the party's vote bank when he's not on the ticket. Is there anyone else internationally, going back in history, who comes across as being as popular?
Look, at the moment across the world, and he mentioned it in his speech, saying at a time when the rest of the world has faced a slowing economy, people were raising questions, look at where India's economy is. I think he comes with, and he used the word bharosa, time and again, Modi ki guarantee, bharosa. I think what he's been able to do is build a certain trust in the Modi persona. You know, it was in 2019, Rahul, it was Modi hai to mumkin hai, which was more the party which was pushing it. Now, Mr. Modi himself is saying Modi ji ki guarantee hai. He's a populist leader who's able to combine his strong sense of his vision of nationalism by connecting directly with people. That's his power. Today he was talking directly to the people.
He always talks directly
not just to the BJP Karyakarta.
He never wants to talk to the television pundits.
That's right.
Wants to go over their head. Let me show our viewers, Rajdeep, on the election intelligence dashboard, the overall figure for the national picture that emerges at the end of the day. If we were to add the seat shares from all the 638 seats where counting happened today, the BJP has won 341. The Congress last time had 320, but that was out of 678. That was because Mizoram was also counted. Today, there are 233 only. Very clear, Ashok Malik, whenever there's a powwow between the BJP and the Congress, the BJP, Messrs. Modi and Shah and the machine have shown who's boss.
Well, apart from Karnataka and Himachal Pradesh, which was a narrow victory, Karnataka was, of course, a big victory for the Congress. That has been the great problem of the Congress, that in one-to-one contests with the BJP, they keep losing. And that reduces their salience in any India-type alliance with the third front, because they're not seen as competitive vis-a-vis the BJP, especially in northern India.
Rashid Kidwai, what's the mood tonight in the Congress camp?
I think a sense of despondency because, you know, they were hoping that if they win two states plus Telangana, you know, within the India alliance, they will have some kind of short or for
now what happens to the India alliance?
So you see, Rahul, they are not able to beat Mr. Modi because earlier it was, as Ashok was saying, it was in Lok Sabha elections where the Congress had a very poor track record with the BJP. But now it's happening in states also. And therefore, I'm saying they're running out of ideas. They don't have a prime ministerial candidate. The problem is if they attack Modi, they lose. If they don't attack Modi,
but Chetan, looked at from a management perspective, if you're up against a brand that seems as invincible, you've thrown different kinds of punches. Whatever you could try and land at Modi, good, bad, ugly, you've tried it all. What does the Congress possibly do if you're a Rahul Gandhi? What are you thinking
India
tonight?
Alliance actually are at loss of words now.
I think if the brand is so strong and it is hard and has so much trust, then the only option is to give an alternative brand rather than keep attacking that brand. And that alternative brand means an alternative, clear, simple ideology, a simple narrative. What would it be different? What would be better? How would be addressed? I mean, this is the Congress which was voted out for corruption. And that has been such a big issue, and the BJP has said, na khaunga, na khane dunga. Whatever it is, they tried to address it. Has the Congress made any stance on corruption wherever they seem to go?
You have someone in mind?
Who is accountable today? You see, in Congress, there must at some stage...
Who do you think is accountable for this?
Well, at the end of the day, it's a combination of the state leadership and their national leaders. You see, it cannot be just put on Kamal Nath and Bhupesh Baghel and Ashok Gehlot. I mean, Rahul Gandhi is de facto the president of the Congress
Party.
How
many Congress leaders messaged to say, you're not giving credit to Rahul Gandhi when the exit polls had come out, not even waiting for the final numbers to come. So does he get part of the blame?
No, Rahul, I am very clear. Rahul Gandhi must get, in my view, part of the credit for ensuring that the Telangana campaign was well run, and he gets credit. But then he must also be held accountable and responsible in some way for not being able to fix organizational problems in the Hindi heartland. He is the de facto president, make no mistake. He was not able to resolve the Gehlot versus pilot fight, which eventually proved disastrous for the Congress in Rajasthan. He was not able to, in a way, rein in Kamal Nath, who eventually became almost his own sort of satrap in Madhya Pradesh, took all the decisions himself. And the general feeling is that Bhupesh Baghel, when there were these serious corruption charges that were made, Rahul Gandhi and others indulged it because he was one of their chief ministers. He was not able to enforce the fact of a rotational chief ministership that he had promised in Chhattisgarh between T.S. Singh and Baghel. So I think accountability has to be there, not just Rahul Gandhi, right down the line. Organizationally, the Congress is weakened, Rahul, and election after election we say it. I thought it was very interesting what JP Nadda said about the BJP. It's true. The BJP has been able to build itself as a solid organizational force. It affects generational change. We are talking about who will be the next chief ministers. They're looking for people who they think over the next 10 years will take their party forward in those states. I don't think the Congress does that anymore.
If you paid very close attention, you would have noticed that when these speeches were being made, they didn't mention, or even in the tweets, they didn't mention Shivraj Singh Chouhan in Madhya Pradesh. Now that is quite intriguing, given the fact that you've got 164 seats in Madhya Pradesh out of 230. Ashok Malik, maybe your theory could come through because you've been...
No, not theory. Maybe Ashok Malik knew something that we did.
Inko pehle se pata tha kya? No, because it's true. Nobody's mentioned him. And
no, I have two reasons to say it. One, you can't affect generational change piecemeal, that I'll do it in this state but not in this state. That's my hunch, right? And I do think that the BJP is looking between now and 2024, because 2024 is not a done deal. They are the favorites, but there's still challenges. They're looking to refresh the party, and look at a 2030 milestone, that build a party for 2030. That is the goal that Mr. Modi will offer the people of India.
He already spoke about it today.
So if he does that, he needs new faces as well. He needs faces for 2030.
So if you go with Raman Singh and Vasundhara Raje and Shivraj, then you're stuck. You have a Gehlot and Kamal Nath.
You make exactly the same mistake the Congress made in 2018 when it did not go with the new generation.
I think as we saw in the Prime Minister's speech, he's very clear. 2024, this speech was not about only the victory of today. It was also virtually saying that 2024, here I come.
And he said it's also cleared the path for our victory in 20. He says, "Log bol rahe hain," but that's obviously a very strong message, seeping the idea in people's head that 2024 becomes
It's a done deal. It's Modi ki guarantee is the slogan for the 2024 election. That seems to, he likes that. Modi ki guarantee.
I agree with guarantees. I'm not denying that. But the point is, you can't start your new term in 2024 with a aging generation, which in 29 looks very old.
I don't think it's just aging. It's also, they cannot be their own persons. They have to be PMO sent chief minister. It's a different CM. there is a PM-CM and there is a CM-CM.
You know, I think
so like Devendra Fadnavis, they want to be people who are known for their governance, who have been sent by Modi ji. That's the setup. It's not just about age, I think. It's not like, oh, we need to refresh this. I think it's more about who's going to be easier to deal with and not like say, I'm going to do my own thing.
Sure, but you know, look at it, Rahul. After Himachal and Karnataka, there was a sense within the Congress, yes, we can take on the BJP in direct fights. Yes, this so-called double-engine Sarkar model doesn't work against anti-incumbency. What he's proven today with Madhya Pradesh is, look, we can get the double-engine model working even after 20 years of anti-incumbency. What he's shown with Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh is that we are back in that situation where in one-on-one fights with the Congress, we are number one.
No, but that's where this 3-0 becomes so important. 3-0 in the heartland, because if in a direct fight the Congress had won even one state, even if they'd won Chhattisgarh, they would have said, okay, we have something to claw on to. You played 3 matches with the BJP, you were beaten in all 3. Now, if you're a Congress worker, supporter, leader, in your head you're wondering, what in the world am I supposed to do in 2024?
Rahul, there is one statistic data point that always stands out for me. In 2019, 186 seats saw a direct fight between the Congress and the BJP. The BJP won 174 of them, and most of them by a margin of more than 10%. That, to my mind, is where we are in terms of our politics. When it is Congress, and that's where the India Alliance will raise questions now. That if you can't take on the BJP, then allow us also to play the role of first among equals. You can't now take sole leadership. I think that is what has changed today. But Rajdeep, the Congress would have hoped to take sole leadership.
Can you take a group of kamzor kadi, a weak link, because the others cannot get in. There is direct fight between Congress and BJP in Gujarat.
Can you take students who come last in class, make them take the exam together and make them top the class? Does that work? Like take the last ranking students, put them together and say, now you will top the class. It's not going to happen. You need, in the INDIA also needs to be composed of winners. There are a few regional winners in there, but there need to be some national...
No, this is a very important point. Post the big victory in Karnataka, the Congress was trying to push this narrative that things have changed. Rahul Gandhi is more focused. Look at how quick he is in responses. It's not like you're sending him a message and he's not replying. He's replying immediately, etc., etc. He's more committed and plugged in than he's been in the past. If you've been pounded in this fashion tonight, it really would make one wonder what happens from here. And look at that swagger of the Prime Minister as he walks. Because there were moments, I know for a fact, in very good authority, that some of the top leaders in this country were up till 1, 2 at night. Don't ask how I know, but I know that for a fact. They were up really late at night. Up again 6, 6:30. They were making calls in the morning. These are non-stop, tireless workers.
We just now tried to get DK Shiv Kumar on the show. Now, he's an example. He told me I can't come right away. We've got organizational issues to handle in Telangana. The Congress needs a dozen DK Shiv Kumars. They need to find people who are willing to put those organizational hard yards into building a party. It's not rocket science. I mean, in a country so large, you see, the problem is the Congress is the brand name. Rashid raised the point, Chetan raised the point about India Alliance. The fact is the Congress is the pan-Indian brand name. Now, if your pan-Indian brand name is there, you need people with organizational mettle to take it forward. You can't have sycophants, you can't have coteries. You can't have people chosen in key positions, Rahul, simply because they are close to somebody in the power center. To be fair to the BJP, I think this is the difference. The BJP has genuinely tried to create a next generation leadership, which is now prepared. Mr. Modi is a creation of the previous generation. LK Advani and others gave them those opportunities that have built them. He needs to do it. He needs to do it for the next generation.
Fine. I mean, Rajdeep, you made the point, and a lot of people in the morning also made the point that Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra was a success in South India. So if you are a national party, you are seen as one, you need to know why is it that if you are successful, if your yatra is successful in the southern states, why is it that the moment you cross the Telangana-Maharashtra border, it's no longer a success? The other important point...
Because Sudhir, organizationally in Karnataka, the Congress today has far more booth level karyakartas than the BJP.
Fair enough.
But you don't have that in any of the northern states. Can you match the BJP's organization in Madhya Pradesh, which, is now becoming a dominant BJP party state?
But despite that, till about a week ago, everyone was talking about how the Congress is giving the BJP a run for its money in Madhya Pradesh.
No, you see, in terms of, now I'll tell you how the Congress is clutching at straws. A congressman said me, please look at vote share. We are at the same level or just a fraction below where we were in 2018.
Let me explain that on the election intelligence dashboard. This is something that's being said very frequently. So I'll try and pull that out for you. If you look at the vote share percentages, the BJP has a higher vote share percentage in Madhya Pradesh than it's had in the past 5 elections. In 2003, the BJP was 43%, the Congress 32%. 2008, the BJP was 38%, the Congress 32%. 2013, 45-36. 41-41 last time. 49-40. That is 9%, 8% lead over the last time, 9% gap between BJP and Congress. The Congress is partially correct when they say our vote share is roughly the same. It is, frankly, because 41.9 versus 40. But the BJP has gone up from 41 to 49. And 41 to 49, Ashok Malik, in an assembly election context, in the Lok Sabha, if you're already sitting on a base, because in the 2019 elections, they went on a base of 41 in the 18 assembly. If you're sitting on a base of 49, the BJP can really, one of the things they'll start talking about is Ab ki baar 400 par, is what they'll try and push. Wanting to take it beyond where they were last time.
The incremental seats are not there.
No, but that's the hawa they'll try and make. Obviously, what you're saying is correct because you almost maxed out in your catchment area. Yes. But that's the point that they'll try and push.
So Rahul, it's the others, those who are 11%, now they have, 7 of them have gone towards the BJP side. That's also happening in Madhya Pradesh.
Low lena hai na vote, sir. It doesn't matter where you're getting it from.
But you see, why were the others not attracted by the Congress, which was the ruling party in the state?
Absolutely. You see, my point is the others have declined, but the others' vote went to the BJP.
Yes.
The others' vote didn't come to you. You see, it became, in some level, to some extent, bipolar, but the benefits went to the BJP and not to you. So the Congress can have hundreds of reasons, Rahul, and this is the irony of it. They are still living in denial. They are not accepting the obvious that they are at the moment a poor runner-up in this Hindi heartland. Particularly these states where it's a direct Congress-BJP fight. And unless they are willing to go back to the drawing board, find new leaders, rebuild your organization, it's not happening. Because it's a Rolls-Royce taking on a Fiat.
Rajdeep,
it's also about ideology also.
Rajdeep, in business, as Chetan will also tell you, companies try and stay entrepreneurial, which is not always easy. Now, the BJP ends every election by thinking of the next one. In Tripura, when they won in Tripura, but the next morning they reached out to the breakaway party led by the Prince. Next morning, because they recognized there was a problem.
I've met a lot of entrepreneurs and I've met a lot of professionals. Like this job of anchoring on a TV channel, it's a madness job. You can't do it.
I thought you were enjoying it.
These guys do it because they enjoy it, they love it. So they have the passion, they have the junoon. Let's just say it today. The PM Modi and Amit Shah, they will go do rallies anytime. They will do the 295th rally with the same enthusiasm because they love it and that's their job. And that's what they love to do.
But that's
we are not.
No, but are you saying there aren't enough congressmen? No. Let's be. Are you saying there aren't enough 24/7 congressmen? I gave you the example of DK Shivkumar.
Rahul Gandhi. No, there are people. There are a few people, but at the very top, the leader matters. Yes, Bharat Jodo Yatra was a success, but one event was a success. Are you going to live in the afterglow for 7 years now?
Wait, that's not true.
You have to have that junoon, you have to have that fire.
Let me explain to you. And every day, every morning, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge's day start with 7 and, he will go to sleep at 1 a.m.
He is amazing. Okay, fine. But you need...
Can I make a point?
There was a similar...
Then what is the difference? Do you think they don't have ideas? Do you think they've never heard of booth management? Do you think, okay, maybe money...
Have you heard of something called ideology?
Okay, so what is it?
No, but
yes,
Rahul.
Yes, Rahul. So I think we focus too much on individuals. Organizations decline not just in politics, but also in business. You had a leader in Yahoo. You had a leader in Kodak, right? And those organizations also decline. Sometimes what happens with organizations that they don't manage to figure out what is wrong with them. And at the moment, the Congress is not able to figure out what its exact problem is. Forget about the solution.
Don't want to figure out, they can't figure out or don't want to figure out. Or know the problem and don't want to address it.
No, I think it would be superficial to say that they know the problem, because then we think of the problems as ideological coherence or organizational things. These are the obvious problems. Sometimes there is something behind these obvious problems, and I don't think Congress is able to...
What do you think it is?
Congress lives in my mind in certain myths, and those myths are being propagated by some of the very, very close...
Like, give me an example.
Congress thinks it's a default governing party of India, that once BJP declines, it's their chance. Congress thinks it is the only party that thinks about the democracy of the India and poor of India. It got... So it has created some...
Or a secular India.
Myths are important. Myths are important. The problem is sometimes those myths start giving you diminishing results. Right?
No, you can't start believing your own myth.
Yes.
You can float a myth, don't believe your own myth.
You can't get high on your own supply.
Yes, so I think Congress has that kind of
That's a quote.
But you know, look at, you know,
I think the problem is far more complicated. Let me explain. See, the issue of cultural nationalism, issue of, muscular nationalism, the Congress cannot, and that is a problem in the heartland. The Congress cannot find a solution. You remember there was a Udaipur session of Chintan Shivar of the Congress party where all these things came up, and a lot of people said we should have a religious outreach program, and that's what Kamal Nath and Bhupesh Baghel tried to do, but they failed. So this is a problem. They cannot bash the BJP on the issue of cultural nationalism.
No, but see, you lost some of these
but
issues.
But hasn't the Congress gotten us independence? How did they lost that narrative? And why Shivraj Singh Chouhan is being seen as a muscular nationalism? Hardly.
Who's talking about Shivraj Singh Chouhan?
Because he's one big today, right?
Did Prime Minister mention his name?
He may mention or not, but in Madhya Pradesh, they knew it was a state election. They knew who's the four-time CM. Are you saying that these entire victories have come because of muscular nationalism? Do you really
I'm saying it's a package thing. No, there's welfareism.
No, but Rajdeep, can I say something? Yeah. I don't want to take a name because I happen to know this personally, but Rajdeep, take a look at where the top leadership of the Congress has been between when polling ended and now. Look at what the BJP top leadership has been doing in that same period, and look at what the top Congress leaders have done. You cannot have this European construct of, I want to work X number of hours for Y number of days in the week. It's not, you can do that in a company.
आज अपन ट्रक ड्राइवर के साथ बैठेगा और आज नहीं बैठेगा.
You cannot
नहीं बैठेगा. अभी मैं बैठा है, देखो मैं इतना बड़ा आदमी ट्रक ड्राइवर के साथ बैठ गया है. Like it is so great. Why can't you be like that? I mean, what is so wrong in being a little desi? I'll tell you another problem happening on X. All these well-wishers of Congress. You know what they've started doing? They said, oh, that just shows how bigots of India. That just shows how North is so bigoted. That just shows the North has no IQ. That just shows that the South is smarter. That just shows they're creating a North-South divide, which is going to backfire even more badly. And how are you assuming that the voters who vote BJP are stupid? How can you...
Sure, but my point is, it's very interesting. It's not as if, this is my view, it's contentious. I went across all the states. The problems are the same in many states. Paper leaks, for example. Yes. Every state you go, whether it's BJP ruled Madhya Pradesh, where there was a Patwari recruitment scam recently, or Rajasthan, or Chhattisgarh, where there was a public service, or Telangana. Paper leak, students are angry everywhere. It's not as if the BJP is providing some real Sushasan. People at the bottom have heard, but the BJP does politics. The Congress doesn't do politics anymore. You see, what is politics?
So what are they doing?
The agitation karo, raste par niklo. Where you see, when the BJP, BJP...
Don't say they don't do politics. Caste census, this, that, they do enough politics. No. They don't know how to do politics.
Now caste census at least, is at least an attempt. Now, but you
can't say they don't do politics.
Rahul,
it's like they're playing cricket. Unko khelna nahi aa raha. You can't say they're not playing. They're playing. They're just bad players.
Rahul, the problem is, you do caste census, but then you've got to get a buy-in right down the line. Yeah. You've got to get your leaders at the ground to start talking about it, build campaigns around it, create a momentum around it. What did the BJP do, for example, with Ram Mandir? How did they, in 1980, how did a party of just 3 members in 1984, by 1991, become a principal national party? They carved out an agitation which was political. Please show me Bharat Jodo Yatra. What is the follow-up to it? What is the follow? It can't be just one word, mohabbat ki dukaan. There has to be a follow-up on the ground. What does it mean?
Where do I order from the dukaan? Kya milta hai?
Your Ram Temple movement started in 1949. There were several phases were there. I remember when Kamlapati Tripathi and Rajiv Gandhi in 1989, they had led a march in Faizabad, and I was there as a reporter. Not even 150 people turned up there.
Sir,
so it is not that
my point is, please tell me what is the sustained. Narendra Modi ji has been in power for 9 years. Please tell me the sustained, I use the word sustained, political campaign that the Congress has launched to expose Mr. Modi's claim that he gives Sushasana. If the Congress believes that Modi is so bad, you can't just say Mr. Modi is bad, Mr. Modi is bad. You're going to have to show me how he is.
Delivery system.
How have you attracted the youth of the country? Please tell me one. You should have made at least one of your states a model state where people will say, wow, this is a state, you've done a great program, let's latch on to it. You haven't done it, Rahul, in the last 9 years. You haven't worked on the ground.
But Chhattisgarh was that model state from a Congress perspective.
They had promised.
Voters, till yesterday, Chhattisgarh was that model state. This morning, the voters of Chhattisgarh have shown the Congress party what they thought of the Congress model.
So with the Karnataka thing, because constantly talking about the Karnataka guarantees, they're trying to do what the Gujarat model was. So, okay, this is our Karnataka.
But can I give you an example? You're saying model state. What were the two issues? One of the BJP guys was telling me liquor scam. You see, when Bhupesh Baghel came to power, he said, I'll bring prohibition. Instead, what has happened? Liquor vends have only flourished. And it's common knowledge there that paisa bat raha hai. It affects women of Chhattisgarh who get hit. On tribals, that Tendu leaf pickers have certain minimum amounts of monies that were being done. It was to be done over 30 days. They said, no, we'll do it over 1 day. You see, you have to then create a model state where in 3 or 4 key areas, to 3 or 4 key segments, it becomes a national campaign.
Two things. One, at a national level, there are good BJP governments, there are good Congress governments. There's corruption in BJP states also like there is in Congress.
That's right.
Okay. There are also BJP...
You're being candid, yeah.
There are also Congress leaders who come from the grassroots. Sridhar Ramaiah, as an example. But the Congress nationally has allowed this perception to persist that it is somehow a party of elites.
Yeah. That's right.
Okay. That now, whether that is true or not in individual states is another matter.
If those who lead you are elites,
it has allowed that perception to persist. Now, I'll give you one example. If this were December 2013, look at the president, Pranab Mukherjee, a very tall man from an illustrious family. Vice President Hamid Ansari from a very illustrious family, compared to the president today and the vice president today. The BJP goes out and says we have deepened democracy. The Congress does not have an answer.
Self-made people.
Whether it is true or not is another matter.
Both Pranab Mukherjee and Hamid Ansari,
I am not denying that. I have respect for both of them. I'm not criticizing them.
No, but it's like when the BJP, for example, Rashid talks about Hindutva. Whether one, whichever side of it, but it is an idea. Sir, it is an idea. It's an idea that they are pushing. There is some clarity, there is some cohesiveness that starts from the top and goes down to the Karyakarta. Okay, Rahul Gandhi speaks about caste census. Okay, good. Then please go right down the line and talk about it. You can't have Rahul Gandhi, for example, hitting out at, to give a practical example, Gautam Adani, but Ashok Gehlot looking at how to tie up with Gautam Adani in Barmer. You can't have Rahul Gandhi saying Hindutva is terrible and then Kamal Nath saying I am the first Hanuman Bhakt or Bhupesh Baghel saying मैं तो राम नाम पे यात्रा निकालूंगा. You see, you're going to have to, where is the coherence? What do I stand for? I need to know right down the line. The Karyakarta doesn't know what. And you have so many people, the word entitled used by Ashok is right. How many entitled elites within the Congress are there only because their grandfather was in the Congress? That has to stop.
The BJP's performance in the Hindi heartland is getting rave reviews. There's no doubt about it. What's also getting rave reviews is India Today's coverage of the elections. In particular, our data analytics powered by the India Today Data Intelligence Unit. There is this one visualization which I call the shifting political sands of India. It's been going viral virtually every election. So I'll show you what it looks like right now. So these are the shifting political sands of India. What you need to see is what percentage of the Indian landmass and what percentage of population was governed by which party in different years. So this is the current political map. The NDA ruling 18, the India Alliance currently ruling 10, and that's where things stand at this moment. And the ones marked out in grey are the ones which are not aligned with either of those. So even if you look at the entire India Alliance together, Rajdeep, and compare that with what mostly the BJP in some parts with allies, but largely by itself, a very, very strong presence of saffron across the west, the heartland, and the east of India.
If you look at Rahul, tiny little Goa, my original home state, go right up to Uttarakhand on the top. Entire north and western India, Rahul, is what now is dominated by the NDA and particularly by the BJP. There's a northwest monsoon. You see, you look at peninsular India, look at coastal India, and it's blue and non-BJP. But that northwest monsoon is what is carrying it. And I just wonder, Rahul Verma, is that going to this geographical limitation, or is that the strength of the BJP? Because you know, between those states, there are about 300 Lok Sabha seats. And the BJP in the last 2 elections has won 75 to 80% of those seats.
See, answer is yes, depending upon how you want to see it, right? In some ways, what BJP has demonstrated that it can hold on to its sort of primary base in the northwestern India. What it managed to do in 2019 and run up to 2019 election is to breach the eastern barriers. Right? Before 2019, BJP was not a significant player in the east, and now you see even the northeast map looks saffron. The peninsular part, at least for assembly election, remains out of bounds for BJP. They have managed to get some seats in Odisha, some seats in Telangana, and Karnataka was another territory for them. So that also remains their limitation. Now, why is that a limitation? There are multiple reasons for it. One could say perhaps for a long period of time, BJP was perceived as a party of Hindu and Hindutva. And maybe there was an antagonism in the Kerala and at least in Tamil Nadu to the Hindi language issue which BJP used to propagate. They are trying to change that. They have succeeded at least convincing a part of Northeast.
I mean, you know, today, I think Mr. Modi used the word Telangana 5 times. Exactly. You know, even there, he said, I hope my voice is reaching Telangana. Now look at the political intelligence. That he's not just talking about his winning states, he's gone to...
it's very significant what he said in the speech today. Apart from what he spoke about Telangana, that I am there, the BJP is there to take care of Telangana's interests. The fact that he focused a lot on the development agenda. Probably the BJP has realized that just the Hindutva kind of pitch is not going to work in a state like Karnataka, the Bengalurus, the Hyderabad's and the Chennai's. You need the development pitch, and that would probably appeal to the crowd in South India. So that's the kind of pitch
Speaking
that the BJP
of Telangana,
is making.
I've got some breaking news coming in. Revant Reddy, Chief Minister to be, the Congress's state president, Uttam Kumar Reddy, who used to be the Congress state president, DK Shiv Kumar, and Manikrao Thakre, who comes from Maharashtra, is close to Mallikarjun Kharge, was the organization chief in Telangana, will be meeting the governor at 9 p.m. They'll be meeting the governor at 9 p.m. So when we were speaking to DK Shiv Kumar a short while ago, he said, I have some organizational matters to deal with. They're trying to get him live for you. That's what he meant. He didn't tell us that, of course. They're going to go give a letter saying, invite us to form the government.
And there's a backstory to this. Ever since what happened, what is it now, 6 years ago in Goa. Where
but they were 18. You needed 21,
so,
right?
Boss, do you know what was it, Rahul? They had 18, single largest. They had already got those 3 letters of support. The independents were more than happy. They had the 21. They decided, typical Congress fashion, then we'll do it next morning. We'll have a legislature party meeting. Raat mein kya hua? Nitin Gadkari flies down, does a deal with Manohar Parrikar and my namesake Vijay Sardesai. And lo and behold, 9 a.m. in the morning before the CLP, BJP has gone and staked claim. Ever since then, the Congress has realized, yaar, ye raat ki baat nahi chalegi. Aaj jo bhi karna hai, aaj hi kar lo. 9. Why do I need to otherwise go today at 9 p.m.? Because I don't want to wait for anything to go wrong.
That's also when Digvijay Singh was panned for not being alert and that Gadkari outmaneuvered him. And Digvijay Singh later, when he caught me, he said, you know, you guys are talking on TV, that's not fair. I was calling the Congress High Command asking for instructions. They weren't coming on, and that's the problem. He said, you know, you bol ke nikal gaye, meri image kharab kar di.
Arey, don't ask me. You know, that night is typifies all that is wrong with the Congress party at times. But it's good to know that the Congress is moving fast. Look, that's what I said. You need nimble leaders. DK Shiv Kumar, there are enough. Chetan, with any organization, are you willing to encourage meritocrats? Are you willing to choose someone who will deliver a state for you, who will be that organizational man? Or do you want someone who will suck up to you? That's the problem.
Rajdeep, they had Scindia. There was a scenario, Scindia could have been CM, Pilot could have been CM, Gehlot sir could have been the Congress president. He would have still been Congress president. Now he's not even CM, not president. And you could have, these young leaders could have said, give us another chance and we want to build this state out. We are going to bring the new India. It was all there.
I agree with you.
Yes, no, the fact that there was clarity about Revant's role. I mean, it was made very clear that Revant will be the chosen one. So, which is why probably they are able to move fast. Otherwise, even in this case, they would have to first convene a meeting, then the 3 observers.
What kind of chief minister is he likely to be relative to K. Chandrasekhar Rao?
See, KCR obviously had experience of politics. Revant is only 54. He has had no administrative experience.
He's never been a minister.
He has never been a minister. He has never been in government.
You know, interestingly, he used to be in the Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad. So he was, in his student days, a member of the Sangh Parivar's student outfit, the ABVP.
Yes.
From there, he's been in the TDP, the BRS,
to Congress.
So
this
like
is
Siddaramaiah, he's the second chief minister in the south who's actually not a congressman. Siddaramaiah came from the JDS. This guy is coming from the TDP. And the guy who's helped, just one second. The guy who's helped strategize the election is someone who used to be part of Prime Minister Modi's team when he was Chief Minister, Sunil Kanagolu. So you've got people from the outside who are becoming Chief Minister, they are hardworking, and the guy strategizing your election is somebody who's an import from the BJP School of Campaign Management.
And it shows that, while we are critical at times of Mr. Gandhi on various issues, he's the one who has brought in Sunil Kanagolu in an organization that is often unwilling to accept lateral entrance. He's got him in, he's helped them win Karnataka, he's helped them win Telangana, and he's done the kind of focused campaign working with Revant Reddy in Telangana, working with Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah. And to the credit of Sunil Kanagolu, he's shown that there is space for professional management. Now that you've empowered him, can you create a team? Can you create around Sunil Kanagolu that spreads to other parts of the country? Or have you said that, look, Southern comfort, we're not exploring. The moment Sunil Kanagolu tried to do the same thing in Madhya Pradesh, he was met with resistance by all accounts by the old guard. When in Rajasthan,
because it's a very different style of
Ashok Gehlot had his own media management company in Design Box.
So, but yet it is all Rahul Gandhi's fault.
No. I've never said that. Just a minute. Let's not get sensitive. It's not about Rahul. All I'm saying, Rahul Gandhi has done a few things right. He's done a few things wrong. We've got to accept both the right and the wrong. That's the way it is.
No, Rajdeep, even when Sunil was appointed for Karnataka, and they say, I had a number of Telangana Congress leaders calling up to us, "Arey, ye DMK ke liye kaam karta tha. What kind of person is he?" So they wanted to do all the background checks because they knew this guy, Sunil, is going to handle both Karnataka and Telangana.
Well, one of the things that Sunil did, he got proper scientific surveys done. And many of the candidates were chosen without accepting the usual cliques and factionalism that is there in the Congress. And it worked in Karnataka, it's worked in Telangana. Now, if you can repeat that model, bring in organization, have strong, credible faces, you have something to go by. Every organization can reinvent itself.
No, that is why you're I don't think it's so easy for the Congress. See, in Telangana, you could get Sunil Kanagolu to make all the changes because the number of MLAs you have is very, very small. If you come to Chhattisgarh and Sunil suggests drop 30 MLAs, do you think it's easy for the Chief Minister to do that?
No, I agree with you. I asked Ashok Gehlot. I'll tell you, I asked Ashok Gehlot, why did you only drop 17? Why didn't you drop more given that there is local anti-incumbency? He said, बहुत मुश्किल है, मेरे मुश्किल घड़ी में ये MLAs मेरे साथ रहे थे. Now, so he said, I can't, they are all very locally strong. Now, this is the original way of thinking that nahi, agar drop ho jayenge, rebels banenge. You've got to be disruptionist today.
Yeah.
And that's why your strong high command has to intervene and say, sorry, Mr. Gehlot, I have appointed this person. He's in charge of strategy. Why can't you do that?
But that is what I'm trying to make a case for. See, it's not one solution which Congress can do at the moment. And
There's no silver bullet.
And second, high command at the moment can't make the choices it could have made 10 years ago. When the central authority keeps losing election, it is weaker to run its writ on the states. In BJP, it can happen because they are winning the elections.
Can I ask you all this question? And Ashok, you were very much part at that time and you were looking at BJP closely. 2009, BJP does so badly in that election, the general election, and the BJP looks like not coming back to power for a long time. Yet, 14 years later, we are talking about the BJP as this invincible force led by a force of power in Narendra Modi. What changed? What did the BJP do between 2009 and 14 that the Congress can learn from?
One thing. We talk about why does Mr. Modi keep winning and how can he be defeated in 2024 or later. The point is, for a strong brand to lose, the brand has to become seriously unpopular. Yes. It has to face hostility. Between 2009 and 2014, the Congress UPA brand became a very negative brand.
Yes.
If it had continued on the trajectory, it would have probably won for another. Mr. Modi may not have qualified.
It was not that the quality of political leadership in the opposition ranks during Indira Gandhi time was bad or poor or ineffective. It's just because they could not beat Indira Gandhi in a lot of elections. It happens. It's a phase.
Mr. Modi today cannot be defeated till he becomes unpopular.
In Congress.
That's a very nihilistic kind of argument. So they can do nothing about it, and it just happens.
It happens.
So we just wait for next 10 more years.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Is that your advice to the Congress? Sit there and
no. In politics, at some point, you just have to wait out a period. Mr. Modi, you have to wait out. No. As a national brand, you cannot be defeated.
I disagree partly
just wait out and it's coming.
I disagree partly with what you're saying for the reason that the Congress in the meanwhile also needs to throw up fresh leadership which can strike a connect. You can't just...
I completely agree with you.
Keep
I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. What the Congress has brought in young people in South India, it has not brought it into North India because it doesn't want anyone to displace Rahul, to be honest with you. It doesn't want a young North Indian leader because...
Right? So then that's the agenda then.
Okay, so on your screen right now, and I'll go across to the wall to show that, is the political map. And what we'll do this time is we'll compare from 2014. So this is December 2014. This is what the map of India looked like. Now you'll keep seeing as the years move on. December 2016. Just soak this in for a moment. December 2018. As the elections happen, now this is November 2020, May 2021. See how the political map of India shifts. December 2022. Look at how the map is shifting. Now May 2023. And now this is December 2023. Maza nahi aaya, ek baar phir se dekhte. So everybody can watch it together. We start from the top. In fact, why don't we just cut it full screen so our viewers can see this. How the BJP at this time is better placed than it's been for most parts since 2018. This is their worst, when they'd lost 3 key heartland states. From there, it keeps getting better. If you're a BJP supporter, the verdict that the BJP has got this afternoon is the best news that the BJP could have expected. In any case, in Telangana, the party didn't have much hope. But if you leave that aside, look at that concentration, that very strong concentration in the West, in the heartland, and then in the Northeast, setting up the BJP, Chetan Bhagat, for a potential re-election for Prime Minister Modi. They don't like Pandit Nehru very much, but interestingly, only after Nehru would somebody have won for the third time with this majority if he does win.
I think they were anyway confident about the upcoming election, but now...
This makes it easier.
Now this just makes it... But yet, you know what is going to happen? They're not going to take it for granted.
Oh, no, they take nothing for granted.
Yeah, they're not going to say, you know what, now we can relax. Let's go to Goa for a week for vacation, all of us. No, they'll be like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? The problem is the demotivation in the Congress. The infighting within the India alliance that is going to start next week.
Do you think, Rajdeep, this will demotivate even further those in the Congress?
You know, you had Jairam Ramesh's tweet today, which was trying to put a brave face to the entire issue, saying, look, remember 2003, we lost all these 3 states and yet we won 2004. Well, you know, I have to tell Mr. Ramesh, with all due regards, 20 years, 20 saal baad, Indian politics has changed dramatically. Yeah. You know, and I liken Mr. Modi at times to Virat Kohli, because the only reason being, there is an Indian cricket team now where if you want to play for India, you have to be physically fit. Virat has changed the rules of fitness, at least as far as the Indian team goes. Similarly, if you want to win in politics, you've got to become fit. Let's listen into DK Shiv Kumar. They're on their way with Manikram Thakre.
We have called a meeting. When you meet 9:30, we are meeting tomorrow morning, all the MLAs. And now we are going to meet the governor.
Everybody's attended. Sudhir, is there any need for this urgency? I asked DK Shiv Kumar on the phone when I spoke to him, asking him to come on the show. Are you planning, as some are suggesting, to break as directors that trying to poach some MLAs from the BRS to shore up your numbers from 64 to 79, 80? He said no immediate plans. So it's a potential future plan. But why this urge to go tonight itself?
I think the Congress is not very comfortable with that number of 64 plus 1 supporting from the CPI. So they would want to ensure that everything is in place as far as the government formation is concerned. They don't want to take any chances, given the fact that there have been a number of MLAs who have been elected who were earlier in parties like the BRS. So they wouldn't want to take any chances. But yes, as he said, no plans immediately, but definitely in the near future, they do have plans. I was told that 17 winning candidates have already got in touch with the Congress leadership.
And in fact, we need to tell our viewers about Revanth Reddy. Very few may know. Revanth Reddy is someone who has gone to jail several times. The TRS has jailed him in a cash for votes case in the past. He was not getting bail on his daughter's wedding day. He had to finally push the system and eventually get it. So there's a lot of anger, I'm presuming, in Revanth to teach the TRS or KCR a lesson. Do you see cases being filed against the family for alleged misappropriation in the various irrigation projects that have been made such a deal of?
Well, I mean, the way Revanth that day reacted to, don't compare me with KTR, it kind of reminds me of the Karunanidhi and Jayalalitha kind of politics in Tamil Nadu. But yes, they've already said that Kaleshwaram will be investigated. Kaleshwaram and the fact that the BRS leadership has made money on Kaleshwaram, they had put up Kaleshwaram ATM posters all over the place, that will definitely be investigated. So there will be an element of vengeance, revenge politics.
He will try and jail members of the family?
Well, I don't know whether he will go to that extent, because also we were told that if KCR wanted, he could have sent Revanth to jail once again. He did not do that. That was one of the comments which were made during
there is this image which is going viral in Telangana's political circles. This is of Sunil Kanagulu with Revanth Reddy. It's a very interesting, it's not new, I must tell you. It's an older image. And it's interesting because that's the strategist that we were talking about, who comes from the BJP school of campaign management. Sunil and Prashant Kishore worked with Chief Minister Modi when he was in Gujarat wanting to become Prime Minister. From there, they had their own falling outs, and he then worked with the BJP till 2017. After that, went out, was with the AIDMK, has been with the DMK, and in Karnataka, he played a critical role. So this man, larger than life in this image, acquiring a bit of a cult status, a bit like Prashant Kishore was at his peak. This man is kind of getting there.
And he's more low profile.
And post-Telangana, far more low profile, till a very recent while, there were very few images of him in the public domain. In Congress circles, I saw, remember when we were at the Telangana Panchayat in Hyderabad, so many Congress leaders wanted to come and talk to him, meet him, speak to him, because they thought, oh my God, this is the guy who's now making the moves.
And one of his important elections that he helped the BJP really in, when Prashant by then had left the BJP or left the Modi sort of circle of influence, was 2017 Uttar Pradesh. That was the election where Sunil worked very closely with Amit Shah. Amit Shah was then BJP president. And this whole strategy of identifying non-Yadav OBCs and non-Jatav Dalits. And then targeting them through Sammelan. So he went through that, then joined hands with Association of Billion Minds, which works as a sort of BJP outsourcing unit that does a lot of polling, does a lot of the campaign strategy. So he's gone through the BJP system.
The Home Minister said something very interesting at a recent interaction. We asked him about this whole new school of campaign managers, strategists, as it were. He said, in our party, we make the strategy, the campaign managers execute the strategy. The problem with the Congress is they outsource the key of strategy and decision-making to professional managers. But the interesting thing, Ashok Malik, is that you now have this breed, whether it is someone like a Sunil or Prashant Kishore and a few others like them, who are earning the trust and the regard of politicians to do their job. And post-Telangana in particular, the likes of Sunil will be more empowered. They have to be, because they're the ones who actually helped the Congress come back to power in a state where they had very little hope of coming back to power.
But they can only help a party if the party has a leader who knows how to use them. So in Karnataka, you had two leaders who knew how to use such a unit. In Telangana, you also had a local leader who knew how to use this resource. In the BJP, you have leaders who know how to use it.
But not really. Revanth Reddy wasn't much of a personality on the national scene or
Not
didn't
national
have
scene.
this, no, but didn't have
There
this
is
kind
another
of
problem.
sway.
Rahul, there is another problem. Most of these consultants, when they come to help political party, but they want to become politicians. They want to become Jairam Ramesh.
No, but that way Sunil is very low key. Where have you ever
No,
seen
he
it?
has a ministerial
and I
rank.
think I think one of
He
the
has a ministerial rank
I think
in
what is
Karnataka.
interesting is Sunil has joined the Congress.
Yeah.
You see, a political strategist working as outside the system is very different from one who's joined it. I think that has given Sunil more power within the system, also because he has a direct connect with Rahul Gandhi. You see, I keep maintaining, as a result, the Congress party being the way it is, always is looking over its shoulder, ki Rahul kya kehta hai. Now Sunil has been...
but why is then Rahul the one who's giving Sunil the commands? Why isn't Khargeji doing it? How is Kharge Congress president then?
fell out with
Excellent question, Rahul. What is the word I've used? De facto, Rahul Gandhi still calls the shots. Mr. Kharge is de
And
jure.
then you're wondering why the BJP is sitting at 3 and the Congress at 0 in the heartland.
No, but one minute. It is not as if JP Nadda is calling the shots in the BJP. In the BJP, Narendra Modi and Amit Shah.
Whose Congress is Amit Shah?
Whose Congress is Amit Shah? Good question. The Congress at the moment doesn't have an Amit Shah. They used to some extent in Ahmed Patel, at least have someone who had those networking skills. In the absence of Ahmed Patel, it's a huge vacuum. You're quite
You have
right.
not heard of KC Venugopal?
No, 1 minute.
You're comparing KC Venugopal and Amit Shah.
No, 1 minute.
It's a role, that role, KC Venugopal.
Rashid Kidwai, I don't believe what you just said. You're comparing KC Venugopal with Amit Shah?
I'm saying the
Seriously?
role. I'm saying that he's playing KC Venugopal on a day-to-day basis. They're playing role of Ahmed Patel.
Hey, Kohli has to be countered by a Kohli, Rohit Sharma by a Rohit Sharma, a Kuldeep Sharma.
You ask Rahul Gandhi.
No, I'll tell you, KC Venugopal did a decent job of managing contradictions in Telangana. But look at what he did in Rajasthan. I mean, Rajasthan is a case study for me of one self-goal after the other. Just think about 2018. You win a majority there. Sachin Pilot is your party president, young man in his late 30s. You've got Ashok Gehlot in his late 60s. You can't, I come back to, you can't for 4.5 years get them to work together, Rahul. I mean, it is a colossal waste of your mandate, your resources, your talent. I mean, Sachin Pilot, according to me, whatever, he may have, there may be critics of him. Whenever I've gone to Rajasthan, the young are instantly attracted to Sachin Pilot cutting across caste. Now, when you have a leader like that, will you not build him up? Will you not mentor him? If you are a genuine high command, then it comes to the point. Is he seen as a rival to your leadership at the center?
Made him chief minister,
and therefore you don't want him to
if
grow.
they'd made him
That's
chief
terrible.
minister of Rajasthan, and if he'd done a half good job which Sachin Pilot is perfectly capable of, he would have overshadowed Rahul Gandhi and left him far behind.
Young North Indian
And
leader
people would have
Who
said
speaks Hindi, who's credible, who can get the job done. Which is why Scindia left, Pilot was relegated and not given the space. Even though Rahul said he wanted to engineer the change, but ultimately they didn't do it.
But the worst thing you can be as any leader in any, whether you're in corporate life or whether you're in politics or whether you're in a newsroom, is be insecure of your colleagues. In fact, you should be just the opposite, encouraging them, building them up.
No, but where is the Congress did it? The BJP made Yogi Adityanath chief minister in
this
Uttar Pradesh.
Rajasthan thing. Look at the fitness of things. Sequence of event was like this. The Gandhis wanted to make Sachin Pilot chief minister.
But nahi kiya na.
No, you are again jumping. See, the problem was there was a lot of resistance from Ashok Gehlot. I remember I asked Mr. Kharge, who was Congress president, he said, we have a choice. We can have this fall of this Rajasthan government in December 2022 or have a longevity till November, December 2023. That's exactly what has happened.
So we'll take a quick break right now. We'll have some key newsmakers join us. Our coverage continues on the other side of a very quick break. We'll have a lot of data analysis, punditry, looking at the big verdict, trying to decode its significance, what this means for 2024 and what to expect from the BJP from here. Remember, you can have as much of a loser's lament as you want. It's the BJP that's won convincingly in the heartland. How does this victory impact the party in the next 6 months? What would BJP strategists be thinking and doing from here? We'll try and delve into that when we come back on the other side of a quick break.
Is 2024 a done deal? That's when we return.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia joining me, and this is a team effort from Prime Minister Modi to Jyotiraditya Scindia ensuring that
The credit of this victory goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, who has led from the front, our Home Minister Amit Shah ji, our party President JP Nadda ji, who has directed us, asked us to rise to the occasion. It goes to our Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chouhan ji, whose schemes have resulted in this victory, our party President BD Sharma ji, but most of all, it goes to every BJP party worker on the ground in Madhya Pradesh. Through your channel, I would like to thank every voter in Madhya Pradesh who has blessed us for the 5th time. And I bow down to them. I bow down to the Mati of Madhya Pradesh. And I thank every individual worker from the bottom of my heart. And I promise them that our party will work untirelessly for their development and their progress and to take Madhya Pradesh to new heights.
you don't want to take credit for snatching the Congress seats now into complete...
The credit for this victory goes completely to every worker of the BJP. Every single worker of the BJP who has worked tirelessly.
What about those who said anti-incumbency, BJP don't want Shivraj Singh Chouhan, some other...
सबको जवाब मिल गया. कल तो मैं आपको बताऊं, कांग्रेस पार्टी तो पूरे दुकान के लड्डू खरीद रहे थे, बधाई के पोस्टर्स लग गए थे, हम चुपचाप अपना काम कर रहे थे.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
सालों में देश की सियासत में जो सकारात्मक सुधार ला करके खड़ा किया है, उससे ये जो परिणाम दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं वो प्रभावित दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं, क्योंकि नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इन 10 सालों में जो परिक्रमा की पॉलिटिक्स को उसको पछाड़ करके परिश्रम को परिणाम में परिवर्तित करने वाले माहौल को खड़ा किया है, और इसमें जनता उन्हीं
when there were these serious corruption charges that were made, Rahul Gandhi and others indulged it because he was one of their chief ministers. He was not able to enforce the fact of a rotational chief ministership that he had promised in Chhattisgarh between T.S. Singh and Baghel. So I think accountability has to be there, not just Rahul Gandhi, right down the line. Organizationally, the Congress is weakened, Rahul, and election after election we say it. I thought it was very interesting what JP Nadda said about the BJP. It's true. The BJP has been able to build itself as a solid organizational force. It affects generational change. We are talking about who will be the next chief ministers. They're looking for people who they think over the next 10 years will take their party forward in those states. I don't think the Congress does that anymore.
If you paid very close attention, you would have noticed that when these speeches were being made, they didn't mention, or even in the tweets, they didn't mention Shivraj Singh Chouhan in Madhya Pradesh. Now that is quite intriguing, given the fact that you've got 164 seats in Madhya Pradesh out of 230. Ashok Malik, maybe your theory could come through because you've been...
No, not theory. Maybe Ashok Malik knew something that we did.
Inko pehle se pata tha kya? No, because it's true. Nobody's mentioned him. And...
No, I have two reasons to say it. One, you can't affect generational change piecemeal, that I'll do it in this state but not in this state. That's my hunch, right? And I do think that the BJP is looking between now and 2024, because 2024 is not a done deal. They are the favorites, but there's still challenges. They're looking to refresh the party, and look at a 2030 milestone, that build a party for 2030. That is the goal that Mr. Modi will offer the people of India.
He already spoke about it today.
So if he does that, he needs new faces as well. He needs faces for 2030.
So if you go with Raman Singh and Vasundhara Raje and Shivraj, then you're stuck. You have a Gehlot and Kamal Nath.
You make exactly the same mistake the Congress made in 2018 when it did not go with the new generation.
I think as we saw in the Prime Minister's speech, he's very clear. 2024, this speech was not about only the victory of today. It was also virtually saying that 2024, here I come.
He said it's also cleared the path for our victory in 20. He says, "Log bol rahe hain," but that's obviously a very strong message, seeping the idea in people's head that 2024 becomes
a done deal. It's Modi ki guarantee is the slogan for the 2024 election. That seems to, he likes that. Modi ki guarantee.
I agree with guarantees. I'm not denying that. But the point is, you can't start your new term in 2024 with a aging generation, which in 29 looks very old.
I don't think it's just aging. It's also, they cannot be their own persons. They have to be PMO sent chief minister. It's a different CM. There is a PM CM and there is a CM CM.
I think
so like Devendra Fadnavis, they want to be people who are known for their governance, who have been sent by Modi ji. That's the setup. It's not just about age, I think. It's not like, oh, we need to refresh this. I think it's more about who's going to be easier to deal with and not like, say, I'm going to do my own thing.
Sure, but look at it, Rahul. After Himachal and Karnataka, there was a sense within the Congress, yes, we can take on the BJP in direct fights. Yes, this so-called double-engine Sarkar model doesn't work against anti-incumbency. What he's proven today with Madhya Pradesh is, look, we can get the double-engine model working even after 20 years of anti-incumbency. What he's shown with Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh is that we are back in that situation where in one-on-one fights with the Congress, we are number one.
No, but that's where this 3-0 becomes so important. 3-0 in the heartland, because if in a direct fight the Congress had won even one state, even if they'd won Chhattisgarh, they would have said, okay, we have something to claw on to. You played 3 matches with the BJP, you were beaten in all 3. Now, if you're a Congress worker, supporter, leader, in your head you're wondering, what in the world am I supposed to do in 2024?
Rahul, there is one statistic data point that always stands out for me. In 2019, 186 seats saw a direct fight between the Congress and the BJP. The BJP won 174 of them, and most of them by a margin of more than 10%. That, to my mind, is where we are in terms of our politics. When it is Congress, and that's where the India Alliance will raise questions now. That if you can't take on the BJP, then allow us also to play the role of first among equals. You can't now take sole leadership. I think that is what has changed today. But Rajdeep, the Congress would have hoped to take sole leadership.
Can you take a group of Kamzor Kadi, a weak link, because the others cannot get in. There is a direct fight between Congress and BJP in Gujarat.
Can you take students who come last in class, make them take the exam together and make them top the class? Does that work? Like take the last ranking students, put them together and say, now you will top the class. It's not going to happen. You need, in the INDIA also needs to be composed of winners. There are a few regional winners in there, but there need to be some national...
No, this is a very important point. Post the big victory in Karnataka, the Congress was trying to push this narrative that things have changed. Rahul Gandhi is more focused. Look at how quick he is in responses. It's not like you're sending him a message and he's not replying. He's replying immediately, etc., etc. He's more committed and plugged in than he's been in the past. If you've been pounded in this fashion tonight, it really would make one wonder what happens from here. And look at that swagger of the Prime Minister as he walks. Because there were moments, I know for a fact, in very good authority, that some of the top leaders in this country were up till 1, 2 at night. Don't ask how I know, but I know that for a fact. They were up really late at night. Up again, 6, 6:30. They were making calls in the morning. These are non-stop, tireless workers.
We just now tried to get DK Shiv Kumar on the show. Now, he's an example. He told me I can't come right away. We've got organizational issues to handle in Telangana. The Congress needs a dozen DK Shiv Kumars. They need to find people who are willing to put those organizational hard hard yards into building a party. It's not rocket science. I mean, in a country so large, you see, the problem is the Congress is the brand name. Rashid raised the point, Chetan raised the point about India Alliance. The fact is the Congress is the pan-Indian brand name. Now, if your pan-Indian brand name is there, you need people with organizational mettle to take it forward. You can't have sycophants, you can't have coteries, you can't have people chosen in key positions, Rahul, simply because they are close to somebody in the power center. To be fair to the BJP, I think this is the difference. The BJP has genuinely tried to create a next generation leadership, which is now prepared. Mr. Modi is a creation of the previous generation. LK Advani and others gave them those opportunities that have built them. He needs to do it. He needs to do it for the next generation.
Fine. I mean, Rajdeep, you made the point, and a lot of people in the morning also made the point that Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra was a success in South India. So if you are a national party, you are seen as one, you need to know why is it that if you are successful, if your yatra is successful in the southern states, why is it that the moment you cross the Telangana-Maharashtra border, it's no longer a success? The other important point...
Because Sudhir, organizationally in Karnataka, the Congress today has far more booth-level karyakartas than the BJP.
Fair enough.
But you don't have that in any of the northern states. Can you match the BJP's organization in Madhya Pradesh, which, you know, is now becoming a dominant BJP party state?
But despite that, till about a week ago, everyone was talking about how the Congress is giving the BJP a run for its money in Madhya Pradesh.
No, you see, in terms of, now I'll tell you how the Congress is clutching at straws. A congressman said me, please look at vote share. We are at the same level or just a fraction below where we were in 2018.
Let me explain that on the election intelligence dashboard. This is something that's being said very frequently. So I'll try and pull that out for you. If you look at the vote share percentages, the BJP has a higher vote share percentage in Madhya Pradesh than it's had in the past 5 elections. In 2003, the BJP was 43%, the Congress 32%. 2008, the BJP was 38%, the Congress 32%. 2013, 45-36. 41-41 last time. 49-40. That is 9%, 8% lead over the last time, 9% gap between BJP and Congress. The Congress is partially correct when they say our vote share is roughly the same. It is, frankly, because 41.9 versus 40. But the BJP has gone up from 41 to 49. And 41 to 49, Ashok Malik, in an assembly election context, in the Lok Sabha, if you're already sitting on a base, because in the 2019 elections, they went on a base of 41 in the 18 assembly. If you're sitting on a base of 49, the BJP can really, you know, one of the things they'll start talking about is Ab ki baar 400 par, is what they'll try and push. Taking it, wanting to take it beyond where they were last time.
The incremental seats are not there. I mean,
no, but that's the hawa they'll try and make. Obviously, what you're saying is correct because you almost maxed out in your catchment area. Yes. But that's the point that they'll try and push.
So Rahul, it's the others, those who are 11%, now they have, 7 of them have gone towards the BJP side. That's also happening in Madhya Pradesh.
Low lena hai na vote, sir. It doesn't matter where you're getting it from.
But you see, why were the others not attracted by the Congress, which was the ruling party in the state?
Absolutely. You see, my point is the others have declined, but the others' vote went to the BJP.
Yes.
The others' vote didn't come to you. You see, it became, in some level, to some extent, bipolar, but the benefits went to the BJP and not to you. So the Congress can have hundreds of reasons, Rahul, and this is the irony of it. They are still living in denial. They are not accepting the obvious that they are at the moment a poor runner-up in this Hindi heartland. Particularly these states where it's a direct Congress-BJP fight. And unless they are willing to go back to the drawing board, find new leaders, rebuild your organization, it's not happening. Because, it's a Rolls-Royce taking on a Fiat.
You know, Rajdeep...
It's also about ideology also.
You know, Rajdeep, in business, as Chetan will also tell you, companies try and stay entrepreneurial, which is not always easy. Now, the BJP ends every election by thinking of the next one. In Tripura, when they won in Tripura, but the next morning they reached out to the breakaway party led by the Prince. I mean, next morning, because they recognized there was a problem.
You know, I've met a lot of entrepreneurs and I've met a lot of professionals. Like this job of anchoring on a TV channel, it's a madness job. You can't do it, I
thought you were enjoying it.
These guys do it because they enjoy it, they love it. So they have the passion, they have the junoon. Let's just say it today. the PM Modi and Amit Shah, they will go do rallies anytime. They will do the 295th rally with the same enthusiasm because they love it and that's their job. And that's what they love to do.
But that's
we
what
are
Mr.
not.
No, but are you saying there aren't enough congressmen? No, let's be. Are you saying there aren't enough 24/7 congressmen? I gave you the example of DK
Rahul
Shivraj.
Gandhi. No, there are people. There are a few people, but at the very top, the leader matters. Yes, Bharat Jodo Yatra was a success, but one event was a success. Are you going to live in the afterglow for 7 years now?
Wait, that's not true.
But that's you have to have that junoon, you have to have that fire.
Let me explain to you. And every day, every morning, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge's day start with 7 and, he will go to sleep at 1 a.m.
He is amazing. Okay, fine. But and you need...
Can I make a point?
There was a similar...
Then what is the difference? Do you think they don't have ideas? Do you think they've never heard of booth management? Do you think, okay, maybe money...
Have you heard of something called ideology?
Okay, so what is it?
No, but
yes,
Rahul.
So I think we focus too much on individuals. Organizations decline not just in politics, but also in business. You had a leader in Yahoo. You had a leader in Kodak, right? And those organizations also decline. Sometimes what happens with organizations that they don't manage to figure out what is wrong with them. And at the moment, the Congress is not able to figure out what its exact problem is. Forget about the solution.
Don't want to figure out, they can't figure out or don't want to figure out. Or know the problem and don't want to address it.
No, I think it would be superficial to say that they know the problem, because then we think of the problems as ideological coherence or organizational things. These are the obvious problems. Sometimes there is something behind these obvious problems, and I don't think Congress is able to...
What do you think it is?
Congress lives, in my mind, in certain myths. And those myths are being propagated by some of the very, very close...
Like, give me an example.
Congress thinks it's a default governing party of India. That once BJP declines, it's their chance. Congress thinks it is the only party that thinks about the democracy of the India and poor of India. It got... So it has created some...
Or a secular India.
Myths are important. Myths are important. The problem is sometimes those myths start giving you diminishing results. Right?
No, you can't start believing your own myth.
Yes.
You can float a myth, don't believe your own myth.
You can't get high on your own
yes.
supply.
So I think Congress has that kind of
That's a quote.
But
look at,
I think the problem is far more complicated. Let me explain. See, the issue of cultural nationalism, issue of, muscular nationalism, the Congress cannot, and that is a problem in the heartland. The Congress cannot find a solution. You remember there was a Udaipur session of Chintan Shivar of the Congress party where all these things came up, and a lot of people said we should have a religious outreach program, and that's what Kamal Nath and Bhupesh Baghel tried to do, but they failed. So this is a problem. They cannot bash the BJP on the issue of cultural nationalism.
No, but see, you lost some of these
but
issues.
But hasn't the Congress gotten us independence? How did they lost that narrative? And why Shivraj Singh Chouhan is being seen as a muscular nationalism? Hardly.
Who's talking about Shivraj Singh Chouhan?
Because he's one big today, right?
Did Prime Minister mention his name?
He may mention or not, but in Madhya Pradesh, they knew it was a state election. They knew who's the four-time CM. Are you saying that these entire victories have come because of muscular nationalism? Do you really
I'm saying it's a package thing. No, there's welfareism.
No, but can I say something? Yeah. I don't want to take a name because I happen to know this personally, but Rajdeep, take a look at where the top leadership of the Congress has been between when polling ended and now. Look at what the BJP top leadership has been doing in that same period and look at what the top Congress leaders have done. You cannot have this European construct of, I want to work X number of hours for Y number of days in the week. It's not, you can do that in a company.
आज अपन truck driver के साथ बैठेगा और आज नहीं बैठेगा.
You cannot
नहीं बैठेगा. अभी मैं बैठा है देखो मैं इतना बड़ा आदमी truck driver के साथ बैठ गया है. Like it is so great. Why can't you be like that? I mean, what is so wrong in being a little desi? I'll tell you another problem happening on X. All these well-wishers of Congress. You know what they've started doing? They said, oh, that just shows how bigots of India. That just shows how North is so bigoted. That just shows the North has no IQ. That just shows that the South is smarter. That just shows they're creating a North-South divide, which is going to backfire even more badly. And how are you assuming that the voters who vote BJP are stupid? How can you...
Sure, but my point is, it's very interesting. It's not as if, this is my view, it's contentious. I went across all the states. The problems are the same in many states. Paper leaks, for example. Yes. Every state you go, whether it's BJP ruled Madhya Pradesh, where there was a Patwari recruitment scam recently, or Rajasthan, or Chhattisgarh, where there was a public service, or Telangana. Paper leak, students are angry everywhere. It's not as if the BJP is providing some real Sushasan. People at the bottom have heard, but the BJP does politics. The Congress doesn't do politics anymore. You see, what is politics?
So what are they doing?
The agitation karo, raste par niklo. Where, you see, when the BJP...
Don't say they don't do politics. Caste census, this, that, they do enough politics.
No.
They don't know how to do politics.
Now caste census at least, is at least an attempt. Now, but you
can't say they don't do politics.
Rahul,
it's like they're playing cricket, unko khelna nahi aa raha. You can't say they're not playing. They're playing, they're just bad players.
Rahul, the problem is, you do caste census, but then you've got to get a buy-in right down the line. Yeah. You've got to get your leaders at the ground to start talking about it, build campaigns around it, create a momentum around it. What did the BJP do, for example, with Ram Mandir? How did they, in 1980, how did a party of just 3 members in 1984, by 1991, become a principal national party? They carved out an agitation which was political. Please show me Bharat Jodo Yatra. What is the follow-up to it? What is the follow-up? It can't be just one word, Mohabbat ki dukaan. There has to be a follow-up on the ground. What does it mean?
Where do I order from the dukaan? Kya milta hai?
You're giving Ram Temple movement started in 1949. There were several phases were there. I remember when Kamlapati Tripathi and Rajiv Gandhi in 1989, they led a march in Faizabad, and I was there as a reporter. Not even 150 people turned up there.
Sir,
so it is not that
my point is, please tell me what is the sustained... Narendra Modi ji has been in power for 9 years. Please tell me the sustained, I use the word sustained, political campaign that the Congress has launched to expose Mr. Modi's claim that he gives Sushasan. If the Congress believes that Modi is so bad, you can't just say Mr. Modi is bad, Mr. Modi is bad. You're going to have to show me how he is.
Delivery system.
How have you attracted the youth of the country? Please tell me one. You should have made at least one of your states a model state where people will say, wow, this is a state, you've done a great program, let's latch on to it. You haven't done it, Rahul, in the last 9 years. You haven't worked on the ground.
But Chhattisgarh was that model state from a Congress perspective.
They had promised.
Voters, till yesterday, Chhattisgarh was that model state. Yeah. This morning, the voters of Chhattisgarh have shown the Congress party what they thought of the Congress model.
So with the Karnataka thing, because constantly talking about the Karnataka guarantees, they're trying to do what the Gujarat model was. So, okay, this is our Karnataka.
But can I give you an example? You're saying model state. What were the 2 issues? One of the BJP guys was telling me liquor scam. You see, when Bhupesh Baghel came to power, he said, I'll bring prohibition. Instead, what has happened? Liquor vends have only flourished. And it's common knowledge there that paisa bat raha hai. It affects women of Chhattisgarh who get hit. On tribals, that Kendu leaf pickers have certain minimum amounts of monies that were being done. It was to be done over 30 days. They said, no, we'll do it over 1 day. You see, you have to then create a model state where in 3 or 4 key areas, to 3 or 4 key segments, it becomes a national campaign.
2 things. One, at a national level, there are good BJP governments, there are good Congress governments. There's corruption in BJP states also like there is in Congress.
That's right.
Okay. There are also BJP...
You're being candid, yeah.
There are also Congress leaders who come from the grassroots. Sridhar Ramaiah, as an example. But the Congress nationally has allowed this perception to persist that it is somehow a party of elites.
Yeah. That's right.
Okay. That now, whether that is true or not in individual states is another matter.
If
those who lead you are elites,
it has allowed that perception to persist. Now, I'll give you one example. If this were December 2013, look at the president, Pranab Mukherjee, a very tall man from an illustrious family. Vice President Hamid Ansari, from a very illustrious family, compared to the president today and the vice president today. The BJP goes out and says we have deepened democracy. The Congress does not have an answer.
Self-made people.
Whether it is true or not is another matter.
Both Pranab Mukherjee and Hamid Ansari,
I am not denying that. I have respect for both of them. I'm not criticizing them.
But it's like when the BJP, for example, Rashid talks about Hindutva. Whether one, whichever side of it, but it is an idea. Sir, it is an idea. It's an idea that they are pushing. There is some clarity, there is some cohesiveness that starts from the top and goes down to the Karyakarta. Okay, Rahul Gandhi speaks about caste census. Okay, good. Then please go right down the line and talk about it. You can't have Rahul Gandhi, for example, hitting out at, to give a practical example, Gautam Adani, but Ashok Gehlot looking at how to tie up with Gautam Adani in Barmer. You can't have Rahul Gandhi saying Hindutva is terrible and then Kamal Nath saying I am the first Hanuman Bhakt. और भूपेश बाघेल सिंह मैं तो राम नाम पे एक यात्रा निकालूंगा. You see, you're going to have to. Where is the coherence? What do I stand for? I need to know right down the line. The Karyakarta doesn't know what. And you have so many people. The word entitled used by Ashok is right. How many entitled elites within the Congress are there only because their grandfather was in the Congress? That has to stop.
The BJP's performance in the Hindi heartland is getting rave reviews. There's no doubt about it. What's also getting rave reviews is India Today's coverage of the elections, in particular our data analytics powered by the India Today Data Intelligence Unit. There is this one visualization which I call the shifting political sands of India. It's been going viral virtually every election. So I'll show you what it looks like right now. So these are the shifting political sands of India. What you need to see is what percentage of the Indian landmass and what percentage of population was governed by which party in different years. So this is the current political map. The NDA ruling 18, the India Alliance currently ruling 10, and that's where things stand at this moment. And the ones marked out in grey are the ones which are not aligned with either of those. So even if you look at the entire India Alliance together, Rajdeep, and compare that with what mostly the BJP in some parts with allies, but largely by itself, a very, very strong presence of saffron across the west, the heartland, and the east of India.
If you look at Rahul, tiny little Goa, my original home state, go right up to Uttarakhand on the top. Entire north and western India, Rahul, is what now is dominated by the NDA and particularly by the BJP. There's a northwest monsoon. You see, you look at peninsular India, look at coastal India, and it's blue and non-BJP. But that northwest monsoon is what is carrying it. And I just wonder, Rahul Verma, is that going to this geographical limitation or is that the strength of the BJP? Because, you know, between those states, there are about 300 Lok Sabha seats. And the BJP in the last two elections has won 75 to 80% of those seats.
See, answer is yes, depending upon how you want to see it, right? In some ways, what BJP has demonstrated that it can hold on to its sort of primary base in the northwestern India. What it managed to do in 2019 and run up to 2019 election is to breach the eastern barriers, right? Before 2019, BJP was not a significant player in the east, and now you see even the northeast map looks saffron. The peninsular part, at least for assembly election, remains out of bounds for BJP. They have managed to get some seats in Odisha, some seats in Telangana, and Karnataka was another territory for them. So that also remains their limitation. Now, why is that a limitation? There are multiple reasons for it. One could say perhaps for a long period of time, BJP was perceived as a party of Hindu and Hindutva. And maybe there was an antagonism in the Kerala and at least in Tamil Nadu to the Hindi language issue which BJP used to propagate. They are trying to change that. They have succeeded at least convincing a part of Northeast.
I mean, you know, today, I think Mr. Modi used the word Telangana 5 times. Exactly. You know, even there, he said, I hope my voice is reaching Telangana. Now look at the political intelligence. That he's not just talking about his winning states, he's gone to...
It's very significant what he said in the speech today. Apart from what he spoke about Telangana, that I am there, the BJP is there to take care of Telangana's interests. The fact that he focused a lot on the development agenda. Probably the BJP has realized that just the Hindutva kind of pitch is not going to work in a state like Karnataka, the Bengalurus, the Hyderabad's and the Chennai's. You need the development pitch, and that would probably appeal to the crowd in South India. So that's the kind of pitch
Speaking
that the BJP
of Telangana,
is making.
I've got some breaking news coming in. Revanth Reddy, Chief Minister to be, the Congress's state president, Uttam Kumar Reddy, who used to be the Congress state president, DK Shiv Kumar, and Manikrao Thakre, who comes from Maharashtra, is close to Mallikarjun Kharge, was the organization chief in Telangana, will be meeting the governor at 9 p.m. They'll be meeting the governor at 9 p.m. So when we were speaking to DK Shiv Kumar a short while ago, he said, I have some organizational matters to deal with. They're trying to get him live for you. That's what he meant. He didn't tell us that, of course. They're going to go give a letter saying, invite us to form the government.
And there's a backstory to this. Ever since what happened, what is it now, 6 years ago in Goa,
where...
No, but they were 18. You needed 21,
So,
right?
boss, do you know what was it, Rahul? They had 18, single largest. They had already got those 3 letters of support. The independents were more than happy. They had the 21. They decided, typical Congress fashion, then we'll do it next morning. We'll have a legislature party meeting. Raat mein kya hua? Nitin Gadkari flies down, does a deal with Manohar Parrikar and my namesake Vijay Sardesai. And lo and behold, 9 a.m. in the morning before the CLP, BJP has gone and staked claim. Ever since then, the Congress has realized, yaar, ye raat ki baat nahi chalegi. Aaj jo bhi karna hai, aaj hi kar lo. 9. Why do I need to otherwise go today at 9 p.m.? Because I don't want to wait for anything to go wrong.
That's also when Digvijay Singh was panned for not being alert and that Gadkari outmaneuvered him. And Digvijay Singh later, when he caught me, he said, you know, you guys are talking on TV, that's not fair. I was calling the Congress High Command asking for instructions. They weren't coming on, and that's the problem. He said, you know, you bol ke nikal ke meri image kharab kar di.
Arey, don't ask me. You know, that night is typifies all that is wrong with the Congress party at times. But it's good to know that the Congress is moving fast. Look, that's what I said. You need nimble leaders. DK Shivkumar, there are enough. Chetan, with any organization, are you willing to encourage meritocrats? Are you willing to choose someone who will deliver a state for you, who will be that organizational man? Or do you want someone who will suck up to you? That's the problem.
Rajdeep, they had Scindia. There was a scenario, Scindia could have been CM, Pilot could have been CM, Gehlot sir could have been the Congress president. He would have still been Congress president. Now he's not even CM, not president. And you could have, these young leaders could have said, give us another chance and we want to build this state out. We are going to bring the new India. It was all there.
I agree with you.
The fact that there was clarity about Revant's role. I mean, it was made very clear that Revant will be the chosen one. So, which is why probably they are able to move fast. Otherwise, even in this case, they would have to first convene a meeting, then the 3 observers
What kind of chief minister is he likely to be relative to K. Chandrasekhar Rao?
See, KCR obviously had experience of politics. Revant is only 54. He has had no administrative experience.
He's never been a minister.
He has never been a minister. He has never been in government.
You know, interestingly, he used to be in the Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad. So he was, in his student days, a member of the Sangh Parivar's student outfit, the ABVP.
Yes.
From there, he's been in the TDP, the BRS,
to Congress.
So
this
like
is
Siddaramaiah, he's the second chief minister in the south who's actually not a congressman. Siddaramaiah came from the JDS. This guy is coming from the TDP. And the guy who's helped, just one second. The guy who's helped strategize the election is someone who used to be part of Prime Minister Modi's team when he was Chief Minister, Sunil Kanagolu. So you've got people from the outside who are becoming Chief Minister, they are hardworking, and the guy strategizing your election is somebody who's an import from the BJP School of Campaign Management.
And it shows that, while we are critical at times of Mr. Gandhi on various issues, he's the one who has brought in Sunil Kanagolu in an organization that is often unwilling to accept lateral entrance. He's got him in, he's helped them win Karnataka, he's helped them win Telangana, and he's done the kind of focused campaign working with Revant Reddy in Telangana, working with Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah. And to the credit of Sunil Kanagolu, he's shown that there is space for professional management. Now that you've empowered him, can you create a team? Can you create around Sunil Kanagolu that spreads to other parts of the country? Or have you said that, look, Southern comfort, we're not exploring. The moment Sunil Kanagolu tried to do the same thing in Madhya Pradesh, he was met with resistance by all accounts by the old guard. When in Rajasthan,
because it's a very different style of
Ashok Gehlot had his own media management company in Design Box.
So, but yet it is all Rahul Gandhi's fault.
No. I've never said that. Just a minute. Let's not get sensitive. It's not about Rahul. All I'm saying, Rahul Gandhi has done a few things right. He's done a few things wrong. We've got to accept both the right and the wrong. That's the way it is.
No, Rajdeep, even when Sunil was appointed for Karnataka, and they say, I had a number of Telangana Congress leaders calling up to us, "Arey, ye DMK ke liye kaam karta tha. What kind of person is he?" So they wanted to do all the background checks because they knew this guy, Sunil, is going to handle both Karnataka and Telangana.
One of the things that Sunil did, he got proper scientific surveys done. And many of the candidates were chosen without accepting the usual cliques and factionalism that is there in the Congress. And it worked in Karnataka, it's worked in Telangana. Now, if you can repeat that model, bring in organization, have strong, credible faces, you have something to go by. Every organization can reinvent itself.
No, that is why you are I don't think it's so easy for the Congress. See, in Telangana, you could get Sunil Kanagolu to make all the changes because the number of MLAs you have is very, very small. If you come to Chhattisgarh and Sunil suggests drop 30 MLAs, do you think it's easy for the Chief Minister to do that?
No, I agree with you. I asked Ashok Gehlot.
So
why
that's
did, I'll tell you, I asked Ashok Gehlot, why did you only drop 17? Why didn't you drop more given that there is local anti-incumbency? He said, बहुत मुश्किल है, मेरे मुश्किल घड़ी में ये MLAs मेरे साथ रहे थे. Now, so he said, I can't, they are all very locally strong. Now, this is the, the original way of thinking that nahi, agar drop ho jayenge, rebels banenge. You've got to be disruptionist today.
Yeah.
And that's why your strong high command has to intervene and say, sorry, Mr. Gehlot, I have appointed this person. He's in charge of strategy. Why can't you do that?
But that is what I'm trying to make a case for. See, it's not one solution which Congress can do at the moment. And
There's no
get things
silver
right.
bullet.
And second, High Command at the moment can't make the choices it could have made 10 years ago. When the central authority keeps losing election, it is weaker to run its writ on the states. In BJP, it can happen because they are winning the elections.
Can I ask you all this question? And Ashok, you were very much part at that time and you were looking at BJP closely. 2009, BJP does so badly in that election, the general election, and the BJP looks like not coming back to power for a long time. Yet, 14 years later, we are talking about the BJP as this invincible force led by a force of power in Narendra Modi. What changed? What did the BJP do between 2009 and 14 that the Congress can learn from?
One thing. We talk about why does Mr. Modi keep winning and how can he be defeated in 2024 or later. The point is, for a strong brand to lose, the brand has to become seriously unpopular.
Yes.
It has to face hostility. Between 2009 and 2014, the Congress UPA brand became a very negative brand.
Yes.
If it had continued on the trajectory it would have probably won for another. Mr. Modi may not have qualified.
It was not that the quality of political leadership in the opposition ranks during Indira Gandhi time was bad or poor or ineffective. It's just because they could not beat Indira Gandhi in a lot of elections. It happens. It's a phase.
Mr. Modi today cannot be defeated till he becomes unpopular.
In Congress.
That's a very nihilistic kind of argument. So they can do nothing about it and it just happens?
It happens.
So we just wait for next 10 more years?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Is that your advice to the Congress? Sit there and...
No. In politics, at some point, you just have to wait out a period. Mr. Modi, you have